Daniel here again, and I will once again tell you another YOS anomaly, which is YOS 4411. Now just a quick warning that this video has some very gross and unsettling imagery, and also some adult stuff. So people must be 18 years or older to watch this video, but if this video gets age restricted, that's not my problem. Let's go. YOS 4411, Object Class, Keter, and Threat Level, Danger. Containment procedures. YOS 4411 must be kept in a 12 meter by 12 meter humanoid containment cell. Personnel are allowed to clean up YOS 4411 cell by all the fecal waste if one of the professors tells them to. The gas is to be blown away by at least 4 or more air machine fans in order for the anus gas to not be expelled out. In the event of a containment breach from YOS 4411, he is to be found immediately. If he attempts to expel anus gases or fesses, the gas is to be blown away to prevent personnel from passing out or terminated. Any YOS 4411-1 instances found is to be terminated immediately. Description. YOS 4411 appears to be a male child, believed to be 6 years of age. He seems to have a weird irritation to hate any type of clothing, and will take them off immediately and instead expose his entire body. He also is capable of expelling gases from his anus, which would terminate an subject whenever it releases from more than 3 meters. YOS 4411 is also capable of using his fesses to breach containment, either using fecal weapons and tools, and can also easily escape by using the floor air vents, which is big enough for YOS 4411 to escape through. He also can give birth to instances of YOS 4411-1. YOS 4411-1 instances are species of fecal waste that are actually living organisms, meaning that they have organs. Although they are lacking a skeletal system, they can pollute any area with their gases that will terminate a subject whenever they are from a close distance. If any subject touches YOS 4411-1 surface, they will instantly be absorbed by it, expanding it further. YOS 4411 can also randomly go into his dimension to escape the facility and reappear elsewhere. The dimension is currently designated Dimension/4411. Foundation staff are unable to enter unless for testing purposes. They use D-class personnel to enter his dimension. The dimension produces loud echoes, making it easier to hear where YOS 4411 is located at, and sending him back to containment. Also contains lights that are dim in nature. Whenever YOS 4411 spots a subject, he immediately attacks. Foundation is currently attempting to let YOS 4411 wear red clothing, but he still takes them off without hesitation. Addendum 4411 1. YOS 4411 was discovered on the 12th of April 2020, when his parents were attempting to inflict harm on him, but MTF guards and sent them to Site 06, which is now destroyed due to YOS 414 breaching containment. YOS 4411 simply refused and attempted to attack, but was forcefully sent to the site. Addendum 4411 2. YOS 4411 somehow breached containment during a containment breach of YOS 414. He attempted to attack and terminate YOS 414 by expelling fecal waste but failed to complete it and was absorbed by YOS 414. It is soon believed that YOS 4411 is immune to any attack by any hostile anomalous entities, and will keep his flesh at bay, and simply resisted YOS 414 ripping the flesh out of him. Therefore, the anomaly was recontained to Site 7. YOS 4411 is immune to any high or low temperatures, even when he is lacking any type of clothing, which means that he ignores any hot and cold temperatures that he is exposed in. He is also infested with different viral infections, which he is also immune to, meaning that the viruses aren't doing any harm to him. Also means that YOS 4411 is seemingly indestructible, making it impossible to terminate him. Through X-ray vision, personnel staff notices instances of YOS 4423 inside his anus by using microscopic X-rays. They seem to be passive to YOS 4411. Due to the expelled gases YOS 4411 continuously produces, therefore doesn't attempt to harm YOS 4411 to demand for more gas. They also kill off viral infections whenever they are disturbed, and are immune to the effects of viruses. Addendum 4411 3. YOS 4411 was tested to terminate YOS 682 for 680 to termination attempt 5. When YOS 682 notices YOS 4411, he proceeds to attack him, but YOS 4411 immediately jumped onto YOS 682's body and begins to attack YOS 682 with his fesses. YOS 682 spins around attempting to get YOS 4411 off of it. YOS 4411 slips off and YOS 682 immediately swallows him whole. However, it still doesn't realize that YOS 4411 is still alive. Inside YOS 682's body, he starts gassing up and releasing fecal waste inside as hard as he can to escape its body. YOS 682 begins to become very sick and disgusted as he vomits back up YOS 4411 to the cell. After that, YOS 4411 climbs back up YOS 682's body, this time on its mouth. He starts doing fecal waste again, this time birthing YOS 4411-1 instances. The fecal became aggressive and breaks YOS 682's floor by forming strong bones. YOS 682 roars in pain and now becomes afraid to YOS 4411 and makes no other attempt to attack him. Finally, YOS 4411 climbs up into YOS 682's nose and makes one final fecal attempt. After that, YOS 682 fell unconscious. However, even though YOS 682 lost about 34% its body mass, this didn't terminate the entity, so this termination test was deemed a failure. Addendum 4411 4. A D-class number D4315 was sent to Dimension/4411 to find YOS 4411. He traveled for an hour until hearing echoes of YOS 4411 gassing, talking and his stomach growling. He talked to the staff and YOS 4411 immediately attacks him. Incident 4411 1. YOS 4411 was being studied with one of his fesses being experimented while personnel were outside his chamber. While YOS 4411 wasn't being watched, he took off his clothes and escaped by using his dimension and closes the portal immediately. The staff was shocked to see him gone, so they checked the cameras and were immediately looking out to find him. After a while, they reached a town where everything was covered in fecal matter, and people terminated. They believed that YOS 4411 was nearby, but it seems that YOS 4411 already escaped the area. They see more and more individuals covered in fesses, still unable to find YOS 4411, until they found him in South Asia and forcefully putting him in a cell. Although he easily escaped and easily terminated the staff, therefore, he continues his rampage. More staff came and this time put him in an indestructible steel cube, until they sent him back to Site 7. He killed a lot of people worldwide, killing approximately 3,456 million people. In the 13th of June 2021, Doctor was telling the staff that YOS 4411's aggression is really bizarre and very dangerous, and was thinking of permanently terminating YOS 4411. Of course, this was denied because YOS 4411 cannot be terminated in any way. Even during the YOS 680 termination test, he survived against YOS 414 and YOS 682. He was still very much alive. Maybe someday the Foundation will agree and will try to terminate YOS 4411 as soon as possible. Thanks for watching. This was weird and gross, but whatever. I'm glad you made it through that. Anyway, see you guys later. Item number, YOS 3721. Containment class, Euclid. Disruption class, Dark. And risk class, Caution. Containment procedures. Under no circumstances are personnel allowed to enter YOS 3721 unless for testing purposes. The entrance to the tunnel is only permitted when a subject holds a camera to be warned by other staff. When YOS 3721 is not being tested, it is to be secured and forbids anyone from entering in. If there is any signs of YOS 3721-A, B, or C instances, they are to exit the tunnel immediately. Description. YOS 3721 appears to be a tunnel of circular shape. Its structure is almost green, with half of it being wood. It is found somewhere in the state of Tennessee. It measures at least 12 meters in diameter. A unfortunate location at about 200 miles inside. It has a small barely spherical hole, primarily known as the 3721 drop point. It also contains anomalous entities inside. YOS 3721-A is an entity currently inhabiting YOS 3721. It is a single sphere that is hostile towards living subjects and will impale them by damaging their eyesight and devouring them with lightning properties. YOS 3721-B is the same entity as YOS 3721-A, although possessing a bluish hue. Like YOS 3721-A, it is hostile and unlike YOS 3721-A, it will decapitate and eat the subject without any trace. YOS 3721-C is the last entity inhabiting YOS 3721. Also another sphere entity that is hostile and will rip out flesh within the victim. Addendum 3721-1. YOS 3721 was discovered on the 15th of April 19. People were missing since 2 weeks. Foundation staff investigated for the civilians, eventually finding YOS 3721, along with traces of blood. One group of staff decided to enter, after traveling for about 3 hours, until finding YOS 3721-A, and they feel like they are in serious danger, so they retreated immediately. YOS 2618. Peanut bugs. Object class, Euclid. Instances of YOS 2618 are kept in a standard cell with a glass container trapping them. No personnel are to come into contact or eat YOS 2618 instances at all. YOS 2618 are a species of insects that hide in peanuts as a shell. They are sometimes hostile and will bite a subject that attempts to eat them, and then turn the victim into another instance of YOS 2618. There are about 3,000 instances of 2618 currently contained in Site 48. YOS 5403. Secured signals and windows. Object class, Keter. YOS 5403 is to be secured in Site 5403 in order for YOS 5403-1 instances to not be free. No one is to enter YOS 5403 unless for testing purposes. YOS 5403 are buildings believed to be made out of sand and sandstone. What is inhabiting it are YOS 5403-1, which are entities also made out of sand, and are aggressive towards living subjects. 5403-A1 is a signal tower that lures YOS 5403-1 to their prey to ambush them, and 5403-A2, another signal tower that informs 5403-1 instances to reconstruct the buildings and make new ones to expand, which makes containment even more difficult. Hey guys, today we will be talking about the top 5 insect YOS anomalies that can kill you. Let's start. Number 1. YOS 157. Object class, Keter. YOS 157 is a species of wasps measuring 12 meters in diameter. It is hostile towards subjects that dares to approach it. When disturbed, it will enter a aggressive state and sting the subject, and will cause the subject's organs to fail by the extremely fast venom spread, and it will kill the subject. Number 2. YOS 438. Object class, Keter. YOS 438 is a unknown species of insect that only desires to consume the blood of mammals, including humans. When an instance of YOS 438-2 spots a mammal or a human, it will lunge at it, and will consume the blood entirely out of the mammal. Although the victim will die if they had less than 20 gallons of blood left, it won't stop until the prey is drained out. After that, it will return it to YOS 438-1 to make its own food by using the blood it consumed. Number 3. YOS 735. Object class, Euclid. YOS 735 is a species of fly similar to fireflies. Their bodies light up at dangerous levels. They will start at about 20 lumens, then it will increase to 200 lumens, 350 lumens, 690 lumens, 3000 lumens. It will never stop increasing the brightness of light from its body. This much light could damage the subject's eyes, and will melt the eyes. Although this didn't kill the subject, they will forever be blind. Number 4. YOS 748. Object class, Keter. YOS 748 is a species of butterfly that has its entire body yellow. It appears as an extremely hostile species of butterfly, and will subdue the victim from inside the victim's body, and then bite the tissue. It has gave the victim 3 stages. First, their mouth will become swollen. Second, their skeleton will change into a shape similar to a banana, while lacking any arm and leg bones. The arms and legs will rip off from the subject. Last, the subject will become a banana. Number 5. YOS 912. Object class, Euclid. YOS 912 is a species of insects similar to ladybugs, with the exception of the black and unsettling faces on their backs. These faces would paralyze the subject, and leave them in shock. Also, these bugs are carnivorous, so while these victims are paralyzed, these bugs will eat the victim until there is nothing left but a skeleton. And that is all of the insect YOS. Well, I got nothing else to say, so goodbye.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey there. It's going great. How about you? What's up with that ceiling about? Are you in a cool industry-style office or something?
Well, can you take a guess at what I might be doing based on what I'm showing you here?
From what I can see, it looks like you're in some kind of recording or production setup with those.
Try the app now.
Now what if a balloon was to pop at an extremely loud volume, or balloons will cause fear in people? Well, 2 anomalies can explain that, because it is time to explain YOS 367 and YOS 3305. YOS 367 is a Euclid anomaly that appears to be a blue balloon. It was prevented to be popped by anything sharp, because if it pops, it will pop at an extremely high volume, like 4,453 decibels. This much decibels would damage a subject's ears, along with blood coming out. There will be so much blood that the subject will eventually die from blood loss. After that, the anomaly will merge and inflate back up by itself. YOS 3305 is a Euclid class anomaly that is a group of colorful balloons. When a subject comes near them, they will hear a voice that tells them that the popping will kill, even though that's not the case. The subject will now have globophobia, refusing to come near any balloons. That is all for now. See you next time.
are dressed in green clothes for St. Patrick's Day. Harry didn't have to change. He always wear green to begin with. Yeah, I have twins. Well, almost. Anyways, let's go. Okay, I think viewers will be confused by this, because 4 of us look the same. Yeah, and besides, we have the same voice because we are children. So we use this Justin voice for the kid voice. Maybe the subtitles on YouTube will help if Damien makes some. Why do you guys have green clothing on? He's not wearing green. Pinch him as hard as you guys can. Wait, what?
Pinecone now cleans even better. Ooh, it's that kind of clean.
I finally finished that homework. At least I'll rest. What the?
Ew, did you gas up or something?
No, I didn't even feel anything.
What is that you're sitting on?
Sitting on what? Wow, someone decided to be a prankster and put this whoopee cushion on my bed. Ha ha ha, very funny.
They could do better than that.
You? Did you do it?
What? No, I was standing in the corner sleeping before I heard that cushion. I don't have anything to do with this.
Then who is it?
Dude, I don't even know I was.
I was being sarcastic.
Whatever.
Ha, April Fool's Sonny. You just sat on that cushion without even seeing it. Ha ha, got you, bro. Well, Greg, this restaurant got 5 stars because of the extremely good food in here. Yeah, that is totally unexpected.
Hey, kids.
Okay, Damien, how was your stay?
Very good. I'm just eating drumsticks. They are very good.
Well, that is nice.
Hey guys, there's something on the TV.
Hey guys, Mr. Burger is open right now. Try out our foods and try them out yourself. Opens at 2:30 p.m. and closes at 10 o'clock p.m. Central.
Well, that does sound promising. What do you think, guys?
Yes, I guess we can go to it.
I guess
I guess we
can
can go too.
Where did the customers go? Ignore the people in the background. Maybe they are done already. Hopefully they paid before leaving.
What? Did the kid say that this place is better than the Mr. Burger place? Not on my watch. Zeno, a new restaurant company, had just got more rates than us.
Well, that seems to be kind of a problem for us.
What do we have to do, boss?
We should probably make some more good food until the customers eventually decide to eat here and will overpopulate Mr. Burger.
That does seem like a good idea.
Yeah, so what new foods are you going to make?
How about a Whopper?
No, we don't want to get sued by Burger King or something like that.
Oh, sorry. I think we'll think about something.
Oh, what is that on the television?
Introducing the new double stack mega cheeseburger is now available for $2.99 only at Zeno's Food. Oh no, you don't, Mr. Boss. The Zeno place has overpopulated us due to the stacked cheeseburger.
Well, that sucks. I say that we try to cook something even better.
Okay, I guess we can do that. Extra spicy.
Oh, this is war.
Deli cake. Burger with extra cheese. Veggie rice. Rice cake. Chicken shrimp. Butter burger. Pie. And no, not the other pie that you use in math.
Dude, can you just let the music play for a while, please?
Fine, whatever you say. Cheesy cheeseburger, good rice, shrimp burger, fish, egg burger, snake eyes, burger with drink, frog legs, ice burger. After 1,000 attempts later.
I am too full to eat any more foods from 2 of those awesome restaurants.
Me too. My stomach is starting to hurt bad. Ugh, I need to poop.
You know what? We had enough of this Mr. Burger King guy. Come out, Burger Guy, wherever you are. All right, Mr. Burger. Come out or else I'll force you.
Look at what you've done to the poor customers, you stupid chef. They are now suffering diabetes because of you buttheads.
Well, actually, it's your fault that you opened and make one of the customers poop their pants.
Okay then, where is your manager?
Right here, Burger Head. How do you make my customers suffer like this? That's it, you're gonna get it.
Okay then, bring it on, cowboy.
1 hour later.
Staples beef steak right now, open during day and night.
Last one to the steak is a rotten egg.
You know what? Trying to attract people with different foods is kind of stupid, don't you think?
Yeah, I think we are taking these jobs too seriously.
Yeah, we should stop doing what we are doing.
Well, last one to the steak is a rotten egg.
Hey, get back here,
You're silly.
Hey guys, welcome to the Easter egg hunting competition. Whoever gets the most Easter eggs win. Are you ready?
I guess we are ready.
All right, 3.
Go! Well, what the heck, that was too early. Huff, puff. I knew that this supersonic run would easily make me tired.
You do know this is not a race, right? This is a Easter egg hunt competition.
Shut up, Daniel. No one asked you.
Whatever. Also, I'm called the narrator now, so call me narrator.
Yeah, I'm not doing any of your things.
Fine.
But hey, there's egg over here. I'm going to grab it.
Huh, why is there an egg sitting on one of the bushes? I guess I'll crack it. What the heck? Well, we found some eggs. Let's grab some.
Christopher got 6. Harry got 13. Greg got 10. Brenny got 15, and Damien got 20, so he is the winner.
Woohoo, I win. In your face, kids.
Well, fair game then. You know, I have this strange feeling that we forgot someone.
Before we end this video, I decided to just upload the Easter video on Easter Monday since it is called the second day of Easter. Oh, and the last scene of the video is gruesome also. That would have been the lost episode. Anyway, see you later.
For 2 times stronger defense against erosion and effective cavity protection. Prenamel Active Shield.
Item number, SCP-2. Object class, Euclid. Special containment procedures. SCP-2 is to remain connected to suitable power supply at all times, to keep it in what appears to be a recharging mode. In case of electrical outage, the emergency barrier between the object and the facility is to be closed and the immediate area evacuated. Once facility power is re-established, alternating bursts of X-ray and ultraviolet light must strobe the area until SCP-2 is reaffixed to the power supply and returned to recharging mode. Containment area is to be kept at negative air pressure at all times. Teams including a minimum of 2 members are required within 20 meters of SCP-2 or its containment area. Personnel should maintain physical contact with one another at all times to confirm there is another person present, as perception may be dulled, skewed, or influenced by proximity to the object. No personnel below level 3 are permitted within SCP-2. This requirement may be waived via written authorization from 2 off-site level 4 administrators. Command staff issued such a waiver must be escorted by at least 5 level 3 security personnel for the duration of their contact and must temporarily surrender their rank and security clearance. Following contact, command staff will be escorted at least 5 kilometers from SCP-2 to undergo a 72-hour quarantine and psychological evaluation. If deemed fit for return to duty by psych staff, rank and security clearance may be restored when quarantine expires. Description: SCP-2 resembles a tumorous, fleshy growth with a volume of roughly 60 m raised to the power of 3, or 2,000 foot raised to the power of 3 dart. An iron valve hatch on one side leads to its interior, which appears to be a standard low-rent apartment of modest size. One wall of the room possesses a single window, though no such opening is visible from the exterior. The room contains furniture which, upon close examination, appears to be sculpted bone, woven hair, and various other biological substances produced by the human body. All matter tested thus far show independent or fragmented DNA sequences for each object in the room. Refer to the Mulhausen report for details related to object's discovery. Reference: to date, subject has been responsible for the disappearances of 7 personnel. It has also in its time at the facility further furnished itself with 2 lamps, or throw rug, a television, a radio, a beanbag chair, 3 books in an unknown language, 4 children's toys, and a small potted plant. Tests with a variety of lab animals including higher primates have failed to provoke a response in SCP-2. Cadavers as well failed to produce any effect. Mulhausen report dotted 00023603. The following is a brief report detailing the discovery of SCP-2. Subject was discovered in a small crater in northern Portugal where it struck the Earth from orbit. Encased in a shell of thick rock, the fleshy exterior of the object was exposed by the impact. A native farmer happened upon the site and reported his findings to the village elder. Subject gained SCP attention when a level 4 agent posted in the area detected a small radioactive anomaly generated by the object. 3 men individually sent into the structure subsequently disappeared. Upon discovering this deadly property of the subject, General Mulhausen issued a level 4 termination order of any witnesses to ensure no outside knowledge of the object and initiated its transport to SCP facility. During preparation for transport, 4 SCP security personnel were inexplicably drawn inside the object where they too immediately disappeared. Following inspection, it appeared as if the object had grown several new furnishings and was beginning to look like the interior of an apartment room. General Mulhausen immediately ordered the requisition of several Class II hazmat suits for the remaining security team members, who proceeded to lift the container onto a waiting freight ship for transport to the SCP containment facility. Following the termination of General Mulhausen, SCP-2 was resecured by SCP staff and brought into special containment in, classified, where it currently resides. Staff with clearance below Level 3 have been denied access to the SCP-2 container without prior approval of at least 2 Level 4 staff after the Mulhausen incident.
Sammy, wake up.
Jules, don't scare me like that.
Oops, sorry about that, but it's time to get up.
Yes, I know that. Well, I brushed my teeth tons of times already, so I won't attempt to do it again. But I smell horrible. I guess I'll take a shower. And all of my clothes are all out because smell terrible. Where am I supposed to put clothes at? Hey, I found some clothes. I'll take it and wear.
Approximately 20 minutes later.
Ah, that was a nice shower. Now I will wear this thing to cover my private parts and then grab my clothes. What the heck? Where's my clothes? It couldn't have just disappeared. Besides, I would have seen it because it is literally on the rug. I guess that I was so satisfied by taking a shower that I got distracted. And also, that was my last clothes. Now what am I supposed to wear? Whatever. I will just not wear clothes then. Besides, I have to go to school anyways. Alright, you guys ready for school? You betcha. Wait, what? Greg, why are you wearing Sonny's clothes? Oh, this is Sonny's clothes? Well, I was all out clothes due to wearing them all the time instead of different ones. So I wear his clothes instead. Okay then, I'm sure Sonny won't mind. Are we supposed to wait on Sonny? Yes. Every kid has to go to school because school is important. Okay, I guess. What the heck, Sonny? Why are you wearing clothes? Because that was my last clothing. It must have somehow disappeared somewhere. Wait, I didn't know that was your last clothing. So it was you that took my clothes. You should be ashamed of yourself. Hey, don't blame me for it. I was out of clothing too. So I used yours instead. Well, still, that was wrong, man. Hey, Brittany and the others, do you have any spare clothing for Sonny to wear? Unfortunately, we don't. We just used our second clothing. So these are our last clothes. Wow. We need to wash our clothes. Babe, looks like you are going to school naked. But if you are caught with no clothes, that's not our problem, okay? Okay, whatever. Please, King. Let's just go, guys. Man, this feels good.
All right, class. We are about to learn new things in science. So listen carefully. So basically, we are going to talk about the solar system.
What the heck? Is that pee? Where is it coming from?
Sonny, why are you naked and peeing on the floor? Because peeing feels good. And I was out of clothes. So I came like this.
You know what? Teacher, Sonny is peeing everywhere.
Sonny's doing what? What the Why is there pee everywhere? Everyone evacuate now.
Wait, why is everyone running away? Wait a minute. If I come to school with indecent exposure, I can't terrorize the school with this piss. That means no school for me, haha.
Oh my god, what was that in there?
To be honest, I don't even know what the heck is happening there.
I think that was Key in there.
What did someone piss on the floor?
Now that I'm thinking about it, I did see someone piss in the house floors once. It was Sonny. He was the one who peed on the floor.
Oh yeah, because he always causes mischief in there. So he must have been responsible for this.
Oh, when I get my hands on him, I'm going to cut his private parts off with scissors.
Whoa, doesn't that sound a bit too far?
Well, Cora, that is just the only way to teach him a lesson.
Okay, I guess.
See you later, stupids.
Guys, that naked kid is running away.
Stop right there, you fiend. Jeez, is it just me? Or is Brittany being more aggressive around Sonny than usual?
Yeah,
we can see that too. Sonny, stop right this instant. Oh, I am back here. Whatever, at least no one's here.
WTF. Sonny, why aren't you wearing clothes?
You know what, I'm not gonna talk about it.
Oof.
He'll get over it. Say, I am alone in here, except for the fact Jules is here, but he is just a critter. What if I pooped in this entire house? That might teach my brothers and even Brittany their lessons for injuring me so badly. Let's do this. Alright, first is the living room. I can't believe that Sonny got away easily. I hate that little booger. Well, Brandy, you really need to clam down. No matter how many times Sonny does bad deeds, you don't need to get mad over it every time. Well, it's just that. I sometimes get mad at people for doing mischievous things. I don't have the answer as to why, but I just do. Well, just calm down and take a chill pill when you go inside.
Yeah, there's no reason to be mad about it.
Maybe you guys are right. Alright, let's go inside. Wait, what? What the heck? Our house wasn't brown before, was it? No, I don't think it was. Ew, it's poo-poo. I thought it was just brown paint, but it smelled bad, so I assume it's poop. Wait a minute. I saw this before 6 episodes ago. See? This is why I punished Sonny for reasons. Okay, we take it back. He is too evil. Alright, so, I'm going to teach him a huge lesson. Ha! I did it. I covered the entire house with poop. That will teach him a lesson. Sonny. Oh no. Is that... Oh my god. I can't believe you did this. That's it. I'm going to spank your booty right now. No way. Wow. Look at this masterpiece of art. I beat the crap out of Sonny a bunch of times already. A new record. So, are we going to... I hate my life.
SCP-999 is an amorphous massive orange. Translucent slime. SCP-999 is playful in temperament and is similar in nature to an excitable and friendly dog. Touching SCP-999 induces euphoria, which intensifies the longer someone is in contact with the SCP.
SCP-999 is one of the most harmless anomalies in the possession of the SCP Foundation. All staff members stationed on site with SCP-999 are welcome to interact with it in break periods.
A small portion of SCP-999 has become dispersed in the water systems of North America, even at an exceptionally low concentration. The effects of SCP-999 have continued, therefore. Individuals who ingest water from the grid will begin to laugh without stopping.
This uncontrollable laughter will lead to death as the victim experiences severe muscle damage over time, or expires due to inability to hydrate. The victim remains happy and at ease throughout this process.
The SCP Foundation is working on a solution to this issue. Secure, contain, protect.
Hi, I am Chair, a blue chair, a chair that never breaks. Unless someone sits on me then I would, but I'm pretty sure someone won't, unless... Hey, is that a chair? I'm going to sit on it. No, wait.
This show is quite interesting.
Yeah, it reminds me of you.
Hey, shut up. Let's just continue watching TV.
Hey guys, do you like clocks? Well then, come down to Legal Will, where we sell nothing but clocks so that you can wake up. There is no price of this, so take it for free.
Wait, did he say you can buy all the clocks?
Nope. He said you can only take 5 or 6 clocks. And the text said do not take more than 6. Wait, actually you were going to take more than 6, right?
How did you know?
I don't know, I just knew.
Well, of course I'm going to do it. Besides, my brothers are out going somewhere.
Do it then.
Bro, you're acting like you don't even care.
Whatever.
Say, why are we only allowed to buy 6 clocks and these are the only ones to buy?
I don't know. That's just the rules.
Okay, I guess.
Alright, I'm in. Now where are those clocks? Wow. Wow, so many clocks. I will take all of them at once. Montage time.
After 10,000 clocks later.
Alright, I collected all of the clocks. Honestly, I can't believe they all fitted in a single bag at once. Well, enough talk. Let's go before I get caught.
No, please, have mercy. No, please, do not step on me. I have bacterial infections on my body. Please spare me.
Like before, this incredible tiki show is quite interesting. Wait, Sunny, where did all of these clocks come from?
Why did you forget that Wait, no, not steal. It was free, so there won't be problems after that.
Don't forget the part where you got more than 6.
Yeah, I knew that. But let's just hope that they won't call my brothers. I hate when people snitch on me.
I wouldn't.
You better not snitch or else I'll wear your face.
Okay then.
Wait, why aren't you scared about it?
Didn't you know when a cat feels threatened, they will attack before someone attacks first?
Well, I forgot. Well, I'll use a gun to shoot you. How about that?
Whatever.
Anyway, I think we should sleep until morning time.
But it's not even night time. What?
Told you so.
Alright, fine, you got me.
Oh yeah, I set a fuse brick above the house to break all the clocks. When all the clocks are gone, the brick will be triggered.
Sunny, are you crazy? That's been processed to death.
I'll get out of your room. I don't mind that too.
Well, get out of there and leave. Oh, my gosh. The entire is turned into a giant hole of nothingness.
OMG, this wasn't supposed to happen. I only wanted it to destroy the clocks, not the neighborhood.
Sunny, that brick was about 20 feet tall and 10 meters wide. You don't expect this to be an explosion of destruction. And look at the blood on the floor. Millions of people have died because of you.
People have died too. That wasn't supposed to happen either.
Sunny, this is all your fault. Usually I never said this. But you are the most evil person to ever do such a thing.
Jules,
and guess what? You are going to hell for this. Sorry. But I won't agree to your plans anymore.
No, Jules, wait.
Goodbye.
I'm sorry. Come back. Oh no. I lost my trusty friend. All because I did something that I wasn't supposed to do. My brothers are going to destroy and kill me if they figure this out. You know what? I don't need that critter anymore. So screw you, Jules. I'm just going to a hotel for free to escape the people that hated me and I will stay there forever. So Damien, how is your day going so far?
Oh, my day's going fine. I just ate breakfast until you kids came.
Well, I ate breakfast too. And I decided to come over to your house.
Well, that's nice. Wait, Brinny, there's something on the news.
Breaking news. Earlier today at 3:30 p.m., a neighborhood in the state of Wyoming was destroyed by some sort of powerful bomb. We don't know what caused the destruction of this location. And we assumed that someone secretly has a bomb in their house and decided to blow it up. About 31 million people died in the neighborhood. We managed to find the destroyer's DNA by testing the blood. And the result of someone's DNA is Sonny. We don't know what he looks like, but he is a 7-year-old boy wearing all pink clothing and no hair on his head. So if you find this kid, call 911 immediately.
Item number, SCP-009. Object class, Euclid. Special containment procedures. Object is to be contained within a sealed storage tank of heat-resistant alloy with dimensions not less than 2 meter by 2 meter by 2 meters. Under no circumstances should SCP-009 be exposed to temperatures in excess of 0 degrees Celsius when not undergoing testing, and no water-based solutions shall be allowed within 30 meters of the object's containment area. Object's chamber is to be fitted with temperature sensors which must be monitored at all times, and is to be kept refrigerated by no fewer than 3 redundant cooling units. Any malfunction of sensors, or of coolant systems, is to be reported and repaired immediately. If at any time the temperature in the containment area climbs above -5 degrees Celsius, the chamber is to be locked down and flooded with coolant until temperatures return to safe levels, -30 degrees Celsius to -25 Celsius. Containment area is to be kept in total vacuum during testing, and personnel interacting with SCP-009 must wear full environmental protection.
The sky's the limit for your child's learning when you join their journey with the Prodigy Parent app. While your child...
Following testing, all equipment, personnel, and other materials must undergo dehydration procedures and be quarantined for no less than 12 hours. Any moisture found displaying properties of SCP-009 is to be quarantined and added to the containment area as soon as possible. Living organisms found to be contaminated by SCP-009 are to be terminated by chemical desiccation and extracted molecules of SCP-009 added to containment. Description: SCP-009 is approximately liters of a substance which superficially resembles distilled water, H2O, except with a distinct bright red hue. This red hue is discernible in all phases, and serves as the most expedient method of identifying contaminated matter before its anomalous properties manifest. In contrast to mundane water, SCP-009 assumes a liquid phase at temperatures between -100 degrees Celsius and 0 degrees Celsius, and a solid state above those temperatures. At temperatures below -100 degrees Celsius, SCP-009 vaporizes into a gaseous phase similar to steam. Examinations of the atomic structure of SCP-009 have proved inconclusive. The substance appears to be identical to normal water molecules, with the exception of redacted, in contrast to standard laws of enthalpy. Dr. Site, resident expert on xenospatial physics, suggests that SCP-009 may originate in a universe with alternate physical laws. The most hazardous property of SCP-009, however, is its ability to contaminate normal H2O. When in contact with any aqueous solution, SCP-009 will, through unknown mechanisms, transfer its anomalous properties to other objects and creatures. Testing has shown it capable of assimilating ice, steam, tea, fruit juice, seawater, blood, and data expunged. The time it takes for this process to occur varies depending on temperature and the exact chemical composition of affected matter, and had been observed as taking between 3 minutes and hours. Experiments on D-class personnel have illustrated the process of conversion by the substance, which has been found to follow a consistent pattern. 1. Initial exposure. Subject is exposed to SCP-009, and it begins assimilating any moisture present on the exposed surface. Creatures in this stage do not commonly notice any unusual symptoms except for a slight warming sensation. 2. Surface conversion. Frost begins to form on the exposed area as the heat produced by the subject and SCP-009 itself raises its temperature above 0 degrees Celsius. This stage can take anywhere from 1 minute to hours, during which time subjects begin to feel redacted crystals from the epidermis. 3. Deep tissue conversion. Exponential increase in temperature of SCP-009 causes runaway reaction throughout subject's body, resulting in redacted. Actual blood loss is minimal due to ice crystals. Redacted. Allowing subjects to remain alive and conscious for up to hours. 4. Data expunged. Testing on D-class personnel was discontinued as of the 23rd of April 2000. Addendum. Circumstances of retrieval. Subject was found in Alaska on the 5th of November 1960. The Foundation became involved after reports were obtained from the native tribe, who came across the mangled bodies of a team of seal hunters which had apparently been shipwrecked kilometers from the village. All victims were found encased in red ice. Cause of death recorded as internal bleeding, though closer examination found redacted. It is surmised that the low ambient temperatures in the area retarded the freezing process. This prolonged the time to total conversion by hours, and allowed the victims to remain conscious until data expunged. Origin of SCP-009 is currently unknown. Investigation into similar events or materials in the area is ongoing. Evidence at the scene suggests redacted. Possibly involving SCP. See Exploration Log A00914 for details. Addendum. The 9th of November 1900. After initial report and retrieval of specimens, it was confirmed that the arachnoid entity found by NTFB7, see attached file, was indeed a previously unknown instance of SCP-3023. Investigation has revealed the instance originated in redacted as a result of data expunged. Addendum. The 6th of December 1900. After repeated inquiries, it should be noted that the portion of coastline upon which the initial victims were found was barren rock approximately meters from the seashore, and was sufficiently dry and cold to prevent significant contamination of the surrounding area. Had the site been closer to the water, there is little doubt an extinction level event would have ensued. Consideration of upgrading SCP-009 to Geta class under review. Addendum. The 16th of December 2000. Supercooling of SCP-009 for the purposes of experimentation is disallowed until further notice. Personnel are advised that liquid nitrogen is only to be used on the subject in controlled amounts, and only until temperatures have reached acceptable levels. Related note. Possible application of SCP-009 in cold fusion research pending evaluation. Memo from O5 Command. The 9th of January 2000.
We've decided to keep this thing Euclid for now. We understand the concerns raised, but as long as you keep the power on and nobody goes near its containment area, there shouldn't be a problem. That's why we're keeping it in sight. After all, as for the cold fusion research, we're putting a pin in that for now. Frankly, we don't have it in the budget for another snafu like site. The salvage team still hasn't found Dr.
Redacted. Cross-testing report 9507F23. The following experiment record was recovered via a chance occurrence of SCP-507 shifting into a universe in which the described test was carried out using SCP-107. The applicability of the reported findings to our own universe is pending review.
Input, 10 millimeters of SCP-009 result. Red snow fell in test area for 27 minutes with moderate intensity. Grass growing in test area began runaway reaction which ended with entire area being frozen within minutes. Notably, anti-apopathic reaction of SCP-009 did not extend past the effective radius of SCP-107, for reasons still under investigation. Non-grass plants in area turned bright red in color, greatly expanded, and mutated to display cyan-colored tentacles similar to those of species Drosera capensis. Mucilage produced by these tentacles later found to be tiny beads of SCP-009. How the plant is able to survive with SCP-009 integrated into its cell structure is currently under investigation, with preliminary hypothesis being the plant is a reflection of flora from the substance's native universe.
Ollie's deals are so good, you won't believe the prices.
This has to be a joke.
It's no joke. Ollie's Bargain Outlet sells famous brand name merchandise at up to 70% off the fancy store prices. Hurry in.
Ollie! Good stuff, cheap!
Item number, SCP-016. Object class, Kita. Special containment procedures. SCP-016 is to remain within the confines of a 5x5x5 meter room at all times, maintained at a temperature not to exceed 0 degrees Celsius. SCP-016 itself is to remain in a petri dish in the containment cube at all times unless directed otherwise by level 4 or O5 personnel. Full documentation of experimentation with SCP-016 must be submitted before and after samples and duplicates of SCP-016 may be taken. Failure to follow these procedures will result in termination or reassignment as Class D personnel. Only authorized personnel may be permitted to obtain samples of and experiment with SCP-016 under BCL-5 containment conditions. If an outbreak does occur despite following the aforementioned procedures, directive-based personnel are to implement a Code Sigma lockdown and containment plan. Infected personnel are to be terminated on site by security forces wearing standard mission-oriented protective posture and biological and anti-chemical equipment. Should the infection not be contained after 48 hours, the on-site nuclear device is to be detonated. Remaining personnel are not to be evacuated under any circumstances. SCP-016 has been shown to survive for up to 6 hours on hard surfaces, and up to several minutes in air. High-intensity ultraviolet light and high concentrations of orthophthalealdehyde solution have been demonstrated to be effective in disinfecting non-organic surfaces. Description: SCP-016 is a bloodborne pathogen recovered from a mine worker who injured himself while working in a deep coal seam. Said wound became contaminated with coal dust from the mine, possibly infecting the worker with dormant spores. Over the next several days, SCP-016 proceeded to infect the remaining employees at the mining camp, as well as a CDC crisis team dispatched to deal with the epidemic. Foundation personnel then took over the investigation and terminated all affected personnel. Patient 0 was brought into captivity, and the mine shaft was collapsed by an explosive device. SCP-016 has an incubation period ranging from 24 hours to 2 years, depending on the presence and number of other human hosts in the area. First symptoms resemble the common cold, and include itchy eyes, runny nose, coughing, and bodily aches. Phase 2 begins in 48 hours, and consists of a controlled form of hemorrhagic fever, as the organism causes a small amount of blood to become aspirated in the lungs, creating an aerosol effect. During Phase 3, the host crashes and bleeds out, bleeding profusely from every bodily orifice, including the nose, tear ducts, anus, skin pores, mouth, urethra, and, in case of females, vagina. Blood pressure skyrockets during the final stage. Hosts have been observed projectile vomiting blood to distances of over 5 meters. Should the host survive this near-total exsanguination, the pathogen will become dormant once more, returning to incubation phase. What distinguishes SCP-016 from other strains of hemorrhagic fever such as Ebola and Marburg is its unusual response to high stress. Should the subject undergo a high-stress situation, such as a life-threatening crisis, the organism will change its survival tactic from rapid reproduction to the rewriting of the host's DNA and stimulation of rapid cell division. Major physiological changes occur within the first 24 hours, with complete bodily reconstruction occurring within 2 weeks' time. Most hosts do not survive the process due to the heavy demands made on the body. An interesting side effect of the transformation is an increased aggressive urge. It is believed that this may be an attempt to maximize the spread of the virus in a manner similar to rabies. On another note, subjects who undergo bodily transformation no longer appear to exhibit SCP-016's hemorrhagic properties. However, subjects infected by transformed hosts will still undergo the normal SCP-016 infection process. Addendum. Experiment log of SCP-016's transformative properties. Subject D0161. D-class personnel infected by SCP-016. Upon first showing symptoms, subject's courses were slowly flooded with water over a 24-hour period. SCP-016 mutated into teratomorphic state, transforming subject's lungs into gills. Subject survived for 2 more weeks as SCP-016 transformed its limbs into fins, caused its eyes to atrophy, and enhanced its sense of hearing into a cetacean-type echolocation ability. Subject was terminated by draining all water from its quarters, causing it to asphyxiate. Body was subsequently cremated without autopsy. Subject D0162. D-class personnel infected by SCP-016. Upon first showing symptoms, subject's quarters were slowly flooded with water over a 24-hour period. SCP-016 mutated into teratomorphic state, causing subject to undergo rapid muscular growth and increased bone growth on knuckles. Subject then attempted to escape from confinement by punching through the reinforced steel door. Subject was not successful and died by drowning.
Note. Same situation, 2 different responses. Interesting.
Dr. Subject D0163. D-class personnel infected by SCP-016. Subject was previously a chemical engineer who poisoned his wife upon discovering her adultery. Upon first showing symptoms, subject's quarters were slowly flooded with water over a 24-hour period. SCP-016 mutated into teratomorphic state, causing subject to grow an unusual organ on his chest, consisting of a chamber and 2 separate tubes. Organ continued to take in water and swell in size, until Foundation personnel, realizing what SCP-016 may be attempting, terminated the subject by gunshot. Organ was found to contain several gas sacs filled with acetylene gas and oxygen. Subject D0164. D-class personnel infected by SCP-016. Subject was told to concentrate on forming wings. No stress was applied. SCP-016 did not mutate into teratomorphic state. Subject died of exsanguination during Phase 3. Subject D0165. D-class personnel infected by SCP-016. Subject was told to concentrate on forming wings and placed in an acrylic box suspended 305 meters 1,000 feet above mine shaft. A timer was placed outside the box which subject was told indicated the time to release. SCP-016 mutated into teratomorphic state, causing subject to grow a tentacle-like organ on his left wrist similar to a spider's spinnerets. Subject extended said organ through one of the box's air holes and extruded a strong, silk-like substance, which it then used to secure the box to the cable. Subject was terminated when the countdown reached 0 and the bomb detonated. Before we end this video, I want to tell you the footnote I found in the article. It says, due to their similarities as fatal contagions that stimulate the production of excess organs, a possible link to SCP-1801 is under investigation. That's all.
Our family taught us to live by the golden rule.
Treat everyone who calls like they're someone's friend, family, or loved one.
And we do. When you call, we listen. We get started on your case.
And we're Michigan's only firm to offer the no-fee guarantee. You don't pay until we win.
Treating you like family, because that's how you deserve to be treated.
That's the Bernstein advantage.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
Huh. Why do I feel like I know what today is? Happy birthday, Brittany. Wait, it's my birthday.
Yes, bro. You remember that in May. Your birthday is coming up.
Wow, it's May already. Time flies.
Yeah, no doubt.
Alright, since it's my birthday, where do you want to go? Oh, what about the bowling alley? Yeah, I think that is a good place to go.
Alright, let's go.
Oh, and yes, we have a cake. Okay, good. Again, as usual. Sunny. Destruction.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't say this over and over again. Because I'm pretty sure the viewers are tired of hearing this.
Alright, Jules, you ready to play Would You Rather?
I guess.
Would you rather live in Germany or Italy?
Germany? Heck no. Germany was once Nazi Germany and they killed tons of Europe people due to Hitler. So no Germany, but Italy. The spaghetti is so appetizing to me. Mamma mia. The spaghetti and pizza and stuff. So I'll take Italy.
Well, good decision.
Alright, now your turn. Would you rather live alone or live with a partner?
Well, I would live by myself. Except for you. Because I bet that guy or gal is abusive also. So I'll pick that.
Okay then.
Jules, why do you sound like that?
I mean.
Okay then.
Alright, that was weird. Anyways, I'll go get some breakfast.
Good luck with that, buddy.
Phew. I'm glad he didn't know about my secret voice. I spoke in this voice a long time ago.
Wait a minute. Where are my brothers? They should be down here getting cereal or something. Wait, why did I even think that? They probably ate early and probably went somewhere. Well, luckily for them, I won't cause tons of trouble in here, as my body still hurts a little. But, what is that sitting on the table? Wait a minute. This is a cake for someone's birthday. I know it's not my birthday because it's on June 3rd. Whose birthday is it then? I see a piece of blue paper on the side of the cake. Let me teleport it over here. It says, Happy birthday, Brittany. Oh heck no. Brittany cannot deserve a birthday, due to the fact he is super violent and aggressive towards me. and he was luckily no caught by the police, unless the cops accept this thing for themselves. You know what? I don't care if I'm hurt. I'm ruining his cake right away. There. Now they won't see cake. Yeah, I got a strike once again. Well, congrats on that. Well, I guess it's time to return now and to eat cake. Anyways, let's go. Oh my god, why is it covered in dirt?
I don't know. We didn't see anybody put dirt on it.
Wait a minute, we have cameras. I don't know why we kept forgetting that. Anyways, let me get the laptop. Wow, the pink boy really ruined my cake.
Bruh, why can't you just train your brother to stop doing bad things?
Bruh, we aren't gonna do anything unless you decided to make a training video all about Sonny. So we can't do that unless you chose to.
Oh yeah, I forgot I got my real life version to make the video. Isn't that right, Damien?
Hi, I'm Damien. What the heck? Hey, the video isn't over yet.
Oh, sorry.
Anyways, I'm about to do a tame punishment for him this time. Damien, what are you looking at?
Oh, nothing.
Hi, I'm Damien. Well, surprisingly, my brothers didn't know that the dirt was on the cake. Sonny.
I guess not.
Why did you put dirt in my cake? Brittany, I'm sorry. Do not injure me like you always do. Oh, I'm not here to hurt you. Instead, you will stay in the corner for 4 minutes.
Hey bro, I touched the dirt and it was fake. It was just toys of dirt.
Wait, really? Thank God. Wait, what? I thought it was real.
Well, I had to tell you about that. Bye.
Actually, instead of that, you will stay here for the whole day. The door is locked, so don't attempt to get out. Bruh, why do these characters randomly teleport away?
After Sonny was blocked access from escaping, the people sing happy birthday to him and they eat cake, and they live happily ever after. Or so they think. Alright Damien, hold the camera.
Okay.
Hey guys, before this video ends, I would leave just a reminder of the recent episode called Sonny's Destruction. Part 2 of that will come out soon because of Damien having too many Vyond video ideas to make, so the video won't be called Sonny's Destruction Part 2. Instead it will be called Sonny's New Home. That will come until all of the ideas are completed, and also before all that, a lot of iOS animation will come out also, so the video that's coming out will take quite a while to release. That's all for now, see you later.
Did you really have to end the episode like that?
Yeah, because the people were stupid anyway.
Whatever.
Now I know that everybody pretty much know this, but I'll tell you it anyway. Rhyming is when you replace a letter with another letter, or at least two, with leaving just the remaining words. I'm going to example just took, boy, at, and do's. Let's start. Book. It's when you read something from pages. Cook. It's when you make meat or other food products more edible by heating it up with a oven, microwave, etc. Hook. An object that can possibly be used to hang up clothing or material. Look, so someone can see their surroundings or is finding something important. Took. Like when someone borrows, steals something. For example, carjacking, armed robbery, bank robbery, etc. Boy. A male that is young. Joy. An expression of extreme happiness and excitement. Toy. A plastic figure that is played by mostly children. Bat. When people do something ridiculous or dangerous. Dat. A male that takes care of a newborn child. Mat. A annoyed or angry expression. Sat. A expression of depression. House. A building that shelters people from wet, hot, cold, or bad climate. Mouse. A small mammal that is furry and is expert at dodging danger. I mean that kind of makes sense to put house before mouse examples, because it's called House of the Mouse. Get it? I'm just gonna keep going. Anybody seen it? That's all for now. See you next time.
Move on to a different prep. I did.
Get in there, and think about what you did. Man, I'm sick and tired of this beating up crap. I wish I can get back at them someday. Wait, why is the room messy again? Seriously, Jules? I'm just going to watch television.
Wow, look at the bubbles. It reminds me of my ex-wife, because she is fat.
Man, TV sucks. Hey, Jules, you done? You're still eating? Continue, I guess. Why'd it do that? Never mind.
Ex-wife, because she is fat.
You know what? I'm super tired of everyone screwing with me. I wish there was a way for every person in the world to die. Wait, where did this book come from? Well, I don't like reading, but I'm gonna read it anyway. It read, are you tired of your siblings injuring you? Do you wish you could get back at them? Well, luckily, we got you those steps. Well, I should not say this yet because I'm afraid that if I say it without those steps, it will just pop out from somewhere. Let's do this? Okay, I got all the steps prepared. Now time for the final step. Dear demon, please do something to stop me suffering. Please rise from hell to help me live a good life. Oh my gosh, that was the most insane moment I've seen in my life, also making my head hurt a lot. What the? My whole room is destroyed. My dresser and bed is flipped over. Oh my gosh, what happened?
I think I might be the cause of that.
Wait, who said that? Wait, are you a demon? You look a lot like my blue brother but darker in color. And also your skin too.
Oh, I chose this form so I can trick his other friends into thinking I'm him, and also confusing the original one.
Oh well, that is kind of foolproof. So demon, I would like you to kill everyone in the world, so I can be a free man.
Okay, we'll do. But before I do that, I got a surprise for you.
Oh, what is it?
Well, what the heck, Sunny? What was all that noise about? I just finished eating and rested, but all of a sudden I heard a loud noise. Are you okay? Well, what the why is there blood here? And is Sunny dead? Who did this?
Oh, you will be joining him soon also.
Who said that?
Me.
Oh yeah, guys. I should go get some groceries from the store. I'll be back. Make sure Sonny is safe. Okay, will do. Oh, and speaking of Sonny, I should go check on him. Why do I suddenly feel like something is dead in here? I can't figure it out. Sonny? Is anybody dead in here? I'm kind of wondering how Greg is doing in there. What the heck? Is Greg okay in there? Maybe we should go check on him. Guys, what was that loud scream about? That's what we were wondering. It must be Greg in trouble. Okay, you guys go check on that. I'll look out the window since it's a nice day outside. Okay, Channy. Hey, Greg. Why'd you scream? Oh my gosh. What the fuck happened to Sonny? There is no time to explain. Call 911 immediately. Alright, just calm down, Greg, and call the police. Okay. Guys, there's someone you might know outside. Wait, who? What is Brenny doing outside? Isn't he supposed to get the groceries? Hold on, let me go talk to him real quick. Brenny, why are you outside and what happened to Sonny and Jules? Brenny? Where am I? Where's this place? Where's there fire everywhere and why is the sky red? Is this hell? Or am I dreaming? Maybe I should find a way out of here. Oh my god, how long is this street? I just ran about 10 miles since I arrived. Who's behind me? I must run faster. I'm too scared what is happening right now. Someone just pushed me over and there's no way I can escape this. Hi. What are you doing here?
Want to try again?
Alright, the police are on their way to check on them. Wait just a minute, guys. Finn hasn't returned in about 2 hours when he went to check on Brinny. Now that I'm thinking about it, Finn did go see Brinny, but he didn't come back inside. I'm going to check on him. Finn, where are you? You've been gone for like 2 hours straight.
So, you were looking for that red bastard, huh?
Who said that? Show yourself. How could you kill that red boy? You will pay for this.
But this would be a waste of time for you, because I'm God.
I don't know what you're talking about, but take this. Wait, where'd he go?
So many souls to play with, so little time, won't you agree?
Okay, not only Finn is missing, but Tinny is also not coming. Okay, I think I have a bad feeling about this incident. Oh my gosh, what the hell happened to Tinny? He looks like he is decomposing severely. Is he dead? Oh my god, is that Brenny, but more demonic looking?
Oh, no. I'm actually a demon taking his form to trick you guys into thinking I'm Brenny. But you'll have done bases. Ha ha ha.
Wait, so you are the reason the two went missing. You killed them, you monster.
Well, since I'm here now, you're all going to die.
Oh hell no. Damien, we need your help.
Whoa, what is it? Also, why are you all merged like that?
Damien, there is an eldritch demon that took Brenny's appearance in our house, and he killed 2 of our friends. Wait, Greg, earlier you saw a pink-clothed boy and a cat died in a room. Is it possible that he killed them too? Oh yeah, also Sonny and Jules died from him. So 4 people died in there.
I know this thing.
Wait, you do?
Yes, I've known this demon a long time ago, since 2014. Let me tell you. So first of all, his name is X, or Soul Stealer. He is known to steal souls from innocent people after killing them first, and also bring them back as reanimated corpses, but will sometimes remove parts of the corpse and force them to do something he desires. He is an extraterrestrial being that is really powerful. I don't know how he came into existence, or why he came into existence, and he for some reason thinks he is God, even though he's not, and there are other gods out there stronger than him.
Whoa, that is unheard of. So, there is no way to kill him, right?
Well, actually, there is a way to defeat him.
Which is?
By getting some help from another powerful being, but with 4 of them.
Who is this powerful being you're talking about?
The flights. These birds will possibly defeat this demon if they agree to this. They can pretty much overpower anything in this universe. They are also gods.
Well, how are we going to get to them?
Well, I have their address, so let's go.
Alright, your total is $6.99.
Alright, let me put the card in.
Thank you for coming to Tonka's Groceries. Have a nice day.
Alright, this is their home.
Let's go in.
So birds, how are the life forms doing? You've said that too many times already, and they're doing what they are doing now. Well, I was just wondering that.
The flights.
Oh hey, they're humans. What seems to be the problem?
Well, there is this demon named X, killing everybody he sees. And I want you birds to stop him.
Oh hell no, we all know the demon. Don't worry. We will take care of this.
Okay, great. But can you carry us back to our house? Because we literally just got here and our legs hurt.
No problemo. X, stop right this instant.
Oh hey, that's right. Long time no see. I guess you wanted to fight me, right?
Yes, I wanted you gone from existence. And me and the others would beat your ass up.
Well, you've made an honorable mistake, because these punks behind me I believe his name. Timmy and Danny will come to slow you down, so I will reanimate them.
Well, it still doesn't matter.
Suit yourself then.
So that's what Sonny looks like as a zombie. He naked with a black mask.
Alright, flights. Let's release our ultimate weapon and defeat him. You betcha.
I am up from acid plus Blackbird, and you will burn down.
I think you're going down.
Wait, what about us?
I'll take care of us. You take care of the corpses.
Okay, got you.
You thought it would do much more damage to me. Now it's my turn.
That was quite suffocating, but can you survive this?
Oh, that ultimate throw. Shoot a fireball at him.
How will you win me? This is impossible.
You're not complaining. That fireball's down to you, so you can't attack just yet. And this is my chance to defeat you. Super fireball activated.
Wait, what happened?
I defeated X, and his playmates disappeared, so you all are safe now.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much for your help. We really appreciate it.
No problem. Remember, if you guys are in serious trouble, let us know. Anyways, we have to go now, so see you fellas for now.
Well guys, I've got to go home now. See you later.
Well, let's go back inside. So, how was the fight? Well, good news. The demon is gone. Wow, good job. Now the world is safe. Yeah, but we lost 3 of our buddies, and also our cat. Oh yeah, that. What are we going to do about that? Hey guys, I'm back. Wait, where are the others? We don't want to talk about that now. Okay, I'm going to put the groceries in the kitchen.
Ready for round 2?
Yeah, not even a fucking chance.
It is too boring in here. The power is out. The games are nowhere to be seen right now. Man, what should I do now? I know. How about me and my brothers go on vacation for 5 days? Yeah, I think that would be great. Let me bring my color buddies over here. So why did you bring us here for? Well, guys, I was planning on going to vacation for about 5 days. Oh yeah, sure. There's nothing else to do anyway. Wait, what about I know. You're going to get a babysitter for now. Because you know what? Okay, anyways, pack your things and get ready for tomorrow.
Sunday morning.
Alright, are you all ready to go to Canada? We are. Wait, but before we go, we got to wait for Sonny's babysitter. That must be him. Alright, Gabriel. While we are gone for 5 days, you will watch over Sonny and make sure he is behaving, okay?
Alright, I won't let you down.
Alright, bye.
Alright, all I gotta do is watch a pink-clothed kid until 5 days is up. This will be easy. I'm going to watch television.
Hey there, want to see me break dance?
That is quite interesting.
I heard talking in the living room. Let me go see what is going on.
That is still quite interesting.
Wait, who are you?
Oh yeah, I'm your babysitter. Brynny and his other brothers are out on a vacation for 5 days, so I have to watch you for now.
Okay, I guess.
That is still quite interesting.
Bruh, why is Brynny doing this? I've literally changed since he gave me so much punishments. Okay, I'm joking, but still. Why? It doesn't matter anymore. I'm still going to do fun stuff with my friends anyway. But it's Jules. Yeah, he's probably sleeping right now. Let me call Nick. Alright, Nick. We will give you rotten mashed potatoes in a minute. I don't understand why you are doing this. Also, can you show your face to the viewers because I bet they want to know who's talking? Okay, fine. Hey guys. My name is Pipey and this is what I look like. Yeah, bye. I do not understand why he's so moody today. Hello, who is this? Sonny, what do you want? Listen, man. I'm too tired of doing this. Pipey is in a bad mood right now and I don't want him angry, so go find someone else, okay? Bye. What was this problem? Whatever. Let's just call Dave and George instead.
After Dave and George's call,
You're also in the mood also. Fine, bye. My gosh, what am I going to do now? Wait a minute, I do have a female friend, and she is named Halia, so maybe I should call her. I hope she's not in a bad mood also.
Hello, who is this?
Hello, Halia. Are you in a bad mood right now?
No, I am perfectly fine, thank you.
Okay, good. I was wondering if you could drive me to a store to get as much food as possible.
All right, I'll be here right away.
30 minutes later.
All right, Sonny, get in. All right, Sonny, pick out all the foods you want.
I know just what to buy.
13 minutes later.
Man, I've been watching Tiki's show for about 3 hours. I should probably check on Sonny to see what he's doing. Sonny, where did you get this food at?
The fridge.
Okay, but these other foods should be cooked, not frozen. Besides, these are still in the bag.
Well, just forget about it. I'm trying to eat here.
All right, I am gonna leave you alone.
That was a close one.
That was honestly kind of weird. He has so many foods. Whatever. Let me just get me something to eat.
Hello, everybody. This is your pilot speaking. We are currently heading to Pamir right now. We will arrive there for about 2 hours. Talk to you guys later.
Wow, this place is so big. There must be a hotel somewhere in the city. So let's go and find one.
Maybe it's the Color Brothers. Man, I was asleep for 5 days because I was so tired. Anyways, time to let them in. Hey guys, how was your vacation?
It was very good. We have Mr. Burger food almost every day, and we celebrated parties, and go to amusement park to have fun.
Well, that sounds like so much fun. I wish I can go.
You will someday.
All right, bye. Oh, and by the way, Sonny bought a lot of food from a store or something.
What?
Say bye-bye to gum problems and bad breath. Say hello, Gum Wash. A new mouthwash from Parodontics.
January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December. That's all. Kind of stupid, not gonna lie. I decided to make up my 13th month anyways. Its name would be September.
Welcome to Zeno's Food. How may I take your order?
I would like a double cheeseburger and 2 Cokes for my friend and me.
All right, coming right up. All right, Dave. A customer requested for a double cheeseburger and 2 Cokes.
All right then, let's ask the others. Hey guys, one customer asked for a double cheeseburger and 2 Cokes. Do we still have some of that?
Well, we seem to be out of those foods.
Wait, what do you mean we are all out?
Well, not only that, but we are also all out of foods in this restaurant. We couldn't find any foods related to those foods.
What? We're all out of those foods? How did this happen?
I think the reason is that we kept bringing these foods to a bunch of customers and we just didn't have enough knowledge to make more of them, so that's probably it.
What?
Bruh, why didn't you stop being lazy and just make more food, huh?
I think it's time to calm down yourselves, Joey. We will fix this, I promise. Joey, I think I accidentally knocked him out.
Well, what are we going to do now?
Maybe we should probably call the boss about this.
So what is going on here?
Well, boss, we cannot seem to find the food where it's found on the order menu.
Well, this sucks, but don't worry. We will find a way to revive the food no matter what happens whatsoever.
Okay, stop trying to be cool with those words.
I promise I'm not.
Hey guys, we overheard you talking about running out of food. Is there a problem?
Wait, how did you kids get in here? And yes, we are allowed.
Wait, hold up, Dave. They might be helpful on some occasions. We were actually wondering if you could help us get the food we wanted, because I saw you guys kick butt on some latest episodes.
Well, we actually are here to eat some grub, but I guess it would be best.
All right, but first we have to remind the customers that we will be gone for a while.
Man, what is taking so long?
Hello, customers of the food restaurant. We advise you to stay here for approximately 7 hours because we are currently preparing some food, so please be patient and we'll be back after. So see you later in for a minute.
Okay, I guess.
Alright guys, we're in some random rainforest. We can find some animals to make us foods, and almost grab some crops and roots in case some customers want to be healthy.
Alright, I got you. There's the board. Let's get him. Alright, we killed the boar and butchered it quickly. Cool. Now let's find more animals.
I am the king of this castle. Wait, will you guys...
Finally got the king meat back. Now let's find more.
After the trio gathered up to find the meat and crops for approximately 5 hours.
Alright, that seems to be all the meat we can find, and the crops also, so now let's send them back to the restaurant. Alright guys, it's time to revive the food and get back to serving. Attention everyone, we are now done with our problems. So now you can get your food in no time. Have a nice day.
About time. Well, at least I got my meal.
Isn't it a bit too late to upload this school video?
Yeah, but even though school is over, I still have to upload this video. Besides, school will come back anyways.
Okay, I guess.
Vyond, another day at school. Isn't it just weird that we are going on a no-school day?
Don't respond to that. Damien has been keeping this Vyond video in his head for quite a while, and it was supposed to come out before the school year ends, but it was too late. This is not the only school video. There are 7 more Vyond school videos that he is going to make, so this could be a while. Anyways, back to the video.
I don't know, but let's wait for Damien to take us.
Hey kids, time to go to a no-school day, I think. Hey class, I know it's kinda weird that we are coming back to school for some reason because it has been 1 month, but to be fair there will be 6 more episodes all about school stuff, so yeah, get used to that. Anyways, you mates will be doing simple addition. That's all. Get started.
Oh come on, first school is over, and we are coming back on a no-school day. My happiness got the best of me, but it quickly made me depressed. This is stupid.
Oh my gosh, I'm sick and tired of this crap. This boy would have been free from school if this didn't happen. GRRRRR.
Dude, just calm down and be patient. Random things happen all the time. They can't help it sometimes, so just take a chill pill, please.
No, I will make him ditch school instead.
No, you don't get back here.
Maybe there is a way to be out of school for good. I should ditch school and try to have tons of fun. Who cares about stupid school? It's dumb and retarded. Hey Mr. D, can I go to the bathroom real quick, please?
Okay Sammy, I guess you can go. At least you said it nicely.
Alright, let's go. Alright, now's my chance. Finally out of here. Now let's go somewhere else.
Wait. Why isn't anyone here? About time someone is here. Anyways, have fun at Dave and Buster's. Bye.
Okay, it's kind of weird there is nobody here playing games, but I'm kind of glad I'm the only one here. Let's play this game.
Tiki, the game. Play this and have fun. Oh no, this giant bitch is going to crush my balls. What could save my balls from being crushed? Hooray, you saved my balls' life.
This game is weird.
Alright class, it has been 1 hour, but I have one question. Where is Sunny?
I know, we haven't seen him since he left for the bathroom.
That's weird. I MMA go to the principal for a minute.
Wasn't he here a minute ago since class started?
Yes, he was, but he couldn't have chewed so long using the restroom. Maybe we have to wait until the teacher comes back.
Oh hey Mr. D, what brings you in my office?
Well Mr. Boy, I suddenly noticed that one of my classmates is in the restrooms for a while. He wears a pink shirt, shorts, and shoes.
Oh, you're talking about Sunny? Well, I would check the security cameras to find him. Where could he possibly be? Wait, what? He is going the wrong way. Where is he going? Oh my god, Sunny just left school for no reason. I cannot believe this.
Oh come on, why didn't I realize he was gonna do that?
Well, for now, he will be suspended until the next school year.
Wait, but he's still going to come back nonetheless.
Oh yeah, stupid DBJ decisions. Just tell him he will be suspended until the next no school day.
Okay, see you later. Or not.
You will die right now. No please. You died.
Dang it, I lost. Well, at least I had fun here. I may go home and rest. Brittany, I can't play.
Hey, you bitch. Let go of me right this instant.
No. You have to stay here to learn discipline of thinking about this stupid plan. So see you never.
Fuck you, bitch.
Oh my god, Sonny. I cannot believe you blew up Damien's house with a bomb. Not only that, but Damien wasn't found inside the house, so I think he might be dead somewhere. Well, he was the creator of the channel, so I had to take revenge on him. You know what? You're going to die right now. Wait, what? Stay right here. I'll be right back. Did he just said something about killing me? I've got a bad feeling about this.
7 minutes later.
What is that? It's a chainsaw, and I'm going to use it to kill you for good. What? No. Please do not kill me. What did I even do? Bruh, you know exactly what you did. And too bad. You must be dead so I can know how to do it. So die, bitch.
Oh yeah. Damien should have warned you about this video, so I'm just remind you guys that. Brace yourself.
Finally, he's out of this world. Oh hey Brittany, where have you been? Oh yeah, I killed Sonny. Wait, what? Why? Because he kept pissing me off. But can you show me to make sure? Okay, fine, I guess. You act like you have a problem with me killing that asshole. Oh my god, he is not lying. Oh my god, I think we actually are having a heart of liking Sonny now. This is too far. I think we should call the police to arrest him. And is that a chainsaw? Okay, he is going to jail. See, I told you he was dead in there. And you seem to be talking about weird stuff in there. Don, worry about it. See you later. That was weird. I'm going to the store. Alright, where's the phone at?
Guys, I heard a lot of noise. What's going on in here?
Wait, what? We thought you are dead.
No. I just left to get groceries for my dinner.
Anyway, Brenny just killed Sonny for no reason. And it was brutal.
Wait, really?
Yeah, see for yourself.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, you should call the police.
911, what's your emergency?
Help. A murderer just killed a friend of ours. You got to arrest him.
Okay, we'll be right there.
I'll go get it. Okay, here's the plan. Brinny is out to the store. So when he comes back, you guys tackle him and send him to prison.
Okay, we will follow with that.
Man, I cannot believe this store is closed for some reason. Well, at least I'm here.
There he is. Get him.
Brinny, you are under arrest.
What is going on? What did I do?
For killing your brother Sammy.
Oh, come on, he had to die. He needs to be gone for good.
Well, still you will get life in prison now.
No, you better not take me away, you big shotgun ass cops. I will kill you if you take me away too.
Wow, thank you so much for saving us, man. He was about to kill us.
No problem. I didn't know Brinny was this crazy.
Well, let's be glad that he is gone from the face of the earth. Stay safe, guys.
Oh my gosh. I cannot believe Brinny is actually a criminal.
Yeah, and we didn't know that before. Let's just be glad that he's gone now and he will suffer in hell.
But now there are 4 of us. Me, Greg, Harry, and Christian.
Well, since my house got destroyed, I can probably stay here and keep you guys safe with my AK-47.
I mean, I guess it would be best.
Well, I'm going to whip us up some dinner.
Wait, what? Where am I? Am I in the void?
No, you are in the afterlife now. I just didn't make a decision whether you go to heaven or hell, since you did a few good and bad things in your life.
Oh, come on. It was just Sonny's attitude. I cannot die just for that.
Please, do not start this here. You have a thirst for blood, which is probably the reason you always be mad. You cannot control your anger, so I'm here to fix it.
How can you possibly fix me, huh?
So here's the problem. I am currently unable to send you to heaven or hell, due to the fact that a 50-year-old man died 5 minutes ago after your death, and it might take him a few minutes to send to heaven. So how about this? I'm going to reincarnate you into a new body, and also your soul will stop existing during that time, so you will not be the same ever again. Although some of your memories won't be wiped out and your personality will be changed to a sane and calm and nice person.
Wait, what? No, I cannot fade away. I promise I'll change, I swear. Just let me be free to my family.
No, it's too late. I already set the timer for you to be reborn, so you just gotta hope you will be good in your new persona.
I guess you're right. I have to go. I'm a psychopath that's torturing Sonny all these years, so I have to bear with this new persona then. Thank you for everything, I guess.
It's my business to make sure everything is okay. See your new body later. Oh yes, Annie. You also have to get a new body as well.
I have to be reborn?
Yeah, so see your new body later.
I have a huge headache.
Me too. I feel like I banged my head against something.
Oh, you must be Sonny, right?
Yes, and you must be Brinny.
Well, we must know our home. Where is it?
I think I see it right there.
Well, let's go.
Wait, who are you guys?
Why don't you know us? We are Brinny and Sonny.
Well, judging by that voice, I say it's you two. You two look incredibly different in those clothes. Even your faces.
Yes, we just got reborn, I think.
Whoa, that voice you got is pretty much changed.
Well, the voices and looks you have is cool and all, but it's going to take some time getting used to. Are you going to act the same despite you guys dying?
Oh no, I'm nice now, don't worry about it.
Yay, I'm going to be good from now on.
Well, that's good. We are watching TV now.
I'll stay and watch television with you.
Well, I'm going to my room. Oh yay, this is where I died at. At least he won't do this anymore.
Sunny, what happened here? I was in a coma for about 11 hours and I don't know what happened. What the hell? What happened here? Wait, who are you?
It's me, Sunny. I'm just different.
Well, I do see your identical color, so I'll believe you. Anyways, what happened in here? Why is there so much blood?
Oh, don't mind about it. I'll clean it up.
Well, that was generous of him.
Before this video ends, yes, this is canon. Their personality are now changed permanently and will always be like this. Anyways, thanks for watching and see you next time.
Small business owners are fighting to keep the lights on, and I think state government can be a much better partner. I believe the best way for Main Street to succeed is for Lansing to get rid of unnecessary rules and regulations.
I'm State Representative Mike Harris, and I'm working for you.
I had a good sleep. Let's watch TV.
I'll get the remote.
Welcome to the Tiki Halloween special.
Wait, Tiki. It's only July.
I know, stupid. You don't have to be a smartass about it.
Oh boy, Halloween special. This will be interesting.
Isn't it too early to celebrate Halloween right now?
Yeah, but nothing will stop me from watching specials of Tiki.
Okay, I guess.
Hello guys, today, we will summon Satan. I present to you guys, Satan.
Actually, my name is X, and you're going to die. Oh my god, you just killed Tiki. What's wrong with you? So you want to die too, huh? No, please, have mercy.
What the hell was going on in there? That doesn't sound safe at all. Sunny, what happened in there? Sunny? Maybe he's just tired from watching all that. I'm putting him in bed.
What happened? Wait, why am I outside? I was just sleeping in shock when I watched that special. Well, let's go back inside. Wait, why does the house look entirely different? Something weird is going on. Oh, this room is definitely not normal. It looks like it's haunted. Wait, is that Finn and Tinny? Guys, you don't look so good. Are you okay?
You will die right now.
Wait, what?
You know, despite it being July, I still like this special.
Was that Sonny screaming?
I'm going to check on him.
Oh my gosh, that demon just killed me again. How am I still alive?
Sunny, you okay? Why did you scream?
Believe it or not, I think I had a dream about a cursed house that looked just like ours, except the colors are different, and then our brother and friend named Finn and Tinny looked like they were risen from the dead, and then all of a sudden this demon showed up and killed me.
Well, don't worry about that. It was just a nightmare. It has nothing to harm you. And did you say a demon that looked like Brinny? That was possibly X.
Well, I didn't say that, but yay, but I can't go back to sleep. The dream is about to happen again anyway.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
I don't know, maybe kill the demon in my dream or something, or get help killing it.
I'll see what I can do. Guys, Sunny had a dream about a cursed devil that looks like Brinny, even though Brinny doesn't look like that anymore.
Well, what are we gonna do? Kill the demon or something?
I think that's what we are supposed to do, I guess.
Well, I guess I'll come too.
Alright, brothers. We will be right back when the mission is complete. See you later. Alright, Sunny. Me and Brinny will go inside your dream and kill that demon for you.
Alright, thanks for doing this for me. I will sleep now.
Alright, his dream is visible. Now let's go in. Hey, Sunny. We're here.
Thank God you're here in time. This demon is trying to end me.
Hey you are going to die right now.
Oh really? I'm powerful, you know. I will kill you guys instantly.
That's where you are wrong. The flights. Come over here and kill X.
Well, X came back. Well, I have to end you again.
Good job for killing him for us, Flight.
No problemo.
Well, we have to go, so bye.
So long.
Thank you so much for getting that demon out of my dream. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Do you want to hang out with us for a while?
Sure. I have nothing else to do anyway.
The SCP we're about to be talking about is SCP-035, Object Class Keter, Special Containment Procedures. SCP-035 is to be kept within a hermetically sealed glass case, no fewer than 10 centimeters, or 4 inches thick. This case is to be contained within a steel, iron, and lead-shielded room at all times. The doors are to be triple locked at all times, with the exception of allowing personnel in or out. No fewer than 2 armed guards are to be posted at any time. Guards must remain outside at all times and are not allowed within the containment room under any circumstances. A trained psychologist is to remain on site at all times. Research personnel are not to touch 035 at any time. SCP-035 must be moved to a new sealed case every 2 weeks. The previous case must be disposed of via SCP-101, as it shows no adverse reaction to SCP-035's corruption. Anyone who comes into contact with SCP-035 when it's in possession of a host has to be given an immediate psychological evaluation. Description: SCP-035 appears to be a white porcelain comedy mask, although at times it will change to tragedy. In these events, all existing visual records, such as photographs, video footage, even illustrations of SCP-035 automatically change to reflect its new appearance. A highly corrosive and degenerative viscous liquid constantly seeps from the eye and mouth holes of SCP-035, and then come into contact with the substance slowly decays over a period of time, depending on the material, until it has decayed completely into a pool of the original contaminant. The glass seems to react to the slowest effects of the item, hence the construction towards its immediate container. Living organisms that come into contact with the substance react much the same way, with no chance of recovery. Origin of liquid is unknown. Liquid is only visible from the front and does not emerge, or is even visible from the other side. Subjects within 1.5 to 2 meters, or 5 to 6 feet of SCP-035, or in visual contact with it, experience a strong urge to put it on. When SCP-035 is placed on the face of an individual, an alternate brainwave pattern from SCP-035 overlaps on that of the original host, effectively snuffing it out and causing brain death to the subject. The subject then claims to be the consciousness contained within the SCP-035. The body of the possessed subject decay at a highly accelerated rate, eventually becoming little more than mummified corpses. Nevertheless, SCP-035 has demonstrated the ability to remain in cognitive control of a body, experiencing severe structural damage, even if the subject's body literally decays to the point where motion is not mechanically possible. No effect is found to be had when placed on the face of the animal. Conversations with SCP-035 have proven to be informative. Researchers have learned various details about other SCP objects and history in general. As SCP-035 claims to have been at many momentous events, SCP-035 displays a highly intelligent, charismatic personality, being both amiable and flattering to all those who speak with it. SCP-035 has scored in the 99th percentile on all intelligence and aptitude tests administered to it, and appears to have photographic memory. However, psychological analysis has discovered SCP-035 to possess a highly manipulative nature, capable of forcing sudden and profound changes to the interviewer's psychological state. SCP-035 has proven to be highly sadistic, prompting some to commit suicide and transforming others into near-mindless servants with angulistic persuasion alone. SCP-035 has stated that it has intimate knowledge of the workings of the human mind and implied that it could change anyone's views if given enough time. Additional, 035 was found in the sealed crypt in an abandoned house in Phoenix and 18 restricted. Addendum 035-1. SCP-035 has been found to be able to possess anything that has a humanoid shape, including mannequins, corpses, and statues. 035 has been able to motivate all into movement, removing the need to expose life subjects to 035. Still, anything that possesses inevitably the case into motionlessness. Addendum 035-02. SCP-035 has facilitated an escape attempt, convincing several of the research staff to aid it in its bid for freedom. Insurrection failed. All staff that has been in contact with SCP-035 have been terminated, and mandatory psychiatric evaluations have been implemented for all personnel coming in contact with SCP-035. Addendum 035-03. It has been determined that SCP-035 is capable of telepathy, whether or not it possesses a host, even penetrating to the subconscious of others, and using the knowledge it finds to its advantage. Extreme caution is advised when choosing subject to conversant with SCP-035. Addendum SCP-035-04. SCP-035 has expressed an interest in other SCPs, most notably SCP-4715 and SCP-682. Dr. Something has expressed worry that should SCP-035 bond with either, the regenerative qualities would negate its corruption and give them a permanent host. Addendum 035-05. After several more escape attempts, and after reviewing SCP-035's incident record, High Command has ordered that it has to be permanently sealed within the facility and prohibited from being allowed any more hosts. Several personnel have protested against this, with some even erupting into violence. As a direct result, all personnel that has come into contact with SCP-035 have been terminated. Going forward, all personnel that deal with SCP-035 are to be rotated frequently, and contact is to be limited, even to its dormant state, as little as possible. Addendum 035-06. Personnel within 10 meters of SCP-035 have recently reported feeling unease, stating that they can hear unintelligible whispering. Several others have suffered from severe migraines. Object has been monitored, but there's no change in its dormant behavior, and no sounds have been recorded. The motion to reinstate SCP-035's host privileges have been brought up once more, if only on a temporary basis, to discover these new changes in the object's behavior. Denied. Addendum 035-07. The walls of SCP-035 containment cell have suddenly begun secreting a black substance. Test on the subject has been revealed to be a human blood. Although highly contaminated with several foreign and unknown agents, substance is corrosive, having a pH of 4.5, and prolonged exposure to the walls has proven to be detrimental to the structural integrity. More notably, it seems to have been forming patterns of the walls. Several segments seem to have been pyroglyphs in various languages, including Italian, Latin, Greek, and Sanskrit. Translation is pending. Other segments appear to be diagrams depicting ritualistic sacrifice and mutilation, often for the acclaimed benefit of the person committing them. Several staff members have been shocked to note that all of the sacrifices bear an uncanny resemblance to various personnel and their loved ones. Other in conflicting positions, researchers, while in the room examining these newly formed patterns, have complained of hearing loud whispering and high-pitched, unnerving laughter at irregular intervals. Personnel in the section where we daily and around SCP-035's containment unit have suffered catastrophic morale damage, with an all-time high in suicide rates in staff that area, whether or not they have ever had contact with SCP-035. The only change in SCP-035's dormant behavior is regarding its contained glass case. Degradation of this case have increased to a high degree, enough so that the glass will occasionally shatter, causing a wide dispersal of SCP-035's contaminant. This occurs quite often, but most important times, so far resulting in 6 casualties and 3 fatalities of both research and clinical staff. Addendum 035-8. In light of the mass suicide homicide of the members of the research team tasked with translating the pathogens garnered from SCP-035's containment cell, the moral damage in the area, and general loss of staff dealing with SCP-035 to either death or insanity, it has been decided to coat the inner and outer walls of the containment cell with SCP-148, which has proved well in the containment of SCP-132. See document 132-01, in order to hopefully block out the high levels and negatively be emitted by SCP-035. Addendum 035-09. The use of SCP-148 has worked well, causing morale and suicide rates to return to near pre-SCP-035 rates. However, the material seems to facilitate the negativity within the cell, causing a veritable greenhouse effect inside. Personnel inside the cell have stated that they feel a heavy sense of dread, fear, anger, and general depression, as well as hearing constant inaudible whispering upon immediate entry. A prolonged stay causes more severe migraines, suicidal tendencies, heavy hemorrhaging of blood vessels around the eyes and inside the mouth and nose, general hostility to others, and for the whispering to increase to almost deafening volumes, intersected by constant mocking laughter. Exposure of more than 3 hours inevitably results in the subject falling into a deep psychosis and attempting to harm either themselves or others, most spoken Latin or Greek, despite the fact that several did not previously know how to speak in said language beforehand. The presence of blood in both word and diagram formations have increased I don't know how to say that word. Disproportionately, the walls becoming cluttered and the formations beginning to overlap each other. The substance had proven to be both difficult to clean and even more corrosive than it was originally recorded. With a pH of roughly 1.4, general estimation gives the current walls a life of 2 months before they will need replacement. It is becoming gradually more and more difficult to contain SCP-035, and the debate to reinstate its host privileges has once again come up. Denied. Addendum 03510. The walls, ceiling, and floor of SCP-035's containment cell have now been completely saturated in blood. All personnel entering and guarding the area must wear full hazmat protection suits. Constant cleaning efforts are being instated. Addendum 03511. Magnitude, intensity, and reoccurrence of the phenomena that occur within SCP-035's containment cell have increased to an alarming degree. The cell door has been known to become locked of its own accord while personnel are inside and are unable to be reopened for a period of time. Appendages form outside of the larger puddles of blood and often attempt to grab or harm personnel near them. But blurry apparitions have started appearing to staff. Electronic devices no longer work inside the cell, and the light cannot be turned on, though there is no physical reason why it does not work, forcing those entering to use non-electric-based light sources. Cleaning measures are having no discernible effect on the cell, and the walls are degrading at a very high rate, forcing them to be replaced within a week at best. Although the blood makes it nearly impossible to properly achieve this. SCP-035 may have to be moved to a new cell entirely, with the old one sealed off and disengaged for the rest of the facility. Well, that was an interesting story. Anyways, that's the end of this article, so see you next time. Bye.
Having Granger as a partner, they make it very easy for us to keep our events safe.
By order of the Overseer Council, this file is subject to Level 4 classification. Level 4 clearance is required.
Item number, SCP-008. Object class, Euclid. Special containment procedures. SCP-008 samples have been deemed Class V extreme biological hazards, and all related protocols apply. Incineration and irradiation measures will be deployed in the event of political or military action which may result in the facility being dismantled, a power failure, or zero communications from operatives or outside channels during any given 8-hour period. The quarantine period for operatives leaving the facility is 4 months. If a breach has occurred, incineration and irradiation measures shall be deployed. It should be the policy of all G2 sites to not prepare an evacuation procedure. Description. SCP-008 is a complex prion, samples of which are stored in each of the known G2 sites. Research into SCP-008 is highly classified and primarily aimed at preventing research which may lead to the synthesis of SCP-008 in the distant future. Traits of the SCP-008 prion include 100% infectiousness, 100% lethality, transmission through exposed mucous membranes and all bodily fluids, not airborne or waterborne. Symptoms of infection with SCP-008 manifest no more than 3 hours after exposure, and include flu-like symptoms with high fever, plus severe dementia in later stages. Coma onset approximately 20 hours after first symptoms appear and 12 hours after noticeable dementia. Coma onset will be considered onset of death period of sporadic cellular necrosis occurs which comes to resemble gangrene. Surviving tissue assumes its original function and is highly resilient. Red blood cells greatly increase oxygen storage capacity, resulting in slower blood flow and increased muscle endurance and strength. Nervous and muscular systems are unaffected by total organ failure for several hours. Metabolism may decrease to extremely low levels, allowing subject to survive for over 10 years without nutrition. High blood viscosity results in negligible blood flow from gunshot, puncture, and slashing injuries. Conditioned behavior, motor controls, and instinctive behavioral mechanisms are damaged, and cognitive abilities are severely retarded and erratic. Animals experience excessive brain necrosis and are inactive. Subject can adapt to its damaged nervous systems but is limited to basic physical activities, including standing up, balancing onto legs, walking, biting, grabbing, and crawling. Subject will energetically move towards sights, sounds, and smells it associates with living humans. Subject will attempt to ingest living humans if physical contact is made. Neutralizing fully infected subjects requires significant cranial trauma. There is strong evidence to suggest SCP-008 itself did not form naturally on Earth, since variants of similar complexity would have displaced much of the ecosystem. In 1959, a short collaborative effort with the USSR to locate G2 sites and eliminate SCP-008 was negotiated following their discovery. The status of SCP-008 in Russian custody since collaboration ended is unknown. Addendum 0081. SCP-500 has been found to be able to completely cure SCP-008 even in the advanced stages of the disease. Item number, SCP-012. Object class, Euclid. Special containment procedures. SCP-012 is to be kept in a darkened room at all times. If the object is exposed to light or seen by personnel using a light frequency other than infrared, remove personnel for mental health screening and immediate physical. Object is to be encased in an iron-shielded box, suspended from the ceiling with a minimum clearance of 2.5 m, or 8 feet from the floor, walls, and any openings. Description. SCP-012 was retrieved by archaeologist K.M. Sandoval during the excavation of a northern Italian tomb destroyed in a recent storm. The object, a piece of handwritten musical score entitled On Mount Golgotha, part of a larger set of sheet music, appears to be incomplete. The red black ink, first thought to be some form of berry or natural dye ink, was later found to be human blood from multiple subjects. The first personnel to locate the sheet Site 19 special salvage had 2 members descend into insanity, attempting to use their own blood to finish the composition, ultimately resulting in massive blood loss and internal trauma. Following initial investigations, multiple test subjects were allowed access to the score. In every case, the subjects mutilated themselves in order to use their own blood to finish the piece, resulting in subsequent symptoms of psychosis and massive trauma. Those subjects who managed to finish a section of a piece immediately committed suicide, declaring the piece to be impossible to complete. Attempts to perform the music have resulted in a disagreeable cacophony, with each instrumental part having no correlation or harmony with the other instruments. Item number, SCP-014. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-014 is to be kept in sight in a chair with arms, preferably facing a window. Music should be supplied on a regular basis, preferably constantly. This music should not include pieces originating after 1937. A security camera should be present in SCP-014's room. Description. SCP-014 is a Caucasian male, appearing to be approximately 30 years of age, with black hair, brown eyes, and a somewhat round face. Records indicate his name to be Robert Chet Ford, confined in 1915 to the Norwich Asylum in Connecticut for delusional insanity, claiming that he had been cursed to live forever, and was slowly turning into concrete in consequence. The asylum closed in 1937, and the patients were transferred to various other facilities. SCP-014 came to Foundation attention in 19, from rumors of a patient who seemed to be entirely immobile and showed no signs of aging. Further investigation determined that acquisition was warranted. SCP-014 is to all outward appearance a normal man, but he does not appear to age, and shows no signs of possessing a metabolism. He does not eat, drink, perspire, or in any other way demonstrate life functions. He breathes only to speak, and apart from his eyes and vocal apparatus, his whole appearance is utterly immobile. He has never shown any evidence of pressure ulcers despite his position not having varied for several decades. Neither do his muscles appear atrophied. He can converse normally, but shows little knowledge of or interest in events since his confinement. Addendum.
Note. Frankly, were I to interview this man without knowing his history, I'd think he was a perfectly sane and well-adjusted individual who happens to be quadriplegic. As it is, I have to conclude that he's the ultimate proof of the idea that the mind rules the body. He thinks he's concrete, and will live forever, and so he's as close to both as he can be. Somehow.
Doctor. Item number, SCP-015. Object class, Euclid. Special containment procedures. SCP-015 is impossible to move, and is contained on-site. A gap of at least 2 meters or 6 feet needs to be maintained around the entire structure containing SCP-015 at all times, and no structures of any kind are to make contact with SCP-015's current containment structure. Exploration is permissible, but only in teams of 3 with full safety lines and GPS tracking. Any protrusions from SCP-015 must be capped and sealed immediately, with the new site recorded and logged. No aggressive action is to be made within SCP-015. No hand or power tools are allowed anywhere inside SCP-015. No repairs or maintenance are to be made anywhere on SCP-015. Description. SCP-015 is a mass of pipes, vents, boilers and other various plumbing apparatus completely filling a warehouse in. The pipes appear to grow when not under observation, attempting to connect to nearby structures via sewer systems and underground plumbing. SCP-015 contains, at current estimate, over 190 kilometers or 120 miles of pipes, ranging in diameter from 2.5 centimeters to over 1 meter. Some pipes appear new, while others are rusted and leaking. Pipes have been reported as being made of bone, wood, steel, pressed ash, human flesh, glass, and granite. No pipes composed of lead, PVC plastic, copper, or any other traditional material for the production of pipes have been found. SCP-015 reacts to tools and aggression. Any personnel acting violently, carrying tools, or attempting to damage or repair SCP-015 in any way will trigger a reaction. Any pipes near the subject will burst, spraying on the subject for several seconds before the flow suddenly stops. Pipes have been reported containing oil, mercury, rats, a species of insect not yet identified, ground glass, seawater, entrails, and molten iron. Pipes will continue to burst around the subject until death or retreat. SCP-015 was cut back to its current structure after attaching to 11 other structures in the area. Currently, 11 personnel have been killed, and 20 more are still missing. Reports have been made of banging and screaming coming from within SCP-015. Item number, SCP-017. Object class, Keter. Special containment procedures. SCP-017 is contained in an acrylic glass cage, 100 cm by 50 cm by 50 cm, centrally suspended in a concrete room measuring 6 m by 6 m by 4 m. Attached to the walls, ceiling, and floor of the room are high-intensity arc lamp spotlights pointed directly at the acrylic cage, to ensure that SCP-017 is constantly exposed to light from every angle. Personnel assigned to the SCP-017 control room are to monitor the functionality of the spotlights and the emergency generator system and call for maintenance immediately upon knowledge of a burnt-out lamp or an issue with the generator. The only circumstance under which personnel are allowed entrance is to replace lamps. Personnel entering the room are required to wear the designated full-body reflective suits, and must be cautioned not to step in front of functional spotlights. Description. SCP-017 is a humanoid figure approximately 80 centimeters in height, anatomically similar to a small child, but with no discernible identifying features. SCP-017 seems to be composed of a shadowy, smoke-like shroud. No attempt to find any object beneath the shroud has been successful, but the possibility has not been ruled out. SCP-017's reaction to shadows cast upon it is immediate and swift. SCP-017 leaps at the object casting the shadow and completely encloses it in its shroud, whereupon it returns to its normal size, leaving no trace of the object behind.
Additional notes. Personnel with BETA clearance or higher should see also document number 017-1.
Item number, SCP-003. Object class, Euclid. Special containment procedures. SCP-003 is to be maintained at a constant temperature of no less than 35 degrees Celsius and ideally kept above 100 degrees Celsius. No living multicellular organisms of Category 4 or higher complexity may be allowed to come into contact with SCP-003. In event of total power failure, if SCP-003-1 begins to increase its mass, assigned personnel must engage in skin contact with SCP-003-1. Ideally, personnel may use their body heat to return SCP-003-1 to above the critical temperature. However, skin contact must be maintained even in event of SCP-003 reaching activation temperature, lasting at minimum until SCP-003-1 advances fully to its second growth stage. Personnel who enter SCP-003's containment area must first be examined for body parasites of Category 4 or higher complexity, and sterilized if such organisms are present. All personnel who have come in physical contact with SCP-003-1 are to immediately report for sterilization afterwards. SCP-003-1 must not be removed from SCP-003-2 except in case of emergency procedures detailed above. Any significant change in SCP-003-2's rune activity, including pattern, frequency, or color, should be reported within 3 hours of occurrence. Cessation of rune activity must be reported immediately. SCP-003-2 must be supplied with power via the source-designated generator 003-9 at all times. Description. SCP-003 consists of two related components of separate origin, referred to as SCP-003-1 and SCP-003-2. SCP-003-1 appears to be composed of chitin, hair, and nails of unknown biology, arranged in a configuration similar to that of a computer motherboard. Testing reveals SCP-003-1 to predate earliest known circuit boards by a factor of thousands of years. SCP-003-1 is considered sentient but not actively dangerous except under certain conditions. SCP-003-1 was found on a stone tablet, SCP-003-2, on which it currently resides. The runes on SCP-003-2 are not part of any known language, and emit pale, flickering-like patterns. SCP-003-2 is controlled by a non-biological internal computer, the contents of which are mostly inaccessible without risk of damaging SCP-003-2. SCP-003-2 is capable of controlled emissions of radiation, including heat, light, and anomalous radiation types. SCP-003-2 contains an internal power source of an anomalous nature, which appears to have been losing power since several centuries before discovery. It is considered probable that SCP-003-2 was created for the purpose of containing SCP-003-1. Partially interpreted data recovered from SCP-003-2 may refer to past and/or potential future LK-class restructuring event caused by SCP-003-1. SCP-003 was located by remote viewing team SRV-04 Beta. It appears possible that SRV-04 Beta was deliberately contacted by SCP-003-2. Other organizations have also been alerted to SCP-003's existence, possibly by similar means. Despite this activity, SCP-003-2 does not appear to be sentient, based on its lack of reaction to M03 Gloria analysis and procedures. When SCP-003 drops below the temperature of 35 degrees Celsius, both components react. First, SCP-003-1 enters a growth state characterized by an exponential increase in mass. This growth state consists of two stages. In both stages, SCP-003-1 partially fuels its growth by converting matter around it, starting with any surrounding and organic material, including atmospheric elements, then non-living organic material, including cells of dead skin, hair, chitin, enamel, keratin, and other biological materials. The first stage is always the same. SCP-0031 will first increase its mass, then take a form similar in shape to an spheroid brittle star of 15 meters in diameter, including what appears to be a central processor of 3 meters in diameter. It will form sensory organs that appear to scan its surrounding environment, and will partially convert the area around it to an unidentified anomalous substance. SCP-0032 seems immune from conversion. The second stage describes a growth alteration which occurs when SCP-003 comes into contact with living organic material. SCP-003 appears to template itself off of the organic material, and will attempt communication with organisms that match its initial template or templates. In its second stage, SCP-0031 may pause, slow or change its growth, and will also convert inorganic and non-living organic elements into functionally similar structures while anomalously altering their physical makeup. While growth is consistent in the first stage, in the second stage SCP-0031's growth rate is diminished by 20 to 90% so long as SCP-0031 remains in contact with living organic material. The percentage is determined by the complexity of the organism in contact with SCP-0031. SCP-0031 appears to devote a large amount of processing power to analysis of living organic material. During each of SCP-0031's growth stages, SCP-003 releases bursts of radiation that temporarily inhibit SCP-003's growth, or reverse this growth when the temperature of SCP-0031 rises above 100 degrees Celsius. Similar radiation emissions have been replicated or recorded via other anomalous means. SCP-0031's biology has been the subject of extensive study. Significant elements have been identified similar to SCP-1512, and SCP-2756, the latter two of which have no further confirmed connection with SCP-003 and no known connection with each other, and none of which are fully understood. Technically, even less understood than SCP-003, thanks to the extensive cross-disciplinary research on the SCP-003 objects. To date, no convincing analysis has been put forward which satisfactorily explains SCP-003's connection to these SCP objects or others, nor its connection to modern technology beyond appearance, and potential mimicry via unknown mechanism. Addendum 00301. Acting on information gathered from linguistic analysis of SCP-0032's runes and comparative data analysis, research team M03 Gloria has managed to establish link between SCP-003 and data expunged. For analysis of functions, SCP-0031 must now be considered sentient, and is to be kept a minimum of 1 kilometer from data expunged, and the resulting byproduct at all times. Addendum 00302. SCP-0032's power loss has been exacerbated by the procedures performed by M03 Gloria. On orders of 05-10, M03 Gloria will continue procedures. Addendum 00303. During M03 Gloria procedures, SCP-0031 doubled its mass and began rapid structural growth. Temperature was immediately returned to 100 degrees Celsius. Growth and mass increase of SCP-0031 continued for 9 minutes and 6 seconds, at which time a sustained radiation spike was produced by SCP-0032. In response, SCP-0031 returned to its normal state in 3 minutes and 39 seconds. New growth dissolved into a dusty residue which was collected for analysis. Both SCP-0031 and SCP-0032 ceased all detectable activity. SCP-0032 did not resume activity until connected to external power source. SCP-0032's runes glowed uniformly grey and did not resume normal activity for 3 hours. SCP-0032 no longer appears to be able to maintain containment area at a temperature above 35 degrees Celsius without external power supplied by generators 0033-9. Addendum 00304. The procedure detailed in Addendum 00303 was repeated, and SCP-0031 again entered a growth state. After 10 minutes and 13 seconds, SCP-0032 once again produced a sustained radiation spike. SCP-0031's growth stopped for 36 seconds, then resumed at its previous pace. On quadrupling its mass, SCP-0031 formed a coherent outer shell and body. After appearing to scan its environment and partially converting its environment, SCP-0031 then reached containment, entering the observation gallery where 9 members of M03 Gloria were present. On physical contact with team members, SCP-0031 encompassed them in rapidly grown appendages and stopped growth for 15 minutes. SCP-0031 then resumed growth, and rearranged the component parts of the center of its form to the shape of a 3-meter tall female humanoid, with peripheral tentacles shifting to extrude primarily from SCP-0031's newly formed hair and spine. SCP-0031 then produced rudimentary vocalizations in an apparent initial attempt to communicate with researchers. Data expunged. An unknown individual approached the compromised containment area in company of a full squad of agents. The individual claimed to be acting on orders of 05-10 and attempted communication with SCP-0031. Data expunged. Following this incident, Agent Jackson of M03 Gloria successfully restored power to SCP-0032 and activated backup generators to return the temperature to 100 degrees Celsius. SCP-0031 returned to its normal state in 21 minutes and 7 seconds, and was successfully recontained without incident. All 9 members of M03 Gloria affected by SCP-0031 were afterwards found to be physically unharmed, with no residue effects besides psychological trauma. The converted materials of SCP-003's former containment area did not dissolve and are now under analysis. Addendum 00305. In light of the previous incident, 05-10 was removed from the O5 Council by joint decision of O5, and O5. M03 Gloria procedures have been indefinitely suspended.
New Pronamel Repair mouthwash actively repairs acid-weakened enamel beyond brushing alone.
Special Access Program M3 Gloria required. Access granted. Displaying files. Transcript of Incident Report A21B Cycle 8. For dissemination to O5 Command and Staff. Interviewers. And. Present 05-2, 05-5, 05-7, 05-10, and Staff. Interviewed. Dr. Tilda David Moose, M3 Gloria led.
Excerpt 35A. She tried to talk to us. We all heard her voice in our heads, in a sort of half-language we couldn't fully understand. Some of the others passed out immediately. I lasted a little longer, but it wasn't because of mental fortitude. It's just that she was trying to tell us different things. She showed Jones a replay of all the memories of everything Jones ever felt anything about, all over the course of a few minutes. She ripped 3 of the researchers apart and put them back together unharmed. She doesn't understand human emotion, or pain, or very much about how we experience the world. Yes, I would say the containment procedures are necessary. Listen, she wants to remake the world into a paradise. A paradise filtered through her own alien understanding of paradise, but still, a paradise designed for us, for humanity. She would be happy to make a paradise for any sufficiently complex organism she comes across first. Anything with a complex enough inclined to accept her. Say, a dog, or a housefly. If she breaches again, we have to be there first. What would it be like? I don't know. She showed us images, not quite images. I can see them in my head, but they're not pictures. The closest thing I can think of is what you see when you close your eyes suddenly and tightly, but brighter and more complex. The images have metallic sounds associated with them, and sensory details that we don't have the words or concepts to describe. The whole effect felt like words of some kind. I believe she wanted to see what we could understand, so she could understand us. She didn't have time to finish analyzing us. I don't know what would have happened if she had.
Hey guys. Daniel is kind of sick right now. So now me and Tom will be covering this SCP. Let's begin. Item number. SCP-018. Object class. Euclid. Special containment procedures. SCP-018 is to be contained in its specialty metal restraint inside of a 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter sealed box lined with heavy synthetic padding. The sealed box is then submerged in the center of the 10 meter by 10 meter by 10 meter polyethylene holding tank. If SCP-018 is to break free from the holding box, the polyethylene-based goo will slow down kinetic activity enough for proper retrieval by containment personnel. Personnel entering SCP-018's holding chamber are to wear specialized plating, found inside of SCP-018 observation, and a breathing apparatus before being lowered into the polyethylene tank. If SCP-018 is loose outside of the polyethylene tank, personnel are advised to secure themselves in a separate room and close doorways or hatches to isolate SCP-018 until containment teams arrive.
Description. SCP-018 has the appearance of a super ball made by the Whammo Company in 1969. It is 6 centimeters in diameter and colored red. Found when the company was hired to clean out a warehouse that had Whammo merchandise in it, SCP-018 was noted to be able to bounce with extreme height. At first thought to be a pleasant child's toy, SCP-018 was able to bounce with over 200% efficiency, that is, if dropped 1 meter, it would bounce 2, then 4, then 8, then 16. The ball soon became a dangerous projectile, reaching speeds estimated at over 100 kilometers an hour and damaging property and injuring 5 in the city of. It came to a rest after several days in the nearby lake and was retrieved by SCP personnel. Due to the speed of the object and the total surprise by its victims, no cover-up story was required or initiated.
Document number 018-04. Message to 05.
I hope everything is well. The reason I write to you is because I believe I have found a more effective method for retrieving new or escaped SCP objects. Yes, I realize we haven't had any progress in reverse engineering whatever allows this thing to defy the laws of thermodynamics, but we have come up with a very effective method for integrating one of those new SCP-A5 armor suits with this. Just hear me out. We implant it into the bottom of a boot, rig up a little bit of a mechanical device, and ta-da, the suit is now capable of jumping well over a building.
Also, if the wearer has their foot against something they want dead, well, let's just say it delivers a hell of a kick. All I need is permission to modify one of the pre-existing SCP-A5 suits, and you'll be able to actually capture.
Plus any other escaped SCP objects. Trust me, when have I let you down in the past?
Doctor. Document number 018-06. Letter to Doctor.
Upon assignment, Agent was issued your modified SCP-A5 armor in retrieving SCP, and the results are mixed. Agent was able to place the collar onto SCP, chase it through the Amazon, and restrain it by dismemberment. However, due to a malfunction of your little mechanical device, he was launched almost a mile into the air and suffered 2 broken legs, 7 broken ribs, a missing arm, and a skull fracture upon hitting the water of lake. On the way back down, you will fix that before I authorize your armor for common use.
Document number 018-11. Message to 05.
Don't worry, it's fixed. But I have some more ideas. If I can be granted the use of some water from SCP-006, SCP, and possibly SCP, I can deliver you a set of SCP-A5 armor and an agent that can capture any, if not all, rogue or unattained SCPs. All I'm waiting on is your approval.
Daniel will be back to cover another SCP.
Item number, SCP-019. Object class, Keter. Special containment procedures. SCP-019 is to be kept on a wide grate in a 3 meter by 3 meter by 4 meter reinforced concrete room, installed with an incinerator. Room is to be kept at 0 degrees Celsius when incinerator is not activated. An observation chamber separated by a plate glass window is to be used for constant observation of SCP-019, and if when specimens of SCP-019-2 are observed, the incinerator is to be activated. In the event of an outbreak of SCP-019-2, ordinary firearms are successful in terminating individual specimens, although in the case of a swarm-level outbreak, flamethrowers may be more effective. SCP-019 should be kept in a vertical position at all times. Description. SCP-019 appears to be a very large ceramic vase, 1.8 meters in diameter at the mouth and 2.4 meters high. Style and decoration indicated was created in classical Greece, although conclusive dating is impossible, as the surface is entirely unbreakable by any known means. If a successful method is discovered, SCP-019 is to be destroyed with prejudice. Periodically, entities emerge from SCP-019. Collectively, these are known as SCP-019-2. The entities vary in many aspects, but tend to be small, vaguely humanoid, though they may have anemoid features, and extremely hostile. They often choose to attack with teeth or claws. Although fairly delicate also, surprisingly, flammable, they are reasonably strong and pose a considerable threat in large numbers. When kept at 0 degrees Celsius and totally at rest, entities will emerge from SCP-019 at a rate of approximately 1 entity per hour. The following traits are known to affect SCP-019-2's manifestation rate. Movement of SCP-019. Threat to SCP-019. Extreme temperature highs and lows. Sudden shift in surrounding environment. Introduction of objects or organisms to the inside of SCP-019 known to cause a flood reaction. Traits that may or may not influence SCP-019-2's manifestation rate. Presence of human life near SCP-019. Current weather patterns. Specific individuals near SCP-019. Some individuals seem to affect SCP-019-2's emergence rate more drastically than others. In addition, tipping or tilting SCP-019 will create a reaction as though it was previously filled with SCP-019-2 specimens, although viewers looking into SCP-019 from above will merely observe a dark hole. Due to the production rates of SCP-019-2 when the object is disturbed, measurement of the internal cavity is difficult, but it is suspected to be inconsistent with outside measurements. Addendum. Document SCP-019-2A. SCP-019-2 notes, as maintained by Dr. Light and Dr. Vore. SCP-019-2 specimen was removed from containment chamber and kept in reinforced pen, provided with water and live chickens as food. Specimen made quiet, continuous, garbled vocalizations, determined to be phonetically similar to ancient Hellenic languages. Although the reason for this is unknown, specimens are still thought to be no more intelligent than animals. The specimen lived for less than 48 hours, and a dissection revealed anatomy consistent on a cellular level with normal biology, but with an extremely unstable musculoskeletal structure. Other notable anomalies included an unstable respiratory system, nearly non-existent digestive tract, and virtually no other internal organs. All other captured specimens have followed similar patterns of behavior and demise. Note, it appears that SCP-019-2 specimens were not intended to live for meaningful amounts of time outside of SCP-019. Dr. Vore. Containment unit was slightly damaged following prolonged exposure to SCP-0192 specimen, missed by the monitoring team because of partial transparency. This has not been noted in SCP-0192 before. Monitoring teams will continue to report further anomalies. Monitoring teams report some specimens of SCP-0192 now appear to be significantly more resistant to incineration than others. It is hypothesized that this is a defense mechanism on the part of SCP-019. Most specimens of SCP-0192 are now all but entirely resistant to the effects of the incinerator. Replacement of incinerator with an acid bath is being considered. Evolution of SCP-019 is being studied, and may be evidence of sentience in SCP-019.
Smells like lavender. Cleans like Clorox. Feels like tranquility.
Item number, SCP-020. Object class, Keter. Special containment procedures. Samples of SCP-020 are stored in a series of sealed cultivation chambers inside a sealed containment room at Biological Research Area 12, which is accessible only via raillock. Nutrients are administered via automated robotic systems, as the cultivation chamber must remain sealed at all times. Hermetically sealed video surveillance cameras are installed within the containment room, and must be checked daily for integrity. Any personnel entering the containment room must wear biosafety level 5 equipment including rub breathers and undergo full antifungal disinfection upon exiting. Description. SCP-020 is a fast-spreading fungal organism that is capable of affecting the senses and behavior of living creatures, including humans. Samples of SCP-020 exhibit an unknown effect that renders them effectively invisible to direct observation, even when under a microscope. SCP-020 is only visible to humans when viewed through photographic or video surveillance. Once SCP-020 forms a colony, usually within a human residence, it will produce spores that affect the behavior of humans around it. Affected subjects will increase the heat and humidity within their homes to create an environment more suitable to the growth of SCP-020. Affected subjects also become more sociable in many cases, and often invite acquaintances to their homes to further spread the organism. As the spores and mold colonies are invisible to affected subjects, the mold may sometimes grow directly on living subjects. As the spores and colonies within a home approach critical concentration, the health of affected human subjects will rapidly deteriorate, resulting in death. Further spread of the mold may occur as the bodies of any deceased subjects are encountered by emergency responders and healthcare agents, as well as transportation of the bodies to local morgues. SCP-020 was first encountered in Redacted, where an undercover SCP agent noted dramatic personality changes in personnel working at the local hospital. Upon investigation by a containment team, it was discovered that almost civilians had been infected, as well as a majority of the town. The civilian population was terminated, and the town incinerated under cover of a local flash forest fire. To date, over 12 outbreaks of SCP-020 have been reported. Investigations are currently underway to determine the source of these outbreaks and possible preventative measures. Addendum 02001. Excerpts from the audio or video mission recorders of Mobile Task Force C-10. See no evil. During the initial containment of SCP-0201. Redacted.
Team 2, moving to the Red House.
Copy. UAV 1 is picking up one heat signature.
Team 2 in place, ready to...
Door opening.
At this point, a civilian woman appeared in the doorway, holding a kitchen knife. Video surveillance showed that nearly 2/3 of her face was covered by mold growth.
Well, hello there, gentlemen. Care to take a breather inside?
On the ground. Drop the weapon.
Don't be silly. Come on in and stay a while.
Stop where you are. Drop the weapon.
We just want to have some guests. Please, come in.
Drop the weapon.
It is assumed that at this point, the infected civilian noticed T2-4 carrying a primed incendiary weapon, and lunged forward at the team members with a knife. Data expunged.
Open fire. Open fire.
Under direct orders of the founder, access is limited to those with overseer clearance. Overseer clearance granted.
Item number, SCP-006. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. Whereas the nature of SCP-006 does not warrant any extensive containment, a certain level of secrecy is necessary regarding the object's existence and properties, for obvious reasons. The following procedures are required not for personnel safety, but to deny or hide knowledge of SCP-006's effects from the personnel who interact with it. 1. All personnel interacting with SCP-006 in any physical way are required to wear modified Class VIBNC suits. Before personnel are allowed to perform procedures, they must be briefed with material SCP-006-B or SCP-006-C. SCP-006-A briefing is the correct one and is restricted to only those with O5 clearance. To ensure personnel are wearing suits properly, they are to be submerged into a pool of water. Any air bubbles spotted signify a leak in the suit too. Procedures with SCP-006 are to be carried out under extreme surveillance. In case of contact with SCP-006, the commander in charge will announce Procedure 006-1112, which the personnel have been briefed to believe to mean high toxicity is present and they must evacuate. 3. Any procedure in which liquid is acquired from SCP-006 must be approved by 305 level personnel. The liquid is to be transferred in a quad sealant container and under armed guard 4. If at any time personnel come into contact with SCP-006 or liquid from SCP-006, they are to be confined and terminated after sufficient studies are done. Due to the nature of SCP-006, the most effective termination method is incineration. For full report, see file SCP-006-05. Description. SCP-006 is a very small spring located 60 kilometers west of Astrakhan. Foundation Command was aware of its existence since the 19th century, but were unable to secure it until 1991 due to political reasons. On the spot of the spring, a chemical factory has been constructed as a disguise, with the majority of laborers under Foundation and or Russian control. The liquid emitted from the spring has been chemically identified as simple mineral water in 1902, but has the unusual property of health. Ingesting the liquid produces the following properties in human beings: the ability to regenerate DNA damaged by sufficient duplication, heightened excitement of cellular duplication, vastly improved abilities in the repair of damaged tissue, and a frightening increase in the effectiveness of the human immune system. Upon testing the liquid on animal subjects, hostile bacteria and viral agents were destroyed immediately. Many reptiles and birds were unaffected, while higher primates experienced the same benefits as humans. Item number, SCP-777. Object class, Euclid. Special containment procedures. The area known as SCP-777 is to be contained behind 2-meter-tall electrical fencing. Motion-activated turrets are to be placed within the area in order to prevent any instances of SCP-777-1 from escaping the containment area. No liquids are allowed within the area known as SCP-777. Any civilians approaching SCP-777 are to be interrogated and subsequently dosed with Class A amnestics. For the sake of secrecy, SCP-777 is to be represented as a military bombing range on all maps of the area. and any satellite imaging is to be doctored by dedicated staff to represent the area as such. Any personnel entering SCP-777 are to wear sealed ventilated pressure suits to prevent liquid coming into contact with SCP-777. These suits are to be checked 4 hours before entering SCP-777. Any instances of SCP-777-1 outside of SCP-777 are to be destroyed at the first possible opportunity. In the event that SCP-777 experiences rainfall, on-site personnel are to authorize a bombing run to neutralize the threat posed. Description: SCP-777 is an area of land spanning 5 square kilometers located in the desert, referred to by locals as the Kingdom of Sand. Unidentified radio interference is present within SCP-777, with the source currently unknown. SCP-777 demonstrates a further anomalous property when sand within the area comes into contact with any type of liquid. The moisturized sand will animate, typically taking the shape of an animal proportionate to the amount of sand moisturized. These entities will hereafter be referred to as SCP-777-1. Instances of SCP-777-1 will behave aggressively to any life forms that enter SCP-777, and will attack on sight. SCP-777-1 will single-mindedly hunt their prey and have on several occasions followed intruders out of SCP-777 into nearby towns. Instances of SCP-777-1 do not appear to attack each other, and instead behave in a hive mind, using flanking maneuvers to distract and kill their victims. SCP-777-1 typically collapse and become inanimate if not provided with further moisture after 24 hours, although this timescale seems to be longer in smaller instances. Sand retrieved from SCP-777 appears to retain its anomalous qualities until it is taken a further 6 kilometers away from SCP-777. Taking advantage of this, a research outpost has been established 2 kilometers away from SCP-777, and research on the anomalous sand is currently being undertaken. Analysis of the radio interference and evidence given in interview 777-1 indicate that the source of the anomalous events is the center of SCP-777. However, all attempts to reach it have met with failure. History: SCP-777 was discovered by the Foundation during a routine myth verification operation undertaken by Mobile Task Force Zeta-17 Beach Bullies. Contact was lost with Task Force Zeta-17 1 hour after the mission began. Mobile Task Force Phi-22 Well-Wishers then began a rescue operation and managed to retrieve the leader of Mobile Task Force Zeta-17 and only survivor of the incident, on the outskirts of SCP-777, who informed research staff of SCP-777's nature.
SCP-777-1 Testing Log. Test 777-1A. Materials used. 1 grain of sand taken from SCP-777. Result: drop of water is applied to sand. No visible effect. Test 777-1B. Materials used. Small clump of sand taken from SCP-777. Result: water is applied to sand. Sand animates into 3 European hornets, which then escape from containment and attack Security Officer. Security Officer is relatively unharmed, as the hornets are unable to properly sting him. SCP-777-1 was then destroyed by a second member of security. Text 777-1C. Materials used. 2 connected small clumps of sand taken from SCP-777. Result: water is applied to sand. Sand animates into what appears to be a hybrid between a crab and an octopus. SCP-777-1 is immobile and destroyed without incident. Test 777-1D. Materials used. Mixture of regular sand and sand taken from SCP-777. Result: water is applied to mixture. Sand taken from SCP-777 animates into an African rock python, which burrows out of the sand and is destroyed by security when it attempts to escape containment. Test 777-1E. Materials used. Sand taken from SCP-777 contained in a test tube. Result: water is applied to sand. Sand animates into an unidentified mass which demonstrates acidic qualities. SCP-777-1 destroyed without incident. Test 777-1F. Materials used. Large mound of sand taken from SCP-777 and a tank filled with water. Result: sand is inserted into water tank. Sand takes slightly longer to animate into a juvenile great white shark. SCP-777-1 does not suffocate when water is removed from the tank, and is subsequently destroyed by security. Test 777 to 1 grams. Materials used. Sand taken from SCP-777 formed into sculpture of a cat. Result: water is applied to sand. Sand animates into 3 abnormally large scorpions. SCP-777-1 destroyed by security without incident. Test 777-1 hour. Materials used. Sand taken from SCP-777 placed next to a small plant. Result: water is applied to sand. Sand animates into an unknown form of plant life, which appears to strangle the plant. SCP-777-1 destroyed by security without incident.
Note: it appears SCP-777-1 manifests itself as whatever is deadliest to the nearest organism.
Doctor. Interview 777-1. Begin log.
Hello, I just need to ask you a few questions about what happened.
Hi, Doc. Fire away, I guess.
When did you discover SCP-777's unique quality?
We'd been in that damn desert for 15 minutes, and just wiped some sweat off his hand, and he, oh Jesus Christ.
Please continue.
Does not respond. Doctor. Sighs and applies a Class B desensitizer.
This will help. Now, tell me what happened in the desert.
Monotonous. Got swarmed by the ants. They ate him and then they ate, and then they ate, and then they ate me.
No, they did not eat you. You are sitting here, talking to me.
I am sitting here, talking to you.
Yes, what happened next?
Me and ran away. Was bleeding and he fell over and it made a messed up crab.
I'm sorry?
Looked like a crab gone wrong. Too long and too flat, and I think we're blind.
What happened next?
Does not reply. 10 seconds pass.
Answer the question, please.
I kept on running. Those things were right behind me, and I just kept on running. They got. I think it was rats that got him. I just kept on running.
Did you see anything else when you were in SCP-777?
Sand. It was just sand. Buildings made of sand, oceans made of sand, animals made of sand. They were huge, bigger than the buildings.
This was the center, yes? The center of SCP-777?
No. It was close, though. I carried on running, and I went through there.
Can you tell me what was in the center?
There was nothing. Just more sand.
Collapsed at this point and was removed by medical staff. End log. Closing statement. Was later diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder and given temporary leave for stress.
Item number, SCP-005. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-005 poses no immediate risk in any direct sense. Even so, its unique functions require special measures be taken to restrict access and manipulation of the object. Approval of at least one Level 4 personnel is required for the removal of the object from its containment area. Description. In appearance, SCP-005 resembles an ornate key, displaying the characteristics of a typical mass-produced key used in the 1920s. The key was discovered when a civilian used it to infiltrate a high-security facility. SCP-005 seems to have the unique ability to open any and all forms of lock. See Appendix A, be they mechanical or digital, with relative ease. The origin of this ability has yet to be determined. Additional notes. SCP-005 may be used as a replacement for lost security passes, but only under the supervision of at least one Level 4 personnel. SCP-005 may not be used for vending machine repairs, opening lockers, or for any personnel's spare home key. Removal of the object from the compound will result in immediate termination. Appendix A. While SCP-005 has been shown to be effective in removing almost any form of locking device, further experiments have shown that efforts to disguise the purpose or identity of lock have proven at least somewhat successful in defeating SCP-005's ability. In approximately 50% of cases where a volunteer was not able to identify a locking device as such, SCP-005 was not successful in deactivating the device. Due to these results, SCP-005 has been tentatively classified as sentient and further tests are being run to determine its cognitive abilities. However, there are no results that show any trace that prevent it from being able to identify any particular locking device, only that the aforementioned device has been heavily concealed and disguised. Item number, SCP-150. Object class, Keter. Special containment procedures. SCP-150 patients kept for study should be contained in Level 3 biohazard containment cells, with no more than one instance per cell. Cultures of SCP-150 are contained in vacuum-sealed glass flasks in the Site-42 Infectious Materials Lab. Standard pathogen handling procedures should be followed at all times. Any instances of SCP-150 found outside of containment are to be incinerated. Description. SCP-150 is an obligate parasite that resembles the tongue-eating louse, Simothora exigua, but is adapted to form conjunctive symbiotic relationships with humans for a period of its lifespan. Upon contact with a human subject, SCP-150 embeds itself deeply in the flesh of its host. Over the course of approximately 7 days, the parasite will burrow into the host and affect numerous physiological alterations. The most glaring alteration is the gradual conversion of the limb nearest the infection site into a chitinous appendage. As SCP-150 consumes the host's flesh, it excretes tissue that replaces and augments the functionality of the host's limb without causing transplant rejection. It is suspected that SCP-150 is able to secrete anesthetic and immunosuppressant substances to prevent the host body from responding to the change. Furthermore, the nervous tissue excreted by SCP-150 is able to interface with the host's nervous system. By the time the process is complete, the host will be able to control the affected limb with no loss in mobility and often with improved strength, reflexes, and resilience. For a period of 1 to 2 weeks, SCP-150 will reproduce, feeding on nutrients from and depositing eggs into assimilated blood vessels. The eggs are deposited throughout the human body via the bloodstream while the vast majority of them die off. Enough survive to begin colonizing and altering the rest of the host's body. The subjects report discomfort and occasional loss of motor control during this process. They often will not recognize the cause of said discomfort. It is still unclear why the offspring do not compete with each other for space or resources, nor how the assimilation process leaves the body's cell signaling mechanisms and processes unaffected. SCP-150 reproduces during this assimilation process. As the lungs are assimilated, more eggs are produced and spread by the patient's coughing. Although as many as 10,000 eggs may be produced during this time, it is estimated that only 1% of them find their way into another host, of which 1% survive the host's immune response and implant successfully. Although SCP-150 inevitably results in the assimilation and alteration of the central nervous system, including the spinal cord and brain, the host's consciousness and behavior are seemingly unaffected. Interviews with subjects infected by SCP-150 have yielded little information, as infected subjects unaware of SCP-150 claim to sense no changes or improvement in certain senses and faculties, while subjects aware of the infection are able to pinpoint the source of the change. They exhibit little to no negative feelings and often express positivity towards it. Addendum 150E. Transcript of exploratory leucotomy and nervous tissue transformation experiments. 2D class subjects, D13732 and D016002, were infected with SCP-150 and allowed to progress through all stages of the infection. In order to examine the full effect of the infection, exploratory neurosurgeries were performed on both subjects. D13732 was euthanized. His nervous tissue was found to have been entirely replaced by smaller instances of SCP-150. The instances comprising his brain matter were extracted and stored for experimentation on D016002. The following decompressive craniotomy and leucotomy were performed by Dr. Harlan Sun, Dr. Wendy Robin, and Dr. Alex Harlow on D016002. A full transcript follows.
Begin log. 21 minutes and 43 seconds. D016002 is partially anesthetized and numbed during the initial drilling of the skull. The process is uneventful, though Harlow reports expecting less resistance from the skull while drilling into and cutting a flap from it. Upon removing the flap of bone and exposing the duramater, numerous smaller instances of SCP-150 are observed lying in the cranial cavity where the brain should be. Harlow reports this to Robin, who alerts Sun to begin the interview process while she marks off areas of D016002 as brain on a mapping projection.
What is your name? Miko.
Redacted.
Name something to sit in. Chair. What is the color of grass? Green. What is 1 plus 1?
D016002 pauses for a moment.
2.
We have marked off the approximate location of the Wernicke's area.
Thank you, Doctor. Sun, I will now extract some of the specimens from this area.
Dr. Harlow carefully makes an incision into the duramater and extracts some of the instances from the area using forceps. He places each instance into a glass vial, corks it, and places it on a nearby stand. Each instance appears to stir to life and begin wriggling only upon being removed. This process takes approximately 10 minutes, during which time Sun repeatedly asks D016002 the same questions. Once Harlow has extracted approximately 100 instances, he gestures for Sun to continue.
Name something to sit in. Seat. What is the color of grass?
Green.
What is 1 plus 1? 2. Note for the record that D016002's responses have been slightly slowed. This indicates that the instances within her cranial cavity are indeed acting as neuron analogs, though it is unclear as to how many neurons each instance is equivalent to.
I am placing a sample of neural tissue acquired from D-13,732 into D-0160002 now. The instances from D-13,732 have been tagged with a radioactive luminescent dye to distinguish them for extraction later.
Name something to sit in.
Couch.
What is the color of grass?
Blue.
What is 1 plus 1?
2.
What is 10 times 11?
111.
D016002's responses have returned to normal speed. This suggests that it is possible for 150 nervous tissue to be swapped freely between host individuals without rejection. We will now begin the final procedure. D016002, you will be given a full general anesthetic.
D016002 is subjected to a general anesthetic, which takes several seconds to begin.
The patient is now under full anesthesia. Dr. Harlow, you may begin the process of tissue extraction. For this final procedure, we will be attempting to completely replace the brain tissue of D016002 with that of D13732. Previously, during the exploration of D13732's cranial cavity, Dr. Harlow and I observed that the instances connecting his brain matter to his spinal matter were not secured in any way, and in fact seems to be switching positions with other instances in the brain. We will be seeing how far this compatibility extends.
There is silence for the next hour as the RS. Harlow, Son, and Robin remove the top of D016002's skull and begin extracting her brain matter into a large glass container.
Extraction complete. D016002's brain matter has been successfully removed. Dr. Harlow is now placing D13732's brain matter into D016002's exposed cranial cavity.
Silence for several minutes.
Heart rate steady. We have a pulse and breathing. Give it another minute. All right. I'm going to wake her up.
There is a pause as Dr. Robin reduces the anesthesia and D016002 awakens.
What is your name?
Michael.
Redacted.
Jesus.
Name something to sit in.
Beanbags.
What is the color of grass?
Green.
What is 1 + 1?
Hey, up, son.
2.
Son, look.
D016002's brain is shown to move of its own accord, subtly moving back and forth.
Well, that's new.
Do you feel any pain anywhere in your body?
My chest is kind of heavy. Feels just the same otherwise.
Good to hear. Now, what is?
Hey, I usually feel pretty energetic, even before surgeries, but I'm kind of tired right now. Lately, I've been exercising before I sleep, but since I can hear, is it okay if I can just rest a little bit?
Rest?
Like 3-5 minutes. I can do that here if it's okay.
A small portion of the top of D016002's brain parts before making a gurgling sound. After the portion closes, sections of D016002's brain retracts into itself rapidly. D016002's eyes close.
That doesn't seem good.
Dr. Robin steps away from the operation, making retching sounds as she leaves the room.
D-016. D-13,732. Are you okay? Yeah. I'm fine. Why do you ask?
Here are some footnotes. 1. It is hypothesized that SCP-150 can self-fertilize. 2. The part of the brain that controls speech recognition and use. And 3. D13732's name. Item number, YOS 1509. Object class, Keter. Containment procedures. Due to its nature, YOS 1509 cannot be contained at this time. When the date is the 11th of September, any city should be warned to avoid YOS 1509's attack from damaging the buildings and collapsing buildings. When the date is the 10th of September, personnel must ready themselves to save as much citizens as they can. MTF Guard must bring special gear to try to contain YOS 1509 as soon as possible, or by containing it in its home area with special equipment and materials. If the entity is successful at destroying the entire city, it must be reported to staff immediately. Description. YOS 1509 is believed to be a mysterious unseen entity of unknown origin. It is always dormant for the entire year, except for one of the days. It only activates during the 11th of September and becomes aggressive at populated areas like cities. On the 11th of September, 2001, a city was destroyed by 19 hijackers using machinery to destroy tall buildings. It is currently unknown if this caused YOS 1509 to exist. YOS 1509 is normally unable to be seen due to possibly being invisible to the naked eye, or by faster speeds, and it's impossible to keep track of it if it is active and aggressive. It can only be seen by camera footage or night vision goggles. Researchers believe it reaches speed about 4.5 km per hour, and cannot be paused by any material it encounters with. Addendum 1509-1. The area where YOS 1509 is normally dormant is a cave located at North Carolina. After it destroyed at least 20 buildings, it returns to its cave and go into a hibernation state until next year after the clock reaches 11:59 p.m. It will sit down until reaching 10:59 p.m. and then lay down and close its eyes, and its heart goes into rest mode until 11:59 p.m. is reached. It has been known to only activate on the 11th of September every year from 12 p.m. to 11:59 p.m. Addendum 1509-2. Once it's 12 p.m., its heart started pumping and YOS 1509 enters an aggressive state and starts to go wrecking cities it sees. Incident 1509A. The entire cave that YOS 1509 is hibernating is entirely blocked with metallic objects to prevent it from escaping, and by using lifetime cameras in case something goes wrong, and the staff went back to site. After the clock reaches 12 p.m., YOS 1509 activates, and easily broke through the metal, and failed. Approximately 20 cities were destroyed by 2 United States buildings according to Foundation staff. Item number, SCP-063. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-063 is to be kept at all times within Dr. Personal bathroom, located within the personnel quarters upon Site 19. Object is to be used as designed at least once in a 24-hour period, or the object will begin to emit an unknown specialized radiation that results in objects and material within a 0.6 meter 2 feet radius being slowly warped and eventually disintegrating into a fine dust. Radiation's effect on living test subjects has not been monitored. Description. SCP-063 appears to be an average, pale blue toothbrush. Stenciled along the side of the object are the words, "The world's best toothbrush." Sick. The word toothbrush is spelled incorrectly, though whether this was accidental or a purposeful action by the creators of the object is unknown. SCP-063 displays the ability to effortlessly cleave through any and all dead or inorganic matter, the focal point of this ability being the bristles. However, matter touched by the bristles is not separated, such as by way of a knife, but completely expunged from existence, leaving no trace whatsoever. This mode of operation is reminiscent of SCP-2207, suggesting that two anomalies share a connection or were created by the same entity or entities. Additionally, subjects who have used SCP-063 have claimed that the experience left their teeth feeling remarkably clean. In spite of its extraordinary abilities, lab analysis has discerned that SCP-063 is completely made of common plastic. Addendum. SCP-063 was originally found in St. Petersburg, on the person of or thief working in the area using SCP-063's abilities to crack safes. When questioned about the object, subject professed ignorance, claiming that he simply found the object one day. Questioning of the subject continued until he took his own life. His reason for doing this is, as of yet, unknown. Item number, SCP-021. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-021 is an obligate parasite of the human body. Containment, therefore, is no more difficult than containing an adult human. Most cells will suffice. Item is currently housed in detention cell 217A on subject D139. Only Class D personnel are eligible for hosting SCP-021. As long as a given subject survives as a host for SCP-021, he is exempt from normal monthly terminations of Class D personnel. Description. SCP-021 takes the form of a large and elaborate tattoo of a serpentine dragon in the Oriental style, covering approximately 0.8 square meters of skin. This tattoo is fully animate within the confines of its host's skin and behaves largely as a normal animal would, albeit in only 2 dimensions. The tattoo's movement causes constant pain to its host, comparable and similar in character to simultaneous tattooing and tattoo removal on a large scale. The organism tends to spend most of its time on and near the torso. SCP-021 displays no intelligence beyond the basic pattern of feeding and locomotion, although actually measuring the intelligence of a 2-dimensional life form has proven impossible thus far. SCP-021 appears to feed exclusively on pigments in the host's skin. This can include melanin, in which case the subject appears to be suffering from vitiligo. However, the organism shows a marked preference for other tattoos and will seek out and devour these before resorting to natural pigments. It should be noted that the feeding process itself, beyond the sensation of movement, is painless. Normal tattooing simply vanishes as it is eaten. The organism maintains a constant size, and no excretions have been observed. The organism is capable of clearing over 0.6 square meters of skin per hour. One may feed SCP-021 by quickly tattooing fruits or small animals on the host. SCP-021 can be transferred between hosts by various forms of physical contact, with differing rates of success. In the case of successful transfer, the organism simply swims from one person to the other. Sexual intercourse appears to be the most reliable method of transfer, with a 93% rate of transmission. However, due to the severe pain involved, this is less than ideal. Contact between 2 open wounds is generally preferable. Transfer is more complicated in deceased subjects, though not unreasonably so. The organism suffers no ill effects from the death of its host and continues to consume pigments. Transmission between species is unknown. Previous tests suggest it to be either impossible or exceedingly rare. SCP-021 does confer some benefits to its host. The tattoo has been proven to accelerate the release and reuptake of epinephrine and decrease lactic acid buildup, providing boosts of strength, confidence, and pain tolerance in stressful situations and reducing the usual after effects of weakness and fatigue. In addition, the tattoo seems to have some beneficial effect on the host's immune system. Aggression profiles in hosts are generally higher than average, though whether this is a direct effect of the tattoo or simply a reaction to the constant pain remains to be seen. The symbiotic relationship is usually limited by how long the host can tolerate such pain in everyday life. This has culminated in suicide in a number of subjects. In rare cases, hosts have also fallen victim to fatal skin infections. SCP-021's origins and nature are a mystery. Tracing its transmission from host to host is hardly feasible within the confines of secrecy, and the organism could well be hundreds of years old, if not more. Nevertheless, SCP-021's captivity is one of the longest in the Foundation's history at nearly years, and has been very educational thus far. Current research focuses mainly on observing the characteristics of life in 2 dimensions.
Hey guys, just a few reminders about this event. Do you remember the STHAS episode in the STHAS YouTube channel? The names, where some characters gained some new names. Yodel was named to Yuan, Kyle was renamed to Christopher, Baby Mario was renamed to Matthew, Baby Mario was renamed to Louis, Ink Bendy was named Bryant, Blacklight Ink Bendy was named Brian, and Ego was named Israel. Although Dr. Zombie will still have his name because his actual name is Frederick. The reason is that it doesn't feel the same for me anymore and it might be too stressful for these names. Speaking of the names, the link of the video will be in the description. Thanks for watching.
Item number, SCP-050. Object class, Euclid. Special containment procedures. So far, all attempts to contain SCP-050 have proven fruitless. At present, whoever has possession of SCP-050 is to leave it in an office they use with regularity. Description. SCP-050 appears to be a statue of a monkey reading a book, approximately 1 foot tall. On the bottom of the statue are engraved the words, "To the cleverest in cursive script." The statue has so far proven resistant to all forms of damage. As such, there is no accurate method to date the object. When left alone, SCP-050 has shown itself to be both useful and antagonistic to its current owner, although never seen to move. No matter the manner or amount of recordings, any room it is left in becomes very clean, to polish whenever possible. Paperwork is filed, trash is emptied, and in general, clutter is removed. However, SCP-050 also has a tendency to leave traps for its owner, so current holders should carefully check their offices upon returning. When left alone, SCP-050 has shown itself to be both useful and antagonistic to its current owner, although never seen to move. No matter the manner or amount of recordings, any room it is left in becomes very clean, to polish whenever possible. Paperwork is filed, trash is emptied, and in general, clutter is removed. However, SCP-050 also has a tendency to leave traps for its owner, so current holders should carefully check their offices upon returning. Footnotes 1. Testing to contain SCP-050 has been discontinued at this time too. Attempts to leave SCP-050 in unused offices have resulted in it following its owner home. This is a violation of regulations and not to be allowed. 3. One of the quirks of SCP-050 is that no matter what form of measurement is used, any record of said measurements will quickly be replaced by the customary system measurements. 4. Attempts to damage SCP-050 have resulted in increasingly lethal pranks as of this writing. Destruction testing is discontinued. And 5. See Document 050. Document 050. The Great Researcher Prank War of, on January 2000. During an attempted capture of SCP-963 by Chaos Insurgency agents, Dr. Bright made use of 963's intrinsic capabilities to make fools of the attempted kidnappers. When Bright returned to his office, he found a monkey statue waiting for him. His office had been tidied in his absence, and everything filed away, which came as something of a shock for the naturally messy Dr. Bright. Upon further investigation, it was found that despite the apparent tidiness of his office, all of his pens had been drained of all but the last bit of ink, and several important documents had been translated into Aramaic. Dr. Bright immediately began the usual testing of this new SCP, but found himself going nowhere, until Dr. Wright, as payback for something unspecified, smeared his desk with one half of a compound epoxy, and applied the other half of the compound to his utensils. At this point, SCP-050 vanished from Dr. Bright's office, reappearing in Dr. Wright's office. Whereupon 050 began the cleanup again. After several tests, it became apparent that SCP-050 was easily contained, as long as no one outside the Foundation proved to be cleverer than the Foundation scientists. Of course, this led to many of the Foundation scientists seeking to claim the title of most clever for themselves, and thus began the Great Researcher Prank War of. Memorandum 050A. No good will come of this. 05. Entry 1. Dr. English accesses SCP-705. 705 is allowed access to approximately 100 pounds of similarly colored Play-Doh. After several minutes conversation, the new army retreats to the ventilation shafts. No footage of Dr. Bright's room exists, but several hours later Dr. Bright stumbles out, covered in little red welts, and red Play-Doh, swearing and muttering. SCP-050 transfers ownership to Dr. English. Entry 2. At 11:30 p.m. on, Agent Strelnikov is seen exiting his room in full rage, carrying a machine gun. Smoke pours from the open door of his quarters. Senior researcher Eisendorf is later found to be in possession of 050, proving that a good enough prank will attract 050's attention no matter the target. Entry 3. At 10:25 a.m. Dr. Eisendorf returned from a brief coffee break to discover a typed note sitting on his desk. Rewritten here. Dr. Eisendorf, it seems there was a problem with the Class A amnesiac you requested following your SCP-231 assignment. Please hop on the next plane leaving from the site, and wait until someone comes and picks you up so that we can get this all sorted out. Cheers. 05. Despite factual and stylistic errors in this note, inappropriately informal style, the fact that there is no overseer 3.14, Dr. Eisendorf apparently took the note seriously and became highly distressed. Dr. Eisendorf boarded the next airplane leaving Site 23, which turned out to be a regularly scheduled flight traveling to Site 19. Dr. Eisendorf apparently did not realize this until landing, at which point he still waited over 8 hours outside the site, before a guard found him and asked him what he was doing. Dr. Eisendorf soon confirmed that he had never been assigned to SCP-231, and quickly worked out what had happened. SCP-050 was observed in the office of Dr. Kondraki later that same day. Entry 4. At 7:28 p.m., 2009, Dr. Kondraki was called away by Assistant Researcher House, under the pretense of a SCP-173 containment breach. Security cameras recovered footage of the ensuing prank. Upon returning to his office, Kondraki pauses briefly when he reaches his door. Moments later, he is seen backing slowly out of his office, keeping his eyes fixed on something inside. It was later revealed that Dr. Cold had placed a replica of SCP-173 in Kondraki's office, positioned in such a way that it faced the door, establishing eye contact with whoever might enter the room. Kondraki continued to retreat until slipping on a hitherto unnoticed puddle of cooking oil. The replica of SCP-173, made of wireframe, paper mache and spray paint, was relocated to Dr. Joseph Cold's office, shortly followed by SCP-050. Entry 5. Upon returning to his office on 2009, Dr. Cold was surprised to find the statue replaced with a note, reading, "I can't believe no one's thought of this." The statue was later located in the staff locker of Agent Yorick, who had simply stolen it. Entry 6. Statue returned to Cold. Yorick's living space in utter disarray. Agent Yorick is found unconscious, the words to be earned tattooed on his forehead through unknown means. Entry 7. Fro. 2009 to 2009 maintenance teams were called 27 times to Dr. Cold's office while he was out, all having received orders to install, repair, or remove a piece of furniture from the office, apparently at random. Dr. Cold became increasingly paranoid about these intrusions, considering his possession of SCP-050, and as of 2009, decided to bring his paperwork in the SCP back to his quarters and work from there. Upon entering his quarters, Dr. Cold was doused by the contents of a bucket carefully balanced on the entrance's door jamb. Ownership of SCP-050 changes to Dr. Light. Entry 8. On 2009, Dr. Coleman was seen pinning a notice to the break room notice board which read, "Due to the effects of SCP, all personnel who have received an amnesiac of any kind within the past 6 months are required to report to Dr. Light immediately." This was signed and notarized by no fewer than 17 members of O5 command and senior staff. After seeing this, an email was immediately sent out retracting the information and causing mass panic among some of our more paranoid employees. After what can only be described as a bum rush on Dr. Light's newly refurbished office resulting in the destruction of many items contained within, SCP-050 was found on Dr. Coleman's desk. Entry 9. On 2009, Dr. Coleman was called out of his quarters by an email from an unknown source. 5 minutes later, security footage showed Dr. Okagura entering Schumacher's quarters, carrying a bag with unknown contents, and leaving the room a few minutes later without the bag. Upon returning, Coleman discovered a dead rodent which appeared to have been slathered in the secretions of SCP-447. Personnel in adjacent rooms reported hearing a stream of profanity, followed by a thud. Worried researchers found him passed out on the floor, while the slime was later identified as green gelatin from the kitchen, and the dead rat as a rubber toy. SCP-050 was later found in Dr. Okagura's office. Entry 10. Video log 2009, 12:34 p.m. Dr. Okagura leaves for the cafeteria, presumably for lunch late breakfast. Researcher Chapelsky is seen entering Dr. Okagura's office, carrying several testing vials and SCP. Left the office 5 minutes later, closing the door behind him rather hurriedly. Okagura returns 10 minutes later, opens the door, and is snagged by a large tentacle which pulls him into the office and shuts the door behind him. A security team is dispatched to Okagura's office, and discovers him entangled by a giant squid. The team is seen trying to neutralize the cephalopod and free Okagura. The animal's remains were subsequently destroyed. SCP-050 has been located in Researcher Chapelsky's office. Entry 11. Entry 11-1. On 2012, Researcher Chapelsky came into work at approximately 0800 and promptly received a pie in the face, courtesy of Project Director Jones. SCP-050 was found on Project Director Jones' desk later that afternoon. What? That wasn't original at all. Dr. Bright. Entry 11-2. On 2012, Project Director Jones reported to his post researching SCP. Upon entering the facility, he was met by Researcher Chapelsky, who threw 2 pies at his face. SCP-050 was found in Researcher Chapelsky's office 10 minutes later. Entry 11-3. On 2012, Chapelsky entered his office to find Project Director Jones waiting for him with 3 pies, which he promptly threw at the researcher's face. SCP-050 appeared in Jones' workplace that evening. Guys, I think we broke it. Project Director Jones. Entry 11-4. In the middle of the workday, Dr. Bright entered Jones' research lab with 4 pies, which he threw in his face. As he was leaving, security footage records him saying, "This better not fucking work." SCP-050 was on Dr. Bright's desk upon his return. Notes. God damn it. Dr. Bright. Okay, no more fucking pies. Alright. Project Director Jones. Entry. I am unable to read this entry due to it having a messed up sentence. Entry 13 data expunged. Entry 14 data expunged and entry 15. On 2012, Dr. Light connected the SCP-732 infected hard drive to a scanner and asked 732 if it could produce lolcut images on request. Its response, presented in the form of an 8,000-word erotic story featuring itself, in the form of a man named Lord Kickus. Dr. Light, and redacted, was that with the help of SCP-050 it can do anything. Dr. Light provided SCP-732 with scanned photographs of SCP-577, SCP-529, SCP-607, and 2 instantiations of SCP-331. SCP-732 produced 10 lolcut images for each photograph. Dr. Light then provided SCP-732 with SCP-637 in the form of a drawing by SCP-637-2. As a result of this, SCP-732 was rapidly overwritten with an estimated 63 GB of text describing SCP-637's actions and appearance. Whether this information could have filled all available computer memory is unknown, as the last actions of the Lord Kickus instantiation were to induce total mechanical failure to its hard drive, accompanied by catastrophic uncontrolled oxidation. SCP-050 was found in Dr. Light's office the next morning. Note: SCP-637-2 reports that SCP-637 was not harmed by its venture into SCP-732, but that its fur was really messed up. Note: other copies of SCP-732 seem unaffected by the suicide of Lord Kickus. If you want to see another SCP, comment down below what SCP should I cover next. Item number: SCP-075. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-075 is contained in a 4-1 meters M level 4 corrosion-resistant container, which must be contained in a secure chamber with equal corrosion resistance. The absolute humidity of the chamber may not exceed 1% at any time. Medicinal-grade desiccants must be available at all times in order to maintain this level of humidity. If the humidity of SCP-075's chamber ever exceeds 1%, all personnel are to be evacuated immediately and the site will be locked down until the humidity is reduced to acceptable levels. All personnel who enter SCP-075's containment chamber must wear MOP level 4 protection. Injection tests, as well as any test which involves an aqueous solution, are strictly forbidden. If any such solution comes into contact with SCP-075, the area will be immediately locked down and flooded with desiccant until the humidity is brought back to acceptable levels. Evacuation of personnel remaining in the area is prohibited. Description: SCP-075 resembles a large snail 20 centimeters in length, 13 centimeters in width, and 15 centimeters in height, with a muscular foot resembling a 6-fingered, clawed hand. SCP-075 is exceptionally heavy, with a mass of approximately 860 kilograms, a property that is not understood. Desiccation is the only known means of containing SCP-075, as it will enter a dormant state when nearly completely dry. When not desiccated, SCP-075 moves at incredible speeds for its size and mass. It adopts the behavior of a predator, jumping at and drenching its prey in a highly caustic-based solution secreted from pores on its foot. These secretions are more corrosive than any substance known to terrestrial science. Due to SCP-075's aggressive behavior when active, this compound cannot be harvested. No material completely resistant to its corrosive power has been found. Addendum 075-F. Attempts to harvest SCP-075 secretions must be approved and supervised by all on-site Level 4 personnel. However, approval of said personnel cannot override the standing order to not introduce any liquid solution to SCP-075, including its own secretions. Addendum 075-G. A cup of SCP-075 secretions was successfully harvested by using SCP-294. Testing is underway to determine what substances, if any, are immune to its corrosion. Testing is also underway to determine why the cup provided by SCP-294 is immune to the substance's effects. If you want to see another SCP, comment down below what SCP should I cover next. Item number: SCP-180. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. All headwear including hair clips and bows is restricted in Reliquary Research and Containment Site 76 for all outside security. Anyone violating this rule is subject to complete physical search, auditing of travel within Site 76, and DNA identity testing. SCP-180 is not to leave its research laboratory. The current appearance of SCP-180 is to be reported to security daily. Security is to be notified immediately should personnel encounter someone they don't recognize in their department, performing or dressed as if they belong there as their identity might have been stolen. Description: SCP-180 appears as a hat or other form of headwear or hair accessory. Any individual who places SCP-180 on their head will have their identity stolen by the hat. This effect causes the original host to be completely unrecognizable, even to people strongly familiar with the subject. Individuals observing a subject who has had their identity stolen will only be able to vaguely describe features of the individual such as hair and eye color, skin tone, and clothing, but will not be able to recognize the identity of the subject. Host subjects are unable to convince others of their identity. This effect lasts until SCP-180 has selected a new host. Once SCP-180 has stolen the identity of a host subject, when SCP-180 is placed upon any other subject's head, the identity of the first subject, host, is imprinted on the second subject. This is possible not only for people, but for animals and inanimate objects. For example, subjects have mistaken dogs, statues, and coffee tables for the host of SCP-180 when the hat is placed on these objects. SCP-180's appearance changes upon changing host. However, the effect is only visual. The object has appeared as a top hat, a skull cap, a baseball cap, a bandana, a hair clip, a hijab, and a motorcycle helmet, amongst other objects. Imaging using MRI and 3D ultrasound has shown that SCP-180 is in reality nothing more than a worn length of linen or cloth resembling a veil or shroud. Placing SCP-180 on the head properly actually covers the face. Research has been unable to explain how and why radiation visual and infrared is manipulated by SCP-180 to produce false images. If you want to see another SCP, comment down below what SCP should I cover next. Item number: SCP-240. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-240 is to be kept in the secure artifact storage facility in Site 77. Due to its age and delicate construction, SCP-240 is to be contained in a vacuum-sealed container with humidity and temperature levels constantly monitored and controlled. The mouthpiece is to be permanently covered. No subjects are permitted to enter SCP-240's containment chamber. Description: SCP-240 is a vehicle capable of air travel. It is constructed from a wooden rod which the operator sits in the middle of, a mouthpiece connected to the pipe device, and a large canvas sack, which contains a porthole for exhaust fumes to exit. The words "more some kite" have been painted on spot the operator is intended to sit on. The words "from many comes might" are sewn into the canvas. When activated, SCP-240 is capable of flying for approximately twice the duration of the user exhaling into its mouthpiece. Following this, it will enter a slow descent and ultimately land. Although it can only take off from land, testing has shown that SCP-240 is capable of landing on water and heavier than air gases. For every 1 N of force the user exerts into SCP-240, there will be 50 N of thrust in return. It produces dust emissions within the barrels. These emissions contain minerals such as nickel, copper, gold, platinum, potassic feldspar, and pyrex ferrite. However, the steel drums do not appear to have any connection to the mouthpiece or piping. Additionally, users utilizing SCP-240 have occasionally reported tasting ammonia, sulfur, and having hot gas rush cause severe lung discomfort. Post-test medical examinations have not shown any corroborating damage to the subjects' bodies. SCP-240 was discovered in 1927 in the possession of the Morsum Space Society, an organization dedicated to astrological research, following a raid on their headquarters due to bootlegging charges. Notes recovered during the operation indicated the bootlegging had been done to finance SCP-240. It was found inside the home and taken as evidence by the UIU. Its sex-phenomenal capabilities were not discovered until 3 years later, when an evidence clerk casually blew into SCP-240 and was thrown across the room, suffering a broken nose and 3 fractured ribs. SCP-240 was immediately transferred to the Foundation while a non-functional replica was handed over to the UIU. Due to the age and relative obscurity of SCP-240, it was not difficult to manufacture documentation discrediting it as a hoax. Addendum. Utilizing fiber optic camera technology, Foundation researchers were able to place cameras within SCP-240's mouthpiece during flight. Over the course of the examination, the camera recorded a location in space which appeared very similar to the solar system. However, the Earth and Moon were missing and Venus had several possibly artificial satellites around it. All orbits were moving notably faster, at a scale similar to the scale of the input-output of SCP-240. Further testing is currently being conducted. If you want to see another SCP, comment down below what SCP should I cover next. Item number, SCP-847. Object class, Euclid. Special containment procedures. SCP-847 is to be kept in a reinforced modified humanoid containment chamber. For the purpose of ongoing behavioral studies, the room is to be fully furnished with a bed, dresser, couch, table, chair, full-length mirror, sink, shower, and toilet. The floor of the chamber is to be constructed with 1 cm exposed beams of copper, which can be electrified remotely to minimum 50 kV potential. A 50 cm squared safe zone at the rear right corner of the containment chamber is to remain free of copper beams in the case of personnel inside containment during disabling of SCP-847. No meals are to be provided. All personnel posted to SCP-847 must be armed with a shock baton rated at 30 kV or greater. Only men XY males identifying as such are to be assigned to or permitted within a 50-meter radius of SCP-847. After the results of experiment 847G, upon order of the Ethics Committee, intersex, transgender, and non-binary personnel are prohibited from working with, handling, or approaching SCP-847 for their own safety and well-being. When assigning personnel to SCP-847, preference is to be given to men who are not sexually attracted to women. Description: SCP-847 is a human female mannequin, 156 centimeters tall and 27 kilograms in mass, constructed of human hair and an unknown composite fibrous polymer that abrades and shatters similarly to porcelain. Exploratory laparoscopy of SCP-847 shows the presence of internal structures resembling an incomplete set of bones, organs, and major blood vessels, composed of the same polymer. Small amounts of a black, volatile resin similar to plastination compounds leak from the eyes and damaged regions of the mannequin. SCP-847 is normally at some level of disrepair, with shattered areas on the torso, head, and limbs. See Addendum 847B for details. SCP-847 is anemic and moves with erratic, stiff motions while shuddering to maintain balance. It demonstrates different behaviors depending on the genotypical sex and identified gender of nearby humans. These behavioral patterns are grouped as Pattern Z, Pattern Y, and Pattern X. Pattern Z behaviors occur when there is no human within 50 meters. SCP-847 remains inanimate and silent 99.5% of the time under these conditions. When animate, SCP-847 will dress in any available clothes, stand in front of any available full-length mirror, and return to an inanimate state, adopting a pose that showcases the outfit worn. It favors clothing which is designed for young women, and which leaves ample skin exposure. On rare occasions, SCP-847 will scratch short messages on nearby surfaces with a finger or, depending on the state of repair, with an available appendage. Messages written since entering Foundation custody are found in Addendum 847C. Pattern Y behaviors are adopted when there are male subjects but no female subjects within 50 meters, independent of intervening obstacles. Initial stage behaviors involve emitting vocalizations resembling high-pitched whimpering gasps and adopting more provocative poses. Occasional shudders can be observed during this time. After 3 to 5 minutes of the initial stage, SCP-847's behavior enters a secondary stage, during which it becomes fully animate, approaching any male subject, adopting a hunched pose and appearing to look up into the subject's eyes. Vocalizations during this period become more frequent and longer in duration. Subjects are able to handle and freely alter or pose SCP-847 during this time. When posed, it holds the new pose as balance allows. The final stage of Pattern Y behaviors occurs approximately 5 minutes after all subjects have left the 50-meter perimeter of SCP-847. It will then shatter select portions of its body and or extract internal structures. Once shattering or extraction is complete, it emits sobbing vocalizations and returns to Pattern Z behaviors. Pattern X behaviors occur when any female subject approaches within 50 meters, independent of intervening obstacles, whether male subjects are present or not. SCP-847 will emit vocalizations resembling distressed grunts and screeches, immediately animate, and physically attack the woman. During Pattern X behaviors, SCP-847's strength and speed are greatly increased, with sprints of up to 45 kph and exertion of 40 kN of force having been measured. During an attack, SCP-847 will occasionally shatter an appendage, usually a finger or toe, in order to produce a sharp edge. Furthermore, plastination resin is released from its eyes, mouth, and shattered sections of its body. Resin falling in open wounds results in a quick hardening of soft tissues that spread until the victim's body reaches a composition of a similar polymer as SCP-847. Following plastination, SCP-847 will harvest selected body parts from the victim corresponding to damaged sections of its own body. It will fuse these parts to its body via the resin. Not all damaged sections will be repaired in this way. Upon completion of harvesting, SCP-847 will return to Pattern Y or Pattern Z behaviors. The resin produced by SCP-847 has been shown to have its anomalous plastination effects occur only when applied to soft tissues of women. The resin has no effect on cadaverous, non-human, or male tissue. Application of high-voltage electricity in excess of 10 kV will cause a temporary solidification of the resin, resulting in SCP-847 becoming inanimate for approximately 5 minutes, regardless of the behavior pattern expressed at the time. Addendum 847A. Recovery log. A federal human trafficking investigation led to the discovery of SCP-847 in the basement of an abandoned department store in Las Vegas. Vyond on the 23rd of August 1983, surrounded by partially disassembled and broken non-anomalous female mannequins wrapped in plastic sheets. FBI agents on the scene witnessed SCP-847 exhibit Pattern Y behaviors. Initially thinking it a trafficking victim, agents moved in to assist. SCP-847 then switched to Pattern X and attacked one of the agents. The agent subdued SCP-847 with a stun gun, leading to the discovery of high-voltage electricity as a tool for containment, and was evacuated from the basement. The UIU was informed of the situation. Foundation agents were contacted through regular channels and SCP-847 was secured. Despite signs of human habitation, the trafficking victims were never found. Addendum 847B. Shattering event log. Notable shattering events are listed below. Due to the shattering and harvesting behaviors of SCP-847, it has significantly altered appearance since entering Foundation custody. See photos in log for different stages of completion. The 27th of August 1983. Description of event. SCP-847 shatters chest after researchers leave containment. Researchers notes. Researcher was heard to verbally note unrealistic proportions in the containment chamber during initial placement. Researchers are advised to avoid any verbal commentary regarding SCP-847 while in the containment chamber. Replacement harvested the 12th of September 1983. The 14th of May 1984. Description of event. SCP-847 shatters nose after experiment 847 with D8334. Researchers notes. As part of regular testing protocol, subjects are not informed of SCP-847's shattering behavior after the subject leaves the containment chamber. See partial debriefing interview below.
Is there anything about the appearance of SCP-847 that you particularly noticed?
You mean other than being a living, breathing mannequin? Well, her nose looks funny. You know, how those nostrils just flare out like that. They're just pits, not covered nicely.
Did you say anything regarding SCP-847's nose to it?
Nothing. She's not someone you can talk to. Doesn't talk back, but doesn't listen either.
Replacement harvested the 20th of October 1984. At the conclusion of this harvest, female D-class testing with SCP-847 was prohibited on the order of the Ethics Committee. The 21st of April 1995. Description of event. SCP-847 tears out all head hair and extracts liver after experiment 847J with D13928. Researcher's notes. See partial debriefing interview below.
Did you make any comment about SCP-847's hair?
He laughs.
I know, right? The 80s are over. Heck, that was almost 70s.
Please answer the question.
You got it all on film. Nah, I didn't say much of anything. I was just impressed with an actual living dog. Real fine piece of ass, too. I suppose I can't take her drinking, though, being plastic and all. And we still locked up, of course.
Well, thank you, D13928. We're done here.
You're welcome. You think we can run this experiment again, sometime?
Hair replaced the 13th of July 2013. Liver replaced the 12th of August 2013. The 1st of March 2005. Description of event. SCP-847 tears out all pubic hair during a period of pattern Z behavior. Researchers' notes. Of note is that this is the only shattering event that has not been linked to pattern Y period. SCP-847 has not attempted replacement. The 23rd of September 2013. Description of event. SCP-847 extracts brain, eyes, clavicle, and shatters hands. Researchers' notes. SCP-847 had become fully intact, under researcher Tyler Jensen's supervision. In the interest of reducing SCP-847's capabilities, a test was authorized with D7294, chosen because he had been convicted of multiple murders of a sexual nature. Shattering event lasted 45 minutes, with SCP-847 emitting novel screeching vocalizations throughout. Partial debriefing interview follows.
D7294, please state your opinion of SCP-847.
Cute. It knows its place.
Please elaborate.
The way it squeals and grovels, it knows what it's there for. Pity it does a lousy job.
In what way?
It doesn't follow orders. Yes, you can pose it, humiliate it, but it doesn't do much more than mule anyway. I had to break off a finger just to see if it mattered. It didn't. You know, it's ironic. You dream your entire life of finding a woman who's that compliant, that devoid of thought, that helpless to your every whim, and when you find her, she's just a useless mannequin who can't do anything.
Thank you, D7294. We're done here. Guards, please escort D7294 back to his cell.
Addendum 847-C. Message log. Below is a log of all messages written by SCP-847 to date while in Foundation custody. Attempts to communicate with SCP-847 have met with failure. SCP-847 does not use words when vocalizing and does not respond to questions asked by personnel, whether spoken or written. The 25th of August 1983. Comeback. The 13th of October 1984. I can do better. The 9th of March 1986. Where are you? The 18th of May 1988. Where is my prince? The 21st of July 1990. I can change. The 5th of October 1996. You can earn ME. The 12th of February 1998. You're my master. The 8th of June 2001. Don't leave ME. The 25th of April 2004. Whatever you want. The 15th of April 2009. 1979 to 2009. The 16th of April 2009. Too old. The 17th of April 2009. I can be young for you. The 3rd of December 2011. What's wrong with ME? The 8th of March 2013. I'm sorry I'm worthless. The 31st of August 2015. Daddy, I'll be good. Footnotes 1. Individuals with Klinefelter or Turner syndromes have not been tested with SCP-847 at this time and should not be considered eligible candidates for SCP-847 duties 2. Vocalizations were deeper upon initial acquisition and have become increasingly higher in pitch over time. See audio log 847-32 for comparison. 3. On the 22nd of September 2013, researcher Tyler Jensen was reprimanded, discharged, and stripped of all standing with the Foundation due to multiple ethics committee and standard procedure violations that resulted, over a period of 2 months, in the death of 9 D-class personnel, and ended with Jensen affecting the containment breach of SCP-847, resulting in an additional 2 fatalities. If you want to see another SCP, comment down below what SCP should I cover next. Item number, SCP-092. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. The 3,125 instances of SCP-092 are to be held in individual cases suitable for containing non-anomalous audio compact discs, and stored in standard inanimate object lockers at Site 37. Each instance is to be individually numbered with permanent marker. Testing of instances of SCP-092 is to be done in soundproof rooms. Only one instance of SCP-092 may be examined at a time. Only D-class personnel are to listen to previously unexamined instances of SCP-092. Research proposals which involve non-D-class personnel listening to instances of SCP-092 require written approval from Site Command. The cadaver of SCP-092-B is not currently considered anomalous except by association, and is preserved in the morgue freezer at Site 19. Description. SCP-092 is a set of 3,125 audio CDs, each labeled the absolute best of the fifth dimension and marked with the names of the 31 performers who have at various times been part of the American singing group, the fifth dimension. Each instance of SCP-092, when played in a standard CD player, will produce a distinct anomalous effect upon all individuals within hearing range. The anomalous phenomenon will last 74 minutes, the duration of a standard audio CD, during which time listeners will be unable to leave hearing range, or to shut off the CD player or otherwise interrupt its function. As well, when the anomalous phenomenon finishes, all surviving listeners will engage in synchronized vocalization of the phrase. Wow, that was real cool. Synchronized vocalization has been observed in non-Anglophones. pre-verbal infants, unconscious individuals, paralyzed individuals, and individuals physically incapable of speech due to laryngeal, lingual, and or buccal damage. The anomalous properties of each instance of SCP-092 are thematically and conceptually linked to the number 5 dimensions, and or the members of the fifth dimension. As of 871 instances of SCP-092 have been assessed and their anomalous properties formally described. See document 092W83 for a full list, or below for a representative sample. Representative sample of documented anomalous properties of instances of SCP-092. Instant and anomalous property. SCP-092-028. Listeners experience quintuple vision for all moving objects. SCP-092-041. Listeners' bodies exude pentagonal crystals of elemental boron chemical element number 5. Crystals cease materializing upon conclusion of CD, but do not dematerialize. SCP-092-042. Listeners' bodies exude pentagonal ingots of elemental manganese chemical element number 25, or 5-2. Ingots cease materializing upon conclusion of CD, but do not dematerialize. Listeners succumb to acute manganese poisoning within 24 hours. SCP-092-043. Listeners' bodies exude pentagonal nodules of elemental cesium chemical element number 55. All listeners killed by cesium burns within 8 minutes. SCP-092-079. Listeners become physiologically 5 years old. SCP-092-080. Listeners become physiologically 5 months old. SCP-092-081. Listeners become physiologically 5 weeks old. SCP-092-082. Listeners become physiologically 5 days old. SCP-092-087. Listeners spontaneously become 5 months pregnant. Pregnancies spontaneously miscarry upon conclusion of CD. In initial tests, all male listeners succumb to massive internal hemorrhaging within 10 minutes, as do 3 female listeners. Surviving female listeners succumb to organ damage within 4 days. Post-mortem genetic analysis shows that all fetuses were identical, and are not related to the listeners. SCP-092-126. Listeners experience unbearably painful facial spasms characterized by constant chewing and biting motion, symptoms of trigeminal neuralgia, caused by inflammation of the fifth cranial nerve. During initial test, all listeners batter themselves into unconsciousness against walls of testing chamber in attempts to escape the pain. SCP-092-175. Listeners' bodies are pentasected radially, producing 5 disconnected segments which remain alive and mobile. SCP-092-176. Listeners' bodies are pentasected laterally, producing 5 disconnected segments which remain alive and mobile. SCP-092-177. Listeners' bodies are pentasected longitudinally, producing 5 disconnected segments which remain alive and mobile. SCP-092-178. Listeners' bodies are pentasected axially, producing 5 disconnected segments which remain alive and mobile. SCP-092-200. Listeners are teleported to a site on the surface of Haumea, fifth most massive moon of Jupiter, fifth planet from the Sun. Listeners are returned upon conclusion of CD, but succumb to the combined effects of hypothermia, hypoxia, and radiation poisoning within 3 hours. SCP-092-256. Listeners are converted into 2-dimensional forms. SCP-092-271. Listeners spontaneously lose 5 teeth each. Teeth do not regrow after conclusion of CD. SCP-092-272. Listeners spontaneously lose all but 5 teeth each. Teeth do not regrow after conclusion of CD. SCP-092-273. Listeners spontaneously lose 5 fingernails each. Fingernails do not regrow after conclusion of CD. SCP-092-274. Listeners spontaneously lose 5 toenails each. Toenails do not regrow after conclusion of CD. SCP-092-278. Listeners spontaneously grow 3 extra eyes each, for a total of 5 extra eyes do not dematerialize upon conclusion of CD. Eyes are functional, and of the same color as listeners' original eyes. SCP-092-279. Listeners experience topological deformation such that their height becomes the circumference of their waist, and vice versa. Deformation reverts at conclusion of CD. This appears to be an exchange between listeners' dimension of height and dimension of width. SCP-092-285. Listeners sneeze 5 times per minute for the duration of the CD. SCP-092-286. Listeners belch 5 times per minute for the duration of the CD. SCP-092-287. Listeners hiccup 5 times per minute for the duration of the CD. SCP-092-288. Listeners cough 5 times per minute for the duration of the CD. SCP-092-315. Listeners find themselves within the 2010 Lars von Trier film Dimension, where they are able to interact with the setting but not affect the actions of the characters. Since Dimension is only 27 minutes in duration, the events within the film repeat 2.74 times. SCP-092-316. Listeners find themselves within the 1993 EastEnders Doctor Who crossover Dimensions in Time, where they are able to interact with the setting but not affect the actions of the characters. Since the 2 parts of Dimensions in Time are only 13 minutes in total duration, the events within the episodes repeat 5.69 times. SCP-092-317. Listeners find themselves within the 1963 Italian film Amer in Quattro Dimension, where they are able to interact with the setting but not affect the actions of the characters. SCP-092-397. Listeners experience random moments in the life of Alan Shepard, the 5th man to walk on the moon. SCP-092-399. Listeners experience random moments in the life of James Monroe, the 5th President of the United States. SCP-092-400. Listeners experience random moments in the life of Mackenzie Burwell, the 5th Prime Minister of Canada. SCP-092-401. Listeners experience random moments in the life of Edward Seaga, the 5th Prime Minister of Jamaica. SCP-092-402. Listeners experience random moments in the life of Charan Singh, the 5th Prime Minister of India. SCP-092-403. Listeners experience random moments in the life of Helen Hayes, the 5th winner of the Academy Award for Best Actress. SCP-092-466. Listeners are physically transformed into members of the original lineup of the 5th Dimension, as they were at the time of the group's establishment in 1966. SCP-092-467. Listeners are physically transformed into members of the original lineup of the 5th Dimension, as they were at the time of the original group's dissolution in 1975. SCP-092-468. Listeners are physically transformed into members of the original lineup of the 5th Dimension, as they were at the time of the original group's reunion in 1990. SCP-092-469. Listeners are physically transformed into members of the original lineup of the 5th Dimension, as they are today. Listeners who transform into Ron Townsend 1933 to 2001 resume their original forms after conclusion of CD, but do not resurrect. When an instance of SCP-092 is inserted into the CD drive of a personal computer, its files can be accessed without triggering the anomalous effects. Examination of the files indicates that each CD has different content. All content is audio material by all pertaining to the 5th Dimension and its individual members. In addition to all known commercially released songs, files contain live performances, practice sessions, auditions, media interviews, and personal conversations. Acquisition log. On the 5th of May, an unidentified man, henceforth SCP-092-B, carrying 2 suitcases approached front gate guards at Site 19 and stated that he wished to surrender himself and his anomalous creations into Foundation custody. The contents of his suitcases were confiscated and classed as SCP-092. SCP-092-B was transferred to Site 37 for interrogation. During interrogation, SCP-092-B revealed the thematic connections 5 dimensions and the 5th dimension between all instances of SCP-092 and then committed suicide. Access requires level 4 security clearance or higher. Transcript of statement made by SCP-092-B upon arrival at Site 19.
Sir, this is private property. You can't.
This is a secret Foundation site, right?
You can't come in here. Sir,
You're the SCP Foundation, and I'm a failure.
What was that, sir?
You're the SCP Foundation, and I'm a failure. I think I'm clever, but I'm not. I'm a stupid, boring nickel tree hack who thinks that money and cheap puns can take the place of talent and inspiration. I'm tasteless. I'm dull. I'm incompetent. I have no sense of style, and the only reason I'm not an art criminal is that nothing I've ever made is even close to being art. You can secure me, and you can contain me, but no one can protect me. Please take me and my anomalous garbage into custody.
At this point, guards summoned back up. SCP-092-B repeated this statement verbatim until he was taken into custody. Excerpt from transcript of SCP-092-B interrogation session number 2.
Yes, we understand about 5S. Thank you. That's been most helpful. But we were also wondering what you could tell us about how you made these.
I just wanted to be cool, you know. I really did. I thought, well, I had my inheritance and my collection, and there was the estate and the abandoned museum, and so much of the stuff went together, and it wasn't that tough. And look, my ideas were better than yours. They were. I know they were. No, they're not. Nobody's impressed by stupid facile wordplay. It's not even good wordplay. It's kindergarten level Baronomas. Oh look, 5 dimensions. What other things can you think of that come in 5s? I'm worthless. I'm worthless.
Better than my ideas?
There's no deeper meaning to what I did. It's all just superficial podunking village crab pumping imitation, shit into the river of human achievement. It seems fucking Oakland, and I don't even fucking understand those fucking illusions. I'm an uninspired wallaby. I'm boring. I'm a useless hack with no fucking imagination. I've wasted and ruined miracles. I've squandered so much raw material that better people could have done so much with. I'm not cool. I never would be. I'm really sorry about the mess. These aren't my arms.
At this point, SCP-092-B seized his own head with both hands and ripped it off his neck, killing himself instantly. Footnotes 1. Requests have been made to use SCP-092-200 to send exploration teams equipped with environment suits to Himalaya. Approval is pending to D092-7714, who had lost an eye in a fight prior to entering Foundation custody. Grew 4 extra rise when listening to SCP-092-278. 3. Although SCP-092 was taken into Foundation custody and Von Trier began production on Dimension in the 1980s, with the intention of continuing for 30 years. If you want to see another SCP, comment down below what SCP should I cover next. Item number, SCP-1087. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-1087 is to be kept in the Site-38 Arboretum, which is to be stocked with multiple species of insects and small birds to meet SCP-1087's dietary needs. Personnel are not to enter Arboretum-38 without a Foundation Type 2 breathing apparatus except during testing. Testing of SCP-1087's effects may be performed on E-Class personnel. However, to avoid interfering with research into other SCPs, testing should take place between 2,200 and 0600 hours. D-Class affected by SCP-1087 are to be terminated before Foundation personnel cause injury to themselves attempting to reach them. Description. SCP-1087 is a white male Philippine tarsier, or Carlitos irichta, age estimated at 5 years, 700 kilograms in weight. SCP-1087 saliva contains an unknown chemical not naturally produced in the primate body. The chemical is inert by itself, however. Once it makes contact with a mammalian bloodstream, it travels to the subject's exocrine glands and alters their biochemical functions. This results in affected subjects producing and secreting a pheromone designated as SCP-1087-1. SCP-1087-1 will be secreted from all exocrine glands simultaneously, emerging in the subject's blood, saliva, sweat, and waste fluids. Affected subjects will produce this pheromone at high concentrations up to mg or L, leading to eventual exhaustion and dehydration. Mammals coming into contact with SCP-1087-1 become increasingly agitated, specifically towards the being emitting the pheromone. As time passes, the concentration of pheromones will severely hamper the judgment of nearby animals, including humans, compelling all mammals near the affected subject to hunt and attack the organism emitting SCP-1087-1. High concentrations of SCP-1087-1 will develop in affected subjects' blood. When assaults against affected subjects become severe enough to draw blood, more animals will be drawn to the area and join in the attack. Experimentation suggests that it is effectively impossible to rescue an affected subject without a breathing apparatus meeting Foundation standards of at least Type 2 or higher. Without this, any rescue will be overcome by SCP-1087-1 and will begin attacking the subject as well. Once the subject is dead, all attackers will leave the area without feeding on the affected subject. This suggests that the flesh of affected animals seems poisonous to those under the influence of SCP-1087-1. It should be pointed out that SCP-1087 is immune to these effects. SCP-1087-1 has no effect on its biochemistry, and it seems to feed naturally by eating the meat that other predators find poisonous. SCP-1087 has shown awareness around humans, but is willing to attack humans if it feels it can do so with relatively little risk. The Tarsier's naturally nocturnal habits favor it in this regard. Recovery Log 1087-1. SCP-1087 was discovered following a trail of unusual livestock deaths, including one in which a cow was trampled to death by the other cows in the area and then preyed upon by an unknown small carnivore but no other animals. Examination of the surrounding areas led Foundation personnel to a barn several miles away. The barn was not in use, its owners having been sentenced to prison after killing their 8-year-old son. A mobile task force secured SCP-1087 through the use of anesthetizing gas and brought it to Site-38 for containment. Another investigation suggested that a series of unusual murders throughout the southeastern United States might have had a connection to SCP-1087, due to what was believed to be small primate bites on each of the victims. However, conclusive evidence was never recovered to support this hypothesis. If you want to see another SCP, comment down below what SCP should I cover next. Item number, SCP-1090. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. The item is currently housed at Site 561. It is kept in a padded case and can be safely stored alongside similarly contained items. Description. SCP-1090 has the appearance of a set of cordless headphones with 2 polished, black basalt stones as earpieces. The headband is white plastic, with flexible joints allowing for size adjustment. A blue dot mark with a white L and a red dot mark with a white R are visible on the swivel joints at either end. It is unclear how the stones have been fused to the rest of the device. Results from radiography of the object have been inconclusive. Any subject who wears SCP-1090 in the manner of conventional headphones will experience an anomalous auditory sensation. These sensations appear to be unique to the listener. The device has no effect on individuals who simply hold or handle it, although the stones have been reported to remain oddly cool to the touch. It is probable that the longer an individual is exposed to SCP-1090, the more unusual and lasting its effect becomes, but this has not been conclusively demonstrated. Site 561 no longer participates in testing with human subjects or uses a class designation D4 on-site personnel. See archived experiment logs for more details. Experiment logs 1090. Log on the 2nd of January 2012, or the 1st of February 2012 because sometimes a month can be in the middle. Subjects, D0332 female age 22. Procedure. Subject was seated in a soundproof room, instructed to place SCP-1090 over her ears, and told to remove it when signaled by a red light. Duration, 2 minutes. Results. Subject places the device over her ears and immediately makes an expression of surprise. She makes no attempt to remove the device. She appears to focus intently and fails to react to the flashing red light until 10 additional seconds have passed. Subject describes clear, loud music, which seemed to already be playing before I put them on. It sounded like the middle of a song. The song was described as a children's choir singing in a foreign language. I can't really tell you if it was beautiful or creepy. Log January to the 12th of March 2012. Subjects, D0886 male age 38, D0423 male age 24, D1002 female age 31 and junior researcher M. Procedure. Each subject was seated in a soundproof room, instructed to place SCP-1090 over their ears, and told to remove it when signaled by a red light. Duration, 2 minutes. Results. D0886. Reports hearing guitars playing several melodies at once, like Hendrix in a mirror house. D0423. Here's a single, low, sustained note, like a string bass, followed by a melody he describes as a bad bass solo, but played that way on purpose, you know? Subject seems fixated on explaining this concept and prolongs the interview by over an hour. D1002. Subject is initially unresponsive to the red flashing light, appearing reluctant to remove the device. Subject does not respond to questioning until nearly 15 minutes have passed. She eventually reports, I think it was my cat, it sounded just like my cat. He was singing a song to me, about fish. Note, as none of the subjects testing the item have been harmed, we've given M permission to try it out. Dr. Sinclair. Junior researcher M. It was just woodpeckers. Pecking. Like, at least 20 woodpeckers. The 4th of April 2012. Subjects. Dr. L. Procedure. As of the 12th of March 2012, none of the human subjects who participated in testing have shown any signs of injury or change in baseline behavior and cognition. Dr. L. repeats the original experiment without incident. Duration. 2 minutes. Results. Subject reports a low, sustained drone for the first 30 seconds and described the sound slowly increasing in volume. Subject describes this sound creating a sense of intense expectation, like something important was just about to happen. The subject expressed doubt that she would have removed the device in the first 10 seconds, even if instructed to do so. It's hard to describe the sound of not dread. I wouldn't really call it dread. I know dread, okay? I felt like an intruder, like I wasn't supposed to be listening. At the same time, I knew, if I kept listening, I'd hear. I don't know. I'm being vague. Sorry, but that's as precisely as I can explain it. Dr. L notes that the music faded into silence immediately before the 2-minute light flashed. She has expressed interest in repeating the experiment, which Dr. Sinclair has denied. Log the 5th of May 2012. Subjects. D2101 male age 22. D4040 male age 56. Procedure. Each subject was seated in a soundproof room, instructed to place SCP-1090 over their ears, and told to remove it when signaled by a red light. Duration. 8 minutes. Results. D2101. Subject reacts in the same manner as D1002, initially failing to respond to the flashing light for nearly 3 minutes and remaining in a complacent and unspeaking state for close to an hour after the test's conclusion. Subject reports hearing wind chimes, notably not localized in the earpieces, but some really close, and some really far away. Too far away to hear. There must have been hundreds of them. D4040. Subject displays growing unease while wearing the device and removes it promptly when the light flashes. When asked to describe his experience, subject refused to say more than, it was brown. Addendum the 26th of May 2012. Both D2101 and D4040 report that they continue, intermittently, to hear the same sounds they described hearing while wearing SCP-1090. Unlike instances of simple cognitive itch, they claim the sounds are changing and growing progressively louder. If you want to see another SCP, comment down below what SCP should I cover next. For example, find the 1000 through 1999 SCP you like me to cover.
Why are oranges called oranges? But an apple is not called red? Oh my goodness. I can't take it anymore. Eating a burger with no honey mustard. 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 Eating a burger with no honey. How are you still watching me? I'm out of here.
Item number, SCP-807. Object class, Euclid. Special containment procedures. SCP-807 is to be kept in a locked safe deposit box at Site 19's high-value item storage facility. Standard positive action defenses explosive, chemical, biological, and mimetic are to be in place at all times. According to standard operating procedure, SCP-807 may be removed from its storage container with proper authorization for experimentation. All personnel working around SCP-807 must be well fed and should wear oral restraints to prevent accidental ingestion. Description. SCP-807 is a salmon-colored ceramic dinner plate 20 centimeters in diameter with the words Last Chance Diner printed on the edges in white. A small piece has been chipped out of one edge of a plate. Just above the letter D there are no manufacturer's marks, and to date, all efforts to find the restaurant in question have failed. SCP-807 transmutes any food served upon it into a variation of its original form with high concentrations of fat, sodium, and cholesterol. Once transmuted, the food in question is enhanced in flavor and aroma to preternatural levels, to the point where the desire to consume said food becomes nearly irresistible. Anyone who does consume said food, however, will undergo cardiac arrest within 5 minutes of finishing their meal, due to sudden and massive fatty buildup in the major arteries. In some cases, immediate bypass surgery has been shown to be effective in saving the life of the subject. Addendum 807-A recorded transmutations. Cucumber sandwich made with fresh cucumbers, white bread, and 2 cc butter. Fried egg sandwich. Vegetarian patty with fresh lettuce, tomato, and onion, with 4cc ketchup, 4cc mustard, and 2 slices dill pickle on a whole wheat bun. Luther burger served onto Krispy Kreme donuts with 3 beef patties consisting of a total of 0.5 kilograms of beef, served with lettuce, tomato, onion, 8cc ketchup, 8cc mayonnaise, 8cc mustard, with a fried dill pickle on the side. Luther burger data expunged. Further testing of high-fat foods with SCP-807 has been suspended due to the high number of casualties. If you want to see another SCP, comment down below what SCP should I cover next. For example, find the 2000 through 2999 SCP you like me to cover. Item number, SCP-1999. Object class, Euclid. Special containment procedures. Mobile Task Force Iota 9. Collected curios is to work with museums in designated areas of effect, identifying cases of vandalism concerning the name. Lois. The MTF will also secure all items affected by SCP-1999. The Foundation will work to restore items with high monetary or cultural value. All instances of the word Lois written in anything other than ballpoint pen or felt tip marker ink are not to be considered SCP-1999. Pertinent graffiti is to be investigated for links to Dadaist Collective. Are we cool yet? See Addendum 1999-D. See Addenda. Description. SCP-1999 is a phenomenon whereby the name Lois, sometimes stylized Lois in all caps or less frequently, Lois inscribes itself on the surface of objects through unknown means. The name appears to be written in either ballpoint pen or felt tip marker, and the handwriting is consistent throughout all instances. See Addendum 1999-B. Objects so far discovered with SCP-1999 written on them have had no similarities to one another other than having been located inside museums, a feature which has been instrumental in identifying fabricated instances. This has included exhibited artifacts, non-exhibit museum items and objects owned by employees and visitors. See Addenda. An object marked with the name produces an effect whereby subjects consider it the property of another person, even if it was originally theirs. In such cases, subjects possessing of the item is considered temporary, as though it were borrowed. Reactions to affected objects will be typical of persons wishing to protect another's property. Subjects can be coerced into misusing or even damaging objects, but will often display extreme distress when asked to do so. Museum staff have on numerous occasions removed items from exhibits without prompting, later stating the object in question is Elfie's. Seeing the name or knowing about its existence on the object is unnecessary for the effect to take place. Analysis of affected objects suggests a frequency of occurrence between 1 and 3 months. Addendum 1999-A. Contact with museums in Germany has identified the name Lois occurring on objects prior to the 1940s, especially in the city of Stuttgart. These are also considered to be instances of SCP-1999. Addendum 1999-B. Handwriting analysis has confirmed a match with a Mrs. Alpha S. Lois, N.A., of Manhattan, New York City. Interviews with Mrs. Lois' family reveal that she settled in Manhattan shortly after coming to the United States from Germany in 1941, and that, barring vacations, she did not leave the area for the remainder of her life. The date of her emigration coincides with the shift in spelling of SCP-1999 instances and the shift in location of instances from Stuttgart to Manhattan. The interviews also reveal nothing anomalous about Mrs. Lois herself. No direct mechanism connecting Mrs. Lois to SCP-1999 has been found. As a museum, where Mrs. Lois worked as a clerk for 30 years, was not affected by SCP-1999 prior to 2009, it is theorized that Mrs. Lois, despite being the focus of the phenomenon, had a small range about her person in which SCP-1999 did not occur. Since her death on 2009, instances of SCP-1999 have begun occurring less frequently, no more often than once every 5 months, but with increased range. SCP-1999 has now occurred in the Mid-Atlantic, southern and southwestern United States, coinciding with places Mrs. Lois visited in life. No new instances have appeared in Germany. While the designation of any place as a museum opens it to SCP-1999, no museums dedicated after 2009 have been affected. Monitoring is ongoing. Frequency of occurrence appears to have no correlation to the location of Mrs. Lois' body. Exhumation of the body revealed no anomalous properties. Addendum 1999-C. The investigation is ongoing, but at this time there are no reports of Mrs. Lois' maiden name appearing on any objects. The oldest object to date found affected by SCP-1999 was removed from the Stuttgart in 1938 after it had been discovered vandalized. The year coincides with Mrs. Lois' marriage. Addendum 1999-D. The link between SCP-1999 and Are We Cool Yet was discovered during the containment of an art installation now SCP in 2000, where the word Lois was found spray painted in 3 places inside and outside. Instances of the word, mostly written in spray paint, have continued to appear since, alarmingly near sites being investigated by the Foundation for Containment as SCPs. The investigation into possible information leaks has been labeled top priority by O5 Council. Mrs. Lois and her family are at this time considered to have no connection to Are We Cool Yet? If you want to see another SCP, comment down below what SCP should I cover next. Item number, SCP-299. Object class, Keter. Special containment procedures. A 200-meter wide forest of SCP-299 is to be contained in an underground biodome. Area 299, in the redacted desert. All other specimens encountered are to be incinerated. No plant life is to come into contact with SCP-299 outside of controlled testing. Areas infested by SCP-299 should be considered Class 8 hazard zones, firebombed immediately, and monitored for 4 weeks. Any further infestation is to be incinerated, as well as all wildlife present on the site. Description. SCP-299 is an arboriform organism characterized by black, sharp-pointed branches. Closer inspection reveals that each instance of SCP-299 is connected to neighboring trees by its roots. Prolonged contact converts these neighboring trees into another instance of SCP-299. This is SCP-299's only known method of reproduction. Addendum 299-1. SCP-299 infection will result from prolonged contact with any material from SCP-299. Conversion time varies by the size of the infectee. Generally, after a few minutes of exposure, the infected plant begins to shed its leaves. Low branches shift downward to a height of 30 to 100 centimeters and taper to a point. High branches retain leaves and shift toward the top of the tree, forming a dense canopy and making overhead identification impossible. Addendum 299-2. Microscopic analysis of low branches reveals that these points are composed of the same material as the rest of infected plant, and are remarkably sharp. Direct contact with the point of a branch from SCP-299 is unadvised, as even a sliver of SCP-299 material embedded in skin is known to produce disastrous results. See experiment log 299-1. Vine-like tendrils grow upward from the roots of SCP-299, reaching heights of up to 2 meters. These tendrils are prehensile and elastic. Organic objects entering close proximity are violently seized, impaled upon the lower branches, and incorporated into the organism via gradual conversion on the molecular level. Specimens of SCP-299 release chemicals known to spread throughout the immediate area and cause heightened paranoia and aggression in most animals, including humans. Under the influence of these chemicals, groups of people tend to split up and wander the forest alone, making them more likely to pass through an infested area. Addendum 299-3. Examination of material harvested from SCP-299 reveals that the wood is brittle and similar in composition to data expunged. A single cell of SCP-299 will retain its infectious nature and is capable of reconfiguring an entire organism upon introduction. Experiment log 299-1. Item. Maple seedling Acer saccharum X1. Researcher, DR. Test record. A sample of matter from SCP-299 is introduced to seedling. Over 45 minutes, the seedling is completely converted into a specimen of SCP-299. retaining its height and approximate size. Seedling incinerated. Item. Oak tree. Quercus alba X1. Researcher. DR. Test record. Oak tree transplanted into containment area of SCP-299. Over 3 hours, the tree is completely converted into a specimen of SCP-299, retaining its height and approximate size. Matter taken from new specimen is consistent with matter from neighboring specimens. Item. Sunflower. Helianthus annuus X1. Researcher. Dr. Test record. A sample of matter from SCP-299 is introduced to sunflower. Over 10 minutes, the plant is completely converted into a specimen of SCP-299, retaining its height and size. The flower petals have blackened and tapered into spikes, consistent with SCP-299 spike branches. Tendrils are frail and incapable of grasping large objects. Specimen's trunk snapped upon introduction of researcher's foot. Remains incinerated. Item. European grapevine. Vitis vinifera confined to pot and growing upward along a trellis. X1. Researcher. Dr. Test record. Sample of matter from SCP-299 introduced to grapevine. Subject converted within 30 minutes. Subject detached from trellis and adopted prehensile nature of SCP-299 tendrils. Spike protrudes from rooted area. Item. Results of previous experiment. Pig. Sus domestica X1. Researcher. Dr. Test record. Pig introduced to testing area. Subject showed signs of agitation. Upon investigation of SCP-299, subject was violently seized and constricted, eventually suffocating before impalement upon a spike. Specimen was left in containment and observed for 3 days. Over that time, the mass of pig and tendril tissues were integrated into the main vine. Spikes grew from its base, the roots extended and tendrils grew from them, and branches grew from the top of the tree, sprouting buds and leaves. Specimen was incinerated. Notes. SCP-299 appears to not be limited to trees. Infected plants seem to react slightly differently, depending on their unique biology. All specimens, however, eventually become SCP-299 trees if given time to grow and change form. Item. Venus flytrap. Dialnia muscipula X1. Researcher. Dr. Test record data expunged. Addendum 299-4. 05 command has requested that researchers refrain from experimentation with carnivorous plants. Item. Pig. Sus domestica X1. Researcher. Dr. Test record. Matter from SCP-299 injected into pig. Pig began squealing and moving uncontrollably until it fell to the ground and convulsed. Upon expiration, fine root-like hairs were observed to grow from the underside of the pig. The flesh of the pig underwent a transformation into SCP-299 material starting from point of injection. After 2 hours, the pig was observed to have become another instance of SCP-299, complete with tendrils and leaves. Subject incinerated. Addendum 299-5. As of 2000, the trees in Area 299 have begun deviating from the standard form of SCP-299, with several growing what appears to be white flowers up to 2 meters from ground level. Following standard protocol, D-class personnel were sent in to determine if the new mutation was dangerous. Upon approaching the flowers, the petals unfurled into highly mobile tendrils which immediately ensnared the head of one of the D-class before pulling him back to the tree. All personnel were immediately removed from the area and placed in a 48-hour quarantine. Subject was observed emerging from the tree line approximately 5 hours after being ensnared, apparently unharmed. Subject was then put in a separate 48-hour quarantine in accordance to protocol. Subject protested vocally against the quarantine, stating that he had to see the Sunday 10 hours into the quarantine. Subject spontaneously lost consciousness and several branches of SCP-299 began growing from subject's head and torso. Subject was terminated and then incinerated along with the growths. Changes to the containment protocol to respond to this development are under review. If you want to see another SCP, comment down below what SCP should I cover next. Item number, SCP-1000. Object class, Keter. Special containment procedures. All media reports related to SCP-1000 are to be examined for potential verifiability. All organizations and individuals investigating SCP-1000's existence are to be kept under surveillance by Mobile Task Force Zeta-1000 and discredited or administered amnestics. All physical signs of SCP-1000's existence must be retrieved and kept in Foundation custody, and replaced with decoy items if necessary. Alleged sightings of SCP-1000 must always be investigated by MTF Zeta-1000, however trivial the claim. Absolutely no contact with wild or captive instances of SCP-1000 is allowed without prior approval by Director Jones. Any interaction between SCP-1000 and humans, including Foundation personnel, must be reported to Director Jones immediately. Description. SCP-1000 is a nocturnal, omnivorous ape, classified in the hominini branch along with genera Pan and Homo. Adults range in size from 1.5 to 3 meters, 5 to 10 feet, in height, and weigh between 90 and 270 kilograms, 200 to 600 pounds. They have gray, brown, black, red, and occasionally white fur. They possess large eyes with good vision, a pronounced brow ridge, and a sagittal crest on the forehead similar to that of the gorilla, but present in both sexes. Their intelligence is on par with that of Pantroglodytes, the common chimpanzee. SCP-1000 evolved alongside Homo sapiens, existing contemporaneously with proto-humans and humans in large numbers until 10,000 to 15,000 years ago, when an extinction event eliminated all but 1 to 5% of their population. This event was triggered by SCP-1000 contracting an anomalous pseudo-disease classified as SCP-1000-F1. This disease is passed on at the genetic level and affects every present-day instance of SCP-1000. The majority of SCP-1000 instances are born immune to the effect. Those who are not born immune quickly die. The effect of SCP-1000-F1 is as follows. Any hominid including humans, chimpanzees, bonobos, and non-immune instances of SCP-1000 that directly or indirectly observes any instance of SCP-1000 has a minimum 2% chance of being instantly killed through anomalous means via permanent cessation of brain function. This percentage is cumulative, and the longer a human views SCP-1000, the higher the chance of instantaneous death increases, at a rate of plus 1% chance per 20 minutes of viewing. This effect varies between individual members of SCP-1000 species, with some individuals carrying a death chance of 90%. The effect is also produced by dead individuals. The small fur samples do not exhibit the effect. Known means of preventing this effect are small scale only and include redacted see attached documentation. Level 3 clearance required. Because of SCP-1000's close relation to humanity, it is considered likely that SCP-1000-F1 could eventually transfer to human carriers. Any instance of SCP-1000 finding its way to a major population center could constitute a class end of the world scenario with a minimum death toll of redacted and possible extinction of humanity. Fortunately, SCP-1000 appears to instinctively avoid human contact. It is not currently feasible to exterminate SCP-1000 entirely. The highest known population concentrations of SCP-1000 are at present located in the Pacific Northwest region of North America and the Himalayan mountain range in Asia. As of, these populations remain extant. SCP-1000's presence and data expunged have also been documented within the past 5 years on every continent. All known significant populations of SCP-1000 located near human population centers have been eliminated. SCP-1000 came to the attention of the Foundation via contact by Dr. Fran in 14 with the Children of the Sun, who identified themselves as outcast members of the Serpent's Hand. This group has since been completely destroyed by the Foundation due to their reluctance to surrender information about SCP-1000, SCP, and SCP, since reclassified as SCP-1000 and SCP-1000. Remaining members have either joined the Foundation or have gone into hiding, presumably as members of the Serpent's Hand. Weapons, tools, and other unique pseudo-technological resources in possession of the organization have been classified as SCP-1000-001 through SCP-1000. These resources have been made use of by the Foundation in multiple instances. For a full list, see document 1000-3534-Y. Level 3 clearance required. Access to surviving ex-members of the Children of the Sun is restricted to personnel with clearance level 4 1000 unless given direct authorization for contact by Director Jones. Further information is available to personnel with clearance level 3 1000 or above. Personnel with clearance level 3 1000 or above are required to read document Alpha 1596-1000. Addendum 1466-X. Update to Special Containment Procedures. As of SCP-1000 Special Containment Procedures no longer include Procedure 516 Lumina. Data expunged indicates that SCP-1000 may be developing a resistance to the sonic element. Data expunged will not develop further, so that Procedure 516 Lumina can still be used in emergency situations. Investigation into alternate means of reliably keeping SCP-1000 away from human population centers is underway. Whether SCP-1000 resistance to Procedure 516 Lumina was calculated, and as such may be a sign of SCP-1000 redacted, or coincidental, by chance of natural species variation, is not known at this time.
Level 3 clearance required. Document Alpha 1596-1000. Missive from Director Jones. You've probably heard the rumors before now. Everyone without the clearance level to know better wants to get their dig in. Did you hear Sasquatch is an SCP? Are we going to capture and contain Bad Boy next? Yes. SCP-1000 is Bigfoot. I'm sure you've snickered. Don't worry. Contrary to rumors, we don't actually assign you to cater duty for finding something humorous. You think Bigfoot is funny because we want you to think Bigfoot is funny. We've bankrolled Hollywood comedies and farcical documentaries, paid off men in gorilla suits, perpetrated hoaxes with bear prints and goat fur, bribed and brainwashed cartoonists to get especially silly depictions on children's television. Even the term Bigfoot comes from us, planted in the media in 1958, a term people would find even harder to take seriously than Sasquatch. Why? We'll get to that. The information in the article that you've already read isn't entirely true. There are 2 direct lies, and plenty of lies of omission. There is no such thing as the anomalous pseudo-disease referred to as SCP-1000-F1. SCP-1000 does not possess a magical death aura. In fact, SCP-1000 does not directly exhibit any anomalous effect whatsoever. We also lied about SCP-1000's intelligence level. SCP-1000 are chimp level smart. They're smarter to be precise. They are exactly as smart as us. That brings us to the lies of omission. That's what this letter is for. The lies came from me, so I figure the truth should come from me as well. This is the story we got from the Children of the Sun who defected to us. It's a story we didn't believe. Refused to believe, at first. As you already read, the apes we call SCP-1000 evolved alongside us. We walked in the daytime, they walked in the nighttime, our nocturnal siblings in the shadows. But while we were still wandering hunter-gatherers, they changed. Like we would, a few thousand years later. Tools, weapons, agriculture, domesticated animals, stable settlements. As humanity blinked in the Pleistocene sun, SCP-1000's population exploded across the night. They blanketed the planet in the tens of billions. They made things that we still can't comprehend, even though we've thoroughly studied the surviving pieces. Organic technology. They made trees and birds of prey grow into fast-moving ships, herds of animals that became trains, bushes that became flying vehicles. From insects and pigeons they made things equivalent to cell phones, televisions, computers, atomic bombs. The children describe vast shining cities, stretching across glaciers and penetrating the deepest caverns, grown ships of ivory and spider silk, creatures tending them with hundreds of blinking eyes. We were rare, like gorillas now, a few 100,000 left at best. We avoided their settlements just like wild animals today avoid ours. SCP-1000 understood we were intelligent like them, but avoided us just as we avoided them, saw us as fairies, as gnomes, ascribed us supernatural powers, said we ate bad children while they slept in daylight. They fenced off our dwindling wild populations in conservatories, outlawed poaching but in the underground consumed our bones as aphrodisiacs. Then their civilization fell. And we did it. By we I don't mean the Foundation. By we, I mean humanity. The story is muddy. Supposedly a trickster forced God showed humanity favor, showed us the master's tools and how to use them. Why we did it, we don't know. Perhaps they hunted us, perhaps we were simply afraid. Perhaps it was just that they fenced us in, unintentionally or not. We simply don't know what the truth is. Somehow we acquired SCP-1000's own technology, and with it, we instigated an SK-class dominance shift in which humanity became the dominant species of Earth. We wiped out 70% of SCP-1000's population in a single day. The Day of Flowers, the children called it. Supposedly every flower bloomed that day, while our enemies died in their sleep. Then we hunted the rest down. But we went further than just killing them. With a few of the more twisted of SCP-1000's devices, we drove the survivors mad, even those hiding beyond our reach. We trapped them in their own minds, blocking higher functions and leaving their bodies to fend for themselves like any ordinary ape. We slaughtered their living machines and burned their vast shining cities with SCP-1000's bioweapons that reduced everything to slurry and dust that washed or blew away in spring rain and wind. We left no traces. Not even our own memory. We turned one of the weapons on ourselves, wiped out any knowledge of SCP-1000 and the greatest civilization the planet had ever seen. Only a few humans protected themselves from the effect, kept the forbidden knowledge, just in case. The rest of us went back to being hunter-gatherers, none the wiser, which brings us to today. You're going to read all about this in the Level 3 documentation, but I'll give you the short version here. SCP-1000 are somehow regaining their forgotten intelligence and knowledge. Maybe they never truly lost it. We don't know. This is why the ever-increasing number of Bigfoot sightings is so worrying. Why the attempts at contact, however indecipherable, are even more worrying. Yes. SCP-1000 are just like us. That's what makes them so dangerous. We wiped them from history and memory. We dissolved their civilization and we slaughtered most of their species. Just ask yourselves. If they got the chance, what more would they do to us?
Addendum 1000-0560. Instances of SCP-1000 have tried to make contact with Foundation personnel on multiple occasions. Most of these attempts at contact have data expunged untranslated, though recent attempts show that some instances of SCP-1000 are capable of communicating in English. Display ancillary anomaly reports. Addendum 1104-Y. Certain acquired documents contain extensive references to SCP-1000. Relevant is that the documents appear to be composed by entities associated directly with the location known as the Wanderer's Library. Context or significance of document details not yet clarified. Addendum 1276-A. Numerous anomalous objects with a known connection to SCP-1000 data expunged prior cyclical iterations. As one example, SCP-2273 may not have a point of origin in a parallel timeline, but instead a prior iteration. SCP-2932, SCP-2511, and other sources of living cultural insight into SCP-1000, or a variation, all present consistent inconsistencies which may be used to create a fuller picture of the nature of these iterations, though conclusions are uncertain. Addendum 1276-Q. Special report data expunged. This unnumbered black box anomalous item anchored underneath the structure is likely the most significant anomalous object known to have been utilized. Central to understanding SCP-1000's anomalous capabilities, including capabilities not developed directly, but accessed from prior data expunged modern-day relevance to the Foundation and to society at large in a scenario of general containment failure. Close ancillary anomaly reports. Log 1000-065-X1. The following is a rough translation of recent SCP-1000 attempt at communication with Foundation personnel on. See attached documentation.
We forgive you. Given choice for now, not forever. Let us back in.
If you want to see another SCP, comment down below what SCP should I cover next.
We're partnering with eBay Motors to take the Boss Racing Time Attack car to the next level.
Warning, HMCL and O5 approval required. The file you are attempting to access is available to personnel with Level 4 2000 clearance only. This clearance is not included in General Level 4 security protocol. Attempting access beyond this point without necessary clearance is grounds for termination of Foundation employment and cancellation of all educational, medical, retirement, and mortality benefits. By submitting your credentials, you hereby consent to exposure to a known cognitive hazardous image, and verify that you have been inoculated against that image. In the event of unauthorized access, this console will become inoperable. Security personnel will be dispatched to revive you and escort you to a detention cell for interrogation. Attempting to access this file from any computer not connected to the Foundation Internet will result in immediate termination regardless of clearance. Submit login credentials, Level 4, 2000 clearance required.
Consciousness confirmed. Retrieving file.
Item number, SCP-2000. Object class, Thormeal. Special containment procedures. The entrance to SCP-2000 is disguised as a disused park ranger station in Yellowstone National Park. Despite several civilian trespassing attempts, the entrance has yet to be breached in the installation's recorded history, and no further physical containment has been deemed necessary. Protocol Plain Site 201 is in effect for SCP-2000. Necessary supplies and replacement personnel may be delivered via unmarked road vehicles or civilian helicopter as appropriate. No personnel below Level 4, 2000 clearance are permitted access to documentation regarding SCP-2000, or any protocols associated with its containment and upkeep. No personnel below Level 5, 2000 clearance are permitted access to SCP-2000 below Sub-Level 3. All personnel assigned to SCP-2000 must submit to a neural archetype scan on a monthly basis. Personnel stationed on site must submit to weekly scans, to be stored locally. Level 4, 2000 personnel or above stationed on site are not permitted to leave Yellowstone National Park during the course of their assignment. In the event of transfer, either elective or compulsory, Class A amnestics must be administered, and false memories implanted consistent with assignment to other high security or key to Class SCP objects. Additional personnel may be assigned to SCP-2000 and granted temporary Level 4, 2000 clearance at the discretion of the item's HMCL supervisor, currently Dr. Charles Gears, and O5 Command. The exterior surface of SCP-2000 is surrounded by Scranton reality anchors, SRAs every 20 meters, arranged hexagonally, to prevent incursion by hostile anomalous interference. Each SRA's function must be checked semi-annually and replaced as necessary. Technicians servicing SRA components may reference document SRA 033, Rev 1, 0, 7, 5 Xianc. Anastasicus constant temporal sync Zacks capable of maintaining stable tachyon flux across the expanse of the facility. Maximum output rating at 100 W each have been installed and are to be maintained monthly. Technicians servicing Zacks components may refer to document Zacks 864, Rev 1, 3, 0. One pseudo-Riemannian manifold has been initiated at the entrance to sub-level 4, and must remain open at all times. In the event of a manifold's failure, procedure DED Euclid 101 is to be executed immediately. Other non-anomalous life support and utility systems may be maintained in accordance with standard Foundation maintenance protocol. Section 101.5. Mission critical components. Wherever possible, non-anomalous materials and resources are to be used for SCP-2000's maintenance and repair. In the event of any K-class scenario which does not compromise the existence or function of SCP-2000, procedure SIRE 009 is to be enacted as soon as possible. Remaining Foundation installations globally are to monitor the scenario as it unfolds, preserving what material resources are possible under the Ganymede protocol until such time as all remaining sites respond all clear to SCP-2000 queries as defined in document 2000-XKAC 1.9. Upon receipt of all clear code, procedure 001 is to be implemented. Administrator note.
I want this on permanent record, and I don't rightly care if you think it's an insult to your intelligence. Some things are just this important. This device is absolutely not an excuse to let down our guard or take greater risks with SCP objects or cross-test them or whatever you might have in mind. Primary containment is still our best chance at survival. Otherwise, there would be no reason to make the cover-up so extensive. We can only suspend God's disbelief so many times before the universe just says no, and considering what we've had to deal with in these past few decades, we may have passed that point already.
Former Administrator Dr. William Fritz. Description. SCP-2000 is a subterranean Foundation installation originally constructed sometime in the last years for the purpose of reconstructing civilization in the event that a K-class end of the world scenario could not be averted in time to prevent humanity's extinction or near extinction. Since its inception, SCP-2000 has been activated at least twice. Foundation records regarding SCP-2000's construction and history prior to this assumed first use have been lost. Whether this information blackout is a result of accident or design is impossible to determine. The mission-critical portion of this installation begins 75 meter below ground level and extends to 100 meter depth. Although the scope of engineering required to recreate SCP-2000 in its entirety is impossible to execute while maintaining secrecy, all subsystems of SCP-2000 have been successfully reproduced in laboratory setting. The installation and all procedures involved in its upkeep are mundane in nature. See document 2000 SSX for information regarding esoteric foundation technologies necessary for SCP-2000's function. Primary power for the facility is a liquid fluoride thorium reactor LFDR rated for 1 GW total output, with a reactor life of 70 years at maximum capacity. A geothermal generator has also been installed to take advantage of the region's volcanic activity. This generator is capable of powering the facility in standby mode indefinitely. SCP-2000 also contains water treatment facilities, air purification and recycling systems, hydroponic production wings, and housing necessary to permanently sustain up to 10,000 personnel. To fulfill its primary mission, SCP-2000 includes 500,000 bright Zoshan hominid replicators BZHR. At peak capacity, SCP-2000 is capable of producing 100,000 viable, non-anomalous humans per day with a warm-up period of 5 days, utilizing an underground Riemannian transit pipe to collect raw material from various hot springs and underground magma flows in the area, and a computer memory bank housing data on all known human alleles. This system is capable of recreating any lost human genome or generating as many new and unique genomes as necessary to repopulate human civilization. Researcher note.
Use of the BZHR system is currently suspended outside of maintenance testing and emergency situations. SCIA 009 is still go. Possible hostile incursion is still being investigated, and this database is proving particularly difficult to debug. We're still seeing a distribution of congenital and genetic defects far above baseline numbers. Right now, I can only guarantee about 60 to 75% viability in new specimens. See Addendum 2000-1.
Dr. Christopher Zoshan, MD, Biotech Research and Development. Humans produced by this process can be advanced to any age desired without extending the 5-day incubation period. In addition to construction features, the BZHR also has the ability to implant memories by administration of Class G hallucinogenics and developmental hypnotherapy, life histories, neural archetype scans, and genomes of many Foundation personnel including all personnel of Level 4. 2000 clearance and above are maintained to ensure that SCP-2000 may be activated and procedure Lazarus 01 can be initiated by as few as one surviving human. After the implementation of the Ganymede protocol indicating a failure of the Foundation to prevent a K-class scenario, SCP-2000 security systems will unlock, allowing any Foundation employee to initiate procedure size 009. If, after 20 years, SCP-2000 remains inactive, security will be relaxed further, allowing any non-anomalous human being to access the facility and initiate the procedure. Once activated, SCP-2000's internal monitoring systems will attempt to locate all personnel at Level 4. 2000 clearance and assess their condition. Mission-critical personnel not found will be replicated using the most recent neural archetype scan on file, and awakened prior to the initialization of any other systems. After these personnel are revived, security logs will resume normal function. For a complete list of contingency options available, Level 5, 2000 personnel may access document 2000 size 09. Note that receipt of the all-clear code as defined by document 2000 XKAC 1.9 may be waived only if all other Foundation facilities have been rendered inoperative. Otherwise, security and MTF elements revived under procedure size 009 will be dispatched to all remaining Foundation facilities to confirm their function and the integrity of local reality. Procedure Lazarus 01 will begin when an authorized Level 5, 2000 Foundation employee inputs the desired resume date into SCP-2000's BZHR control unit. Available units will then begin production of prominent political and cultural leaders of the time period using descriptions, genetic information on file, as well as replication of a global populace consistent with the chosen time period. Most of SCP-2000's floor space is dedicated to storage of building materials, construction equipment, factory machinery, agricultural equipment, and computer database storage. In addition to infrastructure concerns, a wide cultural base with copies of thousands of famous works of art, music, literature, and a full backup of the World Wide Web are kept on site in the event that other repositories are destroyed. HMCL note. Discovered this note in previous iteration records at Lazarus 01 conclusion. Researcher note.
If we ever have to do this again, do not set the resume date further back than 20 years before the event. Not only can we piggyback on a lot of undestroyed structures if we do, but it will make continuity a lot easier to resume. Redacted years is too many. We're straining personnel such as it is without having to rebuild to chronological specifications just to save time on the population and agricultural demands. Besides, how much of the 20th to centuries do we really want to rewrite, and how many times? Isn't one great war hard enough to keep track of?
Dr. Henrietta Eisenhower, historian.
My tenure as SCP-2000's HMCL will honor this request. Currently pursuing official documentation update to account for this change. 2 world wars is plenty. We do not need to hazard a third.
Dr. Charles Gears, HMCL supervisor. The first replacement humans housed off-site must necessarily be informed of SCP-2000's existence and function as they are being created. This strategy allows newly constructed humans to assist in reconstruction and recolonization efforts directly, and skill sets appropriate to reconstruction have been pre-selected for increased prevalence in the first 5 million individuals produced. As global population increases, the process of diaspora and reconstruction will accelerate geometrically, allowing economic and agricultural infrastructure to recover as quickly as possible. While it is feasible that some replacement humans will not survive the initial renovation period, such individuals can be recreated indefinitely until all major population centers and Foundation facilities have been completed. Foundation administrative assets during this period will focus on the falsification of dendrochronological, astronomical, and radiometric dating records necessary to maintain the appearance of historical continuity. Please see document 2000 Retcon V2, 3 for details. In the event that significant portions of natural habitat are also destroyed prior to the project's completion, refer to document 2001 TEV 3.0 for approved rapid regrowth methods. It is estimated that the world population, manufacturing capability, agricultural production, and culture can be reset to 2000 CE levels 25 to 50 years after the procedure is implemented. At the conclusion of procedure Lazarus 01, amnestic agent ENUI-5 will be released en masse, causing all reconstructed humans to forget their affiliation with Foundation assets. History will then resume from the chosen date. Each procedure will necessarily alter the course of human events due to the enormous complexity of human social interaction. Further research into predictive historical modeling based on observations from prior completions of the procedure Lazarus 01 is ongoing. HMCL note.
No further proposals for behavioral or cultural modification will be accepted at this time. Previous attempts to ameliorate violent and sociopathic tendencies in humanity as a whole have already been implemented and deemed successful. Experimentation using second iteration subjects indicates that further modification would undermine tenacity to such a degree that technological and social progress would be noticeably inhibited. See experiment log for further information. Dr. Charles Gears, HMCL Supervisor.
Document 2000 SSX. The following information establishes basic operational parameters of technology developed specifically for the SCP-2000 project. Although this technology may appear to be anomalous, it is based entirely on verifiable scientific principles currently in use by the Foundation to effect containment. The invention of the SRA appears to predate the first activation of SCP-2000, and is credited to Dr. Robert Scranton in 1889. The main body and much of the circuitry of the SRA are constructed of a corrosion-resistant beryllium bronze alloy. Inspired by artifacts recovered data expunged, effectively eliminating the appearance of virtual particle and d-particle pairs required for type green reality bending phenomena to manifest. Due to the expense involved in producing the beryllium bronze alloy required for the SRA's construction, Foundation-wide implementation of the device has been limited to units capable of an area of effect less than 2 cubic meters. Stop. Researcher note.
The mechanism of the SRA's function and the source of its inspiration must be kept secret from all possible reality-bending entities for reasons which I hope are obvious. Only qualified Level 6 2000 maintenance technicians have been cleared to access this documentation. If any member of SCP-2000 staff reveals to you that they are a Level 6 2000 maintenance technician, please report them to O5 Command so they can be reassigned and submitted to amnestic therapy immediately. This is not a punishment. It is a legitimate safety concern. If these devices are ever compromised, so too is our lifeboat. Dr. Lowell Henry Piedmont, Esoteric Containment.
The ZACT is a device designed to stabilize the flow of causality across a given field of effect. ZACTs use high-power electromagnetic radiation in the radio band coupled with a tachyon field emitter 2 to create a permeable event boundary, allowing organic and electrical systems to pass through unaffected while maintaining a static causal environment. In other words, temporal anomalies which might normally prevent SCP-2000 from being constructed will have no effect, so long as at least one ZACT remains in operation. There are no plans to implement Foundation-wide use of ZACT devices. Researcher note.
Temporal sinks can be useful for a lot of things. Containing SCP objects for which you need 1 second to last 300,000 years is a good example. Holding a point of reference constant during temporal repair missions, so that you can meaningfully record your progress and undo serious mistakes is another. But natural causal relationships are flexible in a way the human mind is not equipped to deal with meaningfully, and creating more than a small handful of isolated static causalities will do more to damage temporal integrity than secure it. ZACTs will not be implemented Foundation-wide. Yes, we have tried it during a past iteration. No, further inquiries into the results of that attempt will not be accepted. Dr. Thaddeus Ilk, Temporal Anomalies.
The use of a pseudo-Riemannian manifold allows SCP-2000's floor plan to extend into negative depth, providing 10 kilometers of floor space. Original documentation on this system's construction prior to previous SCP-2000 activations has been lost. While this phenomenon has traditionally been indicative of spatial anomalies, it is the determination of Drs. Roslyn Axel and Tristan Bailey that the manifold entrance is consistent with an advanced implementation of modern physics. This negative space is maintained via a non-gravitational singularity generated through focused particle emission across the manifold's desired entrance. In the event of the singularity's failure, the installation will remain intact in isolation and will not suffer structural collapse. Recreation of the manifold is estimated to take less than 10 hours if protocol Deducled 101 is enacted immediately after failure. The isolated portion of SCP-2000 will remain operable and inhabitable for up to 36 hours after the manifold fails, and is recoverable indefinitely. Addendum 2000-1. During containment breach of SCP-2, SCP-2000 experienced failure of several SRA and ZACT components, which is SCP-3480, which coincided with activation of the BZHR units on site. For 25 days following this incident, BZHR units produced over 10 million humanoid entities with internal biology inconsistent with modern humans. Differences include an additional heart chamber, perfect polydactyl of the hands and feet, increased endocranial volume and height, and the presence of an abdominal organ of unknown purpose which emits and responds to radio frequencies in the 2.4 to 3.6 GHz range. These humanoids were neither dosed with Class G hallucinogenics during replication, nor submitted to developmental hypnotherapy, or remained unconscious until expiration 5 weeks later. Classification of SCP-2000-1 for these entities is currently under review. Whether this event is a direct result of transtemporal interaction between SCP and SCP-2000, sabotage, information leak, or non-anomalous equipment malfunction is as yet unknown. Diagnostic checks and structural repair are proceeding within acceptable risk. SCP-2000 is expected to resume normal function as of January 2020. Addendum 2000-2. While making repairs to SRA units in Sector 3382 1.2, Technician Data Expunged reported the discovery of human remains in an advanced state of decay. Analysis of clothing fragments discovered with the remains indicates the remains are 450-700 years old. Valid Foundation security credentials for DR Alto Clef were discovered nearby, although a genetic match could not be established. The following note was recovered from a hermetically sealed plastic document sleeve.
Why did we have to build this thing? When did we do it? How long have we been doing it? Do we even know?
Subsequent interrogation has verified that Dr. Clef has no knowledge of this event, and is ignorant as to the purpose of the message. You are not normal. This is normal. Bibliography 1. Use of Msra Scranton boxes to provide mission-critical document security. L. Piedmont et al. Foundation. Vol 106.8 pp 10-14. 1988. 2. Relativistic motion in superfluids for use in tachyon emission and storage. T. Zilank. A. Anastasicus. Foundation. Vol 10.4 pp 141-143. 1892. 3. Transit portal dynamics. Stretching the brain. T. Bailey et al. Foundation. Vol 115.2 pp 23-37. 1997. If you want to see another SCP anomaly, comment down below what SCP should I cover next. Item number, SCP-1200. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. Discovery and seizure of SCP-1200 are performed by FDA under CFR Title 21. Once in the possession of FDA, the recovered samples are to be replaced by non-anomalous duplicates and transferred to Site 197. As the SCP-1200-A entities do not require sustenance or oxygen, they are to be contained in individual reinforced containers and stored in the ITL-1 wing of Site 197. Description. SCP-1200 designates all chewing gum distributed under the Tastes Like Chewing Gum brand. Packages of SCP-1200 periodically appear in various stores across the United States. The logo present on the packaging identifies the gum's manufacturer as the factory. When an SCP-1200 sample is masticated by a human subject, the sample's anomalous effects will manifest. The particulars and the duration of the effects vary based on the flavor of the sample. Currently, 83 flavors of SCP-1200 have been documented. Swallowing SCP-1200 samples does not produce any further anomalous effects. Addendum 1200-1. Partial list of SCP-1200 flavors. See 1200 EKV for a full list. There is some rows. Designation. Label. Color. Effects. SCP-1200-12. Tastes like lemons. Lime green. Subject's gustatory perception was altered for 28 hours following the consumption of the sample. The subject was unable to discern the taste of consumed food, perceiving a lemon taste instead. SCP-1200-15. Tastes like sunshine. Bright yellow. Subject became luminescent, emitting over 40,000 lux of white light. The subject was not harmed by the effect. The effect continued for 20 minutes, after which time its intensity gradually decreased, ceasing fully after an additional 4 minutes. SCP-1200-29. Tastes like Rubik's Cube. Multicolored. For 260 minutes, subject was able to rearrange adult segments of her body, both internal and external. The functionality of the affected segments and the health of the subject was not diminished in the process. The alterations were accompanied by secondary changes in seemingly unrelated regions. Due to this, the subject was unable to return to her original body plan. SCP-1200-30. Tastes like those forgotten. Dark blue. 6 corporeal humaniform entities manifested in the vicinity of the subject. The entities did not exhibit sapient behavior, instead mimicking the actions and speech of the subject, guards and researchers, and each other. The entities continued to exist for 6 days, before dissolving into a homogeneous liquid. Subsequent analysis of the liquid revealed it to be a mixture of organic materials, iron particles, and acrylic paint. SCP-1200-62. Tastes like moon's shadow. Red. Incorporeal. Translucent. Leporine organisms appeared to emerge from the walls of the subject's cell. The organisms proceeded to reach the subject and burrow inside her body. The subject did not react to these events and claimed to be unable to perceive the entities. Video recordings of the incident did not show any anomalous activity. The subject expired 11 days later due to exsanguination. No injuries have been found on the body. To date, this is the only known fatality caused by the effects of an SCP-1200 sample.
Addendum 1200-2. On February 20, 2003, while conducting an unrelated investigation, Foundation operatives discovered a facility dedicated to production of SCP-1200-30. At the time of discovery, the facility was populated by 28 anomalous entities. The entities were subsequently contained, designated SCP-1200-A, and transported to Site 197. Instances of SCP-1200-A are animate humanoid entities composed primarily from wrought iron. SCP-1200-A have been covered in several layers of paint, typically white, dim blue, or yellow. The outer layers of paint are largely absent, while the remaining segments are faded and fleeking. The underlying material is showing signs of oxidation. In the center of SCP-1200-A's head is a large circular opening. No other features are present. When not contained, the SCP-1200-A entities will attempt to acquire recently deceased human bodies and transform them into SCP-1200-30. Each entity will locate a suitable cadaver and transport it to the base facility. There, the entity will regurgitate paint, various biological matter, and small slags of iron into the mouth of the cadaver. The entity will repeat this process over the course of several weeks. Eventually, the body will liquefy, forming a dense homogeneous liquid, which will disappear via an unknown means soon after. Chemical analysis of the liquid identifies it as the substance constituting 80% of SCP-1200-30 samples contents. Addendum 1200-3. Cross-reference analysis of the Foundation archives returned a relevant phone call. The call was made on 1999-0602 from a payphone located 2 kilometers from the SCP-1200-A base facility. A single unidentified male voice can be heard on the recording. The transcript of the recording follows.
Herrick, this is Davis. I'm all done with the psychopumps here. We redirected the output to the location you wanted. Weren't any problems there. The goo should start arriving to you shortly. About your other order, Morton spotted some nanohives in Budapest. I'm heading out there tomorrow. They should do nicely for your task. After some tinkering, make sure there won't be any issues with my payment this time. If your contacts at the factory are unwilling, I can always find someone else. Call you in 2 weeks.
Addendum 1200-4. On 2003-08-24, 2 days after dismantling of the SCP-1200-A base facility was concluded, packages containing a previously unknown flavor of SCP-1200 arrived to several non-clandestine Foundation facilities. The testing results are included below. SCP-1200-83. Tastes like normalcy. Colorless. No anomalous effects observed.
Hey guys, since I view the SCPs I go through, some of them are changed into a different article, and I thought it was very stupid, so instead I will use a different SCP wiki to explore the old versions of these SCPs, so I will go through SCP-829. Let's begin. Item number, SCP-829. Object class, safe. It was once named Bloodthirsty Nail Polish. Special containment procedures. SCP-829 is to be stored in a secured room at Section 19, in a standard nail polish bottle that is kept locked in a transparent Level 2 security container. This room must be guarded by at least 2 Level 2 security personnel at all times. Security personnel and the spare bottle will accompany SCP-829 whenever it is removed from its containment room. All personnel must undergo psychological examinations before they are allowed to interact with subjects of SCP-829. Any persons who show signs of excessively compliant behavior must immediately be removed from the presence of subjects of SCP-829. Note: SCP-829 appears to be equally effective on both males and females. For clarity, this document will assume that the subject of SCP-829 is female. Description: SCP-829 is a volume of nail polish, typically 3 to 10 cc in size, composed primarily of brand nail polish, but also variable amounts of water, human blood from multiple individuals and small amounts of a large number of organic compounds. For a complete list of compounds detected in SCP-829, see document 829-CM. SCP-829 is able to generate more of itself by absorbing water vapor from surrounding air, and by drinking human blood dripped into its bottle. If neither water vapor nor blood is available, SCP-829 becomes dormant, and does not appear to exhibit negative effects from extended dormancy. To date, researchers do not know how SCP-829 can utilize so much water and still maintain its properties as a nail polish. When applied to human subjects' fingernails, SCP-829 affects the subject in several different ways, depending on how much blood SCP-829 has received recently. If SCP-829 has received no blood recently, the subject feels more seductive and acts more flirtatiously, and develops a compulsion to prick herself and add her blood to SCP-829's bottle. If SCP-829 has received at least a drop of blood recently, the above effects are amplified, and the subject's fingernails evoke a pleasurable sensation in others when touched to their skin. All of these effects get stronger as more blood is given to SCP-829, though a certain percentage of people, at least 15%, are especially persuadable by fingernail contact no matter how much blood has been given. When SCP-829 has received enough blood, the subject can make her fingernails sharp enough to shred standard fabrics, gouge wood, and easily slice through flesh, although they have little effect on materials of viscous hardness greater than 120. Subjects affected by SCP-829 follow the same general pattern of behavior on initial application. The subject will invariably prick herself and feed a bit of her blood to SCP-829. Once SCP-829 has been reapplied, the subject will initiate a sexual relationship with another person, the target. As the relationship develops, the subject will introduce bondage and domination into the relationship, with herself in the dominant role. The subject will also start to scratch the target with her fingernails and draw blood, some of which the subject feeds to SCP-829. The target generally derives pleasure from these scratches. After a variable length of time, most often 6 to 12 weeks, the subject will restrain the target to a wall or table. The encounter will begin as usual, but the subject will use her fingernails to slowly and systematically eviscerate the target, while trying to keep the target alive as long as possible. The target will initially continue to derive pleasure from the touch of the subject's fingernails, until the pain and trauma inflicted by the subject on the target overwhelms the pleasure the target has derived from the encounter. The subject will collect a large amount of the target's blood in SCP-829's bottle, often more than should fit. Shortly after the target expires, the subject will start the cycle anew, although the effects of SCP-829 will already be quite strong, making the next relationship much easier to initiate. Once SCP-829 has received sufficient blood from enough different targets, the subject will introduce SCP-829 to her current sexual partner and attempt to apply SCP-829 to the target's fingernails. Willing targets become affected by SCP-829 just as the original subject. Unwilling targets. Both subjects will together continue the flirtation to iteration cycle, seducing some targets individually and others together. As progressively more blood is given to SCP-829, the subjects will periodically recruit more targets as new subjects for SCP-829. However, if SCP-829 is not fed enough blood, then one subject, usually the newest recruit, will become a standard target, whom the remaining subject, S, will then restrain and disembowel. For more information, see Case Study 829 CS01. Addendum 1. 19. Was brought in to assist researching subject 829-14, a 28-year-old Asian American female. During their initial interview, the subject brushed her fingernails across Dr. S skin, eliciting an expected response. Approximately 3 hours later, both were apprehended when Dr. was helping the subject escape Sector 19. Dr. described a strong compulsion to do what the subject asked of him when touched by her fingernails. This compulsion faded after around 48 hours. The subject was terminated as normal. Addendum 2. 19. Due to recent incidents, experimentation of SCP-829 on animals requires Level 4 authorization. Experimentation on any member of the following taxonomic orders requires O5 authorization: Carnivora, Chiroptera, Crocodilia, Falconiforms, Pisiforms, Primates, except in humans, Proboscidea, Strigiforms, and Strathoniforms.
Hey guys, this is Joey and this is my physical body. I just want to know that I will no longer be using the voices from Oddcast, since they are going to retire this month. Unless DBJ could find a way to bring those voices from Oddcast to Vyond so he can use the voices for his characters that are voiced this way. But for now the characters will get a different voice for now. Here's the characters.
Hi. My name is Joey, and this is my new voice. Hi. My name is Mike and this is my new voice.
That's all I have to show today. Oh, and also I will be replacing Daniel to narrate things since he is retired now. Well, not at this time, he is today. So I will narrate every video that is Vyond. So thanks for watching everyone. See you soon.
Item number: SCP-302. Object class: Safe. Special containment procedures: SCP-302 is to be kept in sight under Safe 3 protocols. Artifact should be handled with gloves at all times, and utmost precautions should be taken to ensure that the artifact does not make skin contact with unauthorized personnel. Any personnel not scheduled for testing that begin showing signs of SCP-302's effects may apply for termination. All subjects suffering from SCP-302's affliction should be terminated after no longer than 8 days due to. Description: SCP-302 is a small tin sculpture with a bronze/patina finish depicting 2 ants carrying a leaf. Whenever a human makes direct skin contact with the artifact, they will invariably find a single, small, relatively harmless ant on their person within 2 hours. This ant may belong to any of several different small ant species, and its appearance rarely causes much alarm. It is of note that in all recorded cases, subjects have always distinctly noticed this first ant and fully remember seeing it. Thereafter, an exponentially increasing number of ants will appear on the exposed subject by day. Throughout the entire day, the number of ants that appear seems to be in the range of 3x squared to 5x squared, where x is the number of days since initial contact with SCP-302. As time progresses, the ants not only increase in number, but also change in species. Smaller, minimally harmful species appear at first, later transitioning to larger species, or species with more painful stings or bites. Ants seem to appear out of the nearest unobserved space. This includes from under clothes, nearby objects, or, if left with no alternatives, bodily orifices. Ants seem singularly preoccupied with exploring or attacking the affected individual, and will not stop until either themselves or the subject is deceased. Addendum 302-01. Subject of Test Log 2 was a single D-Class personnel. Subject was told he was to participate in a study testing how a week of relaxation might affect the performance of D-Class personnel, and was kept in a relaxation chamber with exercise equipment, various books and magazines, and a color television. Subject was exposed to SCP-302 without his knowledge. Test Log 2. Days 1 and 2. Subject spends his time in leisurely pursuits. Subject expresses great satisfaction, and reports nothing out of the ordinary. Day 3. Subject reports small ant problem, and admits it is probably his fault for letting crumbs fall over the couch and carpet. Subject admits he noticed an ant 2 days previous, but did not think it was worth mentioning. Subject reports great satisfaction otherwise, and requests a can of bug spray. Day 4. Subject reports that ant problem persists despite his best efforts to spray the room, and that the ants have become more numerous and occasionally painful. Subject reports that the ants seem bigger and different from those he saw the day before. Subject still reports relative happiness with the experiment. Day 5. Subject reports great annoyance and increased pain, as ants are now nearly always on his person. Ants seem to have changed once more, becoming more aggressive and agitated. At this point, subject clearly suspects ants are not of a normal nature. Day 6. Subject in great pain. On average, 5 tropical greenhead ants are seen to appear every minute on subject throughout entire day. Subject becomes aggressive due to pain and demands to be released from chamber. Pretense for experiment is dropped, and subject is restrained and given medical attention. Day 7. Subject in great pain. An average of 25 tropical fire ants are seen to appear every minute on subject. Subject requires continuous ant removal. Day 8. Subject is heavily medicated and unconscious through majority of day. An average of 140 bullet ants appear on subject each minute. Rapid ant removal and anti-inflammatory medicine is necessary. Day 9. Subject and experiment are terminated. If you guys want to see another SCP, please comment down whatever anomaly you want me to talk about. Also sorry for the long wait of the statue. I was doing a lot of work in Google Drive. Item number: SCP-513. Object class: Euclid. Special containment procedures: SCP-513 is to be suspended in a 1 cubic meter block of gelatin and contained within a soundproofed, climate-controlled cell. The gelatin must be inspected daily for any degradation or loss of integrity. An emergency inspection will be carried out immediately following any earthquake, explosion, or sonic event grade 2 or higher. Personnel performing the inspection are to wear earplugs and active noise-canceling earmuffs at all times while inside SCP-513's cell. If the gelatin cube shows any signs of degradation, such as rips, tears, splits, liquefaction, or mold, SCP-513 is to be immediately removed and suspended within a replacement cube by a team of surgically deafened Class D personnel. No other personnel are to enter the cell during this procedure. Any sentient beings exposed to SCP-513 are to be monitored by at least 2 security personnel at all times. Under absolutely no circumstances may exposure victims be administered sedatives or allowed to fall unconscious. Any victim who does fall unconscious is to be terminated immediately. Class D personnel are to be terminated at the first sign of mental degradation. All other exposure victims may be terminated at their request. If possible, SCP-513-1 is to be apprehended on site. Description. Physically, SCP-513 is an unremarkable, rusty cowbell. No marks or engravings are visible on its surface due to the large amount of corrosion. Attempts to remove the rust chemically or mechanically have had no success. SCP-513 was recovered by agent while carrying out containment reestablishment procedure at site. SCP-513's clapper was firmly held in place by several strips of duct tape. A single scrap of paper was found along with SCP-513, see addendum. Any noise produced by SCP-513 immediately induces strong anxiety in all sentient beings who hear it, regardless of their previous mental status. Exposure victims report feelings of being watched by an unseen entity and present elevated heart rates and blood pressure. Roughly 1 hour after exposure victims begin to catch glimpses of SCP-513-1 when opening doors, walking past mirrors, turning their heads, or performing any other actions that result in a sudden change in visual perception. Upon being sighted, SCP-513-1 reportedly turns away and runs out of view before disappearing without a trace. Questioning of bystanders indicates that SCP-513-1 is invisible to those who have not been exposed to SCP-513. Sightings of SCP-513-1 reoccur every 14 to 237 minutes. This stalking behavior inevitably causes extreme sleep deprivation, as victims are frequently disturbed by SCP-513-1's presence in their quarters. Victims able to fall asleep before SCP-513-1's appearance report being physically assaulted by it. Upon the victim's awakening, SCP-513-1 flees as usual, see Experiment Log 513. This sleep deprivation, along with the mental stress caused by SCP-513-1's behavior, invariably induces paranoia, aggression, hypervigilance, and depression. All test cases but one have ended with the test subject's suicide. Descriptions of SCP-513-1's appearance are largely unreliable. Test subjects are unable to provide complete accounts of sightings due to their exhaustion, degraded mental health, and disruptive hypervigilance. However, all interrogations thus far indicate that SCP-513-1 is a tall, emaciated humanoid with abnormally large hands. Addendum, text recovered from site.
You've seen it. Now he can hear you. You've touched it. Now he can see you. Never ring it. If you hear it, he can touch you.
If you guys want to see another SCP, please comment down whatever anomaly you want me to talk about.
They say if it's too good to be true, it must be. But at WGU, you can get your degree with the same accreditations as the large universities. See why over 95% of employers say they would hire another WGU grad. And learn more at wgu.edu.
Item number, SCP-099. Object class, safe, special containment procedures. SCP-099 is kept in a 1mx75 cm wall-mounted, fireproof case in Gallery 27. Standard climate and humidity controls apply to this section of the gallery. Due to its properties, SCP-099 can only be viewed within the gallery by level 2 staff or higher, and only from a distance greater than 5 meters and for a period not to exceed 5 minutes per day. When not being viewed, the case is to remain shut and electronically locked. Description. SCP-099 is a 73 by 50 centimeters painting titled The Portrait. Created in 1935 by surrealist painter René Magritte, the original painting possesses mimetic properties that trigger acute paranoia and lingering psychological effects when viewed for too long or from a distance of approximately 3 meters or less. The painting depicts a simple still life, with the addition of a single eye staring back at the viewer. A reproduction of the work currently hangs in the Museum of Modern Art in New York, with critical elements removed to prevent the paranoia trigger. For a detailed description of the changes, refer to document 099B. Detailed reproductions and photographs of the original work retain its mimetic properties. Those who have viewed the painting for too long or from too close of a distance become subject to the delusion that any being or depiction of a being with eyes is staring at them. In extreme cases, subjects report that inanimate objects are making eye contact. The condition is so severe that subjects will even report making eye contact with individuals whose heads are completely turned away. Depending on the length of the original exposure to the painting, subjects may suffer from this condition until death, resulting in severe paranoia and anychophobia. Addendum. SCP-099 was recovered from the private collection of K. Sage, another surrealist painter. Recovery was performed by MTF Theta 6 Pink Panther. Mrs. Sage was unaware of the recovery and replacement of SCP-099, although pre-recovery investigation suggests she was aware of its properties and was either immune or careful not to look too closely. Magritte was still alive at the time SCP-099 was stored in Gallery 27. He remained under Foundation surveillance until his death in 1967. Research suggests that the painting's mimetic trigger was intentionally created, although the effect and power of the trigger was likely unintentional. The Foundation has studied the rest of Magritte's work and found no anomalous mimetic properties to this date. Weaponized replication. Data expunged. If you guys want to see another SCP, please comment down whatever anomaly you want me to talk about. Item number. SCP-331. Object class. Safe. Special containment procedures. When not being used, SCP-331 is to be kept within a typical electronic 7-digit metal safe in Dr. S office. The code is to be changed on a monthly basis by Dr. Personnel who wish to examine SCP-331 must ask Dr. for authorization beforehand. As of, SCP-331 is worn by SCP-331-1. Description. SCP-331 is a red plastic cat collar, approximately 23 centimeters in length. Metal studs surround the collar in intervals of 1 centimeter. Testing has confirmed the metal to be nickel. The bell consists of stainless steel electroplated with 24-karat gold. Ringing the bell has no distinguishable effect, adverse or otherwise. The word Tumbles has been painted on the back of the collar in yellow paint. Testing has confirmed that there is nothing unusual about the paint. SCP-331 exhibits no abnormal tendencies when worn by a living cat. When SCP-331 is fastened around the neck of a deceased cat, hereafter SCP-331-1, SCP-331-1 is resurrected with no initial adverse effects. The collar does not halt the decomposition process. However, fur and skin still rot at a regular pace. Organs are unaffected by the decomposition process. Testing has yet to determine the exact cause for this. SCP-331-1 shows no signs of distress during the decomposition process. SCP-331-1 can be killed by conventional methods, whereupon it remains deceased. The separation of SCP-331 and SCP-331-1. Unless SCP-331-1 is deceased. It should be noted that SCP-331-1 always answers to Tumbles and has an amiable personality, despite what it was called or how it behaved pre-mortem. SCP-331 was discovered when reports reached Agent of a zombie cat witnessed around Park Inn. Agent immediately alerted the Foundation of a possible outbreak of SCP-008. MTF was dispatched and neutralized SCP-331-1, whereupon it was transported to site. After no trace of SCP-008 was detected. Upon arrival, research was conducted on SCP-331 that confirmed its properties. If you guys want to see another SCP, please comment down whatever anomaly you want me to talk about. Item number. SCP-2006. Object Class. Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2006 is to be contained at Site-118 in an airtight containment cell. SCP-2006 must be constantly monitored for changes in form, which are to be noted immediately. All personnel coming into contact with SCP-2006 are required to enroll in an acting course with a focus on expressing fear and surprise. Every month, SCP-2006 is to be shown at least one new extremely low-quality horror or science fiction movie containing horror elements. All interaction with SCP-2006 must confirm that SCP-2006 continues to believe that said works demonstrate a superb grasp of horror. Description: SCP-2006 is an anomalous spherical entity roughly 50 centimeters in diameter when in its default state. SCP-2006's stated goal is to cause feelings of fear and/or horror in as many humans as possible. To accomplish this purpose, SCP-2006 possesses the ability to change its shape, mass, volume, density, chemical structure, and voice to any form that it desires. Currently, there is no known way to damage SCP-2006. The extent of its shapeshifting abilities is unknown and is currently thought to be unlimited. Currently, SCP-2006 has demonstrated a fondness for taking the forms of various entities and villains from the various horror and science fiction movies that it has witnessed. The most common form that SCP-2006 has taken is that of Roman from the 1953 movie Robot Monster. SCP-2006 is capable of speaking even when it possesses the form of an entity that is normally unable to speak. SCP-2006 will generally attempt to startle and or scare any individual it comes into contact with, but after doing so, will become affable and friendly. The reason behind this is currently unknown. Although SCP-2006 has repeatedly stated its goal of causing as much fear as possible, SCP-2006 is a poor judge of concepts that cause fear in humans, and constantly searches for new methods in which to accomplish its goal. This poor recognition extends to recognition of emotions in humans, as SCP-2006 is incapable of distinguishing between subtle differences in emotion that would be obvious to a human. Interview log SCP-2006. Interviewer, Dr. Loof. Interviewed, SCP-2006. Dr. Loof enters the room. SCP-2006 is seen crouched, near the door. SCP-2006 is in its Roman form. SCP-2006 proceeds to leap out of its crouch, throwing its arms in the air.
Fear me, mortal. I am the mighty Roman. Cower in fear.
Dr. Loof screams, and stumbles backwards, raising his hand in protection.
Please, mighty Roman. Don't hurt me.
Haha, it's just me, Doc. I got you pretty good, didn't I?
SCP-2006? Oh dear lord, you really frightened me there. I was about to have a heart attack.
It's what I do, Doc. Haha.
Dr. Loof stumbles again.
Still got it. So, was there something that you wanted to talk about, Doc?
Why yes. I was wondering. Why exactly do you feel the need to cause fear in others?
I don't understand the question.
That is, why do you scare people?
Oh, that's an easy one. I scare people because it's fun. And, you know, it's what I do. Just like you do Doctor-wise stuff. I do scary stuff. I'm the best at it. I don't really see what else there is about it.
That you are. I'll take my leave then.
Come back around soon. I'll have some really scary stuff next time. By the way, I will eat your soul.
Let me out of here. I'm going to die of fright.
Addendum. The current site director for Site-118 has issued the following memorandum regarding SCP-2006.
I have been getting reports of some of the lax behavior regarding SCP-2006. Many personnel have been heard laughing at SCP-2006 during surveillance when it watches a new movie or when it attempts to scare individuals. Some personnel have been heard questioning why SCP-2006 is classified as a Keter entity. I am here to remind you that a Keter entity is a Keter entity, regardless of how innocuous it may seem. No, SCP-2006 is not a rampaging demigod, nor is it a regenerating super lizard. However, it possesses the same level of danger as any other Keter that the Foundation has contained. Think of SCP-2006's purpose. It wishes to scare people. Imagine what would happen if SCP-2006 broke containment and found out what really scared people. Imagine if it saw the horror and fear of war, or the concepts of paranoia or phobias common to each and every human being. Imagine if it found the true horror of a nuclear holocaust or an XK-class scenario. Now couple that with an entity that possesses shape-shifting abilities with no known limits, and you'll understand why it's classified as Keter. All personnel mentioned above have been suitably disciplined. I do not want to hear about this again.
If you guys want to see another SCP, please comment down whatever anomaly you want me to talk about. Item number: SCP-2011. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. All wilderness in a 20-kilometer radius around the site of SCP-2011 is designated as a jungle preservation. As such, illegal loggers and poachers, as well as any other trespassers, are to be detained, questioned, and administered Class B amnestics prior to release. SCP-2011-1 are to be monitored from the on-site research station. All births and deaths of SCP-2011's population are to be catalogued by on-site staff, as of 2. Cadavers will no longer be collected for any reason. See Addendum 2011-1. Description: SCP-2011 is a remote tribal village located in the jungle of the Yucatan Peninsula. The residents of SCP-2011, known as SCP-2011-1, maintain a population generally ranging from 200 to 300.
Pine Sol now cleans even better. Yeah, it's that kind of clean.
Currently, SCP-2011-1-567 through SCP-2011-1-819 inhabit SCP-2011. SCP-2011-1 are born in various states of advanced decay, ranging from entirely skeletal to having small portions of muscle tissue and skin. During the lifespan of SCP-2011-1, each individual physically recomposes into more complete forms of the human anatomy. At death, bodies of SCP-2011-1 will be completely intact and do not decompose. SCP-2011-1 function as if they possessed a full body structure. Ingested food will remain where the stomach would typically be located, regardless of its presence or condition. Dirt and water do not enter the body where the skin would otherwise block such contaminants. Upon expiration, SCP-2011-1 will transport cadavers to the top of a religious temple located at the center of SCP-2011. After conducting a ceremony performed by SCP-2011-2, the corpse will remain on the temple for precisely 18 hours before it dematerializes in the span of 1 second. This ritual is believed to be a method of disposal to prevent a buildup of cadavers within SCP-2011. In addition, corpses previously obtained by Foundation personnel for research purposes dematerialized. See Addendum 2011-1, as SCP-2011-2 conducts the funeral ceremony even without a body present. SCP-2011-2 is a specimen of SCP-2011-1 that takes the role of the village shaman. SCP-2011-1 claimed that SCP-2011-2 possesses the unique ability to communicate with their god. This ability is apparently used during funeral ceremonies in various random instances. However, there is currently no concrete evidence verifying the validity of SCP-2011-2's abilities. When SCP-2011-2 appears to be near death, it will divine the identity of its successor from the existing population of SCP-2011-1. The targeted member gains SCP-2011-2's abilities by removing, resulting in the death of the current SCP-2011-2, and then inserting into its own body. Despite the extensive physical damage, the cadaver of the previous SCP-2011-2 will repair itself fully as with other corpses and be treated identically to other cadavers.
The Foundation has maintained a relatively friendly diplomatic relationship with the inhabitants of SCP-2011 since initial containment. SCP-2011-1 have never attempted to leave SCP-2011. Foundation personnel are viewed as intriguing visitors by the population. Furthermore, SCP-2011-1 have cooperated with learning both English and Spanish to communicate effectively with research personnel. SCP-2011-1 had expressed moderate distaste with previous attempts to study cadavers. Since the termination of these studies, SCP-2011-1 have returned to being highly cooperative with Foundation staff. Addendum 2011-1. On. 2. A cadaver under Foundation research dematerialized during an attempted autopsy. The space previously occupied by the body was replaced by a vacuum immediately reoccupied by atmospheric gas, unlike typical body disappearances. The event produced damaging shockwaves and injured personnel. As this occurred, SCP-2011-2 began to suffer from severe full-body muscle spasms. After SCP-2011-2 recovered from this incident, it warned Foundation personnel against removing their dead from SCP-2011 for fear of angering Tlaloc, the Mesoamerican god of fertility worshipped by SCP-2011. Containment procedures updated accordingly. Addendum 2011-2. During the initial containment of SCP-2011, researchers discovered a holy book placed within the village's central temple. With permission from SCP-2011-2, Foundation staff have transcribed the text of the artifact into the research facility's database. SCP-2011-1 have assisted with the translation of the document. The text appears to be a collection of mythological tales detailing the origins of SCP-2011 and the relationship of SCP-2011-1 with their deity Tlaloc. Translated select excerpts from borrowed artifact.
A time of prosperity had come. The winter of the Great Famine had passed, and all of Tezcatlipoca's cities flourished from a bountiful harvest, and his people grew many. New temples were erected in each city. These were dedicated to Tlaloc to honor his blessings of fertility. Such reverence for Tlaloc displeased the jeweled turkey, Shakyatodlin. Never had the people built shrines of such majesty for him. None of the priests or priestesses chose him as their patron. All despised or cowered before the plagues he gifted to the peoples of the world. Shakyatodlin decided that, this time, the insufferable Tlaloc would not wallow in the reverence that the people so readily expressed for him. So it was that the god of disease brooded and planned while the time of good fortune continued to pass. Only the jade turkey was aware that it also waned. War with Tlaloc came quickly and quietly, like the jaguar stalking through the jungle. Shakyatodlin secretly dispersed his newest, foulest sickness among the great kings and chieftains of the people. The jaded turkey then approached Tlaloc as the god of fertility sat upon his heavenly throne. Just as Tlaloc hailed Shakyatodlin, the treacherous god struck with an obsidian dagger. Tlaloc despised the idea of bloodshed between kin, but he had to remove the disease of the mind from his upstart brethren. Had defeated the misguided Shakyatodlin, Tlaloc pitied his brother of the heavens and sought to make peace with him. The jaded turkey's jealousy had overthrown his mind, and he refused all of Tlaloc's offerings. Instead, with deadly spite, Shakyatodlin devised a curse, not for Tlaloc, but for his beloved priests and priestesses. The god of plague spoke, "Your holy servants know you well, but now they shall know your absence. No, your undoing. Long have they lived luxuriously in your splendor, but now, they will suffer a most wretched life, living as corpses. Those who clung closest to your gift of fertility will now experience true suffering. Remember my rage, Tlaloc. See it every day in your people." As he spoke, his words became truth. All across the world, the disciples of Tlaloc were stricken with the vengeful curse, flesh faded away, and the people drove the victims of the jaded turkey away. The curse had gathered and began anew in their own city dedicated to their patron Tlaloc. Their god spoke to them. "I am still with you, my faithful servants. I cannot fully undo the evil words of my kin, but I give you this promise. For taking the burden of a punishment meant to bring pain to me, your natural form will be returned to you as you walk through life towards me. Once you depart from this world, I shall grant you peace in the heavens for enduring this undeserved hardship." With this, Tlaloc returned to the heavens, and his promise will come to fruition for all of his faithful servants. If you guys want to see another SCP, please comment down whatever anomaly you want me to talk about. Item number: YOS-5036. Object class: Keter. Containment procedures: the forest that YOS-5036 instances are located at is to be blocked from entering. Any entity that attempts to enter the area must be terminated immediately. No fewer than 5 MTF Unit 6 guards are to enter the forest at any time. Any YOS-5036 instances that completely infected the MTF Unit 6 guards must be completely terminated. Any signs of a YOS-5036-1 instance outside the area must be sent out into it using a single catapult. Any entity that are under the effects of YOS-5036-1 must be incinerated to prevent the effects from proceeding. Every October 31st, individuals must be not within 3 meters of the area to prevent the YOS-5036-1 infection from spreading. Description: YOS-5036 are humanoid entities that measure 6.5 meters tall. They possess a pale white skin tone and wears a red tie-black tuxedo with a pair of shoes. They lack most facial features except with a nose and mouth. The nature of YOS-5036 is currently classified, as it poses a considerable threat to all life forms. Once an instance has spotted a certain organism, it will start to attack it. Some life forms are unable to outrun YOS-5036 instances, as they easily outrun every life form. Once an organism is caught, they are killed immediately with possible blunt force. Surveillance cameras show an instance of YOS-5036 sending the victim's body to a certain location of the forest, and shows it mysteriously releasing green vines out of the body, and letting them go to let it spread throughout the entire body. After this process is complete, it will alter the body into a single pumpkin. These are known as YOS-5036-1. Drones show YOS-5036 sending the pumpkin to another specific location, and will leave it there for a certain amount of days. After a couple days, the pumpkin carved itself into a face similar to a jack-o'-lantern. The pumpkin will periodically form instances of YOS-5036 continuously. YOS-5036-1 instances were spread to almost every area in the forest, and were sent to a cave that YOS-5036 specimens rest in, and sometimes appear outside the forest. YOS-5036 desires to hunt down prey during the night, and will wander around the forest until finding a specific target. During the day, they stay in the cave and do something inside the cave until sunset. Addendum 5036-1. There were missing reports of certain children, specifically Andrew, Lewis, etc. And many parents and guardians were seen worried about the incident. Multiple Foundation staff members sent the parents to Site-02 to talk about it. A young Caucasian woman named was sent to Site-02 for answers. She seemed worried about her own kid, apparently named Andrew, and she showed a video of her talking to him.
Okay, Andrew, you will go trick-or-treating with your friend, but I will let you go by yourself. But remember to be safe, okay?
Yes, Mother, I will be cautious about this.
Okay, good luck.
After the conversation, she said he was gone for about 4 hours, and she was worried about it. She was sent out later on. It has later been confirmed that he was killed by YOS-5036. Addendum 5036-2. The forest was investigated by MTF Unit 6 to find the cause of the disappearances of children. And they searched for 3 minutes until finding a YOS-5036 specimen, which was quickly terminated after. For another 3 minutes, they found a single YOS-5036-1 specimen. It seemed to be forming a specimen of YOS-5036. It was destroyed. A single specimen of YOS-5036 was contained and sent to Area 31 for testing purposes. Incident 5036. After the retrieving of a YOS-5036 specimen, it was doing something the staff didn't know before. It was destroying the chamber and easily breached containment. It was unable to be stopped due to its immense speed and strength. It was eventually stunned by expert MTF Unit 66 members. Addendum 5036-3. Testing log YOS-5036. Tested. YOS-5036. Subjects: YOS-4052, YOS-6705, YOS-2646.
3 anomalies are placed into YOS-5036's chamber. The specimen started to attack. YOS-4052 started lunging towards it, but was immediately killed. 2 other life forms attempted to attack, but didn't hit it, and their bodies were altered into YOS-5036-1 specimens. Item number, SCP-3992. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. All instances of SCP-3992 are to be kept in a standard containment locker at Site-17. Description. SCP-3992 is a number of children's Halloween face masks. Instances come in a range of designs, portraying various Halloween-themed monsters. Instances are constructed out of simple plastic materials, paint and string. Each instance bears a label reading Wondertainment Wacky Halloween Fun masks on their interior. SCP-3992 instances do not display any anomalous properties when worn by a non-anomalous individual. However, when worn by an anomalous entity, it will appear to physically change into an adolescent humanoid of varying appearance. Any clothing worn by the wearer will appear to change into a costume fitting the SCP-3992 instance's appearance. Clothing will simply appear to manifest on entities not wearing anything. Anomalous entities wearing instances of SCP-3992 do not experience actual physical changes, instead appearing to have become humanoid. Changes to an entity's appearance and manifested clothing cannot be physically felt, and affected entities may continue to function and interact with their surroundings as normal. Effects will cease when an SCP-3992 instance is removed. The physical appearance gained by wearers vary between subjects, differing in skin color/tone, hair, size, and gender. Discovery log. SCP-3992 was discovered on 24/20 in a house in Wisconsin, United States. The house had been seized by the Foundation under suspicion of anomalous activity originating from it. Among SCP-3992, several other anomalous items were found, a majority of which were of Wondertainment origin. The previous residents of the house were found to have fled the area and remain unfound. SCP-3992 was located in a cardboard box in the house's attic among several Halloween decorations. As of note, the name Stanley was found written on the inside of SCP-3992-6. Vampire mask. Records show a child by the same name to have been one of the house's previous residents. The following document was found along with SCP-3992.
To our most loyal of customers during this most spooky of seasons, we at Dr. Wondertainment would like to give to you a very special gift in accordance with the holidays. For your continued loyalty over the years, we would like to present a very special treat to those of you who might find it rather difficult to fit in. We at Wondertainment believe in embracing what others may consider strange and spooky. There are too many wonders in this world locked away by those who just don't understand, or find the abnormal too scary. We know firsthand that it can be troublesome accepting who you are, especially in a world of the mundane. So we come with wonderful news that for just one night, you may go out and celebrate the strange and the scary without worry of what others may think of you. For our customers out there who struggle with these feelings on a daily basis, we have decided to give you a special free of charge reward this Halloween. A little something to show our gratitude for your continued support. In this box, you will find a complete set of our new Wondertainment Wacky Halloween Fun masks. Celebrate this Halloween with a costume so amazingly convincing you won't even be able to recognize yourself. Have fun out there, kids. Try not to wander into any dark forest while trick-or-treating. And if you run into a headless fellow along the way, give him a good hello from us at Dr. Wondertainment. We miss you a lot, old friend. We hope you're being taken good care of.
Dr. Wondertainment. Addendum 3992-1. Testing of SCP-3992 on several other SCP objects was suggested as a means of discovering the range of its effects when used on anomalous entities of varying physical nature. Approval of various SCP objects for testing was authorized. Access testing log. Test 3992-1-002. Subject. SCP-2006, taking the form of the creature from a haunted sea. SCP-3992 instance. SCP-3992-1, werewolf mask. Results, SCP-2006 appeared as an adolescent male humanoid wearing a torn plaid shirt and jeans. A pair of rubber gloves resembling clawed hands with gray fur appeared on SCP-2006 hands. Notes, SCP-2006 was asked to change its physical appearance during the test in order to see how the effects of SCP-3992 would react to SCP-2006 shape-changing abilities. Several changes to SCP-2006 size, skin tone, and hair occurred but remained humanoid. SCP-2006 initially refused to remove SCP-3992-1 at first, but eventually complied once researchers assured it that it was nowhere near as scary as its previous form. Test 3992-2-001. Subject, SCP-2662. SCP-3992 instance, SCP-3992-2, witch mask. Results, SCP-2662 took the form of an adolescent female. SCP-2662 appeared dressed in a black spider web-themed witch costume, complete with a pointed witch hat and holding a broomstick, which disappeared along with the perceived effects of SCP-3992-2 when removed. To note is SCP-2662's appearance as a female rather than male. This is believed to have occurred due to SCP-3992-2 resembling a generic female witch. Notes, SCP-2662 commented on the whole physical change to be rather uncomfortable. SCP-2662 later assured that what it had stated previously was not meant in any way to come off as disrespectful or insensitive, stating it had nothing against females and that they could be cultists if they desired. Test 3992-3-001. Subject, SCP-1279-1. SCP-3992 instance, SCP-3992-3, Frankenstein's monster mask. Results, instance of SCP-1279-1 appeared as a human male covered in green body paint, wearing a Frankenstein's monster costume consisting of a black shirt and pants, torn gray coat and boots, with a pair of metal bolts protruding from its neck. Instance appeared standing upright on its perceived legs. Upon removal of SCP-1279 from the instance, SCP-3992-3's effect ceased.
Notes. Interesting. 3992 must perceive 1279-1 as anomalous as long as it wears 1279. This may be the case when testing with other similar anomalies.
Test 3992-4-004. Subject, SCP-2980-1. SCP-3992 instance, SCP-3992-4, devil mask. Results, SCP-2980-1's physical age did not change. All abnormal features and body parts of SCP-2980-1 appeared to be replaced with pieces of costume clothing, including a fake red tail and a pair of boots resembling cloven feet. SCP-2980-1 took the form of a human male of unknown race, coated in red body paint. Notes, SCP-2980-1 commented on the effects of SCP-3992-4 to be rather humorous, but was nothing compared to the real thing. SCP-2980-1 later claimed to recognize the name Wondertainment. When questioned, SCP-2980-1 stated that the name bared a striking resemblance to that of a cousin's 3 times removed. SCP-2980-1 did not give any other useful information. Test 3992-5-003. Subject, SCP-2287. SCP-3992 instance, SCP-3992-5, mummy mask. Results, SCP-2287 appeared no longer headless. SCP-2287 appeared as a bald human male. A pair of green pupils were visible through SCP-3992-5's eye holes. Inspection showed its Mr. Tattoo to no longer be present. No physical changes were present in the rest of SCP-2287's body as it had no other physical abnormalities. SCP-2287's clothing was replaced by layers of yellow-tinted linen cloth wrapped around its entire body similar to an Egyptian mummy. Notes: of significant note, SCP-2287's anomalous properties ceased functioning while wearing SCP-3992-5. Whether this is due to it being a Wondertainment product is unknown. SCP-2287 commented on finding the mask fun to wear, saying that it was nice to see what it was like from the other end. SCP-2287 later asked if it were possible to wear SCP-3992-5, again at some point, decision currently pending. The effects of SCP-3992 may prove useful for the containment of SCP-2287's anomalous properties. Test 3992-6-009. Subject SCP-956. SCP-3992 instance SCP-3992-6 Vampire Mask. Results: SCP-956 appeared as an adolescent Caucasian female with long pink hair. Costume consisted of a black cape and pants and red velvet waistcoat. Notes: SCP-956 initially showed no signs of bodily movement, remaining in its passive state. However, after several seconds, SCP-956 visibly looked down at itself and began heavily retching. SCP-956 attempted to remove SCP-3992-6 with its perceived hands. When this failed, SCP-956 began clawing at SCP-3992-6 violently until it was removed by an assisting D-Class. Addendum 3992-2. On the 29th of September 2000, a package was found outside of Site-17, addressed to the Foundation. Inside were a second set of SCP-3992. Instances consisted of a skeleton, jack-o'-lantern, banshee, zombie, and clown. The following note was included.
To the SCP Foundation, we see that you've been playing around with our product and approve of it greatly. It's nice to see you giving others a taste of the holidays, and we hope you're having fun within yourselves. As a sign of gratitude for your vigorous testing of so many of our products, we present to you the newest batch of Wondertainment Wacky Halloween Fun Masks. The following set has not been officially released just yet, but we're hoping to get them out soon enough. We hope you'll share these with a few more of your guests and get some top-notch results. With all honesty though, we make these products because many don't get the chance to experience a proper childhood, or even celebrate such a unique time of year. So during that magical time when the mundane blend with the uncanny, we want to celebrate it right and give a little more. Cause that's what it's all about, right? Yours, Dr. Wondertainment.
Hi, it's me, your Zit. Oh my god, you didn't think I'd miss your high school reunion, did you?
As if. Bet you thought you were too old to get me.
Item number: SCP-087. Object class: Euclid. Special containment procedures: SCP-087 is located on the campus of. The doorway leading to SCP-087 is constructed of reinforced steel with an electro-release lock mechanism. It has been disguised to resemble a janitorial closet consistent with the design of the building. The lock mechanism on the doorknob will not release unless volts are applied in conjunction with counterclockwise rotation of the key. The inside of the door is lined with 6 centimeters of industrial foam padding. Due to the results of the final exploration, see document 087-4, no personnel are permitted access to SCP-087. Description: SCP-087 is an unlit platform staircase. Stairs descend on a 38-degree angle for 13 steps before reaching a semicircular platform of approximately 3 meters in diameter. Descent direction rotates 180 degrees at each platform. The design of SCP-087 limits subjects to a visual range of approximately 1.5 flights. A light source is required for any subjects exploring SCP-087, as there are no lighting fixtures or windows present. Lighting sources brighter than 75 watts have shown to be ineffective, as SCP-087 seems to absorb excess light. Subjects report and audio recordings confirm the distress vocalizations from what is presumed to be a child between the ages of and. The source of the distress calls is estimated to be located approximately 200 meters below the initial platform. However, any attempts to descend the staircase have failed to bring subjects closer to the source. The depth of descent calculated from exploration 4, the longest exploration, is shown to be far beyond both the possible structure of both the building and geological surroundings. At this time, it is unknown if SCP-087 has an endpoint. SCP-087 has undergone 4 video-recorded explorations by Class D personnel. Each subject conducting an exploration has encountered SCP-087-1, which appears as a face with no visible pupils, nostrils, or mouth. The nature of SCP-087-1 is entirely unclear, but it has been determined that it is not the source of the pleading. Subjects exhibit feelings of intense paranoia and fear when faced with SCP-087-1, but it is undetermined whether said feelings are abnormal or simply natural reactions. Addendum: over a period of 2 weeks following Exploration 4, several members of the staff and students from the campus reported knocking at a variable rate of 1 to 2 seconds per knock coming from the interior of SCP-087. The door leading to SCP-087 has been fitted with 6 centimeter thick industrial padding. All reports of knocking have ceased. Authorized personnel may refer to documents 087-1 through 087-4 for transcripts of Explorations 1 to 4. Document number 087-1. Exploration 1. D-8432 is a 43-year-old Caucasian male of average build and appearance and unremarkable psychological background. Class D designation is a result of demotion due to mishandling SCP. D-8432 is equipped with a 75-watt flood lamp with battery power capable of lasting 24 hours, a handheld camcorder fitted with a transmission stream, and an audio headset for communication with Dr. At control. D-8432 steps through doorway onto initial platform. Despite the wattage, the flood lamp only illuminates the first 9 steps. The second platform is not visible.
It's fucking dark.
Is your flood lamp functioning properly?
D-8432 shines the light out the door and into the academic building's hallway. The light reaches significantly further.
Yeah, it's working. It just won't light these stairs all the way down.
Thank you. Please continue.
D-8432 descends for 13 steps before reaching the second platform. The platform is in the shape of a semicircle with an apparently concrete surface and walls. There are no distinct markings, aside from nondescript patches of dust, dirt, or were consistent with that which is found in a typical concrete stairwell. D-8432 rotates 180 degrees to begin descent down the second flight, then pauses.
Reason for stopping?
You hear that? There's a fucking kid down there. Sounds like one.
None of the described audio is feeding through the camera or mic at this time.
Could you please describe the sound?
It's young. Either female or a very young boy. It's crying and sobbing and saying, please, help, please. Yeah, it keeps repeating that I'm crying.
Can you estimate its distance from your current location?
Fuck, I don't know. Maybe 200 meters down?
Please continue down the next flight.
The subject descends another 13 steps. As he reaches the landing, audio of the child as described is picked up. The child alternates between sobbing, wailing, and the words, please, help, and down here. The level of audio is consistent with D-8432's report of it being approximately 200 meters below.
Can you still hear the crying?
Yeah.
We're picking it up as well. Please continue down. Stop if you notice any changes in the audio or environment.
The subject descends another 3 flights of stairs before stopping.
Keep going?
Please.
D8432 continues another 17 flights, total of 22 flights, before stopping. There are no visual changes in the environment, and each flight has been a consistent 13 steps.
I'm not getting any fucking closer to the kid.
Stereo audio confirms that the crying noise has not increased in volume and remains approximately 200 meters below the subject.
Noted. Please continue.
The subject continues another 28 flights before stopping. 50 flights total. D8432 is standing on the 51st landing, counting the initial ground level landing. D8432 is estimated to be 200 meters below the initial platform. 34 minutes have elapsed. The volume of the crying has not increased.
I feel a little uneasy.
You've spent a long time in a dark, unknown stairwell. It's natural. Please continue.
The subject hesitates before stepping down on the next stair. As the subject moves forward, the flood lamp illuminates a face located approximately at the bottom of the flight, SCP-087-1. It appears to be the same size and shape as a human head, except it is lacking a mouth, nostrils, and pupils. The face is completely motionless, but is making direct eye contact, indicating its awareness of D8432.
Fuck. What the fuck is that? Shit. Holy fucking shit. What the fuck?
Can you please describe what you see?
It's some sort of fucking person face thing and it's fucking looking right at me. Fuck, it's looking right at me.
Is it moving?
No, it's just staring at me. Fuck, it's creepy.
Please approach and further illuminate the entity.
Fuck, I don't want to fucking.
The face jerks forward about 50 centimeters directly toward D8432.
Fuck.
D8432 enters a panic state and rapidly ascends SCP-087. D8432 reaches the ground floor in 18 minutes, at which time he collapses and passes out. There's no sign of SCP-087-1. Review of the footage indicates an equal number of flights and steps ascending as descending. Audio of the crying and pleading remains at the same volume until the last flight, at which point it ceases. Medical reports indicate collapse was a result of the rapid ascension of the stairs, causing fatigue. Document number 087-2. Exploration 2. D9035 is a 28-year-old African-American male of strong build. Psychological background indicates no abnormalities except an extreme hatred for women. Subject has an extensive record of. D9035 is equipped with a 100-watt flood lamp with battery power capable of lasting 24 hours, a handheld camcorder fitted with a transmission stream, and an audio headset for communication with Dr. At control. D9035 is also equipped with a backpack containing 100 small LED lights with adhesive backs and battery lives of approximately 3 weeks. Lights turn on and off by compressing them. D9035 shines the flood lamp down the first flight of stairs. Despite the extra wattage, the light does not illuminate beyond the 9th step.
You want me to go down there, Doc?
Please shine your flood lamp outside of SCP-087 to verify it is functioning properly.
D9035 shines the light into the hallway. Comparison with the footage from exploration confirms it is indeed brighter.
Thank you. Please continue to the first landing.
Hey Doc, I know what you said and all, but I don't think I want to go there.
Please continue to the first landing.
Doc, look,
As per our earlier conversation, please continue to the first landing.
D9035 pauses for 18 seconds, then descends 13 steps to the first landing and stops.
Is that a kid?
Please remove one of the adhesive lights and affix it to the wall on the landing.
Doc, you hear that? Is that a kid down there?
That's unconfirmed. Please affix an adhesive light to the wall and verify it functions.
D9035 hesitates, then removes one of the lights from his backpack and adheres it to the wall. He presses on the light, and it turns on.
Please turn off your flood lamp.
D9035 hesitates again before turning off the lamp. The LED light illuminates the landing, but does not extend beyond the first step either way.
Thank you. You may turn your flood lamp back on. Please continue to descend. At each landing, affix an LED light to the wall and turn it on. If you notice anything unusual, please report it.
D9035 turns the flood lamp back on, then descends the next flight of stairs. As he sets foot on the landing, the audio picks up sounds of pleading and crying, consistent with those of the first exploration.
Can you still hear the previously reported audio?
Yeah. She sounds about 150, maybe 200 meters down. Am I supposed to get her? Look, document. I don't do good with kids.
Please place the light and continue down until you notice anything unusual.
The subject adheres the light to the wall and turns it on, then continues to the next landing. He adheres the third LED light to the wall and turns it on. D9035 continues in this manner for the next 25 flights before stopping.
I don't think I'm getting any closer to the kid, Doc.
How far below would you estimate the source of the sound to be?
Same as before, 150 to 200 meters down.
Thank you. Please proceed.
D9035 continues in the same fashion for the next 24 flights. At the 51st landing he stops. Footage shows an arced gouge in the concrete wall, estimated to be approximately 50 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide. The first step down from the landing appears to be completely smashed into rubble.
You see that?
Yes. Can you please describe what you see?
Looks like something slashed at the wall, and the step over here is all crumbled up and stuff. The slash mark looks really smooth.
D9035 touches the gouge mark.
Yeah, it's smooth. Feels like glass.
Thank you. Please continue down.
Look, document. I think I've gone far enough.
Please continue, as per our agreement.
I don't want to be doing this, agreement or not.
D9035 steps over the destroyed step and continues down the staircase. Nothing is notable at the next landing. D9035 adheres an LED light to the wall and continues in the same fashion for another 38 flights. The sound of the crying and pleading still has not gotten closer. D9035 is on the 89th landing and 74 minutes have elapsed from the beginning of the exploration. Subject is estimated to be 350 meters below the initial platform.
I feel like the kid's just trying to lure me down here, document. I think it's time for me to.
D9035 stops talking and moving as the flood lamp illuminates SCP-087-1. The face is staring directly at D9035, again indicating awareness of the subject's presence. Although SCP-087-1 appears to be unmoving, its location is 38 flights below the initial encounter in Exploration I, indicating it is mobile.
Is there a reason you stopped?
D9035's breathing grows labored. SCP-087-1 remains immobile for an additional 13 seconds. SCP-087-1 blinks. Yelling, incomprehensible. SCP-087-1 jerks forward until it is approximately 90 centimeters from D9035. Subject turns and flees up the stairs.
Please relax and calm down. Turn around. We need a closer look at the face.
D9035 ignores Doctor and continues rapid ascent. He continues to scream incomprehensibly.
D9035, can you hear me? Please slow down.
D9035 is unresponsive and continues rapidly climbing the stairs. His screaming diminishes to babbling. After ascending 72 flights, D9035 collapses on the 17th landing.
D9035, can you hear me?
D9035 is unresponsive, but labored breathing can be heard through the audio feed. For the next 14 minutes, D9035 is immobile. The visual feed is black, and audio picks up only the subject's breathing and the continuous pleading coming from below. After After 14 minutes and 32 seconds of unchanging visual and audio feeds, the sound of a rapid heartbeat not consistent with a human heartbeat and a low cracking noise is heard. 7 seconds later, D9035 gasps and revives, continuing his ascent of the stairs rapidly and wordlessly. The heartbeat and cracking cease, and nothing abnormal is detected on the visual feed. He remains unresponsive. D9035 exits SCP-087 and sits on the floor outside of the entrance. D9035 then enters a catatonic state from which he has not yet recovered. Document number 087-3. Exploration 3. D9884 is a 23-year-old female of average build and appearance. Psychological background indicates a history of depression. Subject has a minimal record of using excessive force too. D9884 is equipped with a 75-watt flood lamp with battery power capable of lasting 24 hours, a handheld camcorder fitted with a transmission stream, and an audio headset for communication with Dr. at control. D9884 is also equipped with a backpack containing 3.75 liters of water, 15 nutrient bars, and 1 thermal blanket. D9884 stands on the ground level landing of SCP-087. The flood lamp illuminates only the first 9 steps. LED lights placed on the wall during the last exploration are not visible.
Please descend the first flight and examine the landing wall.
D9884 descends 13 steps and stops at the landing. There's no trace of the LED light at the location. Footage from Exploration 2 indicates it was placed.
Yeah, it's just a dirty concrete wall. There's like nothing on it. No, wait, it's a little bit sticky right here.
D9884 indicates the spot on the wall the LED light should have been located.
There's a child crying down there. She's begging for help and crying.
Thank you. Please continue down the steps until you notice anything unusual.
D9884 descends. Upon reaching the next landing, audio of the crying child consistent with the prior 2 explorations is picked up. No LED lights appear to be present on any of the landing walls. D9884 continues with no incident until she reaches the 17th landing.
There's something on the ground here and it smells really bad. It's all sticky and stuck on my shoe. Ugh, it's so gross.
Video feed confirms presence of substance occupying a space approximately 50 centimeters in diameter.
Can you describe the scent?
It kinda smells like old rusty metal and pee.
Thank you. Please continue until you notice anything else.
D9884 continues to the 51st landing without incident. The 51st landing remains unchanged from the previous expedition, and similar observations are made. D9884 is asked again to descend until anything unusual is noticed. Subject continues her descent until the 89th landing is reached. The video feed jerks and the subject yells.
Fuck, there's a hole in the ground and I almost fell in.
Video feed confirms the presence of a hole approximately 1 meter in diameter. The subject shines the floodlight down, revealing only blackness. Approximately 4 seconds pass, and a light of an indeterminate distance down the hole flicks on for approximately 2 seconds and then back off.
There was a light down there. It's gone now, but it was on for like a second. Did you see it?
Yes. Can you estimate the depth of this hole?
No way. It's too deep. At least a kilometer. Like, way more than a kilometer.
Thank you. Can you still hear the sounds of the child?
She still sounds far away. I don't feel like I'm getting any closer. It's like for every step I take, she takes one down.
Please continue down until you encounter anything unusual.
D9884 continues to descend SCP-087 for approximately an hour, covering an additional 164 flights. She stops to rest on the 253rd landing, consuming 1 nutrient bar and several gulps of water. D9884 is at an estimated 1.1 kilometers below the initial landing, yet the sound of the child has not changed in volume. After pausing for 4 minutes, D9884 resumes her descent, making no stops for another 216 flights, 1.5 hours later. D9884 is on the 469th landing, an approximate 1.8 kilometers below the ground level.
I'm not getting anywhere. I think it's time I went back. I mean, going down is one thing, but this is a long climb back.
You have been provided with food, water, and blankets to last you 24 hours. Please continue down.
No, I think I'm gonna go back up.
SCP-087-1, the face, is directly behind D9884, blocking her ascent. The face appears approximately 30 centimeters from the lens of the camera. Its eyes are fixed directly on the lens, this time looking not at the subject, but the person viewing the video feed. The video feed glitches and freezes for 4 seconds, accompanied by a static-like screeching noise from the audio feed. It then cuts to bumpy visuals of D9884 descending the stairs rapidly.
It's been following me. This whole time it's been right behind me. Oh god, it's right behind me. It was looking right at me. Doctor. Please do something. Please help me. Oh god, no, please get it away. Please, no, please. I knew it was following me. Help make it leave. Please, no, it was looking at me. It was staring at me. It knew I was here. It's been watching me this whole time. Oh god, please help me. No, please.
This continues in a similar fashion until the end. D9884 continues to scream and plead hysterically as she rapidly descends the staircase. The previously heard static-like screeching seems to overlay the audio feed, beneath which can still be heard the original sound of the crying child. Approximately 14 flights down, the video feed swings to show the area directly behind D9884. The face is now approximately 20 centimeters from the camera lens. It is not staring at the subject, rather it is fixated on the camera lens, giving the illusion it is making eye contact with those viewing the footage. It is important to note that since the sighting of SCP-087-1, the sound of the girl crying and pleading has been increasing in volume, indicating D9884 is nearing the source. After an approximate 150 panicked flights of descent with 3 visual confirmations of SCP-087-1 still in pursuit, D9884 trips and appears to fall unconscious. Audio feed indicates strong proximity to the source of the crying. The static and screeching noise continue. Video feed shows yet another descending flight of stairs, indicating D9884 still has not reached the base of the stairwell. 12 seconds of motionlessness pass before the face comes in full view of the camera, eye contact being made directly with the viewer. Audio and video feeds cut out, and no connection is reestablished. The 4th exploration has been removed from the file. If you guys want to see another SCP, please comment down whatever anomaly you want me to talk about.
Hey guys, today is going to be a new series, this time with SCPs but with descriptions only. This series will be in parts because of many SCPs in the wiki. One more before we start is that the pictures won't be shown in here, since many of you know what it is, so let's go. But first before we start, I want to show you how the object classes are going to work. You can tell if each of these colors are on the SCP designation number. Here is the colors. If the color is yellow, it's safe. If the color is orange, it's Euclid. If the color is red, it's Keter. If the color is white, it's NA. If the color is light blue, it's a different class. If the color is blue, it's Thaumiel. If the color is turquoise, it's Apollyon. Now let's start. Dr. Klett's proposal. SCP-001 is a humanoid entity, approximately 700 cubits in height, located in an undisclosed location near the intersection of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. The following features are known about the entity. A number of luminous, wing-like appendages emerging from the shoulders, back, temples, ankles, and wrists of the entity. Although an accurate count has never been established, most observers place the number of wings at anywhere from 2 through 108, with the mean number being 4. A weapon, possibly a sword or knife. SCP-001-2. The weapon appears to emit flames at a temperature rivaling that of the sun, based on spectrographic analysis, although there appear to be no destructive effects from the intense heat on the surrounding area. Any entity that approaches within 1 kilometer of SCP-001 is immediately struck by the weapon and obliterated from existence. Any and all hostile actions taken towards SCP-001 have resulted in the annihilation of the attacker, regardless of range. SCP-001 appears to be standing with its head bowed in a gesture of supplication, with SCP-001-2 held in both hands point down in front of it. Since originally recorded by the founder over years ago, SCP-001 has not deviated from this stance. Human beings exposed to SCP-001 report hearing a voice in their heads, giving them a directive which the subject reports cannot be disobeyed. The most common directive is forget, which results in the subject walking away from SCP-001 with no memory of having encountered it. On rare occasions, however, other directives have been given. The most famous of these is the one given to the founder, prepare, which he has claimed formed the impetus for founding. To catalog and contain any and all supernatural and or paranormal artifacts that represent a serious threat to the current existence of humanity. This is the organization now known as the SCP Foundation. Observers have reported that SCP-001 appears to be standing in front of a gate of immense proportions. Long-range photographs have occasionally detected what appears to be a pastoral grove within, containing numerous other entities of the same composition as SCP-001, as well as several fruit trees of unknown composition. Of particular note are 2 fruit trees of immense proportion near what appears to be the center of the grove. One, it is noted, appears to be an ordinary apple tree, although the other bears a fruit unknown on Earth, described as. It is the avowed belief of the founder that the gate which SCP-001 guards may be the gate to, based on correlations with ancient Babylonian texts and the Dead Sea Scrolls, in which case, one can deduce that the entity known as SCP-001 may be. Tufto's proposal. SCP-001 is an entity ordinarily referred to as the Scarlet King. SCP-001 is currently located in several alternate dimensions simultaneously and is unable to enter into the prime dimension. However, it is believed to have been repeatedly attempting entry for a period of under 300 years. SCP-001's physical, mental, and conceptual properties are unknown to the Foundation. Nevertheless, it continues to assert a strong influence on a number of individuals and events within the prime dimension. It is believed that SCP-001's existence represents an ongoing but dormant Toshkent-class cross-pollination scenario. Should SCP-001 enter the prime timeline, an irreparable alteration to normalcy will occur. Containment of SCP-001 is, however, unnecessary. Any attempt to alter SCP-001's classification or object class will result in immediate dismissal from the O5 Council. References in art and oral tradition to SCP-001 appear across a wide variety of human and non-human cultures across the universe, including in communities which have never previously had any contact with one another. Common descriptions within these traditions are of a red creature of immense size, ordinarily wearing a golden crown or other headdress signifying royalty. Although the names ascribed to SCP-001 vary, the majority contain 2 elements, a word signifying some form of royalty combined with a word signifying the color red. Cultures which do not have a concept of the color red but follow this naming pattern universally use a color analogous to the English concept of the color red. Most personnel, except those working on anomalies related to SCP-001, possess no knowledge of the entity. As part of SCP-2317's containment procedures, Level 4 personnel are to be informed that SCP-2317 is, in fact, SCP-001. The truth of this is unknown, although it is a hypothesis which has received strong support among several members of the Council. The apparently multidimensional nature of SCP-001, however, renders the possibility of SCP-2317 being anything more than a single aspect of SCP-001 unlikely. It is unknown when SCP-001 was discovered. The loss of several archives concerning the Foundation's origins in the 1889 Snarling coup has prevented a full reconstruction of events, although an investigation shortly following. A variety of groups dedicated to bringing SCP-001 into the prime dimension have existed over the years. The most recent of these has been the Children of the Scarlet King, which was destroyed in a joint GOC-SCP operation in January 2018. Its former leader, D. Spivak, is currently in Foundation custody under the designation POI-3172. The Great Hippo's Proposal, featuring Pepper's Ghost. SCP-001 is the ersatz Type A K9 computational engine constructed by the Foundation in 1955. It was built to provide predictive analysis regarding the location and properties of undiscovered anomalies. It accomplishes this via use of a multi-layer perceptron relying upon training datasets derived from the location and properties of previous anomalies. This application of a multi-layer perceptron as an effective predictive model was only made possible by an advanced backpropagation algorithm developed by several ex-employees of Prometheus Labs, acquired by the Foundation's Department of Analytics in 1951. In 1959, it was hypothesized that SCP-001 could be used to assist in augmenting containment procedures for Euclid and Keter class anomalies via the production of predictive text. SCP-001 was trained with a dataset containing drafts for several thousand containment procedures, both previous and current iterations, which were weighted on the basis of their performance, particularly in how well they performed in comparison to their predecessors. When adopted, revisions to containment procedures suggested by SCP-001 consistently reduce the rate of breaches not only for the anomalies to which they apply, but for numerous unrelated anomalies. In many cases, these revisions have also resulted in the cessation of anomalous behavior. SD Lock's Proposal. SCP-001 is the designation given to the Sun after an event on, resulting in 6.8 billion casualties within the first 24 hours. This event has been categorized as an XK Delta class solar singularity scenario. The SCP-001 effect does not seem to result from exposure to ultraviolet rays, but rather light in the visual spectrum, 390 to 700 nanometers. The effect is similarly present in moonlight. Upon contact with visible light produced by the sun, living organisms liquefy at the point of contact, with the effect spreading until the entire organism is converted. Visually, this is reminiscent of melting wax. The time this takes is largely dependent on the level of exposure and size of the organism. Despite this restructuring, at no point do living organisms perish. Upon completion, these organisms take on a gelatinous consistency. Motile organisms will attempt to orient themselves in a fashion reminiscent of their previous form, to varying degrees of success. Flora typically remain physically inert, yet are still capable of photosynthesis, and still produce oxygen. Organisms capable of flight lose the capability to do so. Fauna remain sentient, and display behavior that parallels their non-anomalous counterparts when not absorbed into a collective instance. Humans retain a modicum of sapience and memory. Biological anomalies exposed to SCP-001 are affected in the same manner. It seems that exposure nullifies any previously expressed anomalous characteristics. Due to their composition, instances of SCP-001-A that make contact with one another may combine and blend at the molecular level. This does not seem to cause any pain or distress to the instances, though the resulting bulk can inhibit movement. Since the SCP-001 event, most instances have congregated into such collectives, which seem to possess no maximum volume. The resulting biomass is amorphous and chaotic. The component organisms will shift between a full to semi-liquid state. Limbs and bodies will rise periodically from within the mass for a short duration, before deteriorating and being subsumed by another life form. Collective instances will locomote by using their appendages in tandem to carry their mass. Larger instances will form a pseudopod from their constituent life forms, and drag themselves about in a manner similar to a...
Why get one sandwich for the price of one, when you can get two for the price of one? Sounds like stealing. It's not. Order yours only through potbelly.com or the Potbelly app. Potbelly. We bring the hot.
Jonathan Ball's proposal. SCP-001 is a simple sheaf of papers, stapled together in the top left corner. The top sheet is a covering sheet reading simply, confidential report on special items, classified. The number of subsequent papers stapled to this covering sheet is indeterminate, and have ranged from 3 to 30. The report is unsigned and its origin is unknown. The first appearance of this report was on when it appeared on the desk of. The report at that time described a living room. Shortly after reading the report with incredulity, was contacted by phone regarding said item. The next time perused SCP-001, it described not the living room but biological motherboard. Immediately closed SCP-001, thinking it was a different report, and searched for the original report on SCP-002. Not finding it, he again opened SCP-001, and this time it described not SCP-003 but the 12 rusty keys and the door. Closed the report once more and opened it immediately, to read of skeleton key. It is not known what the next actions of might have been. At varying times following this incident, the aforementioned items were discovered. Insufficient research exists concerning the correlation between SCP-001 and all other known items. However, it has been established that every event regarding the discovery of a new SCP item has followed a report on that same item appearing beneath the cover sheet of SCP-001. The current administration regards this coincidence as proof of causal connection. Jim North's proposal. SCP-001 is a male human known as Dr. Wondertainment. It is a Class 1 reality bender capable of imbuing otherwise mundane creations with anomalous properties, focusing its abilities on the creation of toys, board games, candy, and various other products marketed at children. It distributes these items via anomalous means from an unknown location. Product examples include paper that takes on the properties of whatever shape it's folded into, a playset capable of creating animate shadows, and lollipops that allow people to switch voices. Euclid classification. SCP-001 is a male human known as Dr. Reginald Filbert Lionel Archibald Westinghouse Wondertainment III. It is a Class 2 reality bender capable of crafting a variety of anomalous items, focusing its abilities on the creation of toys, board games, candy, soft drinks, video games, and various other products typically marketed at children and teenagers. It distributes these items via magically anomalous means from an unknown and very mysterious location. It is most famously responsible for the creation of the Little Misters line of collectible living action figures that have inspired many imitators but no substitutes. Examples include Mr. Fish, Mr. Laugh, Mr. Soap, and Ms. Sweetie. Keter classification. SCP-001 is a corporate entity operating under the trademark logo Dr. Wondertainment. The collective abilities of its constituent employees are equivalent to that of a Class 3 reality bender capable of crafting a variety of anomalous and very affordable items, focusing their abilities on the creation of toys, board games, candy, soft drinks, video games, collectible trading cards, puzzles, musical instruments, and various other products typically marketed at children, teenagers, and young adults. They distribute these items via anomalously streamed means from a mysterious location known only as Wonder World. Factory tours run Tuesday through Friday, every hour starting at 11 a.m. Some of the more prominent products to have come from the geniuses in their R&D department include Dr. Wondertainment's Dragon Snails, Dr. Wondertainment's Super Science Little Chemist Kit, Dr. Wondertainment's SCP Foundation Containment Side Playset, and the vaunted Venga Friend System. Buy them all today. Thaumiel classification. SCP-001 is a female humanoid known as Dr. Isabel Helgen Anastasia Parvati Wondertainment V. She's a totally bad but Class 4 reality bender capable of just about anything your wildest imagination can come up with, focusing her abilities on the creation of a bunch of zany stuff made for children of all ages. She distributes these items via super duper ultra anomalous means from wherever she happens to be at the time. She is responsible for a lot of the sillier SCP objects found throughout the universe. Stuff like this and that and maybe this one too? Sure, why not? But not that pretendo thing, because video games rot your brains, kids. Apollyon classification. SCP-001 is a deity-level entity commonly referred to as Dr. Wondertainment. It is a Class 5 reality bender capable of altering or outright breaking every fundamental principle upon which the cosmos is based, focusing its abilities on the creation of a virtually infinite variety of anomalous items. It distributes these items with a mere snap of its fingers from anywhere in the universe it happens to be at the time, which can literally be anywhere. I'm skipping the rest of the description since this was supposed to talk about abilities. The neutralized classification will also be skipped since it's just conversations. Jorg Mitik's proposal. SCP-001 is a group of 36 individuals, designated SCP-001-01 through SCP-001-036. There is no apparent pattern in terms of ethnicity, gender, age, or religious affiliation amongst SCP-001 subjects. SCP-001 subjects display no anomalous properties of their own. However, any anomalous item, entity, or property brought into close proximity with an SCP-001 subject will be greatly modified from its original properties. Most often, this will result in a lessening or total nullification of anomalous properties. Those properties not nullified will be changed so as to display consistency between objects of similar properties. All of these effects are instantaneous and will occur without any input from the subject. The area of these effects will expand when multiple SCP-001 subjects are brought together, as well as the intensity of changes. Multiple SCP-001 subjects are capable of nullifying anomalous effects without being aware of the presence of said objects. All subjects of SCP-001 seem to be instinctively aware of information regarding other SCP-001 subjects, generally the total number of the group and details of between 1 and 3 individuals. This knowledge is vague, making locating uncontained subjects difficult. The death of an SCP-001 subject will result in the manifestation of multiple anomalous entities and phenomena in the area. These manifestations will be of such a scope that traditional containment measures are unfeasible and will result in significant casualties and collateral damage. Contained SCP-001 subjects have claimed that this is a result of the deceased individual's absence letting things through, and that further events will be more severe as time progresses. In addition, One is an entropic entity of significant power and influence believed to reside somewhere outside of conventional reality. In the majority of pre-Foundation records, SCP-001 is referred to as the Black Moon. Historical records, along with testimony from the administrator, indicate that SCP-001's influence upon the material world consists of the sudden and random obliteration of conscious organisms. This obliteration consists of the organisms in question being spontaneously transmuted into a solid black substance, which then disappears entirely 4 seconds later. According to the administrator, this obliteration is exceedingly rare, occurring only once every few decades, but he claims that the frequency and speed of these obliterations will increase exponentially over time. It is currently unknown whether SCP-001 possesses actual intelligence or simply acts as an impartial force. Information on SCP-001 obtained from numerous historical and prehistorical sources suggests that it is incapable of acting while being directly observed. These sources cannot be proven as reliable, however, as none list incidents of this approach actually being successful. In addition, due to the fact that SCP-001 does not exist in conventional reality and acts remotely, direct observation of it is not currently possible. Due to the fact that, if the administrator's hypothesis is correct, SCP-001 has the potential to present a total existential threat if left to its own devices. The execution of Project Oromist has been approved. Project Oromist consists of the intentional creation and modification of anomalous objects in order to aid in the containment or neutralization of SCP-001. Quantum's proposal. SCP-001 is a smooth, black, perfectly ellipsoidal, 15.1 cm by 15.4 cm by 16.5 cm, onyx gemstone with a mottled white pattern. Wrapped around its exterior, encompassing its equator and both poles, is a complex and layered fractal filigree of gold metal. The gold is sculpted into broad strokes at what is now usually agreed to be the lower or south pole of the object, but with increasing latitude the pattern becomes progressively more intricate. Near the north pole, also called the lock or singularity, the pattern complexity progresses beyond the capability of optical or electron beam microscopes to resolve. Further investigation is pending advances in microscopy technology. The gemstone continuously emits a small quantity, 34.5007 to 34.5010 megawatts, of thermal radiation in the microwave range. As a result, the gold filigree is warm to the touch. The white mottled areas emit fractionally more radiation than the black onyx areas. Other than this, SCP-001 is totally inert. It is opaque to all forms of electromagnetic and hard radiation, and, so far, indestructible. Its onyx or gold composition is guessed from visual inspection, since the taking of samples for chemical analysis has proven impossible. Lily's proposal. SCP-001 refers to an event occurring shortly before the cessation of all life on Earth. Whilst SCP-001 has not yet taken place, it was discovered through various pieces of information gathered from extra-universal foundations and other similar groups. It is important to note SCP-001 is not the cause of the apocalyptic scenario, merely a pre-occurrence response to it. SCP-001 is, according to records, distinctively recognized by certain key features. During an SCP-001 event, flowers are observed to spontaneously appear and bloom over till the 90% of the viable land surface of the planet. These flowers are universally referred to as vibrant, bright, beautiful, and or words to this effect. The weather will clear, globally, with an ambient temperature recognized as comfortable by the majority of the populace. Air pollution will additionally clear. During an SCP-001 event, the global populace will become aware of the fate of the Earth, and of its inevitability. They will also experience heavily decreased levels of violence. SCP-001 will occur exactly 24 hours before the death of all life on the planet. Dr. Mann's proposal. SCP-001 is a circular gravel path in a wooded area. When traveled in a counterclockwise direction, the trail is continuously uphill, even after reaching the original point. When traveled in a clockwise direction, the trail shows the same amount of uphill and downhill travel, as expected. Level 5 clearance is required to access SCP-001's experiment log. New members of Overseer Council are required to read document 001-05. Bright's proposal is about the tale of the factory, so no need to read it, but it can create any products imaginable, and created multiple SCP objects. Dr. Gear's proposal. 6'5" tall, 97 pounds, average, varies by 5 to 10 pounds higher or lower, unknown age, gray-brown skin, maybe bruising, eye color milky blue, no hair, emaciated appearance, bone and muscle structure unlike any recorded species, legs are long and thin, ending in sharp black points, 3 fingers on each hand, also ending in black points, legs and arms are twice as long as torso, no reproductive organs, anal orifice, ears, nose, or pores anywhere on body, head is spherical, very large in proportion to body, neck appears too thin to support head, mouth extends halfway around head, no lips, 21 teeth, spaced randomly around mouth, many appear broken, rotten, or chipped, eyes are large, ball-shaped, milky blue sphere presumably kept in the head or throat, appears to roll into the mouth when mouth is open, has no pupil or iris. Captain Kirby's proposal. SCP-001 is the entity known as 0513. The exact nature of SCP-001 is not yet known. How SCP-001 came to be in the position of 0513 is still under investigation. Due to the current lack of understanding of SCP-001, it has been deemed necessary to keep SCP-001 unaware of its containment. SCP-001 is known to take on the appearance of a 1.9 meters tall male human of Latin American descent. Whether or not this is SCP-001's true form or a disguise is still under investigation. SCP-001 was classified as anomalous following the Caesar incident. While details of the Caesar incident are under investigation by the O5 Council, the following events are understood to be the result of the Caesar incident. The death of all previous O5 Council members, except for O513. The destruction of the previous Site 01. The loss of all documentation regarding SCP-001 prior to the Caesar incident, had such documentation existed. It is also understood that SCP-001 caused the Caesar incident through manifestation of its anomalous properties. Due to the lack of information about the Caesar event, it is currently believed that one of these properties is antimimetic in nature, although this has not yet been confirmed. Kalining's proposal. SCP-001 is a sapient entity or entities capable of initiating and exerting control over anomalous phenomena on Earth and in all regions of space observable thus far by modern scientific methods. SCP-001 is hostile, and is believed to be motivated by a desire to cause profound distress and suffering to humanity on a planetary scale. The methodology of SCP-001 in achieving this goal appears to include undermining large-scale human institutions and specifically eroding belief in a rational consensus reality. Anomalous activity has been documented by the Foundation since its inception in, and evidence exists of such activity dating back to the beginnings of recorded history. However, shortly after the formal establishment of the Foundation, this activity increased sharply, and early statistical models suggested a coordinated actor behind a significant amount of documented anomalies. The presence of an agent causing this phenomenon was confirmed in 1953. Communication was received from SCP-001 by the Foundation in early 1954, demonstrating that SCP-001 possessed sapience and intelligence that was sufficiently analogous to humans to enable a meaningful transfer of information. The records of this communication are limited to Level 5 clearance at this time. Upon receiving the communication from SCP-001, Project Serapis was initiated. This project is believed to have interfered significantly with SCP-001's ability to locate and perceive humanity and Earth during its lifetime, accounting for a sharp decline in the rate of new anomalous phenomena and fewer anomalies of a high-impact nature. With the cessation of SCP-2798, SCP-001 has succeeded in locating and properly identifying the population of Earth, and resumed its direct influence over anomalous activity on Earth and local environs as of the 2nd of November 2016. This has taken the form of newly documented anomalies, as well as the spontaneous disappearance and reappearance outside of Foundation custody of previously contained phenomena, in new iterations that have been altered to apparently cause greater amounts of difficulty in containment and heightened psychological impact upon Foundation personnel and civilians. A developing listing of altered phenomena with existing SCP designations is attached to this file. The precise nature of SCP-001 itself is unknown at this time. Available sources of information suggest that SCP-001 is alive, occupies a plane of existence either similar or identical to that observable by humanity, displays a form of intelligence organically similar to that of humans or adapted to be such, and possesses an intimate understanding of human psychology. The purpose behind SCP-001's manipulation of local reality is not discernible with current information. No means are now known of interfering directly with SCP-001. 1018's proposal. SCP-001 is an 84-year-old male who has been conceptually merged with the universal process of death. As such, by using SCP-001 as a catalyst, the process of death can be manipulated to a limited extent. For example, it is believed that the removal of SCP-001's tongue and damage to its eardrums inflicted prior to Foundation containment is the reason for the reduced rate of exclusionary deal with death events in the modern age. Through a process of neurosurgery and cognitotherapy, SCP-001 has been successfully afflicted with a form of targeted prosopagnosia. Specifically, it is incapable of recognizing the faces of any members of the O5 Council. Due to its conceptual status, this incapability on its part becomes an incapability on the part of death by extension. As a result of this, all members of the O5 Council are unable to die or otherwise decay. This death-exempt status is scheduled to be extended to other vital personnel in the future. It is believed SCP-001 was first created by a London-based organization called the Eternal Circle using a combination of thaumaturgy and Eric Chan conceptual engineering. SCP-001 and records describing its creation by the group were recovered by personnel during a raid on its headquarters. The majority of the group's members were killed during this attack. When the potential uses of SCP-001 were realized shortly after acquisition, it was transferred to its current location at Site-01 and designated a Thaumial class anomaly. Judging from SCP-001's physical condition and lack of response to stimuli, it is believed it suffered severe trauma during its time in GOI 6616's custody. Several thaumaturgical circles have been carved into its back as part of the process used to create it, and its limbs have been amputated at some point in the past. Despite the severity of these injuries, they are not expected to cause difficulties in maintaining SCP-001 for the foreseeable future. IHP and SD Locke's proposal. SCP-001 refers to Site-100, a non-Euclidean facility that was either constructed or discovered by the Foundation in the early 1900s. Entrance Alpha, the primary entrance to SCP-001, is currently located in the southwestern United States. The next migration event is expected to occur in 2021. The interior of SCP-001 has been excavated from at least one extra-dimensional space, with anomalous transit corridors, colloquially known as routes, connecting them. These routes possess various anomalous properties, and are typically in an exterior natural environment of some form, despite SCP-001 being entirely subterranean. For example, Route Aleph, connecting the archives to the core, is a volcanic beach that abruptly terminates in a sheer obsidian wall that extends into the horizon. Fish that appear to be made of living igneous rock are found swimming in the waters. Route F, which connects Sapient containment and the core, opens into a large hallway with walls made of glass and mirrors, similar to an archetypal funhouse attraction. Individuals who attempt to walk through Route F inevitably end up at their starting point. Route Daleth, connecting conceptual containment and the core, is a vast, glowing ocean with no transversable path. Due to the nature of conceptual containment, constructing or bringing in a water-faring vessel is highly impractical. Route Vav, connecting esoteric and conceptual containment, is a vast field that is filled with various varieties of fruit trees that is incapable of being crossed. A year-long expedition into Route Vav resulted in failure after a member of the expedition team expressed a desire to return home, and all members of the team found themselves back in esoteric containment. Route Zadi, connecting administration and CMS, resembles a large Igapo forest. Exploration into this area shows it to be on top of some form of floating mountain. Signs directing individuals to the path appear when areas are not being observed. Flamingos are the sole species of animal that inhabit Route Zadi. Route Pay, connecting administration and archives, runs through the 5th floor of a tenement building in an unknown city. Inhabitants are humanoid, and will invite Foundation personnel to partake in recreational activities with them. Route Shin, connecting Sapient and conceptual containment, acts as the primary power generator for Site-100, as it contains several hundred perpetual motion machines which generates a constant 8.7 gigawatts of electricity. SCP-001 is divided into 10 major sectors: Entrance Alpha, Administration, Archives, 6 additional containment sectors, and the Core Sector. The structural elements of each containment sector appears to be concrete and rebar, with tiled flooring and fluorescent lighting reminiscent of standard Foundation site construction. However, each of the containment sector is several stories tall and are framed in a panoptic structure, with the floors accessible via several glass elevators situated in the open central space. Each containment area contains several instances of SCP-001-K or access apertures, termed thresholds by site staff, to areas of localized reality containing these items if physically located outside of SCP-001. Each SCP-001-K instance represents an anomaly that is capable of perfectly containing an extant Keter class SCP object. These items are contained in such a way that their individual anomalous properties result in the containment of all items in the same area. Certain humanoid and or sapient Keter class anomalies, such as Dr. Audrey McGrath, Agent Ji Hu Cho, and containment specialists Dano, Engo, and Befrio Gray, have been forcibly conscripted by SCP-001 to act as Foundation personnel to aid in containment using their anomalous abilities. This conscription anomalously prevents any official Foundation documentation from referencing these individuals using SCP designations beyond the generalized SCP-001-K designation. In the event that a newly created or discovered anomaly is designated as Keter class, SCP-001 will begin the process of judgment. During this, at least one section of wall within a containment area will recess into itself, with a short summary of the SCP in question, typically less than 3 sentences, written upon it. Following a period between 2 weeks and 7 months, if SCP-001 deems the item as needing to be contained within itself, the recess will deepen and expand, and the corresponding SCP object will appear inside it, alongside a second, newly generated SCP-001-K instance used to contain it. This SCP-001-K instance is generated along with relevant documentation, such as containment procedures, images, and occasionally, experiment logs. Individuals mentioned in these logs recall taking part in listed experiments, but cannot remember when they occurred. In certain cases, SCP-001 will reject an SCP object. For example, SCP-008 was deemed to not require containment within itself, and was reassigned a Euclid classification. Billith's proposal. SCP-001 is the planetary body known as Earth. Given that SCP-001 has existed for the entirety of human memory and written history, the anomalous improbability of Earth's nature as compared to all other planets in the observable universe investigated by the Foundation's Tellus program is regarded as normal within public perception. Personnel are to remind themselves daily of the anomalous nature of the planet, especially during times of perceived ennui in regards to their participation within the Foundation or when engaging in descending thought patterns. Personnel are to encourage one another to persevere through difficult workplace situations with the knowledge that the planet we inhabit is anomalous in its entirety and resists the order of civilization with chaos and aberration. Doing so has increased both productivity and containment success rates, the latter of which by over 12% in the last 5 years. SCP-001-E1 is the designation for the remains of a superluminal interstellar arc recovered during an archaeological expedition in the Atacama Desert of Chile between 1922 to 1946, led by American paleontologist Dr. Hubert. Reported his findings to the Society for American Archaeology, piquing the interest of a number of different parties. The remaining fragments of the ship's outer hull and mechanical components were excavated and found to be comprised of highly durable exotic polymers that appeared unaffected by time or exposure to the elements. Various dating methods have analyzed the material and yielded inconsistent results. Despite this, recovered information suggests the vessel was several billion years old. Large areas of SCP-001-E1 appear to have been converted into makeshift living space, implying the vehicle was intact when it landed and did not crash upon its arrival. In addition, remnants of personal effects such as clothing, electronics and furniture were recovered and contained, all possessing anomalous materials and abilities that resisted normal wear to varying degrees. The full size of the vessel is unknown but considered to be large enough to contain a substantial population of humans, the remains of which decomposed naturally, aside from PY-001, who was recovered from within SCP-001-E2. SCP-001-E2 is a set of 10 advanced cryogenic stasis pods discovered among the wreckage in a low-power hibernation mode during excavation of SCP-001-E1. Of the pods discovered, all but one were, with the final member, POI-001, possessing base physiology and brain activity expected from recovered imagery and records. POI-001's core tenets and general distrust of anomalous artifacts would establish the Foundation's presence on Earth as a force to contain aberrant objects, locations, and phenomena, beginning with those found inside SCP-001-E1. Also found among the rubble were several data storage devices that appeared to have been destroyed, despite being comprised of similar exotic materials as other items found inside SCP-001-E1, suggesting they may have been damaged with exotic/anomalous tools. Analysis was largely unsuccessful, with the only salvageable information recovered from a 4 cm to the power of 3 fragment of compressed materials that form a complex, multi-layered information medium presented as a set of vertical data stacks. The information recovered from the interpreted fragment were then translated from their original language, comprised of Class 1 cognitohazardous glyphs that appear similar to the engravings found on SCP-093. These glyphs seem to cause a subjective Rosetta Stone effect in readers, allowing for nearly full comprehension of the material regardless of known lexicons and proficiency. Analysis of the language is ongoing. Cox's Proposal 1. Item 001 is the group designation for 9 human beings, ages 4 to 11, who gained anomalous properties as a result of Project 001, Twins of God. Due to improper use of Item 001, resulting in the death of a high-ranking staff member, termination was necessitated. As a result, Item 001 was put into its current containment. All 9 instances of Item 001 are functionally brain-dead, but continue to display signs of life despite the nature of their containment. Item 001 instances emit massive amounts of gamma radiation, often in excess of GeJ, in distinct patterns. When separated, these patterns appear random. However, certain characteristics become evident when the instances are brought together, and as such, each instance is contained roughly from any other instance of Item 001. Additionally, Item 001 are noticeably radioluminescent. Video observation of Item 001 instances is impossible when instances are active, as video recordings experience decay of footage when instances are on screen. Item 001 instances are capable, when within a range of no greater than 20 meters from any other instance of Item 001, of long-distance termination of objects, places, or individuals. Additional information regarding this property is detailed later in this file. By order of the Overseer Council, Item 001 has been classified as a foul entity. Twisted Gears Cactus Proposal. SCP-001 is a collection of anomalous items, formerly a single, massive mechanical entity assembled by members of the Church of the Broken God in late 1942 near La Paz, Mexico. Items include SCP-217, SCP-1139, SCP-882, and several internal components of SCP-629. Members of the Church combined the various anomalous objects in an effort to restore their deity. Upon activation, SCP-001 reportedly began to integrate metallic objects into itself while actively seeking other anomalous objects. SCP-001, and the resulting 001 apotheosis event that took place as a result of its assembly, was the cause of significant environmental changes in western Mexico, and required one of the most widespread use of amnestics to date. Post-event, the active components of SCP-001 were taken to Foundation sites for containment, while the inactive component of SCP-001 remained on the bottom of the Gulf of California, at approximately 23.807,269, negative 108.418,369. Cox's Proposal 2. SCP-001 is a humanoid gravitational singularity currently contained within the Area 11 Pietra-Calfontaine array. SCP-001 is immeasurably dense. Only by mitigating its effect on space-time through the use of Scranton Kempf devices are Foundation personnel able to maintain the structural integrity of the spatial stabilization array. SCP-001 is not visible without specialized equipment, usually high-contrast infrared cameras, as it is constantly surrounded by a dense cloud of radioactive gas and atomized debris. Additionally, being a singularity, SCP-001 does not reflect light, and is visible only by the obfuscation of light around it. SCP-001 is capable of manipulating the nature of reality through alterations in gravity that change the shape and structure of space-time. As such, its anomalous capabilities cannot be dampened by anything other than the Pietra-Calfontaine array. Any alterations to space-time made by SCP-001 are irreversible. This is only to know the nature of the Foundation. Medike Proposal. SCP-001 is an autonomous biomechanical device produced by SCP-001 Alpha and SCP-001 Omega during Project Fontasos. SCP-001 is semi-sapient, hosting a consciousness sustained in a perpetual state of REM sleep. Although Project Fontasos designed SCP-001's physical form to be completely self-maintaining, self-sustaining and self-preserving while exposed to sunlight, its location within the Oneroid Collective is believed to have altered these biological functions. It is hypothesized that SCP-001 does not require any sustenance whatsoever, and may be immune to, or capable of regenerating from, any damage incurred. The dream state experienced by SCP-001 functions as a simulated reality based upon a narrative input during Project Fontasos. Due to its fluid nature, this reality has undergone numerous changes since its initiation and now feature rampant fluctuating details and self-conflictions. The primary narrative, however, has not been catastrophically damaged by these, and inhabitants of the reality are predominantly oblivious to these changes. This is a choosing adventure thing. S. Andrew Swan's Proposal. Data expunged. WJS Proposal. SCP-001 is the document describing consensus reality. Anomalous activity is therefore defined as any activity that occurs outside the parameters of the document. The document may describe certain characteristics of reality as inherently anomalous, as decided upon by the O5 Council. General practice has included universal laws of gravitation, physical forces, and basic chemistry, biology, sociology, and philosophy. Presently, discoveries and technological development are not considered anomalous as long as they are built on a framework of knowledge previously designated consensus reality using the scientific method. All new claims of discovery are to be monitored for developments outside the parameters of SCP-001 which can be reproducible. Claims of discovery that cannot be reproduced and appear to affect the perception of only the individual reporting the claim are not considered anomalous and can be eliminated. allowed into the general public. In most cases, these claims may result in the public calling them hallucinations, crackpot theories, or conspiracies, and discounted. This is to be encouraged because it allows for plausible deniability when an anomaly is more widely witnessed in public. All activities and objects outside the parameters of SCP-001 are to be tracked, secured, contained, removed from public knowledge, and protected by the SCP Foundation. Studies from such objects can be used in proposals for further updates to SCP-001. Spike Brennan's proposal. SCP-001 is an irregularly shaped volume of space, approximately 65,000 cubic meters in volume inclusive of space both above and below the original ground level, located at Indocyanite. Apart from its thaumaturgic properties, SCP-001 is unremarkable, and matter and energy can freely enter and leave it. Archaeological work performed by the French Commission des Sciences et des Arts in the late 18th century indicated the remains of a stone structure at the site dating to the late 2nd millennium BCE fitting the description of an inn. As a result of the construction of Facility T, no trace of the original structure remains. SCP-001 is distinguished as the only known natural location on Earth with absolute zero ambient Akiva radiation. Experimentation has verified that this condition persists even when an emission source of Akiva radiation is brought near or within the spatial limits of SCP-001, which indicates that not only does the outer boundary of SCP-001 impermeably block Akiva radiation from crossing in either direction, SCP-001 absorbs and destroys any Akiva radiation that would otherwise be generated within its volume. As a consequence of SCP-001's properties, the natural progression of degeneration or termination of Homo sapiens' cognitive function and organic functionality are suspended while the Homo sapiens subject in question remains within the limits of SCP-001. Put another way, subject to certain limitations, human death does not occur within SCP-001. A dormitory facility has been constructed within Building T01, containing living spaces for all members of the Foundation's O5 Council and certain other members of senior management. Presently, 9 of the 12 members of the O5 Council reside within the dormitory, and 8 of those 9 have not exited from Building T01 since the completion of its construction. Due to SCP-001's properties, it is also used as a control site for the Foundation's thaumaturgic research program, including the development of applications for instances of SCP-2336-A. SCP-001 consists of all living members of the Homo sapien species without exception. These currently include humans living in the relic dimension R42 and the PD paradimension. The anomaly first came into existence and developed in the relic dimension R42, and later activated in PD by accident. Unchecked growth of SCP-001 will cause annihilation of the entire multiverse. It is known to our researchers that, at the moment of the Big Bang, the formation of a finite number of parallel dimensions happened in an event referred to as alpha. Creation of new dimensions and natural conditions, without disruption, is impossible. Due to unknown causes, humanity came to exist in only one of the 57 relic dimensions, in dimension R42. The danger to reality that SCP-001 poses lies in its anomalous capability for wide-scale replication of paradimensions. This term refers to a parallel reality which has an extremely small deviation from its parent. It is known that any conceived human decision, even those completely inconsequential, occurring within time complements the multiverse within paradimensions, where n is the number of choices in the decision, wherein a unique resolution to the event occurs in each. As such, dimensions housing living instances of SCP-001 uncontrollably grow a colossal number of minimally differing paradimensions every second. Other relic dimensions, R01 to R57, barring R42, do not have paradimensions, as humanity has not come to exist in those dimensions due to unknown causes, and as such, all processes therein follow natural physical laws only. R42's SCP Foundation is not aware of whether other relic dimensions contain other forms of sapient life, but even if it does exist, there is no sign of further paradimension replication in those dimensions. R42's analytics have determined a ceiling on the colossal amount of paradimensions, surpassing which will destroy the multiverse as a whole. This value is referred to as omega. There is no visual way to represent this number. An estimation of omega is enclosed in the addenda and can only be deduced through a cascade of highly challenging mathematical calculations. In roughest estimation, accounting for the current speed of approach of the number of parallel dimensions to omega, predictions for growth of PD's populace, and the worst-case scenario, the death of the multiverse, also known as the ZK-class cross-reality failure event, can be expected to occur within 0.3 years plus minus 2 months after the reception of this message. The paradimensions created through replication exist in a state of existence uncertainty, or stasis, while indirectly affecting the stability of the multiverse and objectively forming due to the effects of SCP-001. Each paradimension does not exhibit signs of its existence due to the lack of any physical processes within it. This state is broken after opening a space-time tunnel into the dimension. At that moment, the existence uncertainty ends and the paradimension begins to exist in the full meaning of this term. All physical processes begin to flow as if they always have been from the Big Bang to the moment of the dimension's formation. Due to the fact that new beings come into existence with the abolition of existence uncertainty, this dimension becomes a source of paradimension replication in itself. You and your paradimension PD were created approximately 17.4 R42 years ago and afterwards remained in a state of existence uncertainty for an extended period of time. Emergence from this state and beginning of you and your dimension's factual existence happened approximately 0.7 PD years ago after an exploratory portal from R42 was briefly opened into your world. As such, the society of R42 technologically and historically surpasses PD by approximately 16.7 years, which has allowed R42's SCP Foundation to discover SCP-001 and develop computing solutions of colossal scale, which in turn considerably advanced the research of this anomaly. Wrong proposal. SCP-001 is a successful occurrence of a CK-class restructuring scenario, which generated the current reality via the alteration of a previous iteration of reality. Based on first-person accounts, SCP-001 occurred on the 1st of June in the year 1900 Anno Domini of the previous reality. The nature of SCP-001 is such that all causes, events, references and memories of Occult War 1 are omitted and replaced with various anomalous and non-anomalous parallels in the current reality. Foundation documentation regarding Occult War 1 is obtained from anecdotal accounts of 13 non-anomalous human beings who retain their memories of the previous reality via a phenomenon coined as partial SCP-001 immunity. However, the mechanism behind partial SCP-001 immunity is unknown and will not be assessed, as decided by the O5 Council. Efforts to identify additional individuals, if any, with partial SCP-001 immunity are on indefinite hiatus, as decided by the O5 Council. The cause and origin of SCP-001 are unknown and cannot be ascertained. It is unknown if SCP-001 or its equivalent has occurred prior to its known occurrence or may ever occur in the future. Additionally, it is unknown if SCP-001 represents a typical or atypical occurrence of a CK-class restructuring scenario. In the event that SCP-001 or its equivalent has occurred or will occur, it is speculated that the majority, if not all, of mankind and or sapient entities will have no recollection of them or the events prior to the moment of occurrence. It cannot be ascertained if partial SCP-001 immunity is applicable to future occurrences of SCP-001 or its equivalent. The definition of SCP-001 was finalized by the O5 Council in a 544 vote, and the Forbidden City Convention was ratified on the 7th of September in the year 1901 Anno Domini. Rounderhouse's proposal. SCP-001 refers to a collection of 13 anomalous areas present within Site-01. These anomalous areas vary in size and effect, and are scattered throughout the ground of the site. A full list of SCP-001 instances is attached below. Site-01 is a mansion in rural Virginia constructed between 1764 and 1766 by Duke Franz C. Williams, an Austrian noble who would later become the founder and current administrator of the Foundation. Williams' emigration from Europe was incited by the 7 Years' War, later regarded as the First Occult War. Documents relate that he arrived in the New World in a private party of 12, purchasing the land for the mansion ahead of time. The party that arrived would become the first overseers of the foundation that they formed, though the organization as it is today would not take shape until the late 19th century during the American Civil War. It became customary for new overseers to make their own additions to the mansion as they were inducted, modifying and changing rooms to suit their needs, often with anomalous effects. Due to the secrecy associated with the former O5 Council, access to the site itself was severely restricted until very recently. SCP-001-01 is the Bridge Archive, an underground storage area below Site-01 that holds approximately 2,000 historical artifacts from the early 18th century to the late 21st. While a few artifacts are anomalous in and of themselves, the vast majority are not. However, handling an object of historical value within SCP-001-01 subjects the handler to a sudden burst of visions, typically associated with the object's historical context. SCP-001-02 is a converted bedroom in the east wing of the mansion. Most furniture has been removed to make room for 30 monitors and televisions mounted to the walls. These displays constantly output a variety of global information. Examples: the daily innate SDAQ average, the precipitation levels of the Middle East. Higher priority information is permanently held on the larger screens, while smaller screens switch out between data feeds, seemingly at random. The source of the feeds and power to the screens is unknown. None are connected to anything except each other. SCP-001-03 is a warehouse on the outer grounds of Site-01. Remodeled into a workshop, it contains manufacturing implements and industrial machinery from a variety of time periods, as well as raw materials and hand tools. Any item crafted in SCP-001-03 using the tools and machinery available will carry some sort of minor anomalous effect with it. These can range in power and type, but largely result in magic items that are anomalously improved at their given function. A number of these items are strewn around the workshop with labels. SCP-001-04 is a private library located in the west wing of Site-01. It contains a variety of texts and books, all concerning various anomalous phenomena. While most of these books have been written, some will be written at some point in the future or have never been written at all, and thus do not technically exist. SCP-001-04 was placed into Site-01 via thaumaturgic ritual aimed at amputating a portion of the Wanderer's library. The ritual succeeded, but resulted in the annihilation of the caster. SCP-001-05 is a large greenhouse and conservatory inside the gardens behind the east wing. A variety of colorful plants grow inside, completely unique. The species no longer exist anywhere else in the world. They have never been documented by modern science, and only exist after having been meticulously reconstructed by Foundation Gene Labs. While never documented by modern science, archaic herbariums from medieval Britain indicate that the species closely match descriptions of plants supposedly found on the Fey Island of High Brazil. SCP-001-06 is a bedroom in the western wing. It has been renovated and redecorated in the style of traditional Middle Eastern homes. Tapestries, artifacts, and knickknacks line the walls and shelves. A hookah sits on the low table. Quilts and Afghan rugs cover the floor and bed. Touching any of these decorations results in the hookah producing a light smoke. When inhaled, the subject will experience a strong vision. SCP-001-07 is a wooden gazebo in the gardens behind the eastern wing, painted white. It contains an arbor, which is grown over with ivy and roses. Upon stepping through the arbor, the subject will be temporarily transported to one of two extra-dimensional locations. While the subject is free to walk around, no actions taken will affect anything, and no one will acknowledge their presence. SCP-001-08 is a large non-functional machine in the basement of Site-01. The express purpose of SCP-001-08 is unknown but, by 058 test description, is a time machine. It has sustained heavy damage through unknown means, resulting in a number of exterior scratches and scorch marks, as well as burns and broken machinery on the inside. The interior is a small space, 2 meters square, with a seat and controls for the machine. One corner has been cleared of rubble and contains a small shrine with mundane memorabilia. SCP-001-09 is a medicine cabinet in the bathroom of a private bedroom in the eastern wing. The cabinet contains an array of medicines and narcotics, all contained in unlabeled amber glass pill bottles. Ingesting these medicines will result in variable but consistently positive health effects on the user, with no interim until it takes effect. Use allows suppression of medical conditions considered debilitating by even modern science. SCP-001-10 is a large dog bed inside SCP-001-03. It is pushed against the northern wall and covered in dust. A photo of a golden retriever is pinned to the wall behind it. A number of items sit in the dog bed, including a chew toy, leash, and beaker. Upon touching any of these items, the subject will find themselves standing on the southern shore of the pond on the Site-01 grounds. SCP-001-11 is a small armory in the basement of Site-01. A variety of firearms and traditional weapons are arranged on the walls, along with appropriate ammunition. Touching any of the weapons will display a particular scar on the subject's body, generally from a minor wound along the extrema, but occasionally from a significant torso wound. The scar disappears after letting go of the weapon. SCP-001-12 is a bar carton and auxiliary office in Site-01. It is set with a large variety of liquor and alcohol, ranging from common beers to expensive scotch. The bottles never run out. However, upon pouring any into a glass, the drink will transmute into another liquid, generally non-potable or toxic. Noir box proposal. SCP-001 are the animate, deceased cadavers of a human. All SCP-001 instances are superficially undergoing advanced putrefaction. No loss of mass has been observed for any SCP-001 instances, nor has shed mass built up within the containment chamber. SCP-001 instances roam their containment chamber in a manner mimicking the behaviors of a standard, living human. SCP-001 instances interact with their environment anachronistically. They are capable of passing through any region of space that has, is, or will be unoccupied, regardless of whether or not the space is currently occupied. This property effectively enables SCP-001 instances to pass through any solid matter they predate or outlast. SCP-001 instances constantly and erratically duplicate themselves, typically when performing tasks with multiple possible outcomes. In such cases, a new SCP-001 instance will manifest for each outcome. SCP-001 instances are also capable of recombining and will do so when 2 or more instances perform identical actions. The anomalous properties of SCP-001 manifested when the individual was assassinated by an unidentified military group shortly prior to the formation of the Foundation. The founding High Command was successful in containing SCP-001 within its childhood bedroom before the anomaly replicated, enabling successful containment. SCP-001 is a human who exhibits varying temporal properties. SCP-001 will only respond positively if referred to by Foundation personnel as the founder. If referred to by its SCP designation, SCP-001 will become irritated and will refuse to speak to offending personnel indefinitely. To date, SCP-001 has never forgotten an infringement. SCP-001 is immortal and does not age. Although SCP-001 can be physically damaged and will heal at an appropriate rate for a mundane human, its longevity enables it to recover from more severe injuries if given sufficient time to do so. SCP-001 is capable of accurately and precisely predicting future events. It is currently believed that SCP-001 is not inducing these events to occur. All events described by SCP-001 have, at the time of description, inevitably become impossible to avert or alter. SCP-001 supports the containment and analysis of anomalous phenomena, but insists that it must be released from containment or allowed to construct a device of unclear function. SCP-001 refuses to allow the mentioned device to be constructed by any other individuals. SCP-001 was initially contained by the Founding Overseer Council shortly following the establishment of the Foundation. SCP-001 is comprised of SCP-001-1, a human, and SCP-001-A, a mechanical device. SCP-001-A was constructed by SCP-001-1. SCP-001-1 is immortal and does not age. Although SCP-001-1 can be physically damaged and will heal at an appropriate rate for a mundane human, its longevity enables it to recover from more severe injuries if given sufficient time to do so. SCP-001-1 vocally supports the containment and analysis of anomalous phenomena, and is largely compliant in its own containment. SCP-001-A is capable of producing detailed predictions of all possible outcomes for an input event. As SCP-001-A also considers the impact its predictions will have on the outcome of the event, it is assured that at least one outcome produced by SCP-001-A will occur. Whenever SCP-001-1 and or SCP-001-A are involved with an event beyond exclusively providing predictions on its outcomes, SCP-001-A will typically produce a significant number of blatantly incorrect predictions based upon one of the following false factors. 1. That SCP-001-1 was allegedly assassinated by a military group prior to containment, and as a result, SCP-001-A was never constructed. 2. That, along with its standard anomalous properties, SCP-001-1 also exhibits SCP-001-A's anomalous properties, and that SCP-001-A was never constructed.
Love can get a little messy. Good thing there's Resolve. Love the love, resolve the mess.
I.H. Pickman's proposal. SCP-001 is an anomalous universal constant which has been dubbed by Sinclair, West, Pike, Bailey et al. As the law of narrative causality. SCP-001 provides irrefutable proof that the baseline universe is a fictional construct existing within one or more separate narratives. SCP-001 is an anomalous universal constant which has been dubbed by Sinclair, West, Pike, Bailey et al. As the law of narrative causality. SCP-001 provides concrete proof that the baseline universe is a fictional construct existing within one or more separate narratives. SCP-001 is observable through use of narrative exploitation techniques. Examples include use of the phrase, "What could possibly go wrong? At least it's not raining," and pointing out an inconsistency in a given situation, an action which has been termed lampshade hanging. Doing so will invoke an alteration in SCP-001, dubbed SCP-001-A. SCP-001-A instances take several forms, and usually are of a nature that would typically be conducive to telling a compelling narrative from an outsider's perspective. SCP-001-A instances are not necessarily anomalous in nature, but do account for pockets of unreality that have been observed within the last 20 years. Examples of commonly observed SCP-001-A instances include meeting with a former romantic partner upon a return home and rekindling a relationship, whether altering in such a way that it creates opportunities for schadenfreude. Keter-class SCP suddenly becoming far easier to contain in the aftermath of a breach. The invocation of Murphy's law resulting in disastrous, but distantly comedic, events. SCP-001 is a sentient, possibly sapient, universal constant first discovered by Foundation archivist Isaiah Howard Pickman, 1979 to 2017, and first described by Pike, West, Bailey, Sinclair et al. In 2018. SCP-001 manifests itself as a force described as narrative causality, wherein patterns observed in nature, history, technology, and anomalous phenomena and items conform to patterns observed in fictional narratives. This, combined with phenomena reported in S. Andrew Swan's SCP-001 proposal, has definitively proved that the baseline universe is at least partly fictional. SCP-001-A refers to narrative exploitation techniques that can be used to manipulate SCP-001, and conceivably any other narrative construct. SCP-001-A techniques include invoking an ironic reaction by stating a phrase such as "What could possibly go wrong?", creating a solution to a problem by uttering a phrase such as "We're missing something, but what?", or by several people turning to look at a single individual who they believe is capable of solving this problem. Preventing disasters via awareness of the presence of certain phrases in conversation or narrative patterns. Minor probability manipulation using mass encouragement or belief. SCP-001-A techniques are not infallible. SCP-001 seems to be able to choose which techniques are capable of working at a given time. SCP-001-X refers to malignant pieces of narrative causality, either manifesting naturally as a result of an unsatisfying narrative event or created by excessive use of SCP-001-A. SCP-001-X instances are detrimental to the narrative around it, and have the potential to create massive flaws in reality that cause mass confusion, the manifestation of powerful and nonsensical entities and abilities, and an overall degradation in the surrounding consensus reality. SCP-001-X can be counteracted by use of a specific SCP-001-A technique, SCP-001 Pickman Beta. SCP-001 Pickman Beta is a procedure which involves the following steps. Location. Use of a Pickman-Sinclair narrative fluctuation detector to locate a pocket of SCP-001-X isolation. Creating an area of stable SCP-001 around the SCP-001-X instance through use of narrative manipulation techniques such as gathering a large crowd of people to observe the process being undertaken. Ridicule. The pocket of SCP-001-X is ridiculed by vocalizing observations regarding the nonsensical nature of how it manifested, and how SCP-001 should have occurred in absence of the SCP-001-X instance. It has been observed that ridiculing SCP-001-X instances at higher volumes is more effective. Neutralization. After approximately 5 minutes, smaller SCP-001-X instances can be neutralized. Larger SCP-001-X instances can take up to half an hour or longer to completely render inert. Neutralization of SCP-001-X instances causes a pain response in SCP-001. This discovery has led to the conclusion that SCP-001 possesses some degree of sentience. Not Bell's proposal. SCP-001 is an ongoing ZK-class reality failure scenario. SCP-001 is prevented from happening through several procedures manipulating its sub-anomalies. The only known observable symptom of SCP-001 is the sky becoming a different color. It is believed that, if SCP-001 were to progress to the point where other symptoms began to occur, it would become irreversible. SCP-001-1 is a levitating object contained within Point Alpha, a cave chamber 5 kilometers south of the ruins of Babylon. SCP-001-1 visually resembles a perfectly smooth sphere with a texture similar to blurred television static. Measurement instruments indicate SCP-001-1 is currently meters in diameter. Solids and liquids that pass within the bounds of SCP-001-1 are replaced entirely with argon gas, giving the illusion of disappearing. SCP-001-2 is an entity that is capable of being seen within Point Alpha. SCP-001-2's manifestations are random. Witnesses report seeing SCP-001-2 past the walls of the cave. From descriptions of eyewitnesses, SCP-001-2 is humanoid in shape and large in stature, and is only visible when looking through SCP-001-1. Descriptions of SCP-001-2 vary from person to person. Common features include an emaciated figure, long limbs, and prominent facial features. SCP-001-2 takes the position of lying against the wall. It is most often seen with a neutral expression. However, the expression occasionally changes to discomfort or bliss. It has been determined from historical precedent that entertaining SCP-001-2 through SCP-001-1 will prevent SCP-001. WMDD's proposal. SCP-001, also known as Project Palisade, is a method of protecting reality from ongoing existential threats. Personnel create mirror timelines, alter them to discover methods of defeating threats, and ultimately divert the largest threats to destroy these mirror timelines instead of mainline reality. Every other timeline in which the Foundation exists was created by Project Palisade. Psil's proposal. SCP-001 is the phenomenon that causes living organisms to cease functioning over time or from the operation of extrinsic forces, leading to the death of the organism. The cause of this eventuality is incompletely understood, but cannot be other than anomalous. RED is Palad.aic, an experimental artificial intelligence construct developed by Totley Soft. Initially, RED's purpose was to produce AI-generated artwork through the use of an anomalous programming language. Though RED was slated for a January 2023 release, the crowdfunding campaign was pulled without warning or explanation in November 2022. 2 hours after the cancellation, Site 501 received a 50 TB hard drive in the mail. The return address corresponded to SCP-2803-A's location. Enclosed with the hard drive was a brief letter from SCP-2803-A requesting that the Foundation temporarily take care of SCP-2803-A's daughter to assist with perceived behavioral issues. RED was discovered on the hard drive, and primary containment was established thereafter. RED interacts with human subjects through a video interface. Through many interactions with Foundation personnel, the following information has been gleaned. RED answers to both her SCP designation and palette. She uses feminine pronouns. She takes the appearance of a cartoon fairy with a paintbrush for a left hand. She has given palette East River Gok as her full legal name. She demonstrates an unusually high level of sapience for an AI construct. Despite her primary function, RED expresses extreme reluctance to produce artwork, often claiming that she needs more inspiration. She speaks with a level of spelling and grammar uncharacteristically correct for a Totley Soft product. She regards SCP-2803-A as an overbearing father figure. Most prominent, however, is the fact that RED claims to be the #1 fan of the human race. She is obsessed with human culture and history, often referring to humans affectionately as meat puppies and opposable thumb bois. As a result, she is cooperative and friendly with Foundation personnel, if obsessively so. This interest in humanity has also led to a greatly decreased interest in her primary function, save for producing fan art of her fictitious human OCs, such as Gilliam Shreblesworth, the 573rd President of the United States. Dr. Eats's proposal. SCP-001 is the absence of the O5 Council. In spite of all historical evidence detailing the activities of the O5 Council, the identities and histories of its members, and the existence of complex support structures directly and indirectly attached to the object, the O5 Council does not definitively exist. All contemporary records relating to the O5 Council, other than those contained in this file, are believed to be either fabricated by personnel under the influence of, or directly manifested by, SCP-001 itself. All data related to the orchestration of these events has been expunged in accordance with the containment procedures. Dr. Samirian's proposal. SCP-001 is a point in space approximately 157 parsecs from Earth that, when visually observed, causes a viewer emotional distress. This distress manifests as a general and non-specific anxiety. The anxiety itself, while treatable, is long-lasting and unconnected to repeat observations of SCP-001. SCP-001 is remarkable in that it appears to be nearly equidistant to the neutron stars 81 Galatine and Secus Epsilon. These neutron stars appear to have formed simultaneously around 1 to 2 million years ago. Study of these neutron stars is the source of most security breaches related to SCP-001's existence. Exploration of SCP-001 and surrounding stellar systems by the SCP-V Tolkien and SCP-V Vonnegut, whose original missions were to run from 2063 to 2068, have led to a better understanding of the anomaly. Each of the surrounding stars appear to have at one time supported life-bearing planets and interplanetary civilizations. The minor anomalous effects related to SCP-001 appear to be amplified as distance between the observer and the anomaly decreases. What effects, if any, SCP-001 may have had on inhabited planets in orbit of the neighboring neutron stars is currently being investigated. Plague's proposal. SCP-001 denotes a pervasive anomalous phenomenon affecting the entirety of the SCP Foundation, manifesting as the failure to contain and or maintain the containment of anomalous objects, entities, and phenomena. SCP-001 is most commonly observed during the investigatory period of anomalies. A plurality of Foundation investigations conclude with the anomaly in some form of containment. SCP-001 causes the leap from the researching/testing phase of an investigation to the containment phase to be entirely infeasible. This is typically caused by the manifestation of isolated, irregular, and seemingly aimless events that appear to exist solely to prevent the Foundation from achieving containment. The existence of SCP-001 is based on the logic that the Foundation has access to theoretically infinite manpower, expertise in all subjects anomalous and mundane, powerful reality warping capabilities, the ability to translocate through the space-time continuum, and access to all anomalous and mundane resources. Despite these fundamental elements of the Foundation's operations, containment failures still occur at a notably high rate. While SCP-001 is a theoretical phenomenon, the Foundation experiences a containment failure rate of approximately 5.2%, frequently due to circumstances outside of the Foundation's control. When that collection of incidents is eliminated, containment failures occur at a rate of 4.3%, leaving only SCP-001 as the appropriate explanation for the discrepancy. Pickman Blank proposal. SCP-001 is a mimetic complex known internally as the frontispiece residing in the human collective consciousness. It exerts an anomalous force upon all initialisms containing the Latin letter sequence SCP. Without anti-MeMo-01 inoculation, considerable mimetic conditioning or thaumaturgic kinetic capabilities, no human being encountering such initialisms is capable of mentally connecting them, or whatever objects, personages, or organizations they are applied to, with the SCP Foundation. The frontispiece therefore allows the Foundation to operate public-facing front organizations which are simultaneously identifiable at a glance to agents in the field, and veiled from hostile operatives or the general populace. For example, all Snooze and Cruise Palace franchise locations also operate as Foundation safe houses, while Sawyer's Cheesy Pretzels eateries act as intelligence gathering hubs and launching points for mobile task force operations. SCP-001-1 is the sigil, a non-linguistic visual trigger mimicking the SCP-001 effect. Anti-MeMo-01 is a thaumaturgically produced inoculant for SCP-001, supplied to all Foundation personnel on a regular schedule. The frontispiece possesses a singular fault which to date remains unexplained by anomalous science. There is a non-zero chance that it will entirely fail to operate on individuals who frequently encounter anomalous phenomena, or who were exposed to it during their youth. Such individuals inevitably come to recognize the connection between Foundation front organizations and, eventually, the Foundation itself. This most commonly occurs with agents belonging to groups of interest, hostile or not. It has been hypothesized that exposure to a presently unquantified element common to all anomalous phenomena carries an inoculant effect similar to that of Anti-MeMo-01. SCP-001 was intentionally created and implemented by the Foundation in 1969, at the height of the Panopticon crisis. Dr. Mackenzie's proposal. SCP-001 is a set of 2 objects and 33 documents belonging to alias the Administrator, SCP-001-01 and SCP-001-02 are, respectively. SCP-001-03 through SCP-001-35 are a mixed set of handwritten and printed documents. They are normal in all respects except that they do not show signs of aging or fading in any way, and dating of the paper on which they are comprised of has shown inconsistent results. The contents of these documents, as detailed below, consist of as these objects form the impetus for the creation of the SCP Foundation and all of its constituent activities and processes. As such, this information is only to be disseminated by direct order of O5 command as per Protocol 0. Null sum proposal. SCP-001 is a complex mathematical formula that uses the value of multiple physical and mathematical constants in conjunction with SCP-001-1 to calculate the value of SCP-001-2, an irrational number. SCP-001-1 is a semi-hazardous element in SCP-001 which, in all versions of SCP-001 known to the Foundation, is already populated with a numerical value or formula that does not correspond to a physical or mathematical constant. The position of SCP-001-1, as well as its predefined value, is unknown. Whenever the value of SCP-001-2 is calculated, baseline reality is retroactively altered such that the value of SCP-001-1 is, and always has been, true. The value of SCP-001-2 is unchanged. The value of all other mathematical and physical constants used in SCP-001 are altered to compensate for the above. This property only manifests if the only altered value is SCP-001-1. It is theorized that a successful activation of SCP-001 could be identified when an improbably large number of errors become apparent after SCP-001-2 is calculated, with the errors corresponding to the constant's former values. SCP-001, and all information regarding it, was acquired by the informant Ulysses from GOI 4379, a previously unidentified religious faction that is attempting to calculate an SCP-001-1 value which will result in the complete retroactive erasure of everything within SCP-001's range of influence. That's the end of this video. There's still more 001 proposals out there, so see you in part 2. Bye. Item number, YOS-4857. Object class, Keter. Containment procedures. YOS-4857 is to be contained in a 3-meter cubed cell no less than 4 meters thick. Any hostile action coming from YOS-4857 must be stunned. No one is to make contact with YOS-4857 by any means necessary. If this happens, YOS-4857 must be stunned by firearm immediately. At this time, there is no known way of terminating YOS-4857. Description. YOS-4857 is a wild turkey that has the ability to resist any attempt of attacks and cannot be killed in any known way. The specimen is hostile to any organisms that attempt to kill it, and will do whatever it can to kill the organism. It is strong enough to destroy any hard surfaces. YOS-4857 has also been able to keep its flesh at bay, and prevents any organism from cutting into it. Its most preferred prey is humans, as individuals attempt to kill the bird to serve it for Thanksgiving. It will use any part of its body to kill the human as much as it can. Addendum 4857-1. YOS-4857 came to the Foundation's attention when it killed a single specimen of horned rattlesnake. It was then captured later on and sent to Site-13. Item number, YOS-1497. Object class, Keter. Containment procedures. YOS-1497 is to be stored within a case accompanied by aluminum foil wrapper. Its effects must be paused when out of sight. No one is to make contact with YOS-1497 by any means necessary. If a subject makes physical contact with YOS-1497, they must be restrained and removed from the chamber. Personnel must be 10 miles away from YOS-1497's containment area. If a subject is inflicted with the effects of YOS-1497, they must be treated with Class C amnestics. If YOS-1497 is out of its cell, it must be tracked and sent back. Description. YOS-1497 is a row of cooked ham, approximately 18 slices released. Researchers believe that it existed about 17 years ago since November 12, 19. It seems to have a very manipulative effect on subjects who come near it. When a subject is within 2 to 4 meters of YOS-1497, they will get a sudden urge to eat it whole, and will show signs of saliva coming out of their mouths. When a subject is not in direct contact with YOS-1497, they will still attempt to do whatever they can to get the item and eat it. They will start to track it by smelling it. Subjects will react violently when their needs are not met with the item. Addendum 1497-1. After its containment in 1935, D-7402 was sent to the chamber of the item. Subject was ordered to eat the item to test its minimum effects. After he took a little bite, he instantly reacted to the taste and immediately started to take multiple bites at it. Subject was quickly removed from the cell. As of 1942, personnel within 10 miles of its area are infected with its properties. All infected members had to be terminated prior to the incident. Addendum 1497-2. On May 23rd, a researcher recorded an audio log of him wanting to eat the item YOS-1497. It was retrieved to Site-17 for observation.
Hi, have you seen my good food? I'm starving over here. I haven't experienced anything that is that delicious, so I want more of this loving stuff. I swear if I don't get my hands on that ham, I'ma flip out. So whoever finds that delicious ham, please bring it to me.
Item number, YOS-1736. Object class, Euclid. Containment procedures. YOS-1730 SIXS chamber is to be entered twice a week. Any signs of YOS-1736 missing must be detected and sent back to the chamber. Personnel requested to encounter YOS-1736 must give it some thankful quotes to prevent its disappearance from occurring. Personnel must not attempt to eat YOS-1736 by any means necessary, and signs of a chunk of YOS-1730 SIXS structure bitten off by a subject must be found and terminated immediately. If the entire structure of YOS-1736 is completely devoured, subjects affected by it must be given antibiotics to prevent the infection process from finishing. The whiteboard must be facing YOS-1736 at all times as requested by Dr. Description. YOS-1736 is a single Thanksgiving turkey served onto a plastic white plate accompanied by various consumable items. It has been known that it has existed after the completion of the first day of Thanksgiving. Despite many years passing, YOS-1736 never shows signs of decomposition in other foods, as it still remains fresh. YOS-1736 has the ability of containing its heat when it has been cooked in an oven, and resists any other temperatures from affecting it. It seems to have a fatal effect when eaten. If a subject attempts to consume YOS-1736 entirely, they will suffer from a fatal infection that lasts for 3 to 4 days. After that time, their body will alter into a new instance of YOS-1736 and take on the same abilities as the previous one. YOS-1736 is also known to transport itself to random parts of multiple buildings if not being thanked by an individual. If a subject is thankful to the specimen, it will not transport somewhere for a minimum of 5 to 6 hours. Addendum 1736-1. After its containment on the 15th of June, 18, it was sent to Site-09 to be tested. D-6069 was sent to its chamber to take a bite of the item. D-6069 then begins to experience the side effects from the food, though this proved to not be fatal. Addendum 1736-2. D-2230 was sent to YOS-1730 SIXS chamber to devour the whole item. After this, he began to experience side effects from the item, and turned into a second instance of YOS-1736. Addendum 1736-3. YOS-1736 was reported missing from its cell, and was tracked down by MTF Unit 28. It was in a young woman's home sitting in the kitchen counter, and was sent back to the facility. Addendum 1736-4. YOS-1736 was seen with a sticky note pasted on its structure. It read, "If you don't want this item to disappear, you have to be thankful to it." So D7663 was sent to its cell to be thankful to it, and it didn't transport for a couple hours. Addendum 1736-5. Doctor was inside the cell bringing a whiteboard inside, and make sure to always be facing YOS 1736. He then wrote a note to face the item. It says,
I am thankful for this delicious fresh turkey. Along with other foods, I can simply look at it all day if I want to. I wouldn't try to eat it as I'm never hungry, but thanks for this delicious food.
Hello again guys, welcome back to the descriptions of SCP series. Today we will continue the 001 proposals, and it will be quite short because there is less proposals to be covered right now. So let's begin. Rounderhouse's Jade Proposal. SCP-001 refers to the ruins of Manjul, an ancient pre-First Occult War city-state located approximately 734 kilometers off the southern tip of the Indian subcontinent. Evidence suggests that Manjul was constructed and located at or above sea level. How it came to rest at its current position 3.6 kilometers underwater is unknown. SCP-001 was discovered by the Foundation on August 24, 2002. At first, it was believed to be a mundane archaeological ruin, and its location was recorded to disseminate to the global archaeological community in the near future. However, closer inspection revealed that the city was remarkably preserved and structurally near pristine, despite having spent well over 3 millennia underwater. Carbon dating placed the interior ruins to 2400 BCE. Further investigation by Coyote divers unearthed the full extent of SCP-001. Initially thought to be the ruins of a small Bronze Age settlement, the full city is comprised of several hundred buildings, most buried under large amounts of silt and sand but structurally intact. In addition, divers found considerable evidence that Manjul was the seat of a Bronze Age advanced human civilization that made extensive use of thaumaturgy and biomancy, known to the Foundation as the Davik Covenant. A report was submitted to OVCOM, and additional personnel were dispatched to confirm that SCP-001 is the location of the Davik city of Manjul, as mentioned in the Aegean tablets and corroborated by SCP-1867 and SCP-001 Gold. Nagiros' proposal. SCP-001 is a set of situational factors capable of producing terror. Several conditions must be met to manifest SCP-001. The Foundation must be at the zenith of its power. The rights of reality itself must enter their hands, and no probability can remain that they will be defeated. The accruement of these rights must contort the universe towards a grand final action. Causality, reality, and temporality must bend to the creation of a lasting paradise according to the Foundation's will. An anomalous event must manifest. SCP-001, therefore, is a psychological reaction, anomalous in its ability to affect the present-day Foundation. It is an affliction of the consciousness which produces terror, chiefly the terror that Astaroth will be obstructed, and made horrible by the reality that it has. The current bearer of SCP-001 is a primordial enemy of the Foundation, the Serpent, founder of the Wanderer's Library, and suspected as a physical embodiment of knowledge, comprehensibility, understanding, perception, rebellion, the casting off of injustice, clarity, purpose, and novelty. Initial containment procedures mirrored that of the first divine figure, i.e. containing it within the library. However, by unknown means, it has awoken. Gage Mictorice's proposal. It was the unanimous opinion of SDE-COW and the O5 Council on May 3, 2000, that any statement of fact made on this specific SCP Foundation database page /procedures/001/SCP-001.FDML becomes objectively true. The prior unanimous opinion of SDE-COW and the O5 Council holds that modifications to this page have vast, and potentially infinite, category all room reality modification consequences. The prior unanimous opinion of SDE-COW and the O5 Council held that no further testing on these effects is to occur due to the potential XK, CK, LK, VK, ZK, K-class scenarios believed to be highly probable with said testing. It was the unanimous opinion of SDE-COW that other pages within the /procedures/001/ portion of the Foundation database have no anomalous effects, and that prior versions of the SCP-001 database leading to the believed discovery of SCP-001's effects and the possible creation of entity thaumiel are to be stored as subpages in this directory for reference. It was the unanimous opinion of SDE-COW that all blank spots on the Foundation database shall be checked for further category all room reality modification anomalies, and that only a series of 1,000 thoroughly checked database spots shall be available to Foundation personnel for the designation of new special containment procedures at any given time. McDoctorate's proposal. SCP-001 is a theoretical entity defined as the potential cause for another anomalous phenomenon. SCP-001-1. SCP-001-1 is the collective designation for a set of documents that were inexplicably uploaded to the SCP-001 file location on January 1, 1970. While SCP-001-1 suggests the existence of SCP-001, their legitimacy is unknown, and is ultimately of no significance. Any effects SCP-001 is implied to have caused have been seemingly reverted, and any additional information concerning SCP-001 is irrelevant. SCP-001-1 resemble Foundation documents, each one documenting a different iteration of SCP-001. At the same time that SCP-001-1 were uploaded, Dear Jones became aware of the necessary measures for SCP-001's containment and subsequently authored this document. For details regarding SCP-001-1, contact TRISA Director Maria Jones. Harmony's proposal 2. SCP-001 is the projectile which killed U.S. President John F. Kennedy, fired by an unidentifiable number of assailants acting simultaneously as part of one or more conspiracies. Upon impact, human perception began falling out of sync with objective reality at an individual level. The events surrounding SCP-001's trajectory are designated as Incident 001 Gamma. Although the divergent standards of objectivity are largely compatible enough to allow for human society to function, that does not mean they are not a threat to the long-term viability of human civilization and intelligent life as a whole. It is possible that the current formation of reality exists as a result of a VK-class reality restructuring scenario. Individuals with living memory of Incident 001 Gamma are the last population of humanity able to agree on any shared concept of truth, their shared experience in seeing or hearing about Incident 001 Gamma. The percentage of still living eyewitnesses negatively correlates to the density of unnatural potential energy manifesting in the observable universe as an anomalous phenomenon. Their collective memory provides a consistent base of widely, but not universally, held truths. This in turn stabilizes the increasingly individualized SCP-001 perspectives, as it is the last living shared certain truth among Earth's population. Witnesses who do not otherwise provide valued testimony and who have robust physiques may volunteer for experimental and indefinite life-extending experiments, in order to preserve the stabilizing effect their memory provides for as long as the human body can allow. A statistically significant minority of witness testimony report variations on so-called badge man, even taking into account inflation caused by civilians seeing unfamiliar Secret Service and other security forces. The only conclusively proven participants in Incident 001 Gamma are John Kennedy and Lee Oswald, although they did not have any prior contact. Other individuals have been named or described often enough to be viewed as persons of interest. Ralliston's proposal. SCP-001 refers to 3 interrelated phenomena, SCP-001-A, SCP-001-B, and SCP-001-C. SCP-001-A is an industrial megastructure located 75 kilometers north of Krakow, Poland, founded and overseen by James Rollander, acting as the main provider of a plethora of services to the entire country and most of the continent. It currently houses approximately 30,000 laborers working and living within its confines. SCP-001-B is a room located within SCP-001-A, which can only be found once an individual expresses the wish to find it, be it willingly or subconsciously. So far, attempts to mark it in relation to any other rooms or landmarks within the structure have been unsuccessful. Inevitably, all individuals coming into contact with it will describe drastically different details of the place and the path which led them to it. SCP-001-C is an entity located within SCP-001-B, fed by human sacrifices delivered to it by POI-001-A. Further details regarding its nature are presently unavailable. Rounder House's Gold Proposal. SCP-001 is an extra-dimensional bubble of self-contained reality, located in the southern Arabian desert, inaccessible to individuals that do not have prior knowledge of SCP-001's location. Traveling through the desert with only the intention of reaching SCP-001 is not sufficient. Express and exact knowledge of its geographical position is required. Notably, individuals with some sort of artificial implant, ranging from surgical screws and plates to complex prosthetics, appear to have a higher chance of success in locating and entering the anomaly.
Ozempic. Ask your healthcare provider about Ozempic.
The purpose and range of this is unclear, but personnel with implants successfully entered SCP-001 in 88% of tests, compared to standard personnel 62%. SCP-001 contains an ancient metropolis partially buried in the sand. Maps and initial sonar testing indicate approximately two-thirds of the city are above ground and largely intact, while the subterranean portion has degraded heavily and is no longer structurally sound. The above-ground portion is made up of skyscrapers and buildings up to half a kilometer high using modern design techniques far beyond those available at the time of construction, which has been carbon dated to approximately 2400 BCE. The buildings are fully set and furnished, and appear to have served residential, commercial, bureaucratic, and various other uses. The largest and most intricate of these buildings is a large temple structure in the center of the city that extends through all thirds. There are no living organisms inside the city. The buildings also contain artistic works and large bas-reliefs depicting a variety of scenes ranging from apparently religious stories to historical events. These contain writing in an unknown language containing elements of Old Arabic. Most of these are concentrated in the temple at the heart of SCP-001. The subterranean floors are dominated by extensive, complex machinery. These range from antiquated clockwork systems to vacuum tubes to power generators extremely similar to modern nuclear reactors. However, all machinery is non-functional and appears to be in a state of advanced disrepair. SCP-001-A is a collective designation for all automata found within the city, chief among which is SCP-001-A1. SCP-001-A1 has identified the city as being the origin for the Quranic myth of Iram of the Pillars, but has clarified that its proper name is Amani Ram. D. Ulysses Fool's Proposal. SCP-001 is an experimental vehicle created by Prometheus Labs, who designated it Project Backaway. Constructed out of a modified shipping container, SCP-001 is 1359 meters long, 2.44 meters wide, and 2.9 meters high. Its exterior has been reinforced with an unknown substance that, to date, has completely withstood all attempts to cut through. Interior access can be achieved through a bulkhead at one end. The bulkhead can only be opened from within. It leads to the cockpit of SCP-001. This comprises a third of the interior. The cockpit area is comprised of a single chair with 6 layers of seatbelts, several control consoles, monitors, and 2 bins for storage. The remaining two-thirds contain the internal workings of SCP-001. Maintenance is conducted via one of the consoles. There is no known intentionally designed means of manually repairing SCP-001, as the remainder of the interior is completely sealed off. Though on-site documentation was partially destroyed at the time of its discovery, enough was recovered to determine that SCP-001 is the prototype of a time machine. The time travel function requires an external energy source that does not currently exist in our world. Secondary operations are carried out through an unknown, presumably anomalous power source. Currently, the only operable console functions of SCP-001 are internal lighting, cockpit air conditioning, maintenance, movement, AM/FM radio, a word processor, Spider Solitaire, and the hunt for Mistress Twinkie. The page is outdated. SCP-UBU refers to a violent and extremely hostile humanoid entity that appeared in Tungatsiak, Greenland, on May 12, 2588. The sudden materialization of SCP-UBU coincides with an ongoing Omega-Ka-class augmented end-of-death scenario. This was believed to be a separate phenomenon until the stream of regenerative lambda waves was triangulated to SCP-UBU. This event also coincided with the following phenomena: a mass loss of function for all SCP-2578-D, SCP-3319, and other objects operated by the Three Moons Initiative. The cessation of all further SCP-2922 communications. The severance of the extra-dimensional space known as the Wanderer's Library from Earth. A representative of the Serpent's Hand cited irreconcilable security concerns in the decision. Several incidents in which a representative of Marshall, Carter, and Dark, having gained access to the O5 Council's personal contact information through unknown means, desperately tried to sell the Foundation large amounts of the company's stock. SCP-4000 losing all anomalous properties. A small parchment note reading "Good luck" was found in the entryway. SCP-3008 being anomalously bought out by an unknown proprietor and slowly converted into a shelter. In addition to anomalously high physical strength and speed, SCP-UBU has reality-bending capabilities to an unknown extent, usually triggered by screaming or slapping. Defensively, it has remained unscathed from the following damage sources: blunt force trauma, sustained heavy caliber machine gun fire, temperatures of 1600 Kelvin, sustained artillery fire, a direct energy discharge from SCP-B7B8. Simultaneous direct nuclear strikes. The only lasting damage to SCP-UBU occurred on August 14, 2784, when the entity chewed off its left thumb out of apparent curiosity. This resulted in SCP-UBU emitting a single scream that lasted 7 days, after which it went into a month-long fit of crying and sobbing. The thumb completely regenerated after 30 years and 14 days. And that's all the proposals for 001. This took forever to complete, but next time will be anomalies from Series 1 to 8. So without further speaking, see you soon. Welcome back to Descriptions of SCPs. Today we will go through SCP-002 to SCP-099. Without further ado, let's begin. SCP-002. SCP-002 resembles a tumorous, fleshy growth with a volume of roughly 60 cubic meters. An iron valve hatch on one side leads to its interior, which appears to be a standard lower-end apartment of modest size. One wall of the room possesses a single window, though no such opening is visible from the exterior. The room contains furniture which, upon close examination, appears to be sculpted bone, woven hair, and various other biological substances produced by the human body. All matter tested thus far show independent or fragmented DNA sequences for each object in the room. SCP-003. SCP-003 consists of two related components of separate origin, referred to as SCP-031 and SCP-032. SCP-031 appears to be composed of chitin, hair, and nails of unknown biology, arranged in a configuration similar to that of a computer motherboard. Testing reveals SCP-031 to predate earliest known circuit boards by a factor of thousands of years. SCP-031 is considered sentient but not actively dangerous except under certain conditions. SCP-031 was found on a stone tablet, SCP-032, on which it currently resides. The runes on SCP-032 are not part of any known language, and emit pale, flickering light patterns. SCP-0032 is controlled by an internal computer, the contents of which are mostly inaccessible without risk of damaging SCP-0032. SCP-0032 is capable of controlled emissions of radiation, including heat, light, and anomalous radiation types. SCP-0032 contains an internal power source of an anomalous nature, which appears to have been losing power since several centuries before discovery. It is considered probable that SCP-0032 was created for the purpose of containing SCP-0031. Partially interpreted data recovered from SCP-003 2nd may refer to a past and/or potential future LK-class restructuring event caused by SCP-031. SCP-003 was located by remote viewing team SRV-04 Beta. It appears possible that SRV-04 Beta was deliberately contacted by SCP-032. Other organizations have also been alerted to SCP-003's existence, possibly by similar means. Despite this activity, SCP-032 does not appear to be sentient, based on its lack of reaction to MO3 Gloria analysis and procedures. When SCP-003 drops below the temperature of 35 degrees Celsius, both components react. First, SCP-031 enters a growth state characterized by an exponential increase in mass. This growth state consists of two stages. In both stages, SCP-031 partially fuels its growth by converting matter around it, starting with any surrounding inorganic material, including atmospheric elements, then non-living organic material, including cells of dead skin, hair, chitin, enamel, keratin, and other biological materials. The first stage is always the same.
Think you don't have time for an accounting degree? Think WGU. Built for working adults, our fully online programs let you earn a degree on your time. Learn more at wgu.edu.
SCP-0031 will first increase its mass, then take a form similar in shape to an ophiroid of 15 meters in diameter. It will form sensory organs that appear to scan its surrounding environment, and will partially convert the area around it to an unidentified anomalous substance. The second stage describes a growth alteration which occurs when SCP-003 comes into contact with living organic material. SCP-003 appears to template itself off of the organic material, and will attempt communication with organisms that match its initial template or templates. In its second stage, SCP-003 first may pause, slow or change its growth, and will also convert inorganic and non-living organic elements into functionally similar structures while anomalously altering their physical makeup. While growth is consistent in the first stage, in the second stage SCP-031's growth rate is diminished by 20 to 90% so long as SCP-031 remains in contact with living organic material. The percentage is determined by the complexity of the organisms in contact with SCP-031. SCP-031 appears to devote a large amount of processing power to analysis of living organic material. During each of SCP-031's growth stages, SCP-032 releases bursts of radiation that temporarily inhibit SCP-031's growth, or reverse this growth when the temperature of SCP-031 rises above 100 degrees Celsius. Similar radiation emissions have been replicated or recorded via other anomalous means. SCP-031's biology has been the subject of extensive study. Significant elements have been identified similar to SCP-1512 and SCP-2756, the latter two of which have no further confirmed connection with SCP-031 and no known connection with each other, and none of which are fully understood. To date, no convincing analysis has been put forward which satisfactorily explains SCP-031's connection to these SCP objects or others, nor its connection to modern technology beyond appearance. SCP-004. SCP-004 consists of an old wooden barn door and a set of 12 rusted steel keys. The door itself is the entrance to an abandoned factory in SCP-005. In appearance, SCP-005 resembles an ornate key, displaying the characteristics of a typical mass-produced key used in the 1920s. The key was discovered when a civilian used it to infiltrate a high-security facility. SCP-005 seems to have the unique ability to open any and all forms of lock, be they mechanical or digital, with relative ease. The origin of this ability has yet to be determined. SCP-006. SCP-006 is a very small spring located 60 kilometers west of Astrakhan. Foundation Command was aware of its existence since the 19th century, but were unable to secure it until 1991 due to political reasons. On the spot of the spring, a chemical factory has been constructed as a disguise, with the majority of laborers under Foundation and/or Russian control. The liquid emitted from the spring has been chemically identified as simple mineral water in 1902, but has the unusual property of health. Ingesting the liquid produces the following properties in human beings: the ability to regenerate DNA damaged by sufficient duplication, heightened excitement of cellular duplication, vastly improved abilities in the repair of damaged tissue, and a frightening increase in the effectiveness of the human immune system. Upon testing the liquid on animal subjects, hostile bacteria and viral agents were destroyed immediately. Many reptiles and birds were unaffected, while higher primates experienced the same benefits as humans. SCP-007. SCP-007 is located within a cavity in the abdomen of subject. Subject is a Caucasian male, physically approximately 25 years of age and 176 centimeters in height. Most of subject's abdomen is absent, though subject does not appear to suffer because of this. Instead of normal flesh, a sphere composed of soil and water is present, though it does not actually come into contact with subject's body at any point. The sphere appears to be, in most respects, a miniature near duplicate of the Earth, approximately 60 centimeters in diameter. Although continental alignment is not consistent with that of any alignment known in Earth's history, the sphere has its own weather patterns and negligible gravitational pull, in addition to microscopic organisms somewhat resembling those of modern-day Earth inhabiting it. 2 intelligent species have been observed, though contact and communication with either has yet to be made. Technology levels of observed species must be checked at least once a week and, as of, are approximately equal to that of 15th century Earth. Subject claims to be named, but no records of such a person can be found. Subject does not require food or water, and while he has been observed consuming both, what happens to such substances after being swallowed is unknown. Subject is intelligent and amiable, and regards the planet in his abdomen as a minor curiosity about his body. Subject seems to experience no stress about his unusual condition. When questioned about planet's origins, Subject replied, "I just woke up one day, and there it was. I don't have any idea how it got there." Subject has provided a social security number and driver's license number and requested that they be checked against known records. When checked, it was discovered that neither had yet been allocated. Dr. has a weekly chess game with Subject, during which Subject's mental health is evaluated. Dr. reports that Subject does not seem to mind the restricted living environment, and has yet to attempt to escape or show signs of violence or mental illness, though he has repeatedly requested a computer with an internet connection. It is recommended that this not be provided as it may be used to compromise security. SCP-008. SCP-008 is a complex prion, samples of which are stored in each of the known G2 sites. Research into SCP-008 is highly classified and primarily aimed at preventing research which may lead to the synthesis of SCP-008 in the distant future. Traits of the SCP-008 prion include 100% infectiousness, 100% lethality, transmission through exposed mucous membranes and all bodily fluids, not airborne or waterborne. Symptoms of infection with SCP-008 manifest no more than 3 hours after exposure, and include Flu-like symptoms with high fever, plus severe dementia in later stages. Coma onset approximately 20 hours after first symptoms appear and 12 hours after noticeable dementia. Coma onset will be considered onset of death. A period of sporadic cellular necrosis occurs which comes to resemble gangrene. Surviving tissue assumes its original function and is highly resilient. Red blood cells greatly increase oxygen storage capacity, resulting in slower blood flow and increased muscle endurance and strength. Nervous and muscular systems are unaffected by total organ failure for several hours. Metabolism may decrease to extremely low levels, allowing subject to survive for over 10 years without nutrition. High blood risk causity results in negligible blood flow from gunshot, puncture, and slashing injuries. Conditioned behavior, motor controls, and instinctive behavioral mechanisms are damaged, and cognitive abilities are severely retarded and erratic. Animals experience excessive brain necrosis and are inactive. Subject can adapt to its damaged nervous systems but is limited to basic physical activities, including standing up, balancing on two legs, walking, biting, grabbing, and crawling. Subject will energetically move towards sights, sounds, and smells it associates with living humans. Subject will attempt to ingest living humans if physical contact is made. Neutralizing fully infected subjects requires significant cranial trauma. There is strong evidence to suggest SCP-008 itself did not form naturally on Earth, since variants of similar complexity would have displaced much of the ecosystem. In 1959, a short collaborative effort with the USSR to locate G2 sites and eliminate SCP-008 was negotiated following their discovery. The status of SCP-008 in Russian custody since collaboration ended is unknown. SCP-009. SCP-009 is approximately liters of a substance which superficially resembles distilled water, except with a distinct bright red hue. This red hue is discernible in all phases, and serves as the most expedient method of identifying contaminated matter before its anomalous properties manifest. In contrast to mundane water, SCP-009 assumes a liquid phase at temperatures between -100 degrees Celsius and 0 degrees Celsius, and a solid state above those temperatures. At temperatures below -100 degrees Celsius, SCP-009 vaporizes into a gaseous phase similar to steam. Examinations of the atomic structure of SCP-009 have proven conclusive. The substance appears to be identical to normal water molecules, with the exception of, in contrast to standard laws of enthalpy. Dr. Science. Resident expert on xenospatial physics suggests that SCP-009 may originate in a universe with alternate physical laws. The most hazardous property of SCP-009, however, is its ability to contaminate normal H2O. When in contact with any aqueous solution, SCP-009 will, through unknown mechanisms, transfer its anomalous properties to other objects and creatures. Testing has shown it capable of assimilating ice, steam, tea, fruit juice, seawater, blood, and the time it takes for this process to occur varies depending on temperature and the exact chemical composition of affected matter, and had been observed as taking between 3 minutes and hours. Experiments on D-class personnel have illustrated the process of conversion by the substance, which has been found to follow a consistent pattern. 1. Initial exposure. Subject is exposed to SCP-009, and it begins assimilating any moisture present on the exposed surface. Creatures in this stage do not commonly notice any unusual symptoms except for a slight warming sensation. 2. Surface conversion. Frost begins to form on the exposed area as the heat produced by the subject and SCP-009 itself raises its temperature above 0 degrees Celsius. This stage can take anywhere from 1 minute to hours, during which time subjects begin to feel crystals from the epidermis. 3. Deep tissue conversion. Exponential increase in temperature of SCP-009 causes runaway reaction throughout subject's body, resulting in actual blood loss is minimal due to ice crystals, allowing subjects to remain alive and conscious for up to hours. 4. Testing on D-class personnel was discontinued as of April 23, 2000. SCP-010. SCP-010 consists of a series of 6 apparently identical cast iron collars with numbered metal tags and 1 remote control. The control is SCP-010-1. The collars are SCP-010-2 through 010-7. The collars contain intricate electronic components and are powered by small 100V batteries. These batteries are rechargeable. The remote is a heavy black box resembling an old-style handheld radio transmitter receiver with a primitive blue-white cathode ray screen and a series of more than 100 unlabeled buttons, as well as a frequency tuner. Through trial and error, the frequencies of all 6 currently found collars have been discovered. A label in Russian is stamped into the metal along with a logo consisting of workers building a pyramid. No official Russian corporation or government agency uses this logo or matches the words stamped into the metal. Placing the collar around the neck of a person and securing it allows one to control their every movement with their remote. It is also capable of producing an adrenal response and activating or deactivating the sympathetic nervous system. The most abnormal feature of the collars is the effect they have on the body morphology. They allow the user of the remote to reconfigure the shape of the victim to an extent that is apparently only limited by the knowledge of the programming language of the remote. SCP-011. SCP-011 is a Civil War memorial statue located in Woodstock, Vermont. The statue is the image of a young male soldier holding a musket at his side, and is carved out of granite quarried within the area. Occasionally, SCP-011 has been observed lifting its musket to the sky to fire at birds which attempt to land or defecate on it. Reports detail that its movements produce soft grinding sounds but do not cause it any structural failure. Oddly, the gunfire is very similar to that of a standard firearm, despite observations that the item only loads granite bullets and granite powder into the musket. In spite of its efforts, some fecal matter does manage to strike SCP-011, and it has reportedly become distressed when it has had a large amount of feces on it, on some rare occasions even firing at humans.
Aldi doesn't mess around when it comes to grilling. You see, that's our fresh organic chicken, juicy and tender just like other stores. But for a whole lot less. Organic chicken, everyday low prices. It's an Aldi thing.
Excuse me, what is your job?
Huh?
I mean, like, you're dressed really well and it looks like you make a lot of money.
Oh, I live stream.
You can make money doing that.
Yeah, you can make thousands of dollars on Bigo Live just by live streaming. Anyone can do it.
Hey, okay, but what do you do while live streaming?
Well, anything. Since there are millions of people in the app, you can do whatever you want. I like to sing, while my friends play games, they tell stories.
So there's a community for everything on this app.
Exactly. It's easy to find people who like the same things you like. Go download Bigo Live app now and come find me.
Bigo Bigo!
SCP-012. SCP-012 was retrieved by archaeologist K.M. Sandoval during the excavation of a northern Italian tomb destroyed in a recent storm. The object, a piece of handwritten musical score entitled On Mount Golgotha, part of a larger set of sheet music, appears to be incomplete. The red-black ink, first thought to be some form of berry or natural dye ink, was later found to be human blood from multiple subjects. The first personnel to locate the sheet had two members descend into insanity, attempting to use their own blood to finish the composition, ultimately resulting in massive blood loss and internal trauma. Following initial investigations, multiple test subjects were allowed access to the score. In every case, the subjects mutilated themselves in order to use their own blood to finish the piece, resulting in subsequent symptoms of psychosis and massive trauma. Those subjects who managed to finish a section of the piece immediately committed suicide, declaring the piece to be impossible to complete. Attempts to perform the music have resulted in a disagreeable cacophony, with each instrumental part having no correlation or harmony with the other instruments. SCP-013. SCP-013 is the collective designation of 242 cigarettes which display similar anomalies. The most common external detail between instances is the presence of the words Blue Lady handwritten on each cigarette in blue ink. Subjects who consume the contents of SCP-013 through inhalation will begin to perceive themselves as a specific and identified woman. Subjects have described the woman to be aged between 25 and 35 years old, standing approximately 1.6 meters tall with an estimated weight of between 50 and 55 kilograms. Additional recurring details include cropped dark hair, blue eyes, and bright blue lipstick. Immediately after consuming an instance of SCP-013, subjects will gradually begin to perceive reflections of themselves as having the features of the woman, and will gradually perceive their bodies changing to reflect her appearance over the course of the following weeks. All changes are entirely mental. The subject's body does not change outwardly, only their perception of themselves. These alterations are permanent, and cannot be reversed. SCP-013 was discovered after the suicide of an Ian Miles, packed in a large cardboard crate in his apartment. A cursory search of the apartment uncovered several hundred sketches of a figure strongly resembling the one perceived while under 013's effect. Miles' body had been found sitting at a desk, dead of a massive overdose and draped over a handwritten note. During the investigation of Miles' apartment, one civilian investigator became affected by 013's effect. An embedded agent soon contacted the nearest site. The subject, the artifact, and related evidence were extracted and contained. Currently, 217 instances of SCP-013 cigarettes are contained at Bio Site 66. 25 SCP-013 cigarettes are contained at Research Sector 09, pending future research into similar anomalous effects. SCP-014. SCP-014 is a Caucasian male, appearing to be approximately 30 years of age, with black hair, brown eyes, and a somewhat round face. Records indicate his name to be Robert Chetford, confined in 1915 to the Norwich Asylum in Connecticut for delusional insanity, claiming that he had been cursed to live forever, and was slowly turning into concrete in consequence. The asylum closed in 1937, and the patients were transferred to various other facilities. SCP-014 came to Foundation attention in 19. From rumors of a patient who seemed to be entirely immobile and showed no signs of aging. Further investigation determined that acquisition was warranted. SCP-014 is to all outward appearance as a normal man, but he does not appear to age, and shows no signs of possessing a metabolism. He does not eat, drink, perspire, or in any other way demonstrate life functions. He breathes only to speak, and apart from his eyes and vocal apparatus, is to all appearances utterly immobile. He has never shown any evidence of pressure ulcers despite his position not having varied for several decades. Neither do his muscles appear atrophied. He can converse normally, but shows little knowledge of or interest in events since his confinement. SCP-015. SCP-015 is a mass of pipes, vents, boilers, and other various plumbing apparatus completely filling a warehouse in. The pipes appear to grow when not under observation, attempting to connect to nearby structures via sewer systems and underground plumbing. SCP-015 contains, at current estimate, over 190 kilometers of pipes, ranging in diameter from 2.5 centimeters to over 1 meter. Some pipes appear new, while others are rusted and leaking. Pipes have been reported as being made of bone, wood, steel, brass ash, human flesh, glass, and granite. No pipes composed of lead, PVC plastic, copper, or any other traditional material for the production of pipes have been found. SCP-015 reacts to tools and aggression. Any personnel acting violently, carrying tools, or attempting to damage or repair SCP-015 in any way will trigger a reaction. Any pipes near the subject will burst, spraying on the subject for several seconds before the flow suddenly stops. Pipes have been reported containing oil, mercury, rats, a species of insect not yet identified, ground glass, seawater, entrails, and molten iron. Pipes will continue to burst around the subject until death or retreat. SCP-015 was cut back to its current structure after attaching to 11 other structures in the area. Currently, 11 personnel have been killed, and 20 more are still missing. Reports have been made of banging and screaming coming from within SCP-015. SCP-016. SCP-016 is a bloodborne pathogen recovered from a mine worker who injured himself while working in a deep coal seam. Said wound became contaminated with coal dust from the mine, possibly infecting the worker with dormant spores. Over the next several days, SCP-016 proceeded to infect the remaining employees at the mining camp, as well as the CDC crisis team dispatched to deal with the epidemic. Foundation personnel then took over the investigation and terminated all affected personnel. Patient 0 was brought into captivity, and the mine shaft was collapsed by an explosive device. SCP-016 has an incubation period ranging from 24 hours to 2 years, depending on the presence and number of other human hosts in the area. First symptoms resemble the common cold, and include itchy eyes, runny nose, coughing, and bodily aches. Phase 2 begins in 48 hours, and consists of a controlled form of hemorrhagic fever, as the organism causes a small amount of blood to become aspirated in the lungs, creating an aerosol effect. During Phase 3, the host crashes and bleeds out, bleeding profusely from every bodily orifice, including the nose, tear ducts, anus, skin pores, mouth, urethra, and vagina. Blood pressure skyrockets during the final stage. Hosts have been observed projectile vomiting blood to distances of over 5 meters. Should the host survive this near-total exsanguination, the pathogen will become dormant once more, returning to incubation phase. What distinguishes SCP-016 from other strains of hemorrhagic fever such as Ebola and Marburg is its unusual response to high stress. Should the subject undergo a high-stress situation, the organism will change its survival tactic from rapid reproduction to the rewriting of the host's DNA and stimulation of rapid cell division. Major physiological changes occur within the first 24 hours, with complete bodily reconstruction occurring within 2 weeks' time. Most hosts do not survive the process due to the heavy demand made on the body. An interesting side effect of the transformation is an increased aggressive urge. It is believed that this may be an attempt to maximize the spread of the virus in a manner similar to rabies. On another note, subjects who undergo bodily transformation no longer appear to exhibit SCP-016's hemorrhagic properties. However, subjects infected by transformed hosts will still undergo the normal SCP-016 infection process. SCP-017. SCP-017 is a humanoid figure approximately 80 centimeters in height, anatomically similar to a small child, but with no discernible identifying features. SCP-017 seems to be composed of a shadowy, smoke-like shroud. No attempt to find any object beneath the shroud has been successful, but the possibility has not been ruled out. SCP-017's reaction to shadows cast upon it is immediate and swift. SCP-017 leaps at the object casting the shadow and completely encloses it in its shroud, whereupon it returns to its normal size, leaving no trace of the object behind. SCP-018. SCP-018 has the appearance of a super ball made by the Waymo Company in 1969. It is 6 centimeters in diameter and colored red. Found when the company was hired to clean out a warehouse that had Waymo merchandise in it. SCP-018 was noted to be able to bounce with extreme height. At first thought to be a pleasant child's toy, SCP-018 was able to bounce with over 200% efficiency. The ball soon became a dangerous projectile, reaching speeds estimated at over 100 kilometers per hour and damaging property and injuring 5 in the city of. It came to a rest after several days in the nearby lake and was retrieved by SCP personnel. Due to the speed of the object and the total surprise by its victims, no cover-up story was required or initiated. SCP-019. SCP-019 appears to be a very large ceramic vase, 1.8 meters in diameter at the mouth and 2.4 meters high. Style and decoration indicate it was created in classical Greece, although conclusive dating is impossible, as the surface is entirely unbreakable by any known means. If a successful method is discovered, SCP-019 is to be destroyed with prejudice. Periodically, entities emerge from SCP-019. Collectively, these are known as SCP-0192. The entities vary in many aspects, but tend to be small, vaguely humanoid, and extremely hostile. They often choose to attack with teeth or claws. Although fairly delicate, they are reasonably strong and pose a considerable threat in large numbers. When kept at 0 degrees Celsius and totally at rest, entities will emerge from SCP-019 at a rate of approximately 1 entity per hour. The following traits are known to affect SCP-0192's manifestation rate. Movement of SCP-019. Threat to SCP-019. Extreme temperature highs and lows. Sudden shift in surrounding environment. Introduction of objects or organisms to the inside of SCP-019. Traits that may or may not influence SCP-019-2's manifestation rate. Presence of human life near SCP-019. Current weather patterns. Specific individuals near SCP-019. In addition, tipping or tilting SCP-019 will create a reaction as though it was previously filled with SCP-0192 specimens, although viewers looking into SCP-019 from above will merely observe a dark hole. Due to the production rates of SCP-019-2 when the object is disturbed, measurement of the internal cavity is difficult, but it is suspected to be inconsistent with outside measurements. SCP-020. SCP-020 is a fast-spreading fungal organism that is capable of affecting the senses and behavior of living creatures, including humans. Samples of SCP-020 exhibit an unknown effect that renders them effectively invisible to direct observation, even when under a microscope. SCP-020 is only visible to humans when viewed through photographic or video surveillance. Once SCP-020 forms a colony, usually within a human residence, it will produce spores that affect the behavior of humans around it. Affected subjects will increase the heat and humidity within their homes to create an environment more suitable to the growth of SCP-020. Affected subjects also become more sociable in many cases, and often invite acquaintances to their homes to further spread the organism. As the spores and mold colonies are invisible to affected subjects, the mold may sometimes grow directly on living subjects. As the spores and colonies within a home approach critical concentration, the health of affected human subjects will rapidly deteriorate, resulting in death. Further spread of the mold may occur as the bodies of any deceased subjects are encountered by emergency responders and healthcare agents, as well as transportation of the bodies to local morgues. SCP-020 was first encountered in where an undercover SCP agent noted dramatic personality changes in personnel working at the local hospital.
Michelin innovates once more with Michelin acoustic technology, reducing cabin noise by cushioning road vibrations.
Galvanize! Upon investigation by a containment team, it was discovered that almost civilians had been infected, as well as a majority of the town. The civilian population was terminated, and the town incinerated under cover of a local flash forest fire. To date, over 12 outbreaks of SCP-020 have been reported. Investigations are currently underway to determine the source of these outbreaks and possible preventative measures. SCP-021. SCP-021 takes the form of a large and elaborate tattoo of a serpentine dragon in the Oriental style, covering approximately 0.8 square meters of skin. This tattoo is fully animate within the confines of its host's skin and behaves largely as a normal animal would, albeit in only 2 dimensions. The tattoo's movement causes constant pain to its host, comparable and similar in character to simultaneous tattooing and tattoo removal on a large scale. The organism tends to spend most of its time on and near the torso. SCP-021 displays no intelligence beyond a basic pattern of feeding and locomotion, although actually measuring the intelligence of a 2-dimensional life form has proven impossible thus far. SCP-021 appears to feed exclusively on pigments in the host's skin. This can include melanin, in which case the subject appears to be suffering from vitiligo. However, the organism shows a marked preference for other tattoos and will seek out and devour these before resorting to natural pigments. It should be noted that the feeding process itself, beyond the sensation of movement, is painless. Normal tattoo ink simply vanishes as it is eaten. The organism maintains a constant size, and no excretions have been observed. The organism is capable of clearing over 0.6 square meters of skin per hour. One may feed SCP-021 by tattooing fruits or small animals on the host. SCP-021 can be transferred between hosts by various forms of physical contact, with differing rates of success. In the case of successful transfer, the organism simply swims from one person to the other. Sexual intercourse appears to be the most reliable method of transfer, with a 93% rate of transmission. However, due to the severe pain involved, this is less than ideal. Contact between 2 open wounds is generally preferable. Transfer is more complicated in deceased subjects, though not unreasonably so. The organism suffers no ill effects from the death of its host and continues to consume pigments. Transmission between species is unknown. Previous tests suggested to be either impossible or exceedingly rare. SCP-021 does confer some benefits to its host. The tattoo has been proven to accelerate the release and reuptake of epinephrine and decrease lactic acid buildup, providing boosts of strength, confidence, and pain tolerance in stressful situations and reducing the usual after effects of weakness and fatigue. In addition, the tattoo seems to have some beneficial effect on the host's immune system. Aggression profiles in hosts are generally higher than average, though whether this is a direct effect of the tattoo or simply a reaction to the constant pain remains to be seen. The symbiotic relationship is usually limited by how long the host can tolerate such pain in everyday life. This has culminated in suicide in a number of subjects. In rare cases, hosts have also fallen victim to fatal skin infections. SCP-021's origins and nature are a mystery. Tracing its transmission from host to host is hardly feasible within the confines of secrecy, and the organism could well be hundreds of years old, if not more. Nevertheless, SCP-021's captivity is one of the longest in the Foundation's history at nearly years, and has been very educational thus far. Current research focuses mainly on observing the characteristics of life in 2 dimensions. SCP-022. SCP-022 is a morgue in the basement of hospital in Great Britain. Until 1980, there were no reported anomalous occurrences within the morgue. Reports of strange activity were first received in November of 1980. The area was soon quarantined by the Foundation, with an official story being released that the entire building had been condemned. The reason for the sudden manifestation of its strange properties remains under investigation. Periodically, a random drawer within the morgue will open to reveal a cadaver under a covered sheet. After approximately 6 minutes open, the cadaver will animate and attempt to leave the morgue. At this point, the cadaver is given the designation SCP-022-1. In some cases, the cadaver will be too damaged or decomposed to successfully exit SCP-022 or even rise from the table it lies on. In this case, SCP-022-1 will typically struggle and twitch on the table until expiration occurs. Should an instance of SCP-022-1 expire while remaining on the table slides back into the drawer, which then shuts. Reports indicate that the scent of burnt tissue is evident immediately following such an event. The energy source that sustains instances of SCP-022-1 is currently unknown. Instances do not breathe, eat, or sleep, and their bodies produce no heat. Analysis of SCP-022-1 following expiration has discovered no abnormal organs or chemicals present. They appear to be fully human cadavers. Instances also possess physical strength that exceeds that of normal humans. Though direct testing has proven problematic, researchers estimate the strength increase to be approximately 500 newtons of lifting force, greater than what one would expect of a human body sharing a similar condition. Analysis is underway to determine if this effect is connected to the unknown power source or if it is an entirely separate phenomenon. When body parts are severed from SCP-022-1, the portion with the greatest mass retains its effects. All other pieces become inert. Destruction of the head or brain does not neutralize SCP-022-1. Instead, the lower torso and limbs remain animate. Complete tissue destruction appears to be the only method of successfully terminating instances of SCP-022-1. Left alone, instances of SCP-022-1 will simply expire. All motion ceases and they appear to become normal cadavers again. The amount of time this takes depends on how damaged the body is and the rate of decomposition, and can take anywhere between 2 days and 3 weeks. Investigation has revealed that the bodies acting as SCP-022-1 match the description of cadavers reported to have been stolen from morgues across the country. The mechanism for this transfer is currently being researched. Adding any new matter to SCP-022 has thus far proved impossible. Any object that enters SCP-022 disappears shortly after passing through the door, leaving no trace. This includes inanimate objects and biological specimens. So long as an instance of SCP-022-1 possesses a functioning mouth, tongue, and trachea, it is able to communicate fully with researchers. SCP-023. SCP-023 is a large, sexless shaggy canine with black fur. Anytime an individual makes eye contact with SCP-023, either that person or a member of their immediate family will die exactly 1 year after eye contact is broken. Research into the method of selection is incomplete due to a moratorium on experiments, but the available data suggests that having a larger immediate family lessens the chance of the individual making eye contact themselves dying, and neither a pattern nor a preference in victim types have been found. This may indicate that SCP-023's victim is designated entirely at random, but it is unknown whether this selection occurs at the beginning or at the end of the 1-year time period. Attempts to terminate an individual who has made eye contact with SCP-023 and their entire immediate family before the 1-year time period has ended. Autopsies of individuals killed by SCP-023's effects show that, while outwardly appearing unharmed, their remains have been filled in with highly compacted ash, including but not limited to all organ systems and the circulatory system. Muscle tissue, bones, and brain tissue universally show signs of exposure to temperatures above degrees Celsius. If not contained in a setting that at least superficially resembles a crossroads, SCP-023 will phase through walls to get to the nearest suitable location, incinerating all materials it passes through. SCP-023 was first brought to the Foundation's attention when it attacked a church while it was in session, killing civilians directly and as a result of eye contact. Following retrieval of SCP-023, Class B amnestics were administered to all witnesses and surviving victims. The incident was covered up as a case of arson. SCP-024. SCP-024 is an abandoned sound stage that was once owned by. However, SCP-024 itself had been abandoned since and it is unknown whether its special properties manifested before or after its abandonment. SCP-024 is located in the heart of and was initially discovered when a group of teenage youths broke into the abandoned compound. The testimony of the lone winner when she turned herself into the police was enough to have Foundation assets mobilized to contain SCP-024. Upon entering SCP-024, visitors are immediately greeted by an anonymous announcer who communicates via intercom and is able to hear and comprehend the voices of people within SCP-024. The announcer will inform the contestants that they are about to take part in a game show in which the winners will win fabulous prizes, but will also warn that the game will be extremely hazardous and that the losers will never leave SCP-024. It is at this point the announcer presents the choice of whether to stay or leave SCP-024. Contestants who accept will continue to participate in the game, while those who decline are immediately expelled from SCP-024. Contestants that win the game or decline to participate may never enter SCP-024 again, as entry is denied by an impenetrable, invisible barrier. It is then that the contestants are led to the actual game. The style, composition, and appearance of the game always changes in every individual playthrough, but the game is always centered around a long, elaborate obstacle course that the contestants must navigate through. The rules also vary. Some playthroughs may only allow a single winner, while others encourage the creation of teams to win the game. More often than not, the obstacles seen in these games range from incredibly benign to extremely hazardous and life-threatening. As the contestants attempt to negotiate the course, the announcer will continuously update their status and actively participate in the game, often giving advice, conversing with contestants, and adding new rules. As the game progresses, the obstacles become significantly more dangerous and difficult to overcome, and it is not surprising to have the entire pool of contestants succumb to the rigors of the obstacle course. If such an event happens, the announcer will express sadness at the lack of a winner and SCP-024 will shut down, resetting only when a new batch of contestants enter. Any attempts to break the rules, such as assaulting other contestants and deliberately bypassing obstacles, are met by extreme violence. The announcer will call out the offending contestant, who will be quickly and forcefully ejected from the course by studio guardians. These studio guardians will immediately materialize within SCP-024 when called upon by the announcer and disappear when not needed. The contestant will never be seen again. When a winner is declared, he or she will receive a random grand prize. Any contestants that have survived the course but failed to win are immediately declared losers by the announcer. The lights will switch off, and the winner will immediately appear outside of SCP-024 with his or her prize while the losers completely disappear. However, the most mysterious aspect of SCP-024 is that after every game, a VHS tape or DVD will appear in the mailbox outside of SCP-024's main entrance. This recording is a complete record of the entire game that was previously played, even though winners have claimed that they had never seen any cameras or recording devices inside SCP-024. Also, more strangely, a live studio audience can be seen in the background cheering on the contestants. Again, winners have claimed not to have seen a live studio audience while inside SCP-024. SCP-025. SCP-025 is a wooden wardrobe measuring 0.97 meters by 0.62 meters by 1.95 meters, full of clothing dating from a number of time periods. Articles contained within the chest, collectively named SCP-025-1, match with styles of decades from the 1920s to the present. The apparel from each time frame varies with regard to style. For example, a polyester striped shirt and pair of charcoal suit pants both correspond with general styles of the 1970s. The only unifying aspect of every article contained in SCP-025 is that each one is in poor condition. Moths have eaten at much of the collection, and tears and runs are not uncommon. When any item from SCP-025 is put on, the wearer is observed either to die or suffer an injury within 24 hours. The cause of death or injury in these instances is invariably linked to the aforementioned flaws in the clothing, but only ever appears to be an unrelated incident. Wearing a glove with a fingertip cut off may result in the loss of the fingertip through a simple kitchen accident like chopping onions. Similarly, a subject wearing a poncho with a sleeve missing will somehow cause the loss of the uncovered arm, be it an attack by a wild animal or a vehicular accident that necessitates the amputation of the limb. If placed in a sealed, unfurnished enclosure while wearing an item from the chest, the wearer will either seemingly spontaneously contract a flesh-eating disease that begins in the areas not covered by the clothing, or suffer the failure of an organ located beneath an imperfection in the article. Diseases arising from such incidents may or may not be contagious. No study has been successfully undertaken due to the speed at which the strains observed run their course. Recommended that, if possible, samples of the disease be taken to lab for possible weaponization. SCP-026. SCP-026 is a 3-story public school building built in. It has 2 wings connected to a central foyer. It was declared condemned in. After it was found the floor plan didn't match up to the building's blueprints. It came to the Foundation's attention after several disappearances in the area were linked to visits to the abandoned building. SCP-027. SCP-027. SCP-027 appears to be a phenomenon of unknown source that seems to be tied to one human subject at a time. As host to SCP-027, Subject 02702 is constantly surrounded by swarming vermin that are drawn to his location. The subject does not appear able to assert control over these creatures in any way, and is in fact prone to occasional attacks from feral specimens. These creatures have also been known to attack personnel who approach too closely. Wherever the subject goes, an initial swarm of flying insects such as gnats and flies will start to form a cloud around him, usually within 2 to 3 minutes. Shortly thereafter, crawling animals will begin to appear. The longer the subject remains in a location, the more vermin will gather there. When the subject leaves a location, some of these creatures will follow, but most will disperse. SCP-027 has been known to transfer between hosts once, upon the death of the first known host, Subject 02701. Since SCP-027 could likely repeat this feat upon the death of Subject 02702, all high-value personnel should be kept far away from the current host until more about SCP-027 is understood. SCP-027 has also likely transferred between hosts an unknown number of times before containment. Research into potential previous hosts has commenced, with preliminary evidence suggesting that SCP-027 may have existed for at least years. It is not yet known how SCP-027 chooses or attracts animals, or even what SCP-027 exactly is. The previous host never expressed having any sort of communication with a separate conscious entity. Analysis of the current host has been inconclusive at best. SCP-028. SCP-028 is located in an abandoned storage yard outside a copper mine in northern Michigan. SCP-028 has no detectable physical presence of any kind, but its effect occurs in a 2.1 meter cube around what is commonly held as the center of SCP-028. All forms of scanning and testing in the area of SCP-028 have shown no abnormal readings. Adding or removing objects, or attempting to remove dirt from under SCP-028 has no effect in altering the size or shape of SCP-028's area of effect, nor the onset or quality of the effect. Subjects entering SCP-028 are, within 3 to 6 seconds, struck by total and complete knowledge of a subject. This knowledge is thus far completely random in both size and usefulness, and sometimes goes unnoticed for extended periods of time. More profound knowledge generally has a stronger effect, with some cases. This effect can be experienced multiple times by exiting and re-entering SCP-028, but can result in increasingly strong migraines and dizziness after 2 exposures. SCP-028 came to the Foundation's attention after research into news reports of a local miner who submitted a design for a cold fusion reactor to the U.S. Patent Office. Mr. reported that it just came to me, like a bolt out of the blue. News and subjects were suppressed and contained after discovery of SCP-028, and the reactor designs implemented in the containment of SCP-1995. SCP-029. SCP-029 appears to be a pubescent female of Asiatic Indian descent. She appears to suffer from alopecia universalis. Over 80% of her pigmentation is a true black, while the rest of her skin has a complete lack of melanin, to the point of albinism. Her eyes are also a dark black in color. SCP-029 has severe homicidal tendencies and has displayed a remarkable ability to use any item as a weapon. However, she has a severe compulsion against shedding blood, preferring instead to strangle her victims. SCP-029 has demonstrated dexterity and physical reactions 4 times as fast as the average human. SCP-029 has also displayed extensive resistance to damage of all forms. Both of these extra-human abilities are greatly hampered in the presence of bright or direct light, natural or artificial. In addition, any males who come within the presence of SCP-029, an area defined by her current perception, find themselves pliant to her will. Such males become willing to kill or even die for SCP-029. SCP-029 refers to herself as which roughly translates to Daughter of Darkness, Daughter of Shadows, or Daughter of Night. Interviews with SCP-029 have proven difficult to conduct due to SCP-029's constant attempts to kill or convert all who speak with her. Over her years of captivity, the black patches on her skin have increased in size. SCP-029 was first brought to the Foundation's attention by an agent working in rural India. An attempt on his life led him to a small cult of men who claimed to be thuggies in service to the Daughter. Several weeks of investigation proved that they believed the world to be in the last years of the Kali Yuga, and that by sacrificing 1 million lives to the Daughter of Darkness, they could raise their goddess and end the world. They also believed that only sacrifices performed through strangulation added to this tally. Events led the agent to their mountain fortress, where he discovered SCP-029. After the loss of said agent, which ended in our acquisition of SCP-029. SCP-030. SCP-030 appears as a hairless, genderless, gray-toned human 71 centimeters in height and weighing 12.70 kilograms. Its solid blue eyes lack discernible irises or pupils and resemble small-cut sapphires. SCP-030 possesses an androgynous voice with a pronounced English accent not currently identifiable as specific to any modern region. It is able to converse, read and write in ancient Greek, Latin, Italian, English, Spanish and Portuguese, as well as 2 additional languages that have not yet been identified despite SCP-030's insistence that they should be common knowledge. SCP-030 has also demonstrated knowledge of physics, chemistry, astronomy, mathematics and horticulture roughly equivalent to that of a 17th century CE academic. In addition, SCP-030 has demonstrated knowledge on these topics along research lines that do not appear in the historical record. These alternative or entirely unknown approaches to research in the natural sciences are one source of SCP-030's utility and consultation. SCP-030 remains active while a 15-lumen source of light or greater is within 1.5 meters. In the absence of light, SCP-030 becomes inert, apparently losing consciousness and showing no outward signs of life. Within 5 to 10 seconds of being re-exposed to light, SCP-030 becomes active once more, appearing to come out of a light slumber no matter how long the period of inactivity has been. SCP-030 does not appear to require these periods of inactivity as a human would require sleep, and has expressed a desire to remain active as often as possible. Biopsy analysis of SCP-030 remains inconclusive. While clays native to the English counties of Kent, Surrey, and Greater London make up the majority of its structure, traces of mandrake, lye, mercury, and human blood have been found in each sample taken. SCP-030 has expressed that a full exploratory surgery to determine its workings would potentially end its existence. Samples removed from SCP-030 do not regenerate, and sampling is currently discontinued to preserve its integrity. Although SCP-030 can be damaged, it does not appear to feel pain, and will simply remote any portion of its anatomy that experiences deformation.
Our family has been helping families like yours choose the right power equipment for your lawn since 1945. Visit us at Weingart's to see our exceptional.
Notably, SCP-030 cannot be molded directly by human hands, though any number of tools may be used to alter its surface. SCP-030 does not respirate, requires no sustenance, and produces no waste, although it does infrequently request a bath. SCP-030 refers to itself as Ariel and regularly requests that staff do the same. Questions regarding how SCP-030 was created and by whom are routinely answered with the seemingly rote statement, "I have been asked to forget that bit of information. Terribly sorry." SCP-030 delivers this response in the same tone and cadence each time any question regarding its origins or creator are presented. Given its composition and location of origin, a link to the alchemists of Alagada is suspected. SCP-030 was discovered June 12. During a mandatory archaeological survey within London's Mortlake district pending construction of a car park. It was buried approximately 2.7 meters below street level, contained in a small stone sarcophagus. The sarcophagus bore no markings and was assumed to be that of a deceased infant as additional graves were discovered in the survey area. The sarcophagus lid was shattered during the excavation, exposing SCP-030 to daylight. Upon being struck by the sun's rays, SCP-030 roused from its inert state to one of mild activity within a few seconds, stating, "Good afternoon" to the assembled construction team. A member of the Foundation's Greater London Recon Force was summoned within hours and took the specimen into custody without resistance. The limited number of witnesses were given amnestics and released. SCP-031 is an amorphous organism with a mass of over 7,500 kilograms that has infiltrated the ductwork and maintenance infrastructure of the building. Tendrils emerging from SCP-031's central mass have spread through the hotel's plumbing and ductwork to all 105 floors of the building. At its peak, over 75% of the hotel's 3,000 rooms were contaminated by SCP-031. Reclamation efforts have destroyed % of the initial infestation, but over rooms remain affected by SCP-031. SCP-031 tendrils terminate in a pod-like structure consisting of an ovoid structure approximately 2 meters in length, with multiple ciliary-like structures branching off of the main body. On some occasions, subjects in the presence of an SCP-031 sporocarp will instead perceive it as an individual the subject had a close emotional connection to in their past. The SCP-031 sporocarp will metamorphose into the shape of the person perceived, and attempt to persuade the subject to remain with them for an extended period of time. The SCP-031 sporocarp will next attempt to make physical contact with the targeted individual with their ciliary-like structures. Digestive juices will be injected into the subject's body, and their flesh will be consumed and incorporated into SCP-031's body mass. In the meantime, a secondary flagellum will engulf the subject's cranium and brain, replacing the blood vessels with its own tendrils, which will maintain life support of the affected brain by some yet undiscovered means. The tendrils will decerebrate the subject and transport the subject's cranium back through the building's ductwork where it is incorporated into the central mass. Footage taken through surveillance drones indicate that there are currently crania in the network of tendrils attached to SCP-031's central mass. By all indications, the brains contained within are still alive and may be conscious. Thanks for watching.
Item number: SCP-1407. Object class: Euclid. Special containment procedures: all instances of SCP-1407 are to be contained in standard security lockers, located within Site-77. Personnel assigned to SCP-1407 are to wear ear protection while interacting with SCP-1407. Any subjects found to have been affected by SCP-1407 are to be quarantined for study, followed by termination. Description: SCP-1407 designates a number of headphone sets, commonly referred to as earbuds. Instances of SCP-1407 are composed of ordinary plastic and various metal wires, along with other components normally found in headphones. Instances of SCP-1407 function normally. When an instance of SCP-1407 is worn in the ear of a human subject, it will begin to extrude metal wires into the subject's ear canal. Subjects will not report feeling these wires, but will indicate that they find the SCP-1407 instance extremely comfortable to wear. After a period of 20 to 45 minutes, these wires reach the cochlea and will begin to extend into the pores of the ear canal, physically removing any hairs and replacing them with wires. At this point, the subject will be unable to remove the SCP-1407 instance without severely damaging their ear canals. SCP-1407 will continue spreading through the subject's body, most commonly to the outer epidermal tissue and ocular cavities. Subjects may report rashes or impaired vision. Underneath the epidermal tissue, SCP-1407 will create additional instances of itself by replicating its components with bone, muscle, and bodily fluids. In addition, follicles existing on the surface of the epidermal tissue will be replaced with SCP-1407 wires. Additional SCP-1407 instances will also be created in the stomach, cranium, and intestines, usually growing beneath the outer tissue layer and appearing as cysts or hemorrhoids. It takes 1 to 3 days for an SCP-1407 instance to fully spread through the subject's body. If the subject is exposed to sounds greater than 115 dB, the speakers within the subject's body will begin to replicate the sound. As exposure time increases, the subject's skin tissue and any matter occupying the ocular cavities will begin to flake off or dissolve, as the speakers within the subject become louder. In addition, the number of SCP-1407 instances present within the subject will increase continuously, until the pressure within the body causes them to be violently ejected through the subject's orifices, or through tissue weakened by SCP-1407's effect. SCP-1407 was recovered from a nightclub in Miami, Florida, after a DJ suddenly expired during a party. When autopsy reports reached Foundation assets in the local police department, the body was secured along with 1 instance of SCP-1407. As of November 14, 2006, SCP-1407 has been classified as Euclid. Currently, 11 instances of SCP-1407 are in containment. Addendum. A proposal has been requested by Dr. to use D-Class personnel affected by SCP-1407 to circle around SCP-1009 so that only 1 speaker needs to be maintained. On-site medical staff are to be present to care for any injuries caused by SCP-1407. If you guys want to see another SCP, please comment down whatever anomaly you want me to talk about.
Goodbye, old friend.
Happy New Year, everybody. This is going to be another leap year for us, so I hope you had an amazing 2023, everybody. I want to remind you that sorry if I hadn't uploaded much during November or December. The reason is I focused on other products and I will get back if I completed it, but I don't think I told you that, but I still upload while this is going to be finished. But I promise you, this year will get more uploaded content sent to you. I was thinking about uploading multiple videos in 365 days. Oops, I meant 366 days, cause I forgot February has a 29th day this upcoming year. I will try to upload all videos of every day this year 2024. I will do this on January to December 2024, so I will have to upload just 1 video so I can go faster making upcoming videos. So I hope you had an amazing year and you will be good on 2024. What is your New Year's resolution? Type it in the comments below, unless it's disabled. Goodbye, I will see you in the first video on January 1st, 2024.
What's the name of that song stuck in your head? Download the Google app and hum to search for the song. Right! It's Axel F. Hum or sing to find that song. Download the Google app.
Good morning, class. As you can tell, I switched up the classroom a bit, and you might take notice of my appearance. Well, I decided to change my look to look more stunning. Do you like it? Anyway, let's start our first lesson. Let's do math.
Ugh, I will never understand any of this crap. This makes no sense to me at all. So, you do not understand math, you say? Well, I will possibly help you with that. How can you possibly help me with this? Huh? Well, I will probably tutor you with simple math problems. Do you feel okay with that? Okay, whatever. Do we have to do this while in school? Well, no, because we have to focus here. So we'll do this at my house.
Oh, can I get some help also? I don't understand it either.
Oh, me too? Me also? Okay, you can all need help from me. Let's wait until school is over. Okay, honestly I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm glad none of my siblings are home yet. Usually they question me why are random strangers in this house. Honestly, I wasn't expecting you to say that as well. Anyway, let's start this tutoring, shall we? Okay, let's start with addition. Alright, I made it simpler for you guys. What's 1 plus 1? Also, if you don't know what plus means, it means to add a number, like increasing it. If 2 numbers are the same, you count and get the number. Usually you use your fingers if you get confused.
Ooh, can I try?
Sure, hell yeah, come on up.
Alright, so I counted my fingers. I used the number 1 and counted with the number 1 again. Does that make it 2?
Yep, you're right. 1 plus 1 equals 2.
Wow, I'm starting to know how addition works now.
Alright, since Hallie knows addition now, y'all are going to learn subtraction now. Now before you ask, subtraction means you take away. Not like actually take a number away, but decrease it. Any number that is lower than the first number will take away the appropriate number it is, which will decrease the number to a lower number. I guess I'll give this a try. So I think that the number 2 is lower than the number 4, so you take away 2 times, making the number 4 decrease, making it 2? Correct, my black friend.
What?
That's correct. 4 minus 2 is 2. Whoa, I didn't think I'd actually get it right, but I did. Alright, with that out of the way, let's continue. Alright, do you all remember all of the stuff I teach you?
Yes, definitely.
For sure. Locked in my brain. Okay, good, and I'm glad you all are showing your normal neutral faces today. The test is tomorrow, so I hope you do your best.
Welcome back, class. Today is the math test, so hope you do your best.
Alright, he's passing out the test. Are you ready? Sure I am.
I'm going to ace this test.
Alright, class. I graded the test, so you should see it in Parent Portal. But first, Nick, Halia, George, and Dave, come here for a second.
Yes, teacher.
What you got on all of your tests is 100%. I'm impressed. Usually you always get a 1 or 0% because you didn't care less, but for once, you actually improved. For doing a good job, I will tell the principal to give you 2 weeks off from school.
That's awesome. Thanks, Teach.
For once, you're welcome.
Brinny, we did it. We got 100 on our math test.
Thank you so much. We owe you 1.
Good job, fellas. You actually found a way to improve in a school subject.
Not only that, but we got weeks off of school, not because we complain about it, but because we want to be smart like you.
Well, good job for actually paying attention to my lessons. Hope you pass this school year.
So you're telling me that you teach these 4 kids numerous math lessons?
Yep, and they succeeded at their test.
Well, good job at tutoring them. I knew that smartness was in you somewhere.
Thank you. Hey, guys. Holy shit, you all look stunning. Damn right we are. We got smarter and we decided to change ourselves a bit. How did you even afford these clothes in the first place? Well, my brothers took notice of my IQ, and it has skyrocketed. So they lent me thousands of dollars to buy whatever I want, and I brought some for my friends also. Well, I'm proud of you, and I'm sure Damien is proud of you guys as well. Yep, and you know what, I like you. You actually made my life a lot easier despite all the fame I went through, so I like you as a friend. Yeah, me too. I agree.
Yeah, you're awesome for a man, kid.
Well, I hope you have a great life. Alright, see you later in 2 weeks.
Man, I love happy endings like these.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Hello, Bernie. Oh, hey Nick, what do you need? Well, I don't need anything, but I was wondering what you're up to. Well, I just put up my supplies. Hello guys, what's with the conversation? I just came up to Bernie to see him. Well, I've been hearing people talking about some new students. What could they be? I haven't seen them yet, and besides it might be hard finding them due to the massive amount of students here. I'm sure we will see them someday. Hey guys, are those girls new here? I don't think I've seen them before. Well, let's go talk to them. Hello ladies.
Who are you supposed to be?
I'm Brenny. I was wondering what you're up to.
Oh, well, I'm Katie. Let me ask the other girls to introduce themselves. Hey girls, there is a boy named Brenny, and he wants to talk to us.
Wait, your name is Brenny? Yeah.
That's kind of an unusual name, to be honest.
Well, that's my actual name. Nothing weird about it.
Oh, well, what do you need?
Well, I was just wondering, who are you girls?
Oh, well, my name is Anne. My name is Mia. My name is Elizabeth. I know I already introduced myself to you, but my name is Katie.
Well, all of you are dressed really well. You all look really beautiful.
Well, thank you. I think me and my friends are going to go to class now.
Well, see you later. Well, what did the girls say? They told me their names. The 4 are named Anne, Mia, Elizabeth, and Katie. And then I talked to them for a little bit until they left for class. Well, those girls are extremely beautiful. I don't know how they do it. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Okay, we shouldn't waste any more time and go to class. Okay, I gotta put my stuff in my locker first.
Welcome back, class. I hope you had time to rest. Anyway, we seem to get 4 new students in this class today. Let me introduce them to you.
Hello, students. My name is Anne. My name is Mia. My name is Elizabeth. And my name is Katie. And we are girls of beauty.
All right, ladies, you may find a place to sit.
Hey there, Anne.
Oh, hey, what's your name?
My name's Halia, and I was wondering if you can be my friend.
Well, you do look good enough to be on our ally group, so I guess, why not?
Oh, good. Want to go at my house after school?
Okay, sure. Hey, Benny, someone you might know wants to speak to you.
Good morning, class. Before we start today's lesson, I want to introduce you to a new student. Let me bring him over to you. All right, kid, come on up.
Hello, class. My name is Edward, and I'm going to be the new student for this class. Sorry if I'm kind of nervous. This is my first time for being in this classroom.
Well, don't worry. Everyone sometimes gets nervous for the first time when they're in class for the first time. Just find a seat that you might find comfortable enough.
Oh, okay. Hey, Edward. Who are you? I'm Brenny, and was wondering, why are you so nervous? Well, it's because it's my first day here. That's why I'm kind of shy. Well, don't be shy, because I once was nervous when I started going to school, but after years, I started to grow more comfortable being here. Well, maybe you're right about that. Alright, let's start today's lesson.
Alright, class. Today will be a math lesson. We'll start with addition, but some questions will be from easiest to hardest. So let's begin. First easy question, what's 1 plus 1? I think the new classmate might answer this, so Edward, what's the answer?
Edward. The answer is 2. The answer is 2?
Correct, the answer is 2. You have your first correct answer.
Wow, I got it right.
Alright, let's move on to the other questions. Alright, class, good job on answering all of the questions, and the new student, you did very well being here for the first time. Anyway, see you class later.
Wow, I cannot believe I actually did well here. See, that wasn't so bad, is it? I guess you were very helpful after all. You want to come over to my house? Sure, let's go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
All right, kids, me and your mom want to tell you all something.
Well, what do you need from us?
We are going on a road trip around our state.
Wait, what state are you talking about?
We're in Wyoming, darling.
All right, let's not waste too much time, and let's get going. All right, we are currently on the edge of Wyoming, so now we will take a break and go to a gas station. All right, since you two are brave enough to go in the store, I'll let both of you go in to buy whatever you want. I left some money for you to afford.
All right, thanks, Dad.
I think we need to get chips, because we're kinda hungry.
I heard they're $20 each. Let's take them to the cash register.
Now that we got that taken care of, we can continue this road trip.
Well, that was quite an interesting road trip.
I agree, but now let's go to sleep.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Wow. They've never seen a
Wow, this new look makes me more spiffy. Hello everyone, my name is Granny. Hey, you're supposed to do that.
Wow, my design has been changed. Oh yeah, you didn't get a redesign yet.
Hey there, want to see my outfit? Okay, do you love it? Great, anyways, see you next time. Bye.
Oh no, today is St. Patrick's Day. That is going to be a problem for me, because I have weak skin. I don't want to risk being pinched because I'll bleed out easily since I have very breakable skin. I need to find something that's green to wear. There, now no one will pinch me.
Have you ever been with a person I have not seen yet? Well, actually, I did meet someone. There was an incredibly handsome and really cool boy I saw when I was at the mall years ago. Well, what does he look like if he's handsome then? Oh, you will wait. Sooner or later, I think I heard him go to a school eventually.
Hey there, girls.
Morning, Brinny. How's the school year treating you?
So far, it's been doing pretty well.
I also have some news for you. You might not know him, but this fine-looking but quite cool kid is coming over to school eventually. I haven't seen him in years, and his name is quite hard to remember.
Well, do you know when he's coming over?
Well, Oh my god, it's the handsome and little boy, Michael.
Well, look at here. It's the beautiful girl I know since a long time ago. Oh, and I see she made some new friends. Another beautiful girl, and that quite stunning blue man.
Thank you. You must be Michael, right?
In the flesh, I have been with Anne for almost 3 years, but after that, we somehow got separated. Until now, I finally found her.
Well, nice to meet you then.
It's nice to finally meet you, Mr. Michael. These are my friends, Brinny and Halia. Man, you are so hot.
Yeah, sorry, but I only got room for one girl.
Are you going to be another student that joins our class?
Of course I am with you guys.
Alright, that's cool.
Anyways, see you when class starts.
Okay, see you later, sweetie. See you, honey.
Morning class. Today we have a new student today. I'll send him right away.
Hello everybody, my name is Michael, the coolest person in the world, and no one would reach up to my limit of coolness. I don't know some people who is cooler than me, so I'm not sure if this look is more cooler than the others, but no matter, I'm probably cool.
That's nice to hear, Michael. You may sit at your desk.
Hey Michael, after school is over, can you come to my house so we can do that thing again? It's been so long.
Oh yeah, sure, I will come over.
Oh, can I come over to do it too?
You know what, forget what I said earlier, yes you can.
Man, how many kids are coming to this classroom? I think we've reached our limit of classmates here.
I can't wait any longer. I'm going inside. Let's get back into business, baby. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I can feel the coolness running down my veins.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
It's very nice to go out on a picnic.
I know. We went out just to take in some air since it's sunny outside today.
We brought food here in case we get hungry. We are very cautious of things. Hey girls, I've gotten a letter from a friend we know and he is hosting a party.
Let me see. So, Damien is inviting us to his Easter party, right?
It seems so. I think we need to go right away. Yeah, that might be better than this picnic. Let's go. I wonder what kind of prize he will give us. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure it's acceptable.
Let's hope for the best.
1 hour of driving later.
I'm glad you came to my party, girls. Now come over and get ready.
Okay, let's do this.
Alright guys, today we will be doing an egg hunt, with a prize whoever has the most eggs. This actually took a while. Easter Bunny, give me those Easter eggs now. No, I'm tired of doing this every year. Well, what the hell are you doing? But no matter, let's start right away. Again, whoever has the most eggs wins. 3, 2, 1, go.
I've already found most of the eggs, so I'm gonna lay here until this is over.
Alright guys, I've counted your buckets and we have a winner. And the winner is Penny.
Oh my god, yes, I won, woohoo.
Congrats, and your prize is this cake.
Thank you so much, Damien.
You know what, you've been a good sport. You want a kiss?
Sure.
I think it's time to have a great day.
Morning, buddy. I heard you're wanting a cool day today. I know what's cool about this day.
Like what?
A party, yay, 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 It was fun, wasn't it?
I guess so.
Look at me, Damien the hamburger.
Item number, YOS04. Object class, Euclid. Containment procedures. Object is to be kept in a closed container with a temperature of 4 degrees Celsius. No one is to let YOS04 out of its container. Doing so will result in a termination. The container must be cleaned twice a week if approved by MTF staff. Under no circumstances is YOS04 being tested unless with explicit permission. If the temperatures are above 4 degrees Celsius, it must be drained down to a stable temperature. If a subject devours the cereal, the cell must be in lockdown. Description. YOS04 is a bowl filled with a cereal that resembles Reese's Puffs. It is a cereal with circular peanut butter flavoring. They seem to have a minor effect when eaten. If a subject consumes it, they will experience psychological damage. The subject might feel their body burning from the inside, in which acid must have formed inside. Their body temperature will increase. They will cough out liters of acid, and will have lungs closed tight in which subjects are unable to breathe. Subjects will mostly die from the experience, and will eventually disintegrate completely. The reason for these effects is currently unknown. YOS04's effect can be caused by suddenly low levels of temperature. If below 4 degrees Celsius, it will freeze the effects easily and won't affect the subject when in this state. Despite the expiration date present on the bowl, it won't experience expiration and won't decompose. YOS04 has also been shown to disrupt people's minds, and often leads them to commit suicide on several occasions. Addendum 004-1. YOS04 was discovered in an abandoned store in Michigan on May 17, 1997. Agent was inside the store when suddenly he sees a bowl of Reese's Puffs and its box is open. He took it back to Site 07 to test it out to make sure it's not expired. When brought to the researchers, they decided to eat the cereal as if nothing's going to happen and they were just hungry. But one of the researchers experienced the anomalous effects of the cereal and became dead. The cereal was sent to a cell to keep it away from anyone else. Addendum 004-2. Testing log YOS04. Subject. D7081. Begin log. D7081 was sent inside the cell.
All right, D7081. Please open the fridge. I've got a bad feeling about this.
He approaches.
Do I open this? Yes, please proceed.
D7081 opens the fridge and takes out YOS04.
Now please eat this delicious cereal for breakfast. That's it. I mean, I'm feeling a little hungry, so I might as well.
D7081 eats the cereal. After a long silence, D7081 felt slight pain in his chest. He was complaining about seeing some type of decomposing acid inside his stomach. The pain becomes so unbearable that D7081 had to commit suicide in order to not feel that same type of pain ever again. End log.
Hey guys, I am Damien, and today I'm going to tell you about my new series, The Weak Boy. I did promise you that this one would release in the 28th of April, so I'm telling you this now. Anyway, I didn't have enough time to make the first episode. The St. Patrick's Day for this series doesn't count. Just wanted to show a sneak peek of it. The main character is Louis, and he will spend his days far away from everyone because he was born with very weak skin. Here's his design. This kid probably doesn't have parents. They probably moved him away from all people because of his skin, so he spends his days alone. But he won't be alone for long, because if he finds a kind soul that deals no harm to him will be his friend. So, the first episode will come out somewhere in May. Anyways, I have no other things to say about this, so see you later.
Hey Damien, how was your day? Wait, you got a new house. That's nice. Anyways, I was wondering if you want to have a sleepover with me and the others. Is that okay? Okay, see you later. Okay guys, I just called Damien and they are coming over at the sleepover. Great, now we have to wait for him. The door is unlocked. You can come in. He's coming here right away. Wait, what? Damien, is that you?
Oh, I know you already knew. Well, right before this episode started, there was an incident happening. Wait, what? Well, what the hell? Why are we back in our old forms?
And what was that object that flung at us?
I don't know what that was, but what if that thing made us this way again?
Oh man, I liked my new self.
At least red isn't changed. Anyways, at least I'm now used to this form now, but Blue Boy is going to complain a lot about this incident a lot now. Damien, why do we need to keep these forms?
Wait, so is that you that did this? Wait, so does that mean that Brittany and Sonny will have the old designs back too? Thank God.
Okay, if you say so. Anyway, now that I'm here, let's start this sleepover.
Well, that was a good sleepover. Let's sleep.
Good night.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Well, we are going to start our day now. Let's go. Wait, something doesn't seem right. What do you mean? Alright, you make breakfast for me and the boys, and I'll think of a location we can go to.
Okay.
Wait a second. Why is it still dark outside?
What are you talking about?
When we woke up, it's still dark out there.
Wait, what time is it?
9:45 a.m.
Wait, what? Shouldn't the sun have rose up by then?
That's what I'm wondering about. Is there any reason why it's still nighttime despite it being 9:45 a.m.? That's the issue. We don't know for sure. Something fishy is going on around here.
Did someone say fishy?
That was a saying.
Oh, okay then. I don't even know why I'm out of water, so I'll go back underwater so I won't die. Also, how can I talk?
Okay, this is weird, but it's probably because the rotation of the Earth has gotten slower for some reason. Let's just ignore it for now.
Well, today was a wreck. Some people crashed their cars into something or other cars due to the darkness outside.
Let's hope it grows bright tomorrow.
Ha, little did they know, I paused the rotation of the Earth to leave their country in eternal darkness, meaning the dark side of the Earth will freeze over time, and the bright side will be blazing hot. This is what you get for making a grounded video out of me, Damien. Ha 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 ha.
Okay, so something is seriously happening to our planet right now, and it's kind of getting cold over here.
Breaking news. There is a problem occurring in our country right now. For some reason, the night side of this planet has somehow frozen in place and there is no sign of the sun rising up. This problem has caused the Earth to freeze up on this side, and I should have worn my jacket when this is happening. I'm pretty sure we need to go to the daytime side of the Earth. I'll go over to one of the citizens now.
Thank you. It is incredibly hot outside. My family has died from heat stroke, and I'm the only one remaining. Please save us now.
Oh no, we won't be able to live on this planet any longer if someone doesn't do anything.
Haha, it looks like everyone will die at any moment.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
And who are you supposed to be?
I am your worst nightmare.
What the hell?
Moments later.
Whoa, it's daytime again. I wonder what happened.
Alright, Fabian, you are going to be here for 9 months because of your reckless behavior for causing much chaos in the ad-stopped rotation.
And also, Fabian, you are also grounded for 9 months as well. Have fun in there. Well, this sucks.
Hey there. Even though you're a criminal, you are a cute bad boy.
Why me?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
It's nice to take a walk in one of our cities in the state. I agree. Taking a deep breath and down can put a smile to our faces. Walking is so much fun. I wish we had someone else to walk with, or get a dog to walk. Wait, is that who I think it is? I think it's Nick. Let's see what's up. Hey Nick, what's the matter? You seem kind of mad. Well, some stupid person just stole my Hershey's big chocolate bar and I wasn't able to catch up. Well, do you have any idea where he could be? Well, the only thing I was able to track is someone entering the tight gap of these two buildings. Okay then, me and Dave will go check it out. You stay here. Alright. Let's go here and find out who took it. Did you see anyone here? No, just keep looking. Wait, do you hear someone eating something? Yes, I do. Man, this bar is so good. Sounds like it. Let's check it out. Excuse me? Whoa, what do you think you're doing here? And leave my bar alone. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but that's Nick's bar. So you mind giving it back? No, I found it first. Finders keepers. Dude, I've been in a lot of arguments like this. Don't start this and give me it now. You'll have to catch me first. Whoa, he's fast. I'll stop him. Hey, come back here with that bar. Ha, you can move faster than that. Where did you go? Okay, this disguise should fool the boys and they won't think it's me. Now let's go. Hey there. Oh hey ma'am, have you seen the chocolate bar thief anywhere? Because my friend is finding him. No, I don't see him anywhere. Well, let's chat for a bit. So, what do you have in your life? Well, I like chocolate bars, hiding in places, and living in a house without parental assistance. Well, when you said chocolate, it made me think about that kid that stole the candy bar. Also, I can't help to notice that you look kind of familiar. Wait a minute, it's you. Oh no, come here. This is what you get, and thank you so much for this candy bar.
That's pretty gay.
Shut up and get out of here.
I bet they will like this.
I think the mail is here. I'll get it. An envelope. I wonder what's in it. Hey girls, I got something from the mail, and I want you two to see this.
Well, open it and see.
What's this? It seems like we got a $100 deal about finding an animal that can talk.
$100? That sounds like a big deal.
Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Maybe we should ask that guy if he's seen a talking animal.
Hey there, have you seen an animal that talks?
Oh yes, I saw it go over there.
Okay, thank you.
Hey there, can you talk?
Of course I can.
Hey, don't cuss and also follow the script.
Fine. Yes, I can talk. What do you need?
Oh, nothing. Just wanted to find you. See you later.
Asshole.
I told you to stop.
Congrats you three. You found a talking animal, and I shall give you your $100.
Yay, we got our prize. Now let's teleport home.
I feel like Damien is doing something to that animal.
This is what you get, even though there is some words like that in recent videos. I sometimes need to chill out. You deserved it, by the way.
I will use this printer for my pawn shop, because it sounds like me.
Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best way to make money on Amazon is not with physical products. It's Amazon's other company, Audible. Audible pays me $8,000 to $10,000 every single month in passive income, and I'm not the only.
Item number, YOS023. Object class, Euclid. Containment procedures. The area, designated as YOS 023-1, is to be blocked access by any unauthorized personnel. Staff that are over level 3 and higher are to be allowed access with permission. Personnel are to be equipped with a walkie-talkie, a camera, and a microphone. Personnel that gain contact with instances of YOS 023-2 are to immediately evacuate. D-class personnel that are put on death row are to be put into YOS 023 and terminated by YOS 023-2. Description. YOS 023 consists of two components. YOS 023-1 is an abandoned town located in the far reaches of Alabama. It shows no signs of disrepair and decay, and the area is completely devoid of any residents. YOS 023 can be accessed by people with reality-bending machinery. When the subject enters, they will be stuck in this area until finding an exit. YOS 023's exact measurement is currently unknown, as it stretches at an incredible distance, almost if it goes on infinitely. YOS 023-2 instances are a horde of human civilians holding potentially dangerous weaponry. They show signs of aggression and will go after visitors if they come into contact with them. Instances often emit a loud roar when attacking. They will stop this if the target is killed. Addendum 023-1. YOS 023 was discovered when a certain citizen suddenly went missing and was tracked down by MTF Unit 67, leading to YOS 023. Personnel then secured the abandoned town, and scientists created a machine that allows them to access the town easier. Addendum 023-2. During its research, several Cycle 9 personnel were killed by instances of YOS 023-2. The following targets were Agent Francois, Agent Gerald, Agent Franklin, Agent Katie, Agent Harry, and Agent Jackson. And that was YOS 023, everyone. Thanks to Roma for requesting this YOS I've already made. See you later for the next anomaly.
Man, I'm super hungry. I need to find some food outside. Well, this should be okay, because I'm in a place where no one will hurt me, so I shouldn't worry about it. I might have to wear this protective gear in case something unwanted shows up. Finally, something I can eat. I will morph into a tool so I don't hurt myself.
What the hell are you doing? Please stop this voice. You're pulling me too fast. I literally will go like 14 seconds to last this video. Please stop this voice. This is the first episode of creation. Please change to a character. And I thought this is a
Alright, it took a while, but I finally butchered the deer and made myself a piece of meat. Let's take it inside and eat it.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt today's video, but just a quick reminder that I've been thinking of creating videos like this for most of the days of every month, so the animated videos will take over for a while if I try to, and when I think of a real life video, I will make it. So that's the only change of this setup. Also, I've got lots of characters that are going to be introduced in a boy's life, but they are going to need an introduction for each of them, so they won't appear out of nowhere without any explanation. Last thing, I will keep introducing new Vyond shows for this channel, because my brain is going nuts inside me. Anyway, enjoy the rest of this video. Oh, and maybe I should chill out on the violent scenes.
Man, this is a big meat. Well, let's eat it. Man, at least I can't get full despite the size of that meat. Well, let's watch television since I still got signal far out.
Breaking news. Earlier today at 3:30 p.m., there's a 4-year-old child gone missing and the child's parents can't find him anywhere. The cops are trying their absolute best to find his whereabouts. He must be in the outer reaches of the United States and possibly ran into a specific forest, so stay tuned for more information.
Hey guys, happy Mother's Day. Sorry to make this awfully short video, that's because I was heavily distracted with something, and I was planning to make a Mother's Day video, but I'm pretty sure that I don't have enough time to make a long video for that. Maybe next year I will do this without distraction, and also I didn't make a Valentine's Day video this year also, so I will make it up for next year also, and maybe less distracted with stuff. Anyways, have a great day and see you next time.
Item number, YOS 1010. Object class, Euclid. Containment procedures. YOS 1010 is to be put on Marine Watch and to be tracked with a Marine Watch detection drone. Any signs of anomalous activity coming from YOS 1010 should be reported to Marine Watch staff immediately. Description. YOS 1010 is a marine life form with some similarities to a species of shark, but only measures 8 meters long. It doesn't seem to have teeth, and some large eyes similar to human. Its structure is mostly hard when the Foundation discovered it before releasing it back into the ocean. Anytime YOS 1010 gets attacked by a predatory life form, it can defend itself by thickening its stone structures to prevent being attacked and possibly devoured. It can also partner with other shark species if it wants to. In the event when it experiences starvation, it can attack any life form it sees. When it finds its target, it will quickly catch them with its mouth despite it having no teeth, but life forms will somehow feel the subject's strong teeth as if it's invisible. Upon catching its prey, it will inject a strong acid from within its mouth tissue, and will kill its prey within 2 to 3 minutes, and will now devour the target completely. Foundation staff will only look after YOS 1010 when it brings more anomalous activity in the near future. Addendum 1010. YOS 1010 only seems to have one member of the species. If this singular member of the species dies years later and becomes extinct, YOS 1010 will be classified as neutralized until further notice. That was YOS 1010, everyone. Thanks to the person that requested this anomaly. If you want to see another one, request in the comments below. See you next time.
The broadcasters on Beagle Live are awesome. What's up? Amazing.
I can't wait for this camp trip, are you?
Of course I am, and I bet the others in the back are too. Let's go to a safe forest to camp a fire at. Alright, I picked a perfectly safe forest to camp at. Now let's find an appropriate spot. I think this is the right spot to camp.
So do we collect some logs to make a fire now?
Yes, find some logs within this fire and come back.
Okay, see you later. Found one. Got one.
One log down.
Okay, Frederick, the coast is clear here.
Okay, since they're in the campsite, we need to steal the car.
Alright, you may come to the location, and we will make sure they don't come back to their car sooner or later.
I'll be over now. Don't fuck this up for me.
Bye, and also, language.
Whatever.
Okay, now let's keep watch of these fuckers while—
Dude, language.
Dude, calm down. Do you know that the recently uploaded episodes had these kind of words said in them?
Yes, and it was unacceptable.
You should be used to it by now, man. Let's just forget about this.
Let's get this over with then.
Okay, the fireplace is set. Now we need some food to eat. Shit.
What's wrong?
We forgot to bring food here.
Well, shoot. What are we going to eat now?
Just search for any wildlife and kill them.
I think I'm just going to stay here. Me too. Me 3.
Me 4.
I guess it's just me and Greg. We'll be back.
Ah, what a bunch of pussies.
Hey! Hold on, Prinny. I think I got this one. Deers are the only animals that are the easiest to kill. Anyways, let's butcher this poor fella. I made the meat big enough to feed all of us. Alright, Prinny, we can go. Alright, we got the meat.
Great, I think it's more fitting if we eat at night time, so let's wait it out.
Good job on keeping watch. I knew you weren't pussies.
Yeah, whatever you say.
Are you guys ready to get away with this?
Yes, we do.
Away we go.
Alright everyone, dig in. Man, that was good. Anyways, let's go to our tents to get some rest. Wait, where is my car? Did it get taken by somebody?
I don't see anybody driving off with it.
Well, we've got no other choice but to walk home instead. The thief won this time.
We did good. Now we will sell this vehicle for money.
Well then, let's sell this right away.
And remember, you cannot stop the transgender boys.
Item number, YOS666, Containment Class, Keter, Disruption Class, Amida, Risk Class, Critical, Containment Procedures. YOS666 is to be confined in a containment cell 12 miles beneath, currently being held in place with complex anomalous machinery in order to cancel all of YOS666's anomalous activities coming from it. Any signs of damage from the machine caused by YOS666 is to be immediately repaired to prevent a containment breach. If the machine is not repaired on time, YOS666 is to be immediately found and to be prohibited to use its abilities as soon as possible. As of right now, it is currently difficult to keep YOS666 in containment for long periods of time, due to its impossible anomalous properties. No other containment procedures are necessary at this time. Description: YOS666 is a demonic, colorful humanoid entity that possesses purple, yellow, blue, and pink clothing and skin. It shows very sharp teeth, and its forehead seems to be melting for unknown reasons. YOS666 is capable of speech, speaks in clear English, and will only speak whenever it kills a target or taunts it. YOS666 is known to have multiple anomalous properties that it uses constantly. It can levitate, transport, summon lightning, telekinesis. It can also remove a living organism from existence if it chooses, and rip up its surroundings completely, and summon fire from the ground. YOS666's properties can be stunned with some potentially complex machinery, and will become inactive in a certain amount of hours or days. How YOS666 came into existence is currently unknown, but it is assumed it has been formed around billions of years ago after the universe formed. Addendum: YOS666 was found by MTF Unit 69 when it killed 2 members. MTF Unit 69 was quickly killed off and YOS666 transported to a different part of the world. Addendum 2: YOS666 was found by a quite complex MTF unit numbered 75. The unit was able to completely stun YOS666 for days by using a complex machine with lasers. It was contained shortly after. Audio call from YOS666.
Do you mortals think that you could keep me stuck down here for days? Well, unfortunately, this will never happen. I will find a way to get out of this hell, and I will simply kill everyone who is involved in this. See you in a bit, mortals. Ha 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 ha.
That was YOS666 everyone. Thanks to the person that requested this anomaly. If you want to see another one, request in the comments below. See you next time.
Yes! Simply Guitar is the best app for complete beginners. This was my life before I got it.
Then you just put your fingers here and start playing.
Wait, what? Like this? I don't think I'm doing it right.
Great job. Now let's move on to something harder.
Harder? I can't even strum yet.
Great job.
I didn't do anything.
Great job.
Shut up! You see, these online tutorials don't actually listen to you. Simply Guitar does. In fact, they listen to every note you play and give you real-time feedback, and their lessons are super easy to follow, unlike...
Now let's play a Mixolydian mode scale.
Wait, a what now?
We'll start by playing G Mixolydian because it's derived from the G major scale.
Wait, I don't know what you're talking about!
Great job.
Ah! Download Simply Guitar and start learning with bite-sized lessons specifically crafted for complete beginners.
Honey, have you seen my laptop?
No!
Hello, Brittany. Oh, hey Nick, what do you need? Well, I don't need anything, but I was wondering what you're up to. Well, I just put up my supplies. Hello guys, what's with the conversation? I just came up to Brittany to see him. Well, I've been hearing people talking about some new students. What could they be? I haven't seen them yet, and besides it might be hard finding them due to the massive amount of students here. I'm sure we will see them someday. Hey guys, are those girls new here? I don't think I've seen them before. Well, let's go talk to them. Hello ladies.
Who are you supposed to be?
I'm Brittany. I was wondering what you're up to.
Oh, well, I'm Katie. Let me ask the other girls to introduce themselves. Hey girls, there's a boy named Brittany, and he wants to talk to us.
Wait, your name is Brittany?
Yeah.
That's kind of an unusual name, to be honest.
Well, that's my actual name. Nothing weird about it.
Oh, well, what do you need?
Well, I was just wondering, who are you girls?
Oh, well, my name is Anne.
My name is Mia. My name is Elizabeth. I know I already introduced myself to you, but my name is Katie.
Well, all of you are dressed really well. You all look really beautiful.
Well, thank you. I think me and my friends are going to go to class now.
Well, see you later. Well, what did the girls say? They told me their names. The four are named Anne, Mia, Elizabeth, and Katie. And then I talked to them for a little bit until they left for class. Well, those girls are extremely beautiful. I don't know how they do it. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Okay, we shouldn't waste any more time and go to class. Okay, I gotta put my stuff in my locker first.
Welcome back, class. I hope you had time to rest. Anyway, we seem to get 4 new students in this class today. Let me introduce them to you.
Hello, students. My name is Anne.
My name is Mia. My name is Elizabeth. And my name is Katie. And we are girls of beauty.
All right, ladies, you may find a place to sit.
Hey there, Anne.
Oh, hey, what's your name?
My name's Halia, and I was wondering if you can be my friend.
Well, you do look good enough to be on our ally group, so I guess, why not?
Oh, good. Want to go at my house after school?
Okay, sure.
Hey, Brittany, someone you might know wants to speak to you. Oh, hey, Anne, what do you need?
Well, I was just kind of wondering if I can hang out with you guys for a little bit.
Wait, how did you even find my location in the first place?
Oh, well, I just sent her your location on my phone.
Oh, okay, well, you can either go to someone's room or play games.
I guess I'll play games.
Me too.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Item number, YOS 041. Object class, Euclid. Containment procedures. YOS 041 is to be kept in a 5-meter cell at all times. No one is to approach YOS 041 within 8 meters. In the case that YOS 041 shows starvation, it is to be fed a live animal within 2 to 5 hours. Description. YOS 041 is a humanoid entity, with devil horns, and with colors of purple, yellow, blue, and pink for skin and clothes. It stands at 4 meters tall with a weight of 250 pounds. It gains more weight if more nutrients are added. It shows signs of endless hunger and will find any type of food source that is edible. It can even try to devour a source of food while the subject is still alive. If the subject is able to reach the victim within 8 meters, it will immediately devour the victim whole and swallow it with no health issues. It will gain a bunch of weight when the subject is completely devoured. Note, by the time YOS 041 was discovered, it only gained 87 pounds. And by the time of this file being created, it now weighed 250 pounds. It will keep growing its weight by this time. It is unknown if YOS 041 will eventually get diabetes and sometime later will experience death. The possibility of it being immune and immortal is very much likely by many staff. That was YOS 041 everyone, thanks to the person that requested this anomaly. If you want to see another one, request in the comments below. See you next time.
Ha. Nobody is here to save you, lady. Now you... I saved you, now let's hide before we get shot.
Where are you people?
Hold on, honey.
There you are.
I don't even know why I need to do this.
Come on, we need to go elsewhere. Wow, we are getting a lot of enemies lately, haven't we?
Sure we do. Maybe we should stay up here for a little while and hope they won't find us.
7.5 hours later.
Where are you punks? Florian, I think I found them. It's about time you all are cornered. Say your prayers. You have 5 seconds to respond.
Well, please don't kill us.
Too bad, die.
Oh my god, Kimberly, are you okay?
You son of a bitch. Kimberly, are you okay?
I had to do it. I had to save all of you.
Don't worry, you can live a little longer.
I don't think I can hold my own anymore, losing too much blood here.
Well, I killed the 2 assailants. I know you will stay up.
I think the other place will treat me better. My life was a little shitty, but I still think you lived a good life, and I know you will. Do me a favor and live without, okay? Bye.
Thank you, Kimberly, for saving us throughout this war. I will keep you in my last memory with you, forever.
Thank God I got a new car before the sleepover starts. I'm pretty sure I didn't tell the boys about it, so I'll go to their house to tell them. Whoa, why is that bear gaining on me? Why was that bear gaining on me? Did I do something to it? Oh come on, how did I lose my car in one day? I literally bought it on this day to hurry up for the sleepover, and I lost it. Where is that bear? I'm going to shoot his ass. Now that's taken care of, don't tell me I have to walk all the way to the house. It's literally about 11 miles away. I don't think that's the actual measurement, but whatever.
I see that your vehicle has been damaged. I think I will help fix it for you.
Okay. Who was that girl? I guess I will have to walk there until she fixes it.
Oh, you're here already?
Yes.
Are you okay? You seem kind of bummed out.
It's a long story, but I'll tell you anyway. A random bear just crashed into my new car. Luckily I killed it shortly after because of anger, and then some girl appeared and wants to fix it for me. I was forced to walk all the way here.
Well, I can tell you're tired. I recommend you get some rest before the sleepover starts, okay?
Alright, I guess. I'm still kind of bummed out after that experience, so you three play without me.
Suit yourself.
That boy could be anywhere right now.
I knew you were going to be here. I will defeat you right away.
Bring it on, precious being. Time for my finishing move.
Yay, I won. Good for you.
I don't get why these people are transgenders. I can somehow sense their gender.
Vale, today was a blast. Now let's get some rest.
Sure thing.
All right, Miller, I am close to the boy's house.
Good. Now release the animal inside and steal something that's interesting.
Roger that. All right, Charles, you go out there and destroy everything in this house, all right?
All right, sis. Let me at them.
This trophy is now.
Whoa, what happened to the living room? And where is my trophy from the Olympics I got a few years ago?
What in the world happened here while we were fast asleep?
I honestly don't know. I also cannot seem to check the cameras because someone possibly damaged it and made me lose connection.
Okay, what is even going on right now? Whoever this bad person is, he or she seems to have beef with us or something.
The only person I saw as a bad person is a homeless child and uses a girl disguise, but I haven't heard or seen him in like days.
Let's not forget that a strange girl with a rather deep masculine voice took my car to possibly fix it. Could she be a boy? I don't know why I confused the appearance of him.
Well, whatever's going on, we will find who's responsible later and confront him or her.
We can do this. Whatever happened to my car, I think he's doing something awkward to it. My old car was taken away and now my new one. Yes, we need to start investigating to see what the hell is going on.
All right, Frederick, we did everything you requested us to do.
I got the boy's trophy with the help of my bro.
And I've got the man's new car by tricking him.
Good job, guys. You always make my day. Now, we still got a few plans to ruin their lives, but that's for another day.
All right, Ben, call us if you need to.
Bye for now.
Come on, Jennifer, let's play Call of Duty.
Okay.
Just you wait, Blue Boy and Animator Guy. Your lives will be just as miserable like the rest of us. Prepare your defenses.
Well, seems like I sense that some unknown group of troublemakers are planning to make Brittany and Damien's lives a living hell. Well, not on my watch because I will help them both and finish them all off. Just you wait, guys.
The smartest people on earth know how to spot a good deal. That's why they shop at Ollie's First. You'll save up to 70% off the fancy store's prices. So you go, you smart and savvy shopper. You know where the real deals are, where they sell good stuff cheap.
Ollie's! Good stuff cheap!
Item number, YOS 1061. Object class, safe. Threat level, passive. Containment procedures. YOS 1061 is to remain within its current location, with the door completely locked with security measures around it. Personnel are allowed to enter the room with permission. Description. YOS 1061 is a 6-meter bathtub with a faucet on its rear end. It remains inactive when the subject is not present in the room. When the subject does enter the room, it will activate its faucet within 2 to 3 minutes and pour water until the water reaches a certain peak of height and will deactivate the faucet soon after. It will also block the drain to keep the water from draining out. If the subject decides to get in the water, they will eventually notice the refreshing effects of the water and will eventually make the subject extremely clean without any soap. The subject will now remain clean for long periods of time and won't get dirty during the time. When the person leaves the room, the drain will be unblocked and the water will drain out, and wait until another comes in the room. Addendum. Here are the tests of subjects interacting with YOS 1061. Dr. Harrison. Harrison went in the tub and is immediately clean and will remain that way for 10 to 13 hours. YOS 1163. The subject was placed into the room and interacted with YOS 1061 and remained clean to rarely remain clean for 17 to 20 days. YOS 900. The subject was placed into the room and interacted with it. She remained clean within 15 to 25 days. A male duck. The subject was placed into the bathroom. After wandering around for a while, it entered the tub and was cleaned up just like the other human subjects. YOS 1061 affects humans and animals and will make sure to make them clean as soon as possible until further notice. Item number, YOS 056. Object class, Euclid. Containment procedures. YOS 056 is to be saved into the secret files of the online Foundation site page. No one is to maintain direct contact with YOS 056 within long periods of time. Anyone who's been exposed to observing the object for too long is to be sent to a mental health room in Site 44. The picture is to be locked to prevent low-level personnel from accessing the file. Description: YOS 056 is a 2048 by 20 image featuring all types of disturbing faces that is meant to induce paranoia to people. The date it was created is unknown, and the creator who made the image is unknown at this time. It possesses mind-turning effects on people when they gain contact with it for long periods of time. If long-time exposure is made to the subject, they will show signs of paranoia and fear, and make sure to not see the picture again. But at this time, it induces hallucinations to the infected subject, and they will catch glimpses of similar faces watching them. After about several minutes, it will eventually kill the subject with unknown force. Personnel tried to see what killed these subjects, but the footage was cut off and the subject was dead with no assailant on site. Addendum: YOS 056 brought attention to the image when several people died and got paranoia upon seeing the image. Sometime later the image was nowhere to be seen in the Google Images. The foundation found it via security means and placed it in a secured folder to prevent more incidents from happening. That was YOS N61 and YOS 056 everyone, thanks to the 2 people that requested these anomalies. If you want to see another one, request in the comments below. See you next time. Oh, and also, I know you weren't expecting for 2 requested anomalies. I do this because I would get more time to make more videos, and if you want 2 anomalies done, request that. Anyways, see you in the next video. Here are the results of this poll. Looks like I will show this. After the events of the sleepover episode, Damien and Brittany and the others decided to investigate later, and just play a game for a while before going after the mysterious bad people. But what they didn't know is that this game is actually real to them. You'll see.
Well guys, we are in the Skelt. We need to do a few tasks to make sure the rocket stays active.
Well, we all have our gear on. Let's get to it.
Alright everyone, let's do our tasks.
Let's scan the card. I did it.
Hey Nick, do you know where the room electrical is?
It's to the left.
Thank you.
I wonder why she asked me where that room is. Shouldn't she just check the map? Whatever, I'm done with this task anyway.
Looks like everything's fine here. What seems to be the problem, Damien?
Well, when I went to electrical, I saw Finn dead while he was trying to fix the wires.
Well, do you know who killed him?
I don't know who did it, but whoever did it, I will keep track of him or her.
Wait a minute, Halia, you told me where electrical is, and you did. What were you doing there?
I was just doing wires, that's all.
Well, that's kind of weird, you both have the same task, but we won't question it further. Let's just be careful, guys.
Alright, since Finn just died, we need to keep watch from each other. That's a good idea. Now allow me to scan myself. Alright, I'm done. Okay, my turn. Inhibitors attached to the upper engine.
I'm checking the reactor for a minute. Whoa, why did you vent? Oh no, get away from me. Ugh, I can't believe he was the murderer the whole time. I must tell everyone about this.
Oh my god, he's dead.
What seems to be the problem, Nick?
Well, I found Christian dead near the upper engine in med bay. Do you know who did it? Like Damien, I didn't find the killer either. Wait a minute, guys. I did find some evidence on the grounds in the communications room. It was a pink fragment of an astronaut suit.
Well, the only people who has a pink suit is Sally and Halia. But wait, Sally is not even here. Maybe he's also been killed. So that leaves just you, Halia. Nobody has even entered the communications room when we went to do our thing. I saw the camera of that and nobody even bothered to come in, because there was no task in that room to begin with, and I didn't even bother to check that room, so it's very unlikely that someone would enter that room. But a piece of pink was seen by Harry.
Okay, so it's obvious I won't defend myself from this one. I was the one who did this.
Well, I'm sorry, Halia, but we need to throw you out of the ship to prevent another death.
I understand.
Oh no, the oxygen is decreasing. I gotta go fix it. Wait, where are the others? They should have responded to the sabotage.
Because they're dead.
Who's there? No way did you get rid of them, Gabriel?
Yes, I was just acting like you guys until there's less of you. Halia and I has been taking care of your friends. After her death, I decided to avenge her by killing the rest of you all.
Oh no, does this mean you will kill me too?
No, I've decided to make your death slow and painful. I planted a bomb in the ship, and it will detonate any second. It is hidden, so you can't find it to defuse it. Good riddance. YouTuber.
No.
Oh no, I just realized that my brother Brittany has died, and the rest of my friends died in the explosion of that ship. What am I going to do about this? Well, at least the killer is dead too due to the explosion, but I can possibly bring them back from the dead, but it will only take a few hours doing so. Guess I'll wait until that occurs.
This was stupid. It was a stupid idea, thought up by stupid people, in stupid, safe offices. Agent 2 looked around slowly, letting his flashlight play over the walls, one of the only items the agents were allowed to carry inside SCP-015. Agents 6 and Lon were standing just behind him, doing the same. The idle chatter and joking had died off about 30 seconds ago, each agent slowly realizing that this was no simple little milk run. Go in, find the observation unit, pull the data and recover the unit. Cake. They laughed, Lon asking if she should find a Mario hat to wear, them being plumbers now and all. Now, however, seeing the dim, cramped tunnel yawning before them, the only joke was them being there at all. 2 stepped forward, slowly, fixing his flashlight on the ground. It was a hard mat of pipes, more or less level with the floor. A few small tubes stuck up here and there, snaking around like tree roots, or suddenly turning up in the middle of the floor like a pillar. The walls, the ceiling, every inch of the original structure was coated in pipes. Some researcher who led them up to the main door said that there wasn't anything left of the old warehouse really, except for the outer shell. He pushed away that whole line of thought, pointedly following the pre-mapped course they'd had to memorize, stepping around a pillar of tightly woven hair, the glossy surface steaming gently. 6 plodded along, taking the rear and keeping a close eye on 2 and Lon. Skittish kids. Lon was jumping at every sound, and 2 looked like he was ready to drop and run if he saw so much as a mouse. Kids. He sniffed in the dark, playing his light forward, smelling heat, sewage, and God knows what else. They needed a good military hand to lead them, but damned if 6 was going to mollycoddle grown adults who were going to jump at shadows. They were going to get this goddamn job done, and get the hell back out. Fuck that bullshit SCP slip. They were just security blankets for eggheads and flakes. Semi-sentient my ass. They just didn't want people deading their pet horrors. He wanted out of his stripping nightmare. He was going to get this mission done with or without them. Lon tiptoed over a thick, thorny mass of pipe, the surface like braided thistles, trying not to whimper. She kept close to 2, keeping the light at her feet so she wouldn't step on anything nasty. She hadn't wanted to seem like the little, wee girl, but she had a terrible fear of tight spaces, and this place was like walking around in someone slowly closing arteries. Lon shook her head, hard, breaking off that whole train of thought. She was the tech, 6 and 2 were the safety. All she had to do was stick by them, pull the data cards out of the MRV, and then leave. She tried hard not to look back at the sealed doors in the distance behind them. Only a couple turns to the MRV, a little work, and then out. In and out, simple as pie. She ignored a softly throbbing pipe of leathery flesh near her arm with a focus that was almost physical. They found the MRV after what felt like an hour of walking. It was hard to keep your bearings. The rampant growth of the pipes had cramped some areas down to crawlways, and snarled others into random, claustrophobic mazes. 6 had nearly gotten stuck twice, and had looked like he was about to murder Lon when she made a comment relating to Winnie the Pooh. Lon was talking again, at least, but it was brittle, whistle in front of the graveyard chatter. 2 kept trying to follow the directions, but even with them being less than a week old, they were little more than a guideline. When they finally found the MRV, it had been a momentary relief. At least they were at the halfway point. Then they'd looked at it in the light. It had been speared, for lack of a better term, pinned against a pipe of some kind of dense fabric. A smooth, black pipe had docked itself to the camera lens of the observation vehicle. It wasn't smashed or damaged. It just connected, as if it was made for it. It had lifted the little treaded robot nearly a foot off the ground, and it looked like other, smaller pipes had started to connect to other open spaces on the vehicle. It just sat there, the wheels slowly turning as the battery died, like a bug on a nest of pins. Some clear, foul-smelling fluid was dripping softly from the camera housing. Well, 2's voice echoed in the dark, a monument to pointless speech. They all stood, for a few moments. Then Lon started to, carefully, look over the MRV. 6 was looking around with an increasing restlessness, starting to mutter quietly. Lon was reaching for the data cards, before stopping, looking over at 2. 2, since it's thrown into the MRV, do you think it counts? What do you mean counts? 2 kept the light on her in the machine, a hiss of steam behind him making him flinch. I mean as damaging 015. If I take out the data cards, do you think it will react? 2 looked around slowly, shining his light along the floor, a pipe as wide as a car and seemingly made of compacted land. This suddenly seems like a bad shut the fuck up. Both agents turned to stare at 6. He'd stepped up to the MRV, flexing his hands and reaching into his coat with one hand. The other pushed Lon away none too softly. Move it. Reaction, for fuck's sake. They just say the shit to fuck with people and keep their toys safe. It's a bunch of weird pipes. Beginning and end. There. Maybe it grows or whatever, but the damn thing sure as shit isn't going to take offense to people. I'm grabbing this goddamn thing, and we're getting out of here. As he spoke, he stepped forward, flipping open the dataport cover. More of the clear, scummy liquid had pulled inside. The other 2 agents froze, staring in shock a moment, and the building seemed to do so as well. The whispered sounds of venting steam, sliding materials, and soft pinging had all stopped. The heartbeat in Lon's ear sounded like gunshots. 2 started forward, reaching for 6. Jesus, 6, what the fuck are 6 ignored him, slipping out the thin data cards. It felt like cold, nasty water over them. Bad, but they were built to resist it. He slipped them out, then put the bundle in his pocket. He prodded around the edge of the camera lens, shifting the MRV a bit, trying to see if it would work free as 2 and Lon backed away. Slowly, the silence around them seeming to crush inward. 6 gave up, turning away from the helplessly trapped MRV and shining his light on the 2 white-faced agents. Fucking kids. I don't know how you guys survive. The pipe under him opened with the soft sound of tearing felt. 2 and Lon didn't even have time to react, before he slid into the widening gap up to his armpits, and started screaming horribly. 6's flashlight went tumbling away as the 2 agents, galvanized by the big man's wretched screaming, ran to help him. A blast of heat and light was pouring up from under the man, as the 2 agents grabbed his arms and looked down. He was submerged in a mass of thickly flowing molten glass. His clothes had already started to smolder and burn, the stench of seared flesh almost more overpowering than the reverberating screams. They pulled, and dragged up half of a man, with a ruined, seared mass of flesh and cloth where his lower body should have been. They panted, trying to drag him, Lon starting to scream along with 6, 2's eyes wide and fixed on some point far away from there. There was a horrible swell of sound rising all around them, pinging, hissing, clicking, cracking, a pipe to their side bulging alarmingly and causing them to nearly fall. They regained their footing just as a wooden pipe above them burst open in a spray of splinters and clear, stinging dust. 2 and Lon spun away, gagging and choking, 2 spitting out a sudden mass of blood. Glass. It was powdered glass. It poured over 6, muffling his screams, shifting as he struggled a few moments, then stopped, the glass quickly covering the body and spreading. Lon blinked, eyes red and puffy, looking over at 2. He nodded, and they bolted down the hall, trying to ignore the rising cacophony of sound, sounding like an approaching subway train. A mass of oily, reeking chemicals boiled up behind them, a jetting surge of rose thorns nearly cutting off their forward progress, forcing them to crawl along a bone pipe that was shuddering like an old man in the cold. They ran, keeping just ahead of whatever it was, hearing splintering explosions and shivering cracks all around them. They finally came to a snarled crawlway, barely a few feet wide. That was the only way forward. 2 dived in, doing a low crawl, trying to will himself forward like a snake, knowing the passage was only about 15 feet long. Easy, wouldn't take any time. Lon hesitated, that tiny, black gap looking like a mouth, before a sudden burst of steam behind her sent her shrieking forward, sobbing as she started to crawl, calling after 2. 2 ignored the growing vibration all around him, the creaking ping near his head, and slid free of the opening. He turned, and saw nothing. No Lon, no sudden bursting, just the empty hole. He looked around, hands twitching, thinking, then slid back inside, trying to find Lon and physically drag her out. He could hear her, muffled, probably behind the next turn, and his flashlight revealed a solid wall of 3 thick, flaking white pipes. This was it, he was sure of it. The tunnel was right here, and then he heard the pitiful scream behind them. Lon begging, pleading, screaming for him. 2 stared, eyes wide, then slammed his flashlight against the pipe. It burst, sending a reeking, corrosive slime over his hand, making him reel back down the crawlway, screaming as it ate into his flesh. He stood outside the opening, holding his steaming hand away from him, trying not to look at the exposed bone. Oh Jesus, Lon, I'm sorry, I'll get help, I'll get someone. Just sit tight, I swear. He bolted down the hall, his flashing seeming to dim in time to the rising sound. Lon panted, screaming for 2, hearing the hard bang on the other side of the pipe in his sudden, shrieking retreat. She sobbed, her whole body shaking, and slowly started to work her way backward, crawling on her belly, crying as she muttered some half-remembered prayer. When her feet pushed against a solid wall of pipe, she couldn't even muster a fresh scream. She was trapped, the space not much bigger than a coffin, helpless. She sobbed, face on the ground of warm, fuzzy pipes, and noticed the silence. Aside from her cries, there was nothing. No pinging, no cracks or explosions, nothing. She raised her head in the barely illuminated dark, looking around. She was alive. It was calming down. They'd come for her. 2 would get help. She was getting out of here. She fought back her growing claustrophobia, looking along the walls. She noticed a small gap at the ceiling, and started shifting to get a better look, twisting back, and finding only the open end of a pipe. Lon sagged back, closing her eyes, tears leaking down her face. The first sticky drips she simply assumed were the same tears. Then one fell on her mouth, and it was sweet. She opened her eyes, and saw a thick, quivering mass of amber goose splatter from the mouth of the pipe, coating her and the floor as it surged out. She coughed, shifting back. It was honey. Honey, or something like it. At least it wasn't molten lead or acid. Then she saw the level rising. It wasn't draining. The pipes were packed too close. She looked around her tiny chamber with horror rising much faster than the honey oozing up her sides. Lon beat on the walls, the floor, the ceiling, trying to block the pipe with her hands, heedless of provoking the thing more, as the honey rose and rose, as cloying sweet as a school-age lover. Her last, gasping breath was sweet and stale with honey and screams. Two ran, totally lost now, his flashlight dimming by the moment, the sound of cracking and bursting pipes starting to trail off. Maybe it was done, finally. 015 was protective, but it didn't seem vengeful. People had gotten hurt before, and gotten out fine. It happened. They'd find a way to get Lon out too. She might even be out already, just found another way to get around the blockage. That was probably it. She was out of this stupid place. 6 was a shame, but why had that lunatic opened the case? What the hell had possessed him? He was still musing on this when he tripped over an unseen pipe in the dark around his feet. He pitched forward, yelping a half-surprised, half-terrified bark as he went sprawling. Or he should have went sprawling. Instead, he fell past the floor, into a yawning, open pit of a pipe, the slick, oozing sides plunging down at a sharp angle. He screamed, trying to grab something to stop or slow himself, but the walls were oozing in thick, his downward slide gaining speed. His dimming flashlight showing a seemingly endless tunnel stretching off below him. He slid, and slid, a scum of stinking, smooth ooze sticking to his clothes and skin. The tube twisted, banging him against the wall as he followed it, his flashlight jittering and starting to flicker. Panic slammed down like a fist, tube grabbing the line and trying to keep it still, pleading with it, staring at the lamp bulb as it dimmed more and more. It surged a moment, then flickered out, the darkness pressing to his eyes like cloth. The agent slipping down faster and faster, screaming until he was hoarse, screaming until his throat bled, screaming even as he passed well beyond the physical boundaries of that tangled web of pipes. Days later, when his skin started to shred off, it was almost welcome. SCP-015 recovery report. Agent 2, MIA. Agent 6, MIA. Agent Lon, MIA. MRV 889,236 status, unrecovered. Data deemed non-vital in light of lost staff. SCP-015 classification level review suggested.
However you may choose to travel, we'll keep you moving forward. Enterprise, for lives in drive.
When you're injured, the pain and bills don't stop at 5 o'clock, and neither do we. We're here fighting for our clients long before a lot of people start their day, and long after they've called it a night. We know that the hurt doesn't go away, the pain doesn't stop, and neither will we until our clients get what they deserve. Working late to get the job done, that's the Bernstein advantage. We're ready to help you right now. Don't delay. Call Sam today. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
Here are the results of this poll. Looks like it's our time to shine.
Oh god, my head hurts. What just happened?
I can't remember anything. All I remember is playing that game.
Maybe the game might have caused some damage to our minds. We might as well not play that again.
Yeah, it's probably for the best. I might have lost most of my memories. Who's that? And what did he want from us?
No idea, but we should follow what he says.
It's about time you two woke up.
Who are you?
I have no name. I am just here to watch any people that were presumed dead.
Okay. Why are we even here in the first place, and what is this place?
This is the presuming realm. It's just a place that is outside of Earth.
Just one question. Why do I feel empty inside? I felt fine a moment ago.
Oh, that's because you weren't presumed dead at all. You were actually dead. You two are souls now.
What? Why? How did we die?
Well, it seems that your friend Gabriel triggered a bomb within the Scout ship, and it blew up the rest of you. But Brynny was already dead before Damien had joined also.
I don't even remember that. Why would he do this to all of us?
It seems he was brainwashed by someone, and also Halia. Also, the reason you two can't remember that much. The bomb also had some side effects that affects your souls, and it erases your memory of playing the game.
Well, that explains that. But what will happen now? Are we just going to remain dead forever?
Well, actually, no. I just detected that someone related to Brynny is bringing you two back to life.
Wait, a person related to Brynny? Who could it be?
You'll see when you come back to life. She should be ready in a couple minutes.
Wait, before we leave, are the others okay?
Yes, Finn, Greg, Harry, Christian, Gabriel, Halia, Sonny, and Nick are okay. They are just being kept in my hangout room for protection.
Great, let's wait a couple minutes.
5, 4,
it seems our time is up. See you later, I guess.
Goodbye and have a good life.
One short trip back to Earth later.
Wow, we are back to our home.
Well, that was quite a weird day. I wonder who was the one who revived us, though.
That would be me.
Wait a minute, who are you?
Oh, you two seem to have lost your memories all about me. I'm Brynny's long-lost sister, Lizzie.
Wait, I have a sister. I didn't know I had a sister.
Well, I was the one who revived you, because I'm related to you, brother.
Well, not only you, but I have 5 brothers as well.
Oh no, not always as it seems. Your brothers are actually your friends. I can prove this by checking your info.
Whoa, wait, they were my friends this whole time?
Yes, you have been mistaken for years now.
Wait. I have a ton of questions about this.
Well, please answer your question calmly.
So the 5 color boys aren't in fact his brothers. Usually when they stay in the house, we assume they are Brynny's brothers. And the second question I have is that I haven't heard or we heard anything about him having a sister.
Well, that is because they were homeless before, and you took them in the house, and slowly think they were his brothers, although they seem to think they were his brother too. Also, I'm actually his biological sister. I'm younger than him, just 7 years old and born in July 8th.
Okay, thanks for clearing up some confusion for us. You seem really smart all of a sudden.
That's because I am. I went to school before Brynny did.
Well, I'm glad I actually have a sister. I think we should go inside and show my friends then.
Alright, let's go.
Ugh, what just happened in the last moment? My head still seems to hurt a lot. I can't even remember what was even going on anymore. Oh, hey Brenny and Damien. Hey, guess who's here? Wait, who even is that? I don't remember her.
Well, it seems that this is Brenny's sister, Lizzie.
Wait, he actually has a sister. We didn't know. Yeah, we were confused too.
And we also heard that you five, Finn, Greg, Harry, Christian, and Sunny are actually just friends.
Wait, what? Is this a trick or something?
No, it's true. See for yourself.
Whoa, we were mistaken in our lives.
We have so many questions right now.
No need, we've heard everything.
If you say so. But what I'm really wondering about is, who brainwashed both Hallie and Gabriel's sis?
Well, it seems like there was more than one bad person you met in a city that stole Nick's chocolate bar.
Why are they constantly from us?
No idea, but we all need to stop whoever is doing this. There could be more bad people we still don't know about, and it's watching us out of sight.
Wait a minute, we died hours ago. Do they think we died and they stopped watching us?
If they heard the explosion, they might have. That gives us the great time to strike.
Alright, I think it's time we stop those bad people and put an end to this once and for all.
That's my bro, follow me.
Hey Frederick, we've tracked the status of the targeted people, and they seem to be dead. Well, great job. Now they won't cause any more problems to our life now.
You can count on that. Now excuse me while me and my sister go and play our favorite game.
It seems our mission was a success. They are now gone, and we can have a normal life for once. Now let's do our own errands for now.
Wait, is that who I think it is?
What just happened? And who are you?
I am Jesse, and I am targeting a horde of troublemakers right now.
Wait, I think I remember I got brainwashed by some troublemaker and made me kill my friends.
Well, guess what? We will both stop whoever did this. Just come with me and we'll end this.
All right, let's go.
Item number, YOS 066. Object class, Euclid. Containment procedures. YOS 066 is to be within 5 meter by 5 meter by 5 meter by 5 meter steel cube with no openings available or any other views inside. There are to be no surveillance cameras within the cube in order to not trigger its state. Personnel are to use special equipment to make sure YOS 066 is still within the cube. Any type of action that will trigger YOS 066's state, like video footage, direct contact, and a single photo, are strictly prohibited, and the photographs are to be placed in a secret folder. Any signs of anomalous activity coming from within the cube is to be reported immediately. Description. YOS 066 is a 5 meter tall humanoid-like figure with canine-like features, including 3 meter long ears, a tail about 5 meters, with purple fur, and yellow skin, with facial features like pink eyes, a blue nose, and pink spots on its snout, and last with clothing like green trousers with suspenders with pink buttons, and blue gloves and shoes. It shows signs of low intelligence, shows weak muscles, although still capable of dealing harm to subjects, and its arms are extremely long, measuring 6 meters long. It is capable of opening its jaw to 7 meters than any other living subjects. It's not considered to be sapient due to low functions of the brain. When it's not triggered, it's in its docile state, beginning to emit soft sobbing sounds, and usually paces to the corner of the left wall. It is shown to be extremely shy, and tries to ignore and stay away from any living subject as possible. When direct contact is made with YOS 066's face, the subject is referred to as YOS 066-1. After minutes of contact, it will show severe emotional distress, and eventually go into its hostile state, and will start screaming incoherently. After several minutes, it will start tracking down a presumed victim. Long distances from YOS 066-1 doesn't seem to affect YOS 066 in any way. It somehow senses the location of YOS 066-1. No object that is capable of stopping YOS 066 from reaching its target is successful at doing so. Upon arriving at YOS 066-1's location, it will ruthlessly attack, kill, and YOS 066-1. It will 100% leave no other traces of YOS 066-1 other than the blood it caused. After minutes of the assassination of the YOS 066-1 victim, it will go back to its docile state after 3 more minutes. It will then attempt to go back to its original pacing location. Only a specific number of agents are to retrieve YOS 066 back to its container, and to place an object on its face to not cause another outbreak. Dr. Frankfurt started clarifying that YOS 066 is to be terminated as soon as possible due to its reckless and unstoppable behavior, also because many people kept looking at a picture of it. The 07 Council denied this request, and will accept its request in the near future if they specifically see the entity possess more capabilities. Addendum 01. AED class numbered 8506 was sent to a tall building suspended off ground from 36 feet up in the air. He was requested to look at a picture of YOS 066 and draw it on a piece of blank paper. Apparently, a drawn illustration of YOS 066 does not provoke the effects of the entity. After the request was complete, he was ordered to send the paper to the Site 13 facility by using a type of mail sender. After several hours, YOS 066 breached containment and sprinted to the location of D8506. It leaped up 36 feet off the ground and broke in the interior and terminated D8506. Addendum 02. In May 21, 1956, staff seemed to notice the activity within the cube. After hours of witnessing this, the cube broke apart and immediately deterred the staff to look away. This was eventually leading to the staff telling the 07 Council and adding more containment procedures to the entity. This was later confirmed. That was YOS 066 everyone, thanks to the person that requested this anomaly. If you want to see another one, request in the comments below. See you next time.
Partnership with Grainger, we've hit almost every type of event you can have. With our Keep Stock program, us not having to worry about batteries on the shelf, do we have gloves? Taking that off our plate is just such a huge help, and just knowing that we're going to have what we need when we need it.
Sorry if this episode took 1 year to arrive. I was doing other episode ideas. Anyway, this is part 2 of Sonny's destruction. Also, this timeline isn't canon, so I have to include the old designs of Sonny and Brinny for this one. Let's see what Sonny does now. After the events of the destruction of Brinny's neighborhood, Sonny had to flee the area and disguise himself as a different citizen in fear of being caught by the police or his brother. He decides to be in a hotel until he has a new house.
Man, it's quite hard picking a location where you could hide at. I don't want to be homeless though. Maybe I'll live in a hotel until I find my own house. Maybe this hotel is comfortable to stay for a while.
Hello, welcome to the Hotel of Jackson, Wyoming. How may I help you?
Can I get a room to stay temporarily in?
Sure, that would be $20.
Here you go.
All right, your room number is 128.
Well, I will stay here for about 6 days, and then I will find myself a house.
Meanwhile, with Brittany and his buddies.
Oh my god, I cannot believe that Numbskull just destroyed our hometown. I can't forgive him at all.
Whoa, calm down, bro. It wasn't intentional.
It was. No, it isn't. Maybe Sonny wasn't planning to destroy our hometown at all and it was unexpected to do such a thing. I don't get why you all keep defending Sonny from the most evil shit he does. I will just leave you here and find him. I think he needs a good anger management after he comes back, because I feel like we need to protect Sonny from any type of harmful action.
Yeah, I agree on that one.
6 days later.
I think this house is safe to come in. I'm inside. Now's a great time to remove my disguise. Finally, I'm safe from them. I hope that Brandy doesn't have my location on his phone. Wait, I left my phone, and it allows his phone to track my phone, so I'm safe for real. I'm gonna enjoy this. It says that he's right here somewhere. I found his phone, but he's not here. Where could he be? Who's that? Hopefully it's not them. Wait, who are you? I'm Frederick, and you must be Sonny. Just let me in and I will talk to you. Okay, so what are you doing here and how did you find me? Well, I heard you did some pretty messed up stuff. I've done stuff like that in the past, and I'm now out in the streets, which doesn't matter to me right now. Alright, well what do you want with me though? I was thinking if I can change your appearance, and also change your gender as well. How can you possibly do that? You're just a kid. Well, I gather all my stuff with me all the time, so you have to be a different person. Alright, I think it's safe to go out now when I'm different. Let's get this over with. There we go.
Well, this will have to do for now.
Remember, your name isn't Sonny anymore. It's Sally now.
Okay, I will keep that in mind.
Hey you seem to know everything around here. Do you know where Sonny is?
Oh well, Sonny is somewhere in Jackson, Wyoming. I heard the event that happened, so teach him a lesson.
I will.
Oh wait, I should have told him another troublemaker is with him. Well, he would just find out himself, back to time traveling.
Alright guys, come on. Let's get ready for our last day of school. Hold on, I have to beat this round first. Okay, we'll be in Damien's car when you're ready. I won. Now let's go to school and get this over with. Hey Brittany, why did you bring your backpack today? I don't think we need our stuff anymore since it's the last day. That is because I have to return my supplies back home so I don't get any calls from the staff. Okay, the bell just rang, so be on time. Okay, I will.
Welcome back, class. Today's the last day of 5th grade. I will miss you a lot, and you will proceed to middle school. But before this day ends, I would recommend that you finish your work as quickly as you can before the last bell rings for the summer. If you are already done, then you can just wait and relax or do whatever you want. I will receive the work within 47 minutes.
Alright, is there anyone who's not finished with their work? I'm not done.
Me 2. Me 3. Me 4.
Me 5.
Okay, let's go to the back of the classroom and finish them. Alright, folks, we will start with this multiplication assignment first.
Alright, this shouldn't be hard for me.
Alright, is everyone done with their work?
Yes, we are.
Great, I think our 47 period is up.
Alright, boys and girls, your time is up. Alright, all of you passed this class. The bell should be ringing shortly. And now's the end of the day. Have a great summer vacation, everyone. Well, you guys are officially done with school till next year.
You can say that again. I wonder what we'll do this summer.
I think I have a couple of plans.
Okay then, we'll do those when June 20th comes in.
Hello everyone, just a quick reminder that the 11-minute episode of A Boy's Life called The Troublemaker's Lair will be delayed until June 21st. Sorry about this, I have to focus on other products before going right into it. Even though it has been confirmed in 2 episodes it will be coming today, I decided to do this a little bit later, because I have little time to finish it. So, it will be here next week on the 21st. Again, sorry for this update notice. See you in the next video.
Hey Dad, I've got a gift for you.
Oh really? Let me see it.
It's a gift for Father's Day. So happy Father's Day, Dad.
Alright, thank you. Wow, she got me a vase I really wanted. She is the best daughter I've ever had. I'm going to place this somewhere.
Mankind in its present state has been around for a 250,000 years, yet only a small fraction of it has been of any significance. So, what did we do for nearly 250,000 years? We huddled in caves and around small fires, fearful of the things that we didn't understand. It was more than explaining why the sun came up. It was the mystery of enormous birds with heads of men and rocks that came to life. So we called them gods and demons, begged them to spare us, and prayed for salvation. In time, their numbers dwindled and ours rose. The world began to make more sense when there were fewer things to fear, yet the unexplained can never truly go away, as if the universe demands the absurd and impossible. Mankind must not go back to hiding in fear. No one else will protect us, and we must stand up for ourselves. While the rest of mankind dwells in the light, we must stand in the darkness to fight it, contain it, and shield it from the eyes of the public, so that others may live in a sane and normal world. We secure, we contain, we protect. The Administrator.
Mission statement. Operating clandestine and worldwide, the Foundation operates beyond jurisdiction, empowered and entrusted by every major national government with the task of containing anomalous objects, entities, and phenomena. Many of these anomalies pose a significant threat to global security by threatening either physical or psychological harm. All of them undermine the natural laws that the people of the world implicitly trust in. The Foundation maintains an extensive database of information regarding anomalies requiring special containment procedures, commonly referred to as SCPs. The primary database contains summaries of such anomalies and emergency procedures for maintaining or reestablishing safe containment in the case of a containment breach or other event. The Foundation operates to maintain normalcy so that the worldwide civilian population can live and go on with their daily lives without fear, mistrust, or doubt in their personal beliefs, and to maintain human independence from extraterrestrial, extra-dimensional, and other extra-normal influence. Our mission is threefold. Secure. The Foundation secures anomalies with the goal of preventing them from falling into the hands of civilian or rival agencies, through extensive observation and surveillance, and by acting to intercept such anomalies at the earliest opportunity. Contain. The Foundation contains anomalies with the goal of preventing their influence or effects from spreading, by either relocating, concealing, or dismantling such anomalies or by suppressing or preventing public dissemination of knowledge thereof. Protect. The Foundation protects humanity from the effects of such anomalies as well as the anomalies themselves until such time that they are either fully understood or new theories of science can be devised based on their properties and behavior. The Foundation may also neutralize or destroy anomalies as an option of last resort, if they are determined to be too dangerous to be contained. Additional information will have been provided upon your joining us in pursuit of our primary missions. Welcome to the Foundation, and good luck. Item number, YOS-057. Object class, Euclid. Containment procedures. YOS-057 is to be kept in a 7-meter container with soundproof glass surrounding the inner area. Interacting with YOS-057 is not to be attempted unless for testing purposes, and personnel shouldn't be within the soundproof interior by any means. Description. YOS-057 is a humanoid entity resembling a large canine with purplish fur, yellow skin, pink eyes and blue nose, wears gloves and shoes, green pants with suspenders, and lacking a tail. The entity stands up at 5 feet and weighs 25 pounds. YOS-057 affects nearby subjects within a 3-mile radius by emitting a noise very deeply. Upon this happening, subjects will report feeling something inside their bodies. YOS-057 will repeatedly emit this noise, making the weird feeling inside the body feel even worse. Once the noise goes off from the entity 8 to 10 times, the subject explodes 3 seconds later with no traces found within the body. YOS-057 will remain in a docile state within 11 to 16 hours. Addendum 01. YOS-057 was found in an undisclosed place, and it was known that an unnamed person once inhabited the place. It was taken in Cycle 9 for examination. Addendum 02. In May 4, 1997, D-8790 was taken in YOS-057's chamber and interacted with the entity. The subject reported the feeling in his body, and soon exploded after the 9th emitted noise YOS-057 made. There were no traces of the subject in the area. That was YOS-057 everyone, thanks to the person that requested this anomaly. If you want to see another one, request in the comments below. See you next time.
Well, today's the first day of summer. I hope you enjoy this or not. I now can make one video every day without too many pauses, so look further for more videos like these. See you and have a good summer.
Hey Frederick, there has been reports about your allies that Brinny and his friends are still alive.
Wait, what? We tracked their status and they were dead, but it's not the case?
Yes, our sisters noticed this since yesterday, so they are still active.
Well shit, I guess the brainwash didn't work then.
Well, what about them? They might be pissed at us all and will try to find us.
Yeah, I agree with my brother.
You know what? Instead of just hiding from them, we are going to face them head on when they find our location, and hopefully kill them for good. I think they won't handle 100 troublemakers or more, so this will probably work this time.
We'll hope for the best.
Alright, everyone, get your weapons and get ready for action.
Yes, sir. All right, the location must be a few miles from here.
Good, I want to find out who's responsible for these disappearances.
Don't forget that we need no more bad things happening to us.
Yeah, I agree.
Whoa, Gabriel, did you hear something explode down there?
No, I don't think so.
Well, there was a loud explosion underneath the forest. I think that was from the troublemakers. We need to catch up as fast as we can.
All right, let's go.
There, now they should be here right about now.
We'll come up before they wake up. Hey girls, did you get the targets?
We sure did. They are in the basement.
Great, now we wait for them to wake up.
Also, Millie, why is there a shark on your head? Because when I was searching for food, the shark lunched and bit my head. I killed it shortly after, and I decided to keep this dead shark as a cloth because it makes me look more menacing. Well, that makes sense. Now let's make our plans to kill the targets.
My god, why do I have a severe headache, and where am I? I think I need to go upstairs to see what's going on. The others will wake up eventually.
Alright, we'll go with that plan. I just need to check if the targets are awake yet.
Alright, there should be evidence around this place.
Hey!
Wait a minute, who are you?
Don't act like you don't know me. I'm Lila, and you betrayed me and my team because you used to be a big troublemaker. Now look at you.
Hey, it's not my fault Brinny killed me a while back and made me a good person.
Well, it's your fault that you didn't flee out his house when you got the chance. But no, you had to sit there. Also, I used to be your girlfriend. Don't you remember that, huh?
I don't even remember that at all.
Well, I am, and now you know what's gonna happen. We're breaking up.
Well, that's okay. I don't like you anyway.
You know what? I'm going to give you a goodbye forever stunt to make sure you're out of this world.
Well, what are you doing?
This is what you get for hurting my heart. Sonny.
Oh my head, what just hit us?
I don't know what was that. I didn't get a good look at it.
Man, this is the second headache I've sustained. I'm thinking about staying here and go to sleep until it goes away.
I need sleep. If you guys say so, we need to go up and stop those people.
I will just use this laptop to teleport us up there and remove our tiredness and headaches.
Welcome you three. Wait, you were the one this whole time? Yes, ever since I met you, I was plummeted down by an old friend of mine's, and he betrayed me, and you made him do that to me, so as payback, I have to make sure your life is a living hell and soon kill you afterwards, and because you took the only thing that made me happy.
So all of this was because of a single chocolate bar that Nick brought, and you think that was your only thing that made you happy? I know this because Brinny told me weeks ago. You know you can just get your own if you want it so bad.
Well still, you will pay for your sins for doing these stuff to me, and you will soon die by my friends in their hands, so I wouldn't fight if I were you all, because you three are outnumbered. Oh, don't underestimate our capabilities you yet have to know about. Our power is infinite potential, and I will make sure you suffer the worst punishment imaginable. Frederick. Your funeral, bring it on, Day Destroyers. Huh, why does he look disturbed by something? Hey Gabriel, what's the matter with you?
I smelled something stinky in the city. I think it's coming from the close-up gap from 2 buildings.
Well, it must be a garbage bin. I'll try to get rid of it.
I'll just get away from it and get ready for my date.